Quentin Williams against these guys. I know they're not going to be going head-to-head all the time, stuff like that. I don't know if Hassan Reddick's going to be there. I'll wait and see when the regular season football starts, but hey, you're allowed to be excited about it. That's Joe Shasky's thoughts. That's his one line to sum up the preseason. I want to know yours at 888-957-9570. He's saying the cavalry is arriving. Coming up, though, there was a player not suited up for the silver and black. A lot of them weren't on Friday night because they didn't play their first stringers, but there's a guy that a lot of Niners fans and a lot of Jets fans also have been keeping an eye on. He was on the receiver dock. And wait till you hear what Deshaun Jackson had to say about one Devante Adams possibly being a little bit disgruntled in Las Vegas. And maybe, just maybe, he wants out. We'll discuss that on the other side. And that's all going to be brought to you by Floor Decor.
Floor & Decor has more styles of laminate, vinyl, tile, wood, and stone for anyone looking for the right look at the right price. Your next beautiful space is at Floor & Decor. Floor & Decor. Unbeatable prices, unmatched in-stock selection.
Amazon Pharmacy presents Painful Thoughts.
I'm sick. So I took my sick to the doctor. The doctor gave my sick a prescription. Now I'm a sick and iron line at the pharmacy, mingling with all the other sicks, on its way to becoming an even worse sick.
Next time, keep your sick at home and let Amazon Pharmacy deliver your meds right to your door. Amazon Pharmacy. Healthcare just got less painful.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are going to need a bigger cake.
Now through September 21st, get fast, reliable Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 2 years when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. And get Peacock Premium, a $7.99 a month value included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless bill and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
I found out that one of my players was vaping. I brought him in and asked him, where did this stuff come from? He said, it's better than you think, coach. He had told me that almost everybody in my team was vaping. The next day, all the parents came in, and I said, hey, you as parents need to do your part. You guys need to figure out how, why, and when this stuff is happening, and we got to get it fixed.
Coach Sanchez and his team took vaping head-on. Learn how he and other Californians are beating big tobacco at undo.org.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. Got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro? Are you recording a commercial without us?
Guys, no, I'm just trying
to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers?
Or the best fish and chips
or
around?
7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life?
Or homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb
chops? Or that people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com?
Guys, no, I'm
just went behind our backs.
I knew he would.
Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager at Stevens Creek Subaru. The Bay Area has much to offer, with some of the best natural landscape, cuisine, and entertainment in the world. Stevens Creek Subaru also has much to offer, like our good prices, great selection, truly exceptional service, and the Subaru A Lot to Love event going on now. If you're considering a new or pre-owned Subaru, parts or service for your Subaru, or want to visit the Subaristas at our Wilderness Cafe, Stevens Creek Subaru is your destination for all things Subaru.
This month, lease a new 25 Forester 2.5i SFB for just $308 per month for 36 months on approved credit. plus tax, license, and registration fees. No security deposit needed. 2.995 do it signing. And an $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. Must take delivery by retailer stock by 8/31/24. MSRP $31,090. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year. Offer expires end of month. VIN number SH415800. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
Visit us on Stevens Creek in San Jose, right next to Santana Row, or StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
I spray and scrub, but the soap scum in my bathtub is still there.
I spray and scrub, but the burnt sauce on my stovetop sticks around.
Sprays can leave grime behind, but Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser combines the scrubbing power of an eraser with the cleaning power of Dawn to melt away tough messes on contact.
Just wet, squeeze, and erase.
Stop spraying, start erasing, and clean with more magic than ever with Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament, benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's local family-owned pest control company.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
Appreciate you, Larry June. Spadonian for Bonte alongside Joe Shasky here. Bonte's just living it up. He's on the East Coast. He's had a New York state of mind. He was watching the Yankees. I think he's going to hit Flushing Meadows. He's going to watch some U.S. Open action. A little controversy in the U.S. Open, by the way. Yannick Sinner is one of the top golfers on the men's side. Don't know if you saw this, Joe Shasky. He got flagged for a steroid, basically. And I don't know the exact one, what it was, but it came up on his tox screening, whatever it is, his urine sample, and he's still allowed to play in this U.S. Open. They're saying it was negligence. And that the trainers that he since fired were like using a cream or something like that.
Oh, Ryan Braun.
Yeah, so
blaming others.
Well, he didn't play. They interviewed it and all that sort of stuff. He's like, I fired. I didn't know, so I don't know. But that's going to be definitely something to monitor as well. But we're talking 49ers football today, and football season is upon us, Joe Shasky, which means it's time for another Red and Gold Summit, baby. Join us Wednesday, September 4th at Fremont Bank in Fremont. The address is 39150 Fremont Boulevard. Willard and Dibbs will start things off from 2 to 4. And the rest of the hosts, Bonte, Shasky, Goo, Steiny, 4 to 6 to talk about the biggest storylines surrounding the 49ers at the start of the season. You can come and watch as well. Space is limited. First come, first serve. Maybe I'll stop by there. It's tough to get down there during that time at Fremont from where I'm at, but you know what? Maybe I'll come say hi.
I want to say thank you to everybody. We have like a really loyal audience just in general. I mean, it's a really great community of people that reach out and send messages and just support everything we do here at 95.7 The Game. And it's not lost on me. We're coming up on 100,000 subscribers on YouTube.
Are we really?
Yeah, we're at almost 92,000 right now. We're probably going to get there in the next, I don't know, couple of months, probably the next 60 days, give or take. And it's because of you guys. It's because of the audience out there and the way that you guys support us, and we appreciate it. You hit subscribe and you follow all our content. You like all of our videos, and you know, it means a lot to everybody here. And I just wanted to just say thank you to everyone.
I thought you were going to give me credit because since I've taken over the pregame show from Stephen Langford, our numbers have just quadrupled.
It's skyrocketed.
I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence. So you can thank the listeners, but also what about me?
It's like upgrading from Jimmy G to Brock Purdy.
Oh, Hey, there's Steven. Hey, we love you, buddy.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, he's getting married in a couple weeks. Nice guy, Stephen Langford. We love him, even though he is Benedict Langford when it comes to European football and stuff like that, because he roots for England, so we cannot accept that. But we root for the 49ers here. At least Joe Shasky does, and he's, you know what? He's optimistic about this season, this upcoming season.
Excited.
He's excited because the cavalry is arriving. We threw the number out there, 888-957-9570. The one line that sums up the preseason now that it's over. What is it for you? For Joe Shasky, the cavalry's arriving. For me, it's just, I'm just glad it's over. But is it over? Because, you know, we got 2 weeks to go. No Trent Williams, no Brandon Ayuk. Do you have that update? Jeremy Fowler, he updated us with he just wants to restructure his contract.
Here's the update from Jeremy Fowler, and I'll put it in layman's. Okay. Trent Williams wants to have all of the money renegotiated, and it might last into the regular season. I'm going to assume that they're going to bring him in. I don't want to argue about how much he's worth. I don't want to talk about guaranteed money. Just get him in. And the reason why they need to get him in is because Purdy was running for his life behind Colton McKivitz and Jalen Moore.
How much of a disaster would it be if there was no Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk?
So I saw a lot of people say, like, if Brandon Ayuk isn't on the 49ers, they have no shot of winning the Super Bowl. I disagree on that, and we can have different opinions. I think it's much easier to get to the Super Bowl with Ayuk than without him. But I still believe that they could do it. It'd be a lot harder. Things would have to change. I'd be asking a lot from some of the young guys and some of the veterans. I don't think they have a shot in hell to get to the Super Bowl with Trent Williams. And I think that you are running the risk of having so many plays on so many drives blown up. Like, let's just go through with no Trent Williams. Let's go through. And again, it's a preseason game against backups. Imagine what it's like when you're going up against Quinnen Williams for the Jets week 1.
He's a baller. By the way, did you see that Quinnen Williams interview with Jim Rome last week?
No, I missed it.
It was almost like, do you remember what Matt Harvey went on with Dan Patrick? He's like, I'm only here to talk about Qualcomm.
Yeah.
And then he just left. It was the same thing. It was whatever he was promoting. He's like, yeah, I'm only here to talk about this. And Jim's like, all right. Hey, fire away, my man. We can probably find the audio. It's hilarious.
I need to hear that.
Yeah, no. It's great, but continue.
Well, so, look, if there's no Trent Williams, here's a little glimpse into what happened in the game on Friday night. Again, against third stringers and second stringers for the Raiders, not against Max Crosby. Okay? I want to make that clear.
No Christian Wilkins, no Max Crosby, no Malcolm Kuntz. They're projected to be like a top 10 defensive unit on the front this year.
Third play of the game, there's a little toss to Jordan Mason, and Kittle and Willis is the backup fullback, tight end. They blow a block, and the guy goes in there, boom, tackle for loss. And on that same play, Jalen Moore also got blown up. And then on 2nd and 15 now, they're at the 31. There's a blitz on the right-hand side. McKivitz does not talk, picks up the wrong guy. This guy comes in untouched, unfree. Purdy makes a miss and then hits Mason on the sideline. It gets overturned, but Purdy's running for his life. That's 2 back-to-back plays. That could blow up the drive, all right? Mm-hmm. And then on the third play, after the challenge, it's 3rd and long, and the drive stalls out because Jalen Moore and McKivitz give up pressure. That's the first drive alone. Now, I could go on and on and on about different plays throughout the game. The interception, there was pressure on the right side on McKivitz. McKivitz is going to be, if Trent's out there, one of the weaker players. If it's Jalen Moore and McKivitz, now both bookends are soft. And so I'm looking at Purdy's, jersey, and it was green. Mm-hmm. Now, the field was chewed up and terrible, but it was your quarterback is not going to be able to have a monster season and stay upright if he's running for his life. And we all think Purdy's really good, okay? Protect him. He's got weapons. Protect him. So they got to get this Trent Williams deal done. I assume that they will. I don't want to argue about how much. I just get it done, Johnny Lynch.
I don't think he's going to be there week 1. I think he's going to pull a Chris Jones with the Chiefs like last season where you don't have, and now it was different because Kelsey was out because he was hurt, but they didn't have Chris Jones week 1, and what happened? I mean, Kadarius Toney dropped like 5 different balls, but outside of that, they lost. The Chiefs lost at home after winning the Super Bowl to the Detroit Lions, and everyone was just like, huh? Was that about the Lions? Was that about the Chiefs? But Chris Jones not being there was a huge factor. And yes, say what you will about Aaron Rodgers, Garrett Wilson, that offense, the Jets defense was still a top 10 unit last year and is unbelievable. Rob Saleh, for as much as we want to clown him as a head coach, and I think he's been kind of dealt a raw deal right there, just with all the chaos that happens. Like there's a Jets tax. You always talk about that. Like that's got to be taxed. Like they haven't had a stable head coach since Rex Ryan. And Rex Ryan wasn't even that stable. Prior to that, it was like Herm Edwards. So I think Rob Saleh is going to have these guys humming week 1. And if you don't have Trent Williams, yeah, it could be a long day. And that what I do not need this season is a battered and beaten Brock Purdy. That is, it's great that he bulked up Joe Shasky. Like that he needed to do that. He's still like Drew Brees size. When Drew Brees got battered and beaten, you saw it. It took its toll towards the end here. Now that was later in his career, but even then before, look at the shots the Niners had on that guy. You think of that, some of the battles they had against Drew Brees, like smaller stature guys still concern me. Like I'm not saying anything about the arm strength. I think his arm strength's fine. His mobility is fine. But there is something to be said about the Big Bens of the world, the Cam Newtons, like absorbing a certain amount of punishment for a whole season. Like they work well in those divisions in the AFC North, right? I need my AFC West guys to just be fine and protected.
Well, like I'm glad you brought up like the battered bodies. Like Matt Stafford is a great example. Matt Stafford is the oldest. What is he? 36? I don't even 35.
Yeah, something like that.
But if I told you he was 41, when you'd kind of like, wow.
I'd believe you actually,
right? Because
it feels like he's been in the league forever.
He got punished in Detroit.
He's 36.
He's 36. Okay, and he's always hurt, right? And he's a really good player, but his body has taken a pounding.
What's his lasting image of him? I always think of him like separating his shoulder on that drive, whoever it was against. It might have been the Packers, might have been the Bears, something.
And he couldn't get up.
He's like, it's like it's separate. And then he goes back in there, he throws a touchdown, and it was one of the all-time gutty performances you'll ever see. But that's what you think about Matt Stafford, a guy that's playing hurt all the time.
Look at Jimmy G. His body has given out on him. And then obviously his confidence and seeing the field and all that, like that ruined him. Alex Smith's career was completely derailed from one shoulder injury.
His life almost too with his leg.
Well, I was talking about, you're right. I was talking about with the Niners.
Correct.
And like I look at all of the young players that, show promise and then go down. Right now, I love Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow has been running for his life for multiple years, and he can't stay healthy.
Gets hurt a lot.
Ask a Bengal fan, and they got pretty good production from their backup quarterback last year. If they have Joe Burrow, they're in the playoffs.
Yes.
It's that simple.
I mean, I watched that performance against the Niners, and you were there in person. It might have been
incredible.
It might have been one of the greatest like throwing displays I've ever seen.
It's incredible.
Just everyone, he was humming on all cylinders. It was insane. But to your point, the no Trent Williams factor, as of right now, 2 weeks away from the regular season, I don't expect him to suit up for the San Francisco 49ers.
So,
I could be wrong, and we'll have any breaking news. We'll give it to you. Speaking of, we were talking about the Chiefs for a second. Juju Smith-Schuster re-signing there, by the way. So Juju is going back to the Chiefs, former Super Bowl champion.
And it'll work.
Because it always does.
Because it always does. For
Patrick Mahomes, that's another guy that like he could play a little bit hurt, but he knows when to go down.
Yes.
Like that is what he does know and knows how to do well. And I do think that's something that Purdy, the tangible thing, as you're saying, that we can expect him to get better at this year, is just going down when he need to go down.
Yeah, he has great field vision. Yes. He understands. I mean, the guy's an absolute stud. But keeping him upright is the most important. If I were to say most important thing for the whole season, keeping your quarterback healthy.
Yes.
I'm talking about just Team X.
Why do you think we know of the longtime offensive lineman coach for the New England Patriots all these years, Dante Scarnecchia?
Yeah.
I don't think he's there anymore. Like, I shouldn't know who that is, being a West Coaster.
Ex-Niner, Bob McKittrick.
There you go. But everyone knows him because how important was like, there was always revolving doors on those Patriots teams. And you might say, Spadoni, why do you keep bringing up those Patriots teams? Because that is a sustained level of excellence that the 49ers are trying to do now with Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy. They are not them. I am not saying they are them. But we are getting into a zone here where all that 49ers fans have come to expect is NFC Championship appearances. Sooner or later, that's going to change, either for the better and they break through the hump, or for the worse and they don't get back there and this season's a failure. So that's why I keep bringing it up, because that's the rarefied air you're going to start getting into when it comes to just keep knocking and knocking and knocking on the door. So yeah, it's something that Shanahan has done very well. It has been mixing and matching the offensive line, and it somehow always works.
Yeah.
Until it doesn't, because we saw it in the Super Bowl, and that Chiefs D-line just outplayed the 49ers offensive line. That, at the end of the day,
the margins are thin.
But that's it.
And that's why you need all hands on deck.
Correct.
Right. And that's where, I think that's the part for a lot of Niner fans that's, you talking about like preseason. And what was the question? What is the line?
Let's throw out the one line that sums up the preseason now that it's over.
Okay.
Sums up the preseason 49ers experience for you? It could be on the field. It could be off the field.
So my buddy Rocco, diehard Niner fan.
Love Rocco.
All caps.
Rocco's Modern Life.
Uneventful. Just get to the damn regular season.
Yeah, right? That's kind of how I feel. Right? I think that's how a lot of Niners fans
I agree with you.
Just hurry. I'm starting to get like FOMO almost and fear of missing out because I feel like we're so damn close, and I'm banging my hand on the table right now because we got fantasy drafts coming up, right? And before you know, we just had, oh, by the way, Bonte, thank God Bonte's not here Monday morning. His Florida State Seminoles. Oh, God.
Ireland? Cool stadium.
Georgia Tech beating you?
I mean,
yikes.
DJ looks...
Sorry, Bonte. It's going to be a long season.
I know.
It's going to be, and I was like, thank God Sam Lubman also wasn't in because he'd be wearing all of his Miami Hurricane gear and stuff like that. But I'm sure they're going to fall on their face within week 1 or 2 because that's just what they do.
You know, here's
Cal or Stanford has a chance in the ACC this year.
Stop that. Let me give you a couple of preseason. Like, I think these are tangible things you can walk away with.
Okay.
Jordan Mason looks much more ready to contribute for the Niners now than at any other point in his tenure. He still does a couple of things. He doesn't pass protect well. Mm-hmm. There's times he goes in the wrong direction. The play action sack that Purdy took, if Mason goes to a different direction, it's a simple little dump off play. Yeah. And again, we don't know what the script does and all that. So there's little things that he messes up from time to time. But the guy's a great runner. Patience, cutbacks, power. I think even if McCaffrey were to go down for a couple games, I think you got a guy in Mason. Mason's a guy that if he doesn't come away with 500 yards this year, all-purpose yards, I think the Niners are doing it wrong. He's a guy that has to contribute. The other big takeaway, backup linebacker, Devondre Campbell, Dominic Flanagan-Fowles. Those guys aren't good. I want to go with the young guys. I want to see the combination of D. Winters, Jalen Graham, and Bethune, the kid from Florida State, the 7th rounder. Those guys are ready to play. Leonard Floyd, boy, he looks good.
He's going to be...
He looks really good.
He's always just been a consummate professional wherever he's gone, whether it's the Bears, whether it's the Rams, whether it's the Bills. The guy is a double-digit sack machine, but you just take it for granted because he's just that guy. It's like, oh, Leonard Floyd, he's not going to be the one on your team, but that's okay. I don't need him to be on the one on this team because I got Nick Bosa, right? So I'm very much looking forward to the Leonard Floyd acquisition because last year, Randy Gregory, he's just always been just, He's never lived up to the hype, and now I guess he's retiring. I hope that guy's doing okay mentally because he signed with the Buccaneers, never showed up to any of the offseason stuff, never showed up. Hope everything's going okay with him. Chase Young, another one of those guys where it's just like, okay, a lot of hype, just not a lot of sizzle there. So, yeah, although he did show up in the Super Bowl, I'll give him credit for that. In the biggest game of the year, he did show up. Well, I'm interested to see how he does with the Saints this year because they are good defensively. Cam Jordan, I love me some Cam Jordan, but he underwhelmed. And you saw that early on in the season, like John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan was like, we need some depth here at the very least. And hopefully Leonard Floyd will bring that because Nick Bosa I'm not going to say disappointing last year. I feel like disappointing is very strong because he still had double-digit sacks last year. But coming off a DPOY performance, you wanted more from Nick Bosa.
His C season is everyone else's A-
Correct.
season.
But you're grading on the Nick Bosa curve, right?
Exactly.
So from that point, you might say you were a little disappointed. But I do think that Leonard Floyd now is going to bring out the best in Nick Bosa.
Agreed.
Maybe the best that we've seen.
And the other element that, again, I'm just looking at different formations. I think they've been very vanilla. I think Nick Sorensen's going to bring some new stuff to the table. Whatever Brandon Staley and Nick Sorensen are working on together as a combination, I think it's a much-needed wrinkle to this. Like, they've run kind of the same thing for 5, 6, 7 years. You got to kind of mix it up a little.
Correct.
I mean, obviously, it's been working.
Yes.
This Niner defense has the potential to be top 5 again.
Absolutely. Like, anytime you have a TJ Watt, a Myles Garrett, and Nick Bosa, that changes everything. And also, the one thing we really haven't been discussing this offseason is the secondary. Well, I feel like the secondary's always been their Achilles heel, and maybe, just maybe, that they found something. I mean, they're talking about Deommodore Lenoir getting broken off and stuff like that. That's kind of been the conversation there, but I don't have as many concerns with Charvarius Ward and that secondary as I have in the past. I think they shut up a lot of people last year, especially in that Super Bowl where, again, the defense, they did its job for the most part. The only touchdown they allowed in regulation was off a turnover in the special teams.
The guy that I'm looking for to take the biggest leap forward in this first full season, or his second full season, Jair Brown. I think Jair Brown is going to be an absolute player for this team. He had a forced fumble in this game where he just punched the ball as he was tackling.
Dylan Laube.
He's just a stud.
Yeah.
He makes plays. He shows up around the ball. He's a sure tackler. He has a knack for getting the ball. Like, we all know those guys. We always talk about this, like, that guy's a knack for rebounding. You know what I mean? That guy's a knack for the big base hit. Certain defensive players have a knack for being around the ball and making things happen. He's one of those guys.
Absolutely. And another one of those guys that did in the past, Talanoa Hufanga, who's expected to practice this week, today, hopefully. Ricky Pearsall expected to practice today. And Matt Mayoko, who covers the team for the NBC Sports Bay Area, does a hell of a job in covering the team for years. Very tapped in. He's saying right now, Joe Shasky, this could be a very busy day around the NFL. Teams with deep position groups are looking to make deals. Wink, wink, 49ers is basically what he's saying. So maybe, just maybe, we have some trades today.
Look, I'm exhausted with the IU conversation as much as anyone else is. I'm exhausted with the Trent Williams thing, all right? But it's hard for me to not speculate. Do the Niners have something up their sleeve here? I feel like they've been slow playing this for a long time, and with all the stuff coming out right now regarding Devante Adams and the Raiders and the fact that they just played them.
Speaking of that, real quick, let me play this. Deshaun Jackson, former All-Pro wide receiver, Philadelphia Eagle, also a former Raider, one of the worst fumbles I've ever seen in my life as a Raider. Deshaun Jackson, I believe this is on Fox Sports, talking about Devante Adams.
This one's tough because, me and Devante, we've talked and man, I hate to do it because I don't want to be the guy that's like, oh, D-Jack said this and said that. But at the end of the day, he is unhappy. I mean, you go from Aaron Rodgers, then you come to the Las Vegas Raiders, and now not only Jimmy G, you had your boy Carr.
That's right, Carr.
It didn't really work out that you thought, from the Fresno State days, you think they would come back and work everything out, and it's just like it just quite didn't work out. So now I just don't think he's really that happy there.
Well, there's two ways you can look at that. He's not happy. I mean, the guy just had a baby. He has his family there. He did say, part of the reason he came over was Derek Carr, but part of the reason that he went over to Las Vegas from Green Bay was also just to be closer to his family, who all still live in Palo Alto. Yeah. So that was part of it too. So coming over there, now what's as close as you can get to Palo Alto? Santa Clara.
I mean, they're right.
They're right next to each other. Well, so Devante, you're hearing from John. He's not happy, but listen, if the Raiders aren't going to be very good, we'll know very early on because they have a very difficult stretch early on. They open up against the Chargers. They could beat the Chargers. I don't think the Chargers are going to be as amazing as everyone thinks they are in year one. Now Jim Harbaugh does a lot of stuff. Maybe they run the ball well. Justin Herbert, he's got the plantar fasciitis. We'll see. But if they're not good, they will have a lot of suitors come week 7, 6, 8, wherever the trade deadline is this year. I know they've extended it. Could the 49ers be a part of that, Joe Shasky? Do you want them to be a part of that?
So this is what
or do you do it now and try to overwhelm them? Because they have a huge dead cap with his like a trade. Like if they trade off him right now, that's a huge dead cap. But if you give them the right package right now, I'm not so sure they wouldn't say no.
Well, I don't know what the particulars are. I don't know what's going on. I'm just speculating. We're just talking. It just feels like to me the Niners have been slow playing this whole thing out. And if they were going to get a deal done, it feels like it would have already happened. So like, I think that the Niners are exhausted, and I wouldn't put it past them to do something like this. Oh, okay. Washington or Pittsburgh or whatever, that's the trade package that you're willing to give up for Brandon Ayuk. We'll do that. We'll keep those draft picks. And then, like, for example, running back, they're loaded. Like, I think they're going to keep Garendo now. Yeah. And I think that they're going to say goodbye to Elijah Mitchell. I think Elijah Mitchell gets traded today. I think he's a guy that can get you back something. Maybe it's a 3rd or a 4th or a 5th round pick. Maybe you're packaging something. I don't know. And maybe you move somebody else, linebacker, something.
Sure.
You take some of that ammunition and then you turn around and you go to the Raiders and you say, here, we'll take Devante Adams from you, and here's the draft compensation that we'll take for that. The Niners are really good at one thing, drafting in the middle rounds.
Yeah.
What they're not good at are these 1st and 2nd rounders. So, like, I have no problem with surrendering a top pick for someone as good as Devante. Getting a Devante Adams is a win now Super Bowl mindset move.
Absolutely. If you get Devante Adams on this team, you can make the argument. You still have, and I know Justin Jefferson's his own tier, but you have a top 5 wide receiver. You have the number 1 tight end. You have the number 1 running back. And you have, as last year he played like it, a potential top 5 quarterback. Like, that's what you're talking about here. We're talking about the tier list. Brock Purdy's in that tier. You even want to say top 10. That's sure. I'm talking about Brock Purdy building off last season. Could be a top 5 quarterback this year. That is a scary offense. And the thing that's so great about Devante, his skill translates everywhere. It's not predicated on speed. It's not predicated on power. It's the route running. It's knowing where to be. It's the hands. I mean, that guy...
Red zone targets,
the slant, everything.
He understands the offense because he did the little Fleur offense, which is very similar to the Kyle offense.
And he did the McDaniels offense.
He's a pure route runner who gets unbelievable separation. Purdy and Devante would be phenomenal
together.
It'd
be incredible. It'd be absolutely phenomenal. It'd be absolutely incredible. Like,
and he's a win now, no nonsense player.
And that's why I like him. Like, you saw how bad losing was to him last year.
Yeah.
Doc. Now, I think we are being maybe a little jaded on the whole Devante thing because we're just associating last year with right now. He just had a kid. I don't know, like, maybe he is happy. Maybe things change when you have a new baby and it's like, you know what? I want to build a life. I want to stay here. Mm-hmm. So that changes. Like, you have a kid, Joe. Like, could you imagine yourself just having a kid and not moving now? Like, after you've already had another one? I know it's different. We're not NFL players. We're not NBA players. Like,
for sure.
That's very difficult. Like, we were talking about Lowry Markkinen with the Jazz, right? I think staying with his family in Utah was very important to him and not coming as nothing against the Warriors. I think just being in a location that you feel comfortable in is important. And maybe he feels comfortable staying in Vegas. We'll see. Deshaun Jackson says he's not happy. That maybe he knows him better than I do. So we'll take that for what it's worth. But Deshaun Jackson saying Devante Adams is not happy in Las Vegas. Could the 49ers get in on that? I want to hear from the fans. 888-957-9570. I also want to get into this, because this is kind of how I'm feeling about 49ers fans, but I want to hear a player talking about it on Good Morning Football. And I know I'm going to get a lot of eye rolls. I know Joe Chaskey's going to say, oh, this guy. But Manti Te'o, say what you want about him.
Okay.
He was a Heisman finalist, played in the NFL for a while. He's a linebacker. He knows the game of football. Does not know the game of, Tinder very well, but we'll leave that there. Here's Manti Te'o talking about the 49ers and how they've looked during the preseason and this offseason.
I think for the past 5 to 10 years, we've got so accustomed to the San Francisco 49ers walking around not only the NFC West, but the NFL in general as these big bullies. You watch Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel coming out of the locker room with that bump box, and you watch them get into that scuffle in the pregame, and you watch their dominant defense and their run game. We got so accustomed to that. I flipped on the TV and watched their past 2 preseason games when their starters played, and I just see an emotionally drained team.
You think they're emotionally drained, Joe Chaskey?
I watched their first 2 preseason games and their third one, and I watched a team that didn't have a lot of starters out there. Yeah. That's what I watched. And look, Manti Te'o is entitled to his opinion. I disagree with it. Okay. I think that when I watch this team, they play a physical brand of football that doesn't translate to preseason football. It just doesn't. And they're top heavy. Of all the teams that's the most top heavy of the contenders, it's the Niners are at the top. Like, they are top heavy. I think they've gotten deeper the last year in the draft, but they got a lot of young players. If your takeaway is they look emotionally drained, I would say, I think you're reaching on that one. That's a Stretch Armstrong take.
That's a Stretch Armstrong. I never had a Stretch Armstrong. That was before my time. But I don't necessarily disagree, but I do have to wait and see till the regular season. Like, if they take an L week 1 and then I start seeing bad body language, sure. I think it's more fair to say that for 49ers fans that are probably emotionally drained. Like, I'm still talking to fans that are, you know what, like, I'm still not over the Super Bowl loss. I was like, homie, that was 6 months ago. Yeah, I'm still not over it. Like, I get that. I understand the pain of those types of losses. They just linger, and you don't want to get hurt again. You don't want to put yourself out there and get hurt again, like a relationship. You've been spurned and scarred for so many years. You don't want to go through that again. And for the players, though, it's got to be a little different this time around. For players like Kittle, I know he's super fired up. He's a rah-rah guy. Maybe he's not the greatest example, but Deebo Samuel, right? Like, how's the head coach, Kyle Shanahan? It's one thing to lose 1 Super Bowl. It's another to lose 2 and not feel like, if you have a loss early on in the season, like, how does that not fester? It's like, can we do this again? That doubt starts to creep into your mind. Now, I do think it's a little outrageous to say in preseason they look emotionally drained. I do, but if they take some L's early on this season, could we possibly see some bad body language from some of these people?
Okay.
I'm not trying to go
I know, but
I'm not Monk here.
Think about the two players that are their most, if I were to say the most emotionally charged players on the team on either side of the ball, who are they?
Fred Warner and George Kittle.
Okay, I was going to say Debo and George Kittle, and then on the other side it'd be Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner. I mean, we've seen
Debo doesn't talk enough from he does his
no, but in terms of play style, play style,
sure.
like Debo's play style is never going to translate to the preseason. It's just not.
No.
Debo's a regular season playoff type of a player. Like he just is. And when I look at someone who plays the physicality and the physical way that he does and the way Kittle does, like those guys, preseason's never going to be able to replicate what they're going to bring during a regular season. Fred Warner doesn't even play in the preseason, nor should he. And he's one of the greatest leaders in the game, right? Hands down. And the way that guy plays with his hair on fire, you're not going to do that in a game against the Raiders. It doesn't mean anything.
I agree, but also we've been hearing from guys that have been pretty tapped in there. You know, our guy Jake Hutchinson, who works for us at 95.7 The Game, he's tapped in. He's kind of our now 49ers 95.7 The Game insider. You know, he was saying the juice kind of hasn't been there in the training camp, though, Joe Shasky. Doesn't that kind of concern you a little bit? There's been no juice.
I'll make that determination after a month if they look lackluster.
Okay.
I thought that these drives, again, a couple of drives, it was bang, bang, here's Kittle, here's Debo, boom, boom, Jordan Mason. I was like, same old Niners. Like, to me, that was my takeaway. Like, we're fine. We're good. Got to get Trent back, but, like, we're good. Like, we're ready to roll. And I think the defense is going to be great. I don't think they're going to be good. I think they're going to be great this year. I am ready to go for week one. Now, I'm not 100% ready to go until we get Trent back. Big Trent's got to get signed. But I'm ready to go for week one.
Speaking of that, Jeremy Fowler with the latest on ESPN with Trent Williams.
Well, I was told from somebody involved in the situation that he is not going to be available until he gets his contract adjusted. He's got 3 years left on his deal. That could bleed into the regular season with us just being a few weeks away. This is a player who's made about $150 million in his career. He's been taking up golf, kind of staying away from the team, doing his own thing, still training, of course, getting ready for the season potentially, but he's not overly stressed to have to be out there right now, and he's the fourth highest paid left tackle despite being the best the last few years. So the 49ers know they have to do something here, could sweeten the guarantees on his contract. So they're dealing with Brandon Ayuk at the same time. They're trying to get this guy done. So they're hoping he'll be in the lineup here soon.
Yeah,
could bleed into the regular season?
Yeah, I don't believe that.
You don't?
No, they're going to get
use the word bleed. That's scary.
Yeah, that's the threat. I'm not.
You don't. Well, no. You don't think Trent Williams, big Trent Williams,
I think he would,
who punched Richard Sherman in the face after a game with his helmet on? Or I don't think his helmet. Trent had his helmet on. He cold cocked Sherman after a game once when he played for Washington. He's about that life. He will hold out.
So we know what the Niners were doing yesterday. They were probably going over all the film. Well, they probably did this Friday night coming home, going through all the film of the preseason game just to like look at it. And I bet they were going, "Wow, we need Trent Williams." Like, I think they know. I think John Lynch, of all people, is going to make this happen. I trust them. They've earned the benefit of the doubt.
If he's not there week one, it's going to be a disaster, and they're losing to the New York Jets. If Trent Williams is not suited up week one for the San Francisco 49ers, they are losing to the New York Jets. I feel very confident.
I think they're going to get him in by week's end. I trust this organization will get it done. They've earned it. They've earned that benefit of the doubt.
Did that sound like it's close?
Well, Jeremy Fowler throws a lot out there.
Oh, come on.
I heard from...
He's tapped in.
The original quote was, I heard from someone that he wants his money renegotiated. Well, tell me something I don't know.
Well, just stay.
Of course he wants new money.
No, but that's kind of new. It could bleed into I don't think we've heard that it could bleed into the regular season from anyone yet, have we?
No.
Like, we didn't hear that with Nick Bosa. We just knew that he was just going to probably get signed late, and then he did. Like,
I think
the Trent Williams one's a little... He's a different cat, is what I'm going to say. Like, he is about, like, his money and his stuff, which is fine. Yeah, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. But I don't think he's going to lose any sleep if the 49ers lose week one and he's not there.
Wouldn't you agree? Like, this conversation is why Niner fans are just like, just get it done and just get me to week one. Like, what we're doing right now, it's exhausting.
It is exhausting, but I think this is new and we got to talk about it.
No, you're right. No, I'm not mad. No, I'm not mad at you because this is relevant, and it's to me, it's order of business number one. Before Ayuk and all that, it's like Trent is order of business number one. It's just hard to talk about the Niners without addressing these things, and that's where it gets. I feel like we're in reruns.
So
as a fan base.
So 888-957-9570. After you heard that, 49ers fans, Jeremy Fowler saying that Trent Williams situation could bleed into the season. Like, are you doing a whole 180 if you were on the team pay Ayuk first? Are you saying, hell no, I'm paying Trent Williams whatever he wants. Ayuk, I'm sorry. Like, I got to prioritize this guy because let's not get it twisted. Let's start naming off the people that the 49ers have prioritized getting signed first before Brandon Ayuk. Who do we got? Christian McCaffrey? We got Juwan Jennings. Who am I missing here, Joe Shasky? They've prioritized
CMC, Juwan Jennings. They've basically carved out money for Brock Purdy. Okay?
Odom.
I think that they're doing an evaluation right now, and they're like, Debo and Kittle or Ayuk?
Really?
I think that's what they're saying to themselves. And I think they've already made the decision. I think Ayuk's on his way out the door. That's just my feel. I mean, I'd like him to stay, but I think that they've kind of balanced their books and they're sitting here, and I think they're thinking like, all right, Ayuk or Deontay Lenore and Aaron Banks, Ayuk or, this guy and that guy. Like, I think that they're charting out their path right now as we talk about it, and I think that they kind of already made their decision, and I think they're exhausted with Ayuk, and I think it's pretty evident.
Well, he made the trip. What did you make of that? He made the trip to Vegas. Weird. That was very weird.
He's grumpy looking. I don't want to read into his body language. I get he's frustrated, and I don't even know.
And then Trent's just not there. I want to get to this call in a second. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text the Xfinity Mobile text line. 49ers faithful, how are we feeling that Trent Williams situation could bleed into the season according to Jeremy Fowler of ESPN? Let's go to Kevin, who's out in Marin.
Hey,
Kevin,
Kev.
what's going on, man? You're on 95.7 The Game with Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, gentlemen. Good morning. The thing about there's so much conversation about Ayuk and Trent Williams, the contracts, and the thing that just popped into my head is the similarities that I see between the Giants ownership group and the Niners ownership group. That is, well, the communication is all about winning championships. It's not. It's about bringing the biggest ROI to the shareholders of the team. And the Niners have had an exact number in mind that they're willing to do for not only Ayuk and Williams, but every player on their roster. And they're not willing to go off that number whatsoever. And it kind of shows what sports is these days. It's not the romanticism of when we were growing up, and it's all about the team and the players and striving for the championship. This is a hardcore multi-billion-dollar business that there are major shareholders who probably don't care about winning championships. They care about how much is my dividend check going to be at the end of this fiscal year.
Well, that's with everything. I want you to stay on hold, Kevin, real quick, because are you really saying that the 49ers championship and ownership expectations are that of the San Francisco Giants? I get what you're saying, the bottom line, but that's the same for any business, any company. Of course they want to make money. But the way that the 49ers ownership, and Jed York specifically, from top to bottom, the way they've handled things compared to the Giants? Really? I mean, we're crushing the Giants on a daily basis. The 49ers are competing for Super Bowls twice in the last 4 years.
And there's also the balance of the salary cap. I just think it's a little more.
It's such a different sport too, Kev. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's also more transparent now in the conversations and the way people go about getting their money. Like, for example, the Niners didn't retain Ronnie Lott and allowed the Raiders to sign him in 1991.
Thanks, Kev.
Because they had to balance their books, which is exactly what's going on right now.
Yeah.
This has always been important. The Giants, prioritized Robbie Thompson and couldn't afford Will Clark. Like, this has happened years and years, and this has happened forever. It's just way more in our face now.
Yes.
For everyone, both the reporters, the 24 news cycle, 24/7 news cycle, the athletes having their own social media, the aggregators, the content creators, the radio stations, the television stations. It's just way more in our face now.
I just think we have to just take a step back. Like, I know people are upset. I know the Ayuk
Niners
thing,
come on.
The Niners
They're awesome.
They're the best team in the NFC right now. Just go to Vegas. That's what they have them projected as. Like, the Giants just lost a series to the Mariners, who just fired their coach and they haven't won a series in forever.
What did you say to us in the thread last night?
I said the Giants.
Yeah, about the Giants.
They have to earn their way for us to talk about them. They have not earned that yet.
The Niners have.
The Niners have earned that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we're talking about the Niners all week long, all 2 weeks long, leading up to week 1. Jets, Niners, 2 weeks from today, Levi Stadium. You gonna be there, Joe Shasky? Monday Night Football. You doing that?
I'm so fired up,
dude. You're LJ.
Well, I'm gonna have to talk to the boss because I don't know if the boss hooked it up with some help because he's got bed at 8 o'clock and Michelle won't go unless we can stay down that way. So I don't know if the boss. And I'm putting him on blast right now. I don't know. We have to talk off air.
Okay, there you go.
You're putting me on blast.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to do that. I definitely don't mean to put.
I'm trying to wiggle out of it like I'm Brock Purdy with a free release.
I'm not mad at that. Do a little pirouette there, a little Tony Romo-esque.
But now I got to slide.
There you got to slide.
I got to get down.
Just head first. Your dad's a baseball player. You know how to slide. So you're
absolutely. My favorite was when, I don't know if you're listening to this, but they brought in Joe Girardi to teach Daniel Jones how to slide.
Oh, God. That's not going to help anything.
This was a while back.
Can they bring in Tom Brady to teach him how to throw? That'll help too. It's time for the injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
He was a catcher. What are we doing here? Like, come on. Like, Joe Girardi? Guys, this guy's knees are shot. You bringing him in? Oh, Daniel Jones. That
only thing he can teach you how to do is how to mismanage a team.
Absolutely. Although they didn't win the Yankees' last World Series, he was the manager. God, that was 15 years ago. Jesus. All right, the injury report. 49ers first-round pick Ricky Pearsall will return to practice today, according to Ian Rappaport of NFL Network. Pearsall has been dealing with a partial dislocation of his shoulder. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Just heard from Jeremy Fowler there, ESPN. Trent Williams' holdout could bleed into the regular season. How concerning is that for you 49ers fans? I want to get into that. Joe in Seattle. We'll get to you on the other side as well. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, and it's your calls on 95.7 The Game.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business. It's a big day for the network keeping it all connected. That is, if it can handle the pressure.
Next in line, please.
So is it possible to get business internet you can really count on? It is. With 99.9.
East Coast. Tay, hanging out, man. Well, now we have to pick up all the drama that's happening this morning. Trent Williams reporting, Jeremy Fowler, ESPN reporting that Trent Williams, all-pro left tackle, best in the game, future Hall of Famer. He's holding out right now, and it could bleed into the regular season.
I mean, this is a man who sat out an entire year. It was a variety of things. Like, clearly he wanted to get paid.
2019, back with Washington.
Yeah, he was protesting the situation in Washington.
Dan Snyder is not Jed York. Different people, different stuff.
He also had a health scare.
He did.
There was a variety of things that were different then. Look, could he miss a game? Of course he could.
Yes.
This guy wants to get his money and whatnot. I just don't think it's going to happen in this situation, given that I think both parties understand the sense of urgency involved.
I think he's just chilling. I think he does not care at all if he misses one game or two games. I truly believe that. Trent Williams is, again, I'm just going to keep saying this. His mindset is not the same for everyone else. It's not Brandon Ayuk's mindset. It's not Deebo Samuel's. It's not George Kittle's. He is fine waiting and waiting and waiting.
But I don't think
much like Hassan Reddick is doing the same thing right now. He is in no mood to just give in.
Like,
he doesn't do that. He's not that kind of player.
But when he was a free agent, he was about on the doorstep of the Kansas City Chiefs. Kyle had to intervene and basically say, hey, guys, we can't let this guy go. So I think Kyle's probably sitting there. Kyle runs the team, right? Jed and his family, they are the, how do I put this? They're like the CEOs or whatever. But, like, running the day-to-day operations of the team, it's Kyle Shanahan.
I thought it was Parag.
Well, Parag does a specific job. He negotiates. And I think when push comes to shove, Kyle could kick the door in and be like, get this done. And I really, truly believe that Kyle's going to find a way to get this done. I do.
All right, so we got this little nugget, and shout out Matt Nahigian, who's doing a hell of a job behind the glass, helping out Carter. No Sam, no Bonte, no problem. Under the new CBA, holding out is virtually impossible. Players are fined $50,000 each day they miss, and those fines can't be waived off. Also, the player will lose an accrued season toward free agency by failing to show up for camp or by leaving camp for more than 5 days. Now, this is something that's relatively new from the Players Association and the CBA when they collectively bargained that. I think that was last year, Matt, correct? Yes. So I still don't think Trent cares about any of that.
Do you know how much he's been fined thus far? I found that. I got that. It's over $2.5 million.
He's still chilling.
It might be closer to $3.5 million now that he's missed another game check.
And what is his, as I pull it up on Spot Check right now?
Because they dock you a game check even in preseason. If you're holding out and you miss a preseason game, they dock you a regular paycheck.
And his career earnings summary.
$149 million.
So I know it's not.
I've been on this.
Listen, I'm just saying, don't let this guy, start to just feel himself and be like, you know what, fine. You guys don't think I'm worth it? Let's see what happens. They are playing with fire with the Trent Williams thing. The Ayuk thing, it is what it is. I don't know. You should be concerned about Trent Williams, though. If I'm John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, Parag, all that.
Forget them. Purdy. If I'm Brock Purdy, I'm sitting here.
You have that cachet already, Brock Purdy, to say, you guys got to go get this done.
No. What I'm saying is if I'm the quarterback of the team, right, and I'm like, guys, you're going to make me the highest paid 49er of all time.
Yeah.
Right? The second I get, right now it's Nick Bosa, but the second that I get my contract, I'm going to be the highest paid 49er of all time. It's the most important position in sports. And if I drop back 12 times in this game and I was pressured 9 of those 12 times and I got hit 6 different times in a preseason game, what do you think it looks like when there's actual number ones on both sides going up against each other?
Not great.
And so for my own longevity, for my own effectiveness throughout the season, and for the team, everyone knows they got to get this done. And I think that they will.
888-957-9570 is the number. God, can we have a normal offseason for the San Francisco 49ers? I don't feel like we've ever had a normal offseason with the San Francisco 49ers. Last year, it was, the elbow with Brock Purdy. Trey Lance. But Sam Darnold. And then this year, it's like, wow, we have no quarterback controversy. But Brandon Ayuk's is holding out. And after the season's over, hey, you know what? We might be back in Vegas. Who knows? Maybe we want to stay here. I'm not sure if we're going back to Santa Clara. Now Trent Williams is holding out. That's great. That's awesome. And then, is
this the price you pay for being really good year after year?
I guess, but I feel like
it's got a Laker-like quality to it, doesn't it?
It does, but the Lakers won. Right? Like you win a Super Bowl.
I hate you. But, you won a Mickey Mouse ring in the bubble.
Okay, no, but
come on.
No, but it was the rafters still look the same. They just all the different banners. It doesn't matter. But
I hate you.
But you win, and then that stuff is fine, right? When you lose, like this sucks. Like this is like what happens, and this is the risks of getting all the way to the mountaintop, but falling down and not being able to climb back and get to that point again, and then falling down. Like sooner or later, the chickens are going to come home to roost, and this thing can't last forever. Now you struck lightning in a bottle once, getting Jimmy Garoppolo all the way to the Super Bowl. This isn't lightning in a bottle with Brock Purdy though. Like this looks sustainable. I do feel good in this sense still, because I keep going back to the head coach and the quarterback combination, Joe Shasky. Like that is so important, and I don't think is discussed enough, because I do think there is a rift with Niners fans and their trust in Kyle Shanahan with the quarterback position, that some fans just don't think that he could ever trust. Kind of like how John Gruden, because he is a Gruden disciple, McVay, Gruden, all those, and McVay, Chris Sims was obviously there, and then obviously Kyle Shanahan. Like Gruden never trusted a quarterback fully. I feel like we're getting close to Shanahan trusting Brock Purdy. Am I wrong in that?
You know what's funny is people say that a lot. Neither did Don Shula. Neither did, remember, he went back and forth on quarterbacks early in his career with the Baltimore Colts. Neither did Tom Landry when he was playing two quarterbacks simultaneously. Bill Walsh was never sold on Joe Montana, even after he won the Super Bowl, trying to trade him for John Elway, trading for Steve Young. Like you're not wrong. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I'm saying that kind of like, oh, I'm never in love. I'm always looking for marginal upgrades. I could say that about 7 of the top 15 coaches of all time. Easy.
Yes, but even all those top coaches had a guy for a long time, right?
They did.
Like you look at like Chuck Nolan and who's my guy? I can't even think of Fox pregame. I can't think of his name.
Terry Bradshaw.
Terry Bradshaw. Thank you. They did not have a great relationship.
No.
At all. Early on, especially. Hell, I remember a story. Al Davis was talking to that guy. God, but they were talking, and he was saying like, I'm pulling a him at it is on Fox because he forgets all of his names all the time. Anyways, now I'm doing the same thing. I'm forgetting his own name. But Al Davis was talking to him. He's like, yeah, man, like you need to stay with Chuck.
Oh, Terry Bradshaw.
Terry Bradshaw, like you need to stay with him. Yeah, Terry. I can't think of the guy's name. I am pulling Terry Bradshaw on Fox, but like that stuff lingers. I'm seeing this with Purdy right now. I just see a calm and ease with Shanahan whenever he talks to the guy, wherever he speaks about him on the sidelines. Sure, he'll have a Shanahan face. I saw Matt post it last week actually on his feed on Twitter. He was just like, look at this face that Shanahan does with his Brock Purdy decision, stuff like that. I was like, that actually was pretty calm for Kyle Shanahan. He just looks like his dad all the time. More and more I see him. The lobster that is Mike Shanahan, he's slowly turning into him. I think that's just going to be what his face looks like.
I need him to wear those Italian sandals that everyone wears.
I need him to bring the
on
mustache.
the sideline.
I need to bring him his mustache back is what I need. The Shanahan mustache, I was feeling it with the flow, everything. He looked like he had a little Paisan in him. I was kind of feeling it. What'd you feel like overall, though, with Purdy's performance, Joe? Because you were talking about it, the hits withstanding, but just his poise in the pocket.
Purdy's fine. Purdy,
that's your main takeaway, right?
I feel so good about Purdy.
Okay.
Yeah, like I just, he's not going to implode. Okay, every great quarterback is going to have a 3, 4, 5 interception game, right? It just happens. Like it's just you fall behind, you start throwing, whatever. It's going to happen. Like we act like the Baltimore game is who he is. It's like, no, that's just one game. You know who he is? The 30 other games that he's played where he's been freaking awesome, right? Is he Patrick Mahomes? No. Is he pretty freaking good? Yeah. He's pretty freaking good. So I feel really good. I think he's calm. I think he's gotten more cerebral. I think that his body looks 100% fine. I think that he looks as spry as ever. His arm looks as good as it's ever looked. And I see him at the line of scrimmage, being able to audible into other plays. I think the dude is totally fine. I think he's awesome. I think we're going to be really good with him. And I think he's going to be a guy that you're going to pay him whatever the money is, $175 million guaranteed or whatever it is. And it's going to be a high price tag. And in 2 or 3 years, they're going to be like, yeah, but he played in 95% of the games. We win 11 games every single year, and he's Shanahan's right-hand man.
You just have the poise or you don't when it comes to the quarterback at the NFL position. He has it. He passes the eye test every time I see him. The pick wasn't great. That's fine. You can get away with that in the preseason. If you start doing that in the regular season, yeah, I'll be a little more concerned because you know what? One of his key attributes last year was protecting the football outside of that Monday night disaster against the Ravens on Christmas Day, but Dallas is in San Francisco. It's weird to say. Dallas is in San Francisco, and he wants to weigh in on Brock Purdy's performance at 888-957-9570. What's going on, Dallas?
Nothing much. How you guys doing today?
Oh, doing great. It's a Monday morning, baby.
I'm excited for Niner football.
Oh, very excited.
What you got?
I'm mostly excited for Puny. You know, I really like that pickup in the draft. But as far as like Brock's preseason, I feel like he definitely had a subpar preseason. But I think I say that with a grain of salt because I don't think a lot of the blame should be on him, especially like I said, we're missing our weapons and a lot of the drama of the contract situations with Trent and Brandon.
All right. Appreciate you, Dallas. That's Dallas in San Francisco, 888-957-9570. How would you grade Brock Purdy's preseason as a whole? And how do you feel about him heading into week 1 against the Jets, where he's going up against a guy that Niners know very well, and Aaron Rodgers? Like that's going to be, everyone's going to be talking about Brock Purdy, Aaron Rodgers. It always goes back to the quarterback duel, even though they don't play each other when they're on the field. But I'm looking at this quarterback ranking. Mike Sando does it every single year, does a hell of a job for The Athletic, and they do these tier system. So you're either tier 1, and in this case, tier 1 this season is Mahomes, Burrow, Josh Allen. And Brock Purdy's in tier 2. And these are the lists of quarterbacks ahead of him. And I'm going to name them, and I want to discuss it afterwards. Number 4, Lamar Jackson.
Okay.
This is tier 2. Number 5, Matt Stafford. Number 5, it's a tie. So I guess however.
So a guy with 2 MVPs is in front of him, and a guy with a Super Bowl ring and a 10-year career.
And this is going to be the one I think triggers some Niner fans.
Give it to me.
Because Matt Stafford and Herbert are tied, and this is from
Herbert.
League execs.
Wow.
Vote on this, Joe Shasky.
Okay.
Yes. So Stafford and Herbert are tied for 5th. Then you got Aaron Rodgers, obviously multi-time MVP.
He's one of the greatest players ever.
CJ Stroud, number 8. I can see the projection.
You know how many touchdowns CJ threw last year?
How many?
23.
How many did he run for?
I'm just saying, he threw for 23. It's just a stat. It's a fact.
He missed some games. Dak Prescott, number 9. Interesting.
Dak's had some really good regular seasons.
He has. He was also second team All-Pro last year, and I think if I was Brock Purdy, I'd be a little upset about that. But that's Brock Purdy. He probably doesn't even care because he's just wired like that. Jared Goff, number 10. Jalen Hurts, number 11. Brock Purdy, number 12 overall. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think that Herbert's too high. I think that Jared Goff is too high. And I think that Purdy's a little too low. Like, to me, Purdy, depending on what day it is, he's anywhere from like 3 through like 8, 9.
Wow.
That's what he is.
3.
I do. On a given day. Just like on a given day, Josh Allen could be number 1 overall. Just like on a given day, Lamar Jackson could be number 1 overall. Mm-hmm. Just like on a given day, I could see Matt Stafford being number 1 overall.
On a given day, if it's anyone other than Patrick Mahomes at number 1 overall, people are smoking crack. He has earned that. Like, I don't care.
But he's in his own category. I agree with you. You know, you're right. You're right. You know what? Let me walk it back. 2. All those guys I said, just 2. Because Mahomes is in a class all himself. That's okay. Because like Joe Burrow as an excellent player, I love him. He's never healthy.
But if you're doing this exercise, and I do think it's interesting.
Health matters to me.
888-957-9570, like, you're still, are you taking Lamar Jackson over him?
No, for what the Niners do, I'm taking Brock Purdy.
I think that's a hot take.
In a vacuum, if I was starting a franchise from scratch, I would take Lamar. Because I know we can build everything around him. Given what the Niners are doing and the way that they're playing, like the way they want to play football is the way Brock Purdy plays football.
Are we ever going to escape that though with Brock? Like, can Brock ever escape the system? Is that ever like, how long do we just have to keep saying, well, within this system, I'm taking Brock Purdy? Like, sooner or later, the quarterback himself has to be able to break through that.
Would Tom Brady have been Tom Brady in Detroit?
I don't know. Like that's
no, he wouldn't have been.
Well, again, that's a hypothetical that I can never answer because he was always a New England Patriot.
But that's why we do these, and I get why we do them. But we do these exercises.
But I saw Tom Brady do multiple systems.
So here's an example.
That's the thing, though. Like
we're now here.
Bill O'Brien, Josh McDaniels, whoever, Charlie Weiss, right? Like,
so we were going to do something later on in the week. the quintessential Yankee. We were talking about Aaron Judge.
God,
when I think of like
phenomenal.
the quintessential New York Yankee in my mind, okay? When I think about it, I close my eyes. Big bopper who's larger than life and hits massive home runs and has an unbelievable ear-to-ear smile. Almost feels like a cartoon how big and strong he is.
Yeah.
He is the quintessential Yankee. Now I want you to close your eyes and I want you to go quintessential quarterback of the Kyle Shanahan offense. Okay? I wouldn't go height or weight or speed. I would go super smart, deadly accurate, as sharp and as quick when it comes to the release of the football as anyone out there, hits the intermediate throw and will go for the jugular when needed downfield, and is willing to put himself second, third, fourth on the checklist because this is a run-first system. The quintessential quarterback in the Kyle Shanahan offense is Brock Purdy. He is built to play this brand of football. Why are we looking for anything else? He's better at doing this than even Matt Ryan was.
Ooh.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
Matt Ryan won the MVP though, Joe Shasky.
Yeah,
Brock
but
didn't
Matt
do
Ryan
that.
can't do the stretch stuff with the legs and make the secondary plays.
Matt Ryan had a 28-3 lead. I mean, he was kind of like, Matt Ryan's a borderline Hall of Famer. Like, can Brock get there first? Like,
Brock has now had 2 great seasons with Kyle.
Yes.
Matt had 1.
Okay, but Matt also had a multitude of different offensive coordinators throughout his tenure.
They both lost in the Super Bowl.
They both lost in the Super Bowl. Like, I really, really like Brock Purdy with Kyle Shanahan, but sooner or later, like, you have to be good enough to break through that system quarterback top. And I don't know, and it's unfair because he's only known Kyle Shanahan is what I'm trying to get at.
What system does like for example, like Lamar Jackson, like if I ask
he is the system. He's the system.
No, because they adjust what they do, right? Like the way that they were running offense with Flacco. That's
exactly right. They adjust to him. You have to adjust to Shanahan's scheme.
If Mike McCarthy had Lamar Jackson,
that's the other way around. Like, no. They adjust to his skill sets. Like,
I think it goes
Shanahan.
both ways. I think it goes both.
Shanahan, it's my way or the highway with him. And yes, he's adjusted a little bit, but I think it's always going to be his say. Like, do I ever envision a Brock Purdy and Shanahan relationship like I saw in Tampa with Tom Brady and Bruce Arians when they have that level of dialogue? I'm not sure.
Well, 10 years from now, he might change personalities and he might have earned more trust. Like, they both might be in different spots. Like, I don't think Andy Reid would be as flexible today as he's as flexible today that he wasn't 15 years ago. I think he was more rigid, right? Depending on who he was. And I look at like Bill Walsh and the way he coached, it evolved over time. Guys change. Look, I guess no one is saying that Purdy's the greatest quarterback ever. But what I'm saying is he is the quintessential Kyle Shanahan offense quarterback. Close your eyes, deadly accurate, could hit the intermediate layered throws, will go for the jugular, will check down, will check into a run, okay? Work perfectly off the play action, brilliant in the pocket, just makes things happen, extremely efficient in the red zone, doesn't turn the ball over. Those are all the things, check. Quintessential Kyle Shanahan quarterback.
The only thing I will give you on this too, because we were comparing like the best quarterbacks, and I'd still probably take Matt Ryan, but that's just a totality of his career overall than Brock Purdy, and that's not what you're talking about. You're just talking about the quintessential X's and O's. And the running ability, I think, is a huge part of this too, because Matt Ryan was not mobile. CJ Beathard was not mobile. Nick Mullins is not mobile. You can go, Johnny Manziel has a little mobility.
Little wiggle.
Brian Hoyer, and then obviously Trey Lance had some, but like the mobility just wasn't what you needed within that offense. Like Purdy has that. He has that escapability factor that we saw against the Raiders last Friday night. Sooner or later, I don't know how you can break through that narrative. I keep talking about it because I do think it's a little unfair to Brock because he's only known this system. Can he break through from being just a system quarterback under Kyle Shanahan? A Super Bowl probably would have done that. Right? Like you win a Super Bowl, like what do you say?
There'd still be haters.
You're a system Super Bowl winner. Is that what you're going to say? Like, so that probably is the only thing that can shut people up, which is stupid. I get it. He was an MVP candidate last year. I just think the way Kyle Shanahan still operates, and it's been elite at a very elite level, he is partially why Brock Purdy does not get the respect that he deserves. Probably.
Do we think that Kyle Shanahan knows football?
Yes.
All right. What about Tom Brady?
Yes.
All right. And Troy Aikman?
Yes. Decent career.
All right. The guys that know football, that played it at the highest of high levels, think he's really good. Brock Purdy. So I agree with them. I think that he's really, 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 really good. I don't think he's the best player in the league at the position.
So number 12 is fine then. That means you're really good.
I think it's a little low. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. I think it's a little low. I think they've put others a little high. I think he's better than Jared Goff, for example. I'm just using that one example. I think he's higher than that on the list, and I think in part because people think so highly of Kyle Shanahan that they devalue Brock Purdy. It's the same thing I saw with Joe Montana.
Again, we're talking about the Mike Sando article at The Athletic. If you don't know what we're talking about, quarterback tier system right now, there's multiple tiers, and tier 1 is just 3 quarterbacks, Burrow, Mahomes, not in that order, but Mahomes, Burrow, and Josh Allen. And then tier 2, you got 14 quarterbacks, I should say, because Jordan Love and Kirk Cousins are also on that list. But here's what was said within this little blurb about Brock Purdy. This is what a head coach said. When they have to move the ball via drop back pass, there has been a difference between him and Jimmy. Purdy has done it, and he's done it in moments where he had to pull the ball down against Detroit and go get a first down with his legs. He has an innate feel. He has proven even when it's not going well, he's a quarter away from clicking in, and you'd better have a lead when he does. Here's what another defensive coordinator this time said. The system really helps, but he maximizes it. I'm just saying, okay. That's what a lot of people feel. Like the system. How does West Oakland Sam feel about the system quarterback that is Brock Purdy?
Ridiculous.
What's going on, Sam? You're almost Spadoni and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, fellas? I love my system quarterback. My system quarterback is amazing. And he plays well within our system perfectly. What's really interesting with like a lot of my friends is like they always talk about, the talent around Brock Purdy. I mean, like what quarterback didn't have the talent? But one thing that I noticed in Brock's mechanics, like tell me if you guys noticed this, his gunslinger mentality is really interesting. He does these little passes where it almost looks like he's not following through and like he'll drop his head.
Yes.
And like not like follow through. It's really interesting. I've never really seen it where it's like he knows where it's going, but it's almost like a no look. And it's like amazing. Like it's really like tricky because it might go like a different way, but he never misses when he does that. Well, Have you guys noticed that?
One sec, I'll let you finish. It's like he's off the back foot, and as he's throwing, he's almost protecting his body so he doesn't take this like crazy shoulder head blow. I know exactly what you're talking
Thanks,
about.
Sam. We were up against it. No, I know what he's talking about too. Like
it's got like a baseball feel, like when you're in the hole.
The Staffords do it. Mahomes does it.
It's
Allen
like a Chapman on the run throw.
Correct. Like
it's hard to describe.
Again, Brock, growing up, his dad was a minor league baseball player. Like he knows, like I'm sure he's taught at a very young age how to throw the ball, all that sort of stuff. And that sort of muscle memory, and here guys like Tom Brady, who's obviously drafted by the Montreal Expos, like you have that feel as a quarterback and being a multi-sport athlete, it pays off. Mahomes, again, another guy, Russell Wilson, another guy, like you have that quality. It just shows up and you can fit your arm and arm angles into positions that normal guys that you see just don't do that, weren't dual sport athletes. All right, we're up against it. We're gonna take a quick break. I'm enjoying this conversation. Brock Purdy ranked the 12th best quarterback by Mike Sando. 12th best. Now, Sando is a compilation of coordinators, head coaches, execs. You buying that, 49ers fans? Brock Purdy, the 12th best quarterback, 888-957-9570. Let's get into that. And that's what's coming up on The Game, brought to you by Safeway.
For these member deals, creamy Yoplait yogurt 4 to 6 ounces or protein yogurt 5.6 ounces, $39.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
I love Oreo Cookie. I'm not going to tell him to beat it, all right? Don't save that. Spadoni and for Bonte Hill alongside Joe Shasky. Carter doing a hell of a job back there just staring at me with his Golden State Warriors hat on. We don't talk much Warriors there. It's all right because it's not basketball time. You know why? I'm not talking about Lauri Markkanen. I'm not talking about, and I love the Olympics. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about football. I'm talking about a sport that everyone loves, that we can all come together and enjoy. 2 weeks from today, Niners, Jets. We had college football over the weekend, Joe Shasky. We're excited, and nothing gets people fired up more than quarterback talk. And Mike Sando's list, his tier list, every year comes out. Tier 1 this year, Mahomes, Burrow, Allen. Yeah, it's fine. Although Josh Allen, I'm just not a Josh Allen guy. You know that. I'm just not.
I love him.
My
He's a
take
great
last
player.
year is I'd rather have Brock Purdy as the 49ers quarterback than Josh Allen, and people thought it was a hot take. It's like, no, I don't. I think Josh Allen would infuriate Kyle Shanahan at times. But I'll leave that there. If you want to push back, that's fine. Tier 2, though, is what we're talking about. As I pull up my cellular device, because I don't like logging into The Athletic via desktop, this is what we got as far as the tiers go. Tier 2, Lamar, Stafford, Herbert, Rodgers, Stroud, Prescott, Goff, Hurts, and Brock Purdy. You got a problem with that, 49ers fans? Brock Purdy's not a top 10 quarterback according to the list, I should say. Hurts over him? Okay. He had a bad year last year for his standards. He was hurt.
Yeah.
No pun intended there. But you know what? I'm okay with that. Goff, I kind of have a problem with that one. I do. Dak Prescott, he was second team All-Pro last year, but again, I thought Purdy should have been second team All-Pro. CJ Stroud, that's a guy, as a rookie, you could have legitimate MVP conversations about at times last year. He was that good. He was efficient. He wasn't turning the ball over. I know you said the 23 touchdown passes. He got hurt, which I think derailed him a little bit. But again, I'm not mad at that one. Aaron Rodgers, he's Aaron Rodgers. Herbert's the one for me. What has this guy done? He's not fifth? At least Stafford's won a ring.
When Purdy last year was ranked as low as he was, I think a lot of people were like, do it again.
That's exactly what it was. Because
Right.
we hadn't seen a full season of him. And I think a lot of people were like, okay, that's fine.
And he was coming off an elbow surgery, which all right, I was skeptical.
Yes.
Like, I'll be 100% candid. I didn't see this coming from Purdy. But at some point, you got to tap in or tap out, if you will, and just give in to the fact that he's really good. And I think that Purdy's really good. I think that the evidence is pretty deep. That doesn't mean he can't fall off a cliff. Russell Wilson had like 8 great years and then fell off a cliff. Right? That happens.
He's going to be the starter, I guess, week 1 in Pittsburgh. Yikes.
Cam Newton had an MVP season and had monster years and then fell off a cliff. So this does happen to guys in sports. I'm just talking about right now. And right now, Purdy's really, really, really good. I don't think he's one of the top 3 or 4 players week in, week out. But I definitely don't think he's 12 week in, week out. It's about right. I mean, he's probably closer to 8, 7, 6, somewhere in that range. Goff is the one for me that really bugs me because I just think that right now that I just watched Jared Goff fold in the second half of that game, even though, a couple receivers need to make some plays. And I watched Brock Purdy elevate his game in that third quarter. And I saw him do it in the Super Bowl. He played a better Super Bowl game than Goff has. Period.
No, I would agree with that. And again, Brock Purdy wasn't the reason they lost the Super Bowl, but he wasn't going to be the reason, in my opinion, that they won it. I think it was an okay performance from Brock Purdy, and you needed to be great to beat Patrick Mahomes, and it just wasn't good enough. But you know what? I'm not going to sit here and nitpick losing to Patrick Mahomes because he's just that's like losing to Tom Brady. Like it happens. Like it sucks. Kurt Warner's a Hall of Famer. He lost to Tom Brady too. Like
it's true.
So Will and Marin wants to weigh in on this Brock Purdy top 10 quarterback conversation talk. Will, what's going on, man? You're almost Spadoni and Chasky.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, real quick, I just want to say that I hate the word system because in the NFL, everybody has a different scheme and a different system, and literally at the draft, that's what scouts do. They're scouting players that are going to fit their system and their scheme. So I just hate how that's just so
totally
used,
agree.
just so loose. It's stupid. It's like, think about it. Like, are you if you had a West Coast power running team, like, are you really going to get a pocket passer? Probably not. You're going to get a guy that can do bootlegs and stuff like that. All of Brock Purdy, he can do everything. So I think personally, so here's the thing. People are probably going to rip me for this, but I don't care. I'm a Ravens fan, massive Ravens fan. Brock Purdy is better than Lamar Jackson. If you want to talk about a system quarterback, I have one. Literally, the Ravens changed their entire scheme when they got Jackson because they knew that he wasn't a pass thrower first. Brock Purdy stepped into this system and took it by the reins and just dominated. They didn't switch anything up for him. He had to learn it, and he had to come through, and he had to do it. Dude, I wish there are points in time where I'm watching Ravens games and I'll flip to an SF game during a commercial, and I'll wish that I had Brock Purdy. I'll see some of the throws that he makes. I go, damn, dude, I wish Purdy would have been in that play. He would have thrown a dime. I don't see what people don't see. Even the callers that said he was a system quarterback.
Well, real quick, I don't mean to cut you off. No, you're on fire. I don't mean to cut you off, but what did you feel? Did you feel that way on Christmas Day, on Christmas night, when those quarterbacks are playing against each other?
I mean, that's different because you were at that point in that game, and I'm not trying to play devil's advocate there. The defenses really took it over, and then what happened was the Ravens were just better at capitalizing at the mistakes. The Ravens made mistakes too. The Ravens just capitalized on their mistakes better. That's all that was. That was a heavyweight fight, and pretty much someone got caught with their guard down. I don't expect it to go that every way. If they play 10 times. They probably go 5-5. That's my honest opinion. Mahomes, he's the outlier. That's Brady.
Yeah.
Brady beats everybody whenever he went to the Bucs and was just like, yo, you guys ready to do this? And he did it. So it's just you can't really compare to Brady either. I mean, he's the best football player that probably ever played football. And if you want to talk about a system, Bill Belichick, he fit right into that system, and he dominated.
Exactly.
And of course, he flourished through it. Yes, he got better as he went on, and he matured as a player, and he did it by himself and proved it. But hey, to say that Bill Belichick did not have anything to do with the best player in football is an absolute disrespectful take. And here's the thing: to say that Brock Purdy isn't a top 5 talent is disrespectful as heck.
Ooh,
and that's all I'm going to say, guys. Thank you.
And this thing that he has
top 5 straw. I don't think it's disrespectful to say Brock Purdy's not a top 5 quarterback. Talent.
He's an upper echelon player.
That's a subjective thing, though, too. Talent-wise, what do you like? What do you want? Do you want the big arm? Do you want the Lamar Jackson stuff? Do you want the Patrick Mahomes behind the back? What do you want there? But his talents aren't something that are, it's not sexy. It's the cerebralness of him. I get it.
It's got a lot of Montana vibes.
Yes.
And no one's saying he is Montana.
No.
But here's the other thing. I find it so funny. It's he's got to have all these elite players around him. You show me the greatest quarterbacks who ever played, and I'll show you a litany of all-world players who played with them. Rob Gronkowski with Tom Brady. Is he the greatest? Before Kelsey, was he the greatest tight end?
I still think he's the greatest overall tight end because Kelsey's just not. Gronk would smother people in the run game.
And
smother them.
Totally
you would not cover him in the end zone. Gronk is still the greatest tight end in the history of my opinion.
All right. Okay, Joe Montana. And people will say, well, that first Super Bowl, they had Freddie Solomon. Now, Freddie Solomon's not a name that people are going to remember nowadays. He played on some of the worst Niner teams of the 70s and was an absolute standout. He was the only guy from the old Joe Thomas era that actually carried over and was still good. All right? Dwight Clark, I know his career, we look back at the numbers and they don't look right. Given the time of how few we threw back then, his numbers were unbelievable. All right. And obviously we know what he did with Jerry Rice and Roger Craig and all that. And he gets credit for being a part of that. In the same way, Brady gets credit for the emergence of an Edelman or a Wes Welker. We also found out those guys were pretty badass players. Yeah. Great players.
Wes Welker, I was looking at stats last week. He's borderline Hall of Famer.
He's ridiculous.
He's so good.
Okay. Let's Kurt Warner. I don't know. The greatest show on turf. Marshall Faulk's one of the greatest weapons that ever played. All right. And Isaac Bruce, before anyone even quarterbacked that team, Isaac Bruce was awesome coming out of Memphis State on horrific Rams teams. Torrey Holt, who you referenced, amazing, right? Okay. And then I look at it's like Mahomes. Mahomes is amazing. But that first Super Bowl, Kelsey, we now know is one of the greatest tight ends ever. Tyreek Hill, voted the #1 player in the league after leaving,
which is a farce.
Patrick Mahomes. Yes. Okay? That doesn't mean that Mahomes isn't awesome. He's awesome. Terry Bradshaw, he had 2 Hall of Fame wide receivers and a Hall of Fame running back.
I do think.
I'm not saying that they're not good. I'm just saying, we act like you don't want weapons. Troy Aikman had, the triplets. All right, Alvin Harper, he was really good. People forget Alvin Harper. They had Michael Irvin, Jay Novacek, Moose Johnson, and Emmitt Smith with the greatest offensive line this side of the Hogs.
I do think we elevate guys, though, even more when they have that lack of weaponry around them. And I get it. Last year, and I don't want to compare him to this guy, but that's why what Mahomes was able to do last year with Travis Kelce, who did not have his greatest season as his number one target.
No doubt.
And you had, Rashee Rice, a rookie who's ended up being pretty good.
Yeah.
But he was a rookie. Like, no one knew who he was.
He crushed the Niners, too. But their defense is really good.
Isaiah Pacheco, a 7th-round pick out of Rutgers.
He's better than a 7th-rounder.
I know, but
he's really good, too.
He is. But that was who they were throwing. And Marcus Valdez-Scantling.
Yeah,
like,
but
MVS.
Mahomes might also be the best player ever.
Right?
Like, we don't know.
But that's why we're elevating that performance last year, because he was down so much. So there is going to be a point when he gets paid, Joe Shasky, Brock Purdy, that we'll have this conversation again, I'm sure. Be like, okay, now, Brock, you're not going to have some of these guys. Now you have Ricky Pearsall potentially as being kind of your number one guy. Let's see how you can build him up, right? Because that's what the greats are able to do. They build up some of these no-names, like Dallas Clark and Peyton Manning, right? You think of
Reggie Wayne was a first rounder.
He was, but I'm saying
Edgerrin James was a first rounder.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying the guys that no one had heard of prior to.
No doubt. The Joseph Adai's.
Correct.
Correct. Even though he was good at LSU. I get your point.
Name all the running backs that Tom Brady had that benefited from Tom Brady.
Well, he did have Corey Dillon early on, who was sweet.
Early on,
he
I
was
love
sweet.
Hey, have Low Neal talked about Corey Dillon.
I love Corey Dillon.
He had the potential to be the greatest running back of all time.
I thought he was.
At the time.
Yes.
Oh, God, with the Bengals, too. So sick. But you look at those teams, right? Ben Jarvis, Green Ellis, Jonas. I just love that name.
Yeah, but they
Jonas
weren't the
Gray,
number ones.
Jonas Gray. James White.
I know.
James White was the number one there. We don't look at James White as a number one running back.
No,
but that was because the quarterback elevated that stuff. So I do think that's what people are waiting for. But again, to your point, the guy's had one full season as an NFL starting quarterback, and he had a half of another one.
And we're destroying the weapons around him.
And this is what we're doing.
It's because of Debo.
It's just what we're at in society where we have to do these things. But it's a fun conversation because I look at guys like Justin Herbert being there at number 5 who hasn't accomplished a damn thing.
And he had Keenan Allen, Austin Eckler,
Mike Williams.
They had time. I like Herbert. I think we're a little harsh on him not winning because I didn't think Staley was a great head coach, and Anthony Lynn before him wasn't a great head coach.
But I do think he gets elevated so much, and he's always in our face about this guy, and that guy.
Yeah.
It's like, you can't even beat Mahomes, bro.
No, I know, but this is I think the exercise we're doing is an interesting one because everybody keeps saying that Brock Purdy can't win without all pros around him. Yeah, no one can. Even Dan Marino was throwing to the Mark Clayton and Mark Duper. Oh, well, what about Joe Theismann? Was throwing to Gary Clark and Art Monk. Yeah. I don't know if you guys know. Go look into the record books. Some of the greatest wide receivers of all time throughout the 80s. So I can do this exercise over and over. Phil Simms was throwing to Mark Bavaro, who was a badass.
Mm-hmm.
All right? And they had Otis Anderson at running back, who's one of the greatest running backs of the 80s that we don't talk about.
I mean, Nick Foles, right? Who was it? Alshon Jeffrey? Guy was sick. I don't think we're going to look back and say, Alshon. No, Alshon Jeffrey, in the clutch, in those runs, hell, if he just catches the ball against the Saints the year after, I think the Eagles might go back to back.
Yes.
That's how good that run was for them. And I know we make fun of him. Who's my guy? Nelson Aguilar. He was insane in that Super Bowl. You laugh.
I know.
He was good in the Super Bowl for the Eagles. He was actually a pretty good Raider, too.
This isn't even on purpose. So this is the funny thing. People are like, well, I want to see him do it. They basically want to see him do it with a bunch of undrafted players.
Yes.
And without Shanahan and be down 30-0 at halftime and throw from behind every week.
That's when I believed in Brock Purdy.
It's absurd. I find the exercise to be crazy.
888-957-9570. The latest quarterback rankings, tiers, I should say, per Mike Sando. They have Brock Purdy outside of the top 10. Got names like Herbert in there. CJ Stroud, is that too soon for him? Dak Prescott and Jared Goff rounding out the top 10 there. Do you agree? Do you disagree? 888-957-9570. Just want to mention that football season is upon us, ladies and gentlemen, which means it's time for another Red and Gold Summit. Join us Wednesday, September 4th at Fremont Bank in Fremont. The address is 39150 Fremont Boulevard. Willard and Dibbs will start things off from 2 to 4. The rest of the hosts will join from 4 to 6 to talk about the biggest storylines surrounding the 49ers at the start of the season. I think this Brock Purdy storyline will be the biggest. You can come and watch as well. Space is limited. First come, first serve.
One thing that I want to get to here is you're saying, well, when Purdy gets, this is an argument I hear a lot of, when Purdy gets paid, then we'll see what he's really like. No, then we'll get an opportunity to see if this organization can find talent, in later rounds that make significantly less, like they've done it before, to build it up to where it is now. Can they continue to find talent? After 20 years, we looked at the Belichick thing and we're like, he just can't draft offense. It wasn't because Brady sucked. Looking back on it now, isn't it like, well, I mean, just Belichick stopped developing people.
I mean, it helped that they hit on Gronk. That lasted a long time.
And
it's a fact. I know what happened. Yeah.
He goes to Tampa Bay, right? And they have Mike Evans, who's a Hall of Famer. And it's like, wow, Brady still got it, you know?
And Antonio Brown was unbelievable. You look back on that Bucs team. No, seriously. Look back on that Tampa Bay Bucs offense.
Antonio
might
Brown
be one of the greatest Super Bowl offenses ever when it's all said and done.
I think, did Gronk score a touchdown on the first drive?
Mike Evans, Antonio Brown, all Hall of Famers.
And Godwin.
Chris Godwin.
Who's pretty good.
Who's pretty damn good when healthy.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, you got Leonard Fournette, who you got Rojo there too. You got a lot of people. I don't think was Rashad right there that season? Maybe he wasn't. But yeah, come on. It was unbelievable.
And
their offensive line was stacked. Tristan Wirfs.
No doubt. But I'm going back. So, okay, let's say Purdy gets paid, $60 million and they got to cut, just hypothetically, they got to cut everybody. And the Niners keep drafting a bunch of A.J. Jenkins. That's on Purdy?
Yikes.
Or that's on the organization? Oh, he's got to make it work with A.J. Jenkins. Nobody's going to make it work with an A.J. Jenkins.
That's when it starts to get, do you keep the quarterback or do you keep the head coach in that situation? That's when
No doubt. That's a different conversation from is he any good?
Correct. That's what Philadelphia is talking about right now. Sirianni and Hurts, stuff like that. That's what was that? The conversation with Joe Flacco and John Harbaugh, right? Like you pay this guy and now you're not hitting all the talent's not there. Oh, but all of a sudden you hit on Lamar Jackson. Let's see what the kid's got. You start winning the game. So it does start this again. This is a huge season for Brock Purdy.
You think Dak Prescott wants to play without CeeDee Lamb?
No.
Right? But
who the hell is their number two? They don't even have Michael Gallup retired.
I have no idea.
He was a Raider for a second, then left.
Ferguson, the tight end. I mean, I drafted Zeke Elliott in fantasy just because I go, you know what? Who knows? I got him like 11th, 12th round.
Dude, he's like 50 years old.
You know what, though? Maybe he can score me a touchdown.
Oh, my God.
But again, my point being is like, if let's say Jerry doesn't sign CeeDee Lamb, is that an indictment on Dak? What, like come week 2 when they can't move the ball? Oh, he just can't get it done with a bunch of numbers. He's missing his old world's wide receiver.
If I'm Dak, I do not sign this year. I don't sign with the Cowboys. I wait out this year because if you're looking at the draft next year, who's it? Cam Ward, if he does anything, Shador Sanders. Like he's going to get paid. Someone on a team like the Raiders is going to be desperate and will overpay just for according to this tier, a top 10 kind of quarterback. Those just don't fall off of trees. So if I'm Dak, I'm betting on myself this year and I'm cashing out in a major way next year. And if it's the Cowboys, sure. And I do get there's a lot of more cachet being the Cowboys quarterback.
Of course.
All the commercials. What is he? Oikos.
Same thing with the Niners.
Campbell's. Yeah, exactly. There's
to a lesser degree than the Cowboys star, but still very, very popular.
Correct. So there is a part of that as well. But yeah, if I'm Dak and I'm looking at this season, it's like, you guys aren't going to help me help me all. Like, I'm leaving. Like, because you guys didn't put me in a position to succeed this year. So why am I going to help you guys out?
I just think that
Mike McCarthy, by the way, dead man walking after this year. He's done. He's done, right?
Well, we'll see.
There's NFL storylines we want to get to at some point this week, too. And that's definitely one of them.
Well, the thing that I keep coming back to regarding the Niners and Purdy is that I do see a lot of rhetoric online and just in different areas that is not reflective of real life. You know what? Most Niner fans that go to games that I interact with, they're like, man, Purdy's pretty good. He's pretty good. Is he the greatest quarterback I've ever seen? No. But he's pretty freaking good.
Social media.
And he fits what the Niners do really, really, really well. Yeah. And it's really difficult to find quarterbacks. Yeah. Don't know if you know this, but the same guy who found Purdy also traded 3 picks for a guy who looks like he can't play in the NFL. So it's difficult, right? Yeah. So, I just think most Niner fans are pretty reasonable about this. And I think that this he sucks or he's the greatest player ever dialogue is not accurate to real football conversations that are had in the real world.
George Kittle joined you guys last week. It was a fantastic interview. You guys had Baldy in the studio for 4 hours. Love Brian Baldinger. That was courtesy of the River Islands guest line. George Kittle, here's what he had to say when he joined you guys last week on what we don't see from Brock Purdy that makes him so special.
What you guys don't get to see is one thing I've always talked about that, I think is what elevates, just something that elevates quarterbacks from different quarterbacks is when you step into the huddle and, your voice and your presence gets the attention of all 10 other guys in the huddle. Because, I've been in a lot of huddles my entire career, and, while I love all the quarterbacks that I've played with, some of them are just, they've got it, whatever that is. And he steps into the huddle, and all 10 eyes are on him. Everybody's looking at him. And just his confidence that he speaks these plays with, how his understanding of the offense, he gets it all, just in those 5 to 10 seconds that you're in this huddle. And just like, I don't know if it's inspiring, but I think it's more of his confidence makes everybody else in the huddle more confident in themselves. And when you're in a huddle with Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel and you're making them more confident than they already are, holy cow, that's like that is something that is very, very good for the 49ers.
And something you touched there at the end where the confidence level. And Brock talked about it in the inverse last year. He said that seeing and having Deebo in that huddle gives him confidence. So that it feeds off of each other here. And when it feeds off of your quarterback, that's huge.
Players know.
Players know. Not just players, all pros.
Yeah.
That's what he just mentioned. He just mentioned Trent Williams, all pro, Hall of Famer. Deebo Samuel, all pro player. George Kittle, talking about him, all pro, Hall of Fame player. Like, that matters. And now I want to back up a little bit because I feel like they had the faith in Jimmy Garoppolo. I feel like I've heard that in the past. George's like, oh, we love when Jimmy's there. We feel great when Jimmy's our quarterback. But to that level, I don't think we've heard that from Kittle.
Maybe I'm misremembering. I don't remember all the locker room love, like the pictures. I see a lot of pictures and a lot of videos, and maybe it's the access has just gotten even better the last couple of years. But I feel like the CMC, Deebo, Kittle, Trent, that crew, the way that
Bosa,
they hover, Bosa, the way they hover around Purdy, he really feels like one of the guys. Not that Jimmy did. Jimmy did. I just don't remember them all hanging out as much as they did. That doesn't mean anything, but when you're really good and you're doing that tells me that everybody's on the same page.
Well, also, Jimmy reportedly, and this is Mike Silver, San Francisco Chronicle, covers the team. He ghosts the team in the summer. He ghosts Shanahan. Like, he goes off the grid, which I get. Like, some people need that. Like, I understand it, but there has to be a level of camaraderie. Like, I remember... we keep talking about these players because you know what? We think that highly of this team and what the potential is like. But Tom Brady, man, the Tom versus Time, I think it was like on Facebook Watch or whatever. Like
where he kissed his kid very long and everyone made a big deal about it.
I'm not going to get into that. But
it was a little weird.
It's very weird. I'm all about affection. I'm a very affectionate guy, but certain ages, dude, the cheek kissing, stuff like that. But we're not going to talk about that. I'm talking about when he was in Montana, right? He was out with the TB12 method guy. Who's my guy? His Guerrero or whatever. His guru. His nutritionist guy
who was banned from the Patriots facility.
Yes, and then he had his place in Montana. He had Danny Amendola up there. He had Julian Edelman up there. He had all these guys up there hanging out. Like, that's what I get, I feel like, from Brock Purdy. I feel like he goes out there, goes to a farm wherever he lives, or Arizona. Like, I can see him getting with the boys and like running some routes and stuff. I never got that with Jimmy. I never did. I want to hit some of these calls, Joe Shasky, because they're waiting at 888-957-9570. Let's go to our guy, Oreo Cookie, out in Oakland. I can go for one of those right now on a Monday morning. What's going on, Oreo? You're almost Bedoni and Shasky.
Hey, what's up, guys? Happy Monday. Let's get it. The differences that I see with Purdy is from the shoulders up, man. He's very cerebral. He's smart. He has to analyze everything within seconds. And I think that's what separates him from the other guys. Let's not compare him to the greatest ones, Montana and Brady. But what they do have in common is that they have the wits about it and able to do it within seconds and make the right decisions.
That's Oreo Cookie. You know what? He stayed strong. That call stayed up, and I appreciate Oreo Cookie. Oreo Cookie's a real one. When you have your own rejoin, and by the way, Oreo Cookie has a rejoin. If you want to hit us up with your own rejoin for the morning roast and also the pregame show, you can slide into our DMs on Instagram or 95.7 The Game. Why not? Just record it on your phone. We screenshot it. We upload it, and there you go. Be a part of our show, Joe Shasky. All right.
Yeah. Hit us up. Let's do it.
I was just no. It's just I love how you guys' show is just so involved, and obviously I'm a part of it. I'm behind the scenes and stuff like that. But like, you don't hear rejoins like that anywhere else.
No.
Like, I listen to like you. We consume so much damn sports talk radio in the Bay Area, nationally and stuff like that. I don't hear any other rejoins other than like guests. But we have callers here. That's the roasters, man. You guys are different than everyone else, than the Steiny and Gurus, than the Willard and Dibbers, than the pre-gamers. There is something special about the roasters, and I'm going to go to another one that's special here. Let's go out to Nick out in Berkeley. What's going on, Nick? You're almost Bedoni and Shasky.
Hey, what's up? Good morning, guys. Hey, man, so check it out. It dawned on me. I'm like, man, we are teetering on the verge of losing 4 Super Bowls in a row if we don't win, man. And, it just dawned on me, and I don't want to be on the other side of history. I mean, the Bills losing 4 in a row, that was an awesome team. It's like a weird status of a thing. But, man, we can't have 4 losses in the bowl in a row because that would make it, we should have like 8 by now almost, man. That'd be crazy, right? And I'm just like, man, the thing about Purdy and Jimmy G, it's the progression lead. And that's how he breaks down each play. And, he doesn't really get twinkle toes like Garoppolo, man. He kind of gets twinkle toes. But, John mentioned, Jimmy G, man, he would, at the very least, he'd keep us on the edge of our seat. You know what I'm saying? And, if you have any coffee and donuts, I'm using coffee and donuts at 4:30 in the morning, man.
Nick, you're breaking up there. I can barely hear what you're saying.
I heard coffee and donuts.
Yeah, I heard Spadona and coffee donuts. I don't know, whatever you want, bro. That sounds great right now. I can go for I'm a big jelly donut guy. It's a rarity.
Jelly?
I like a jelly donut with a nice glass of whole milk, baby. That's what I like.
I went and worked out yesterday. I came back. Michelle had an entire thing of bagels sitting there waiting. I was like, God, I love bagels.
Some cream cheese.
I love whipped cream cheese.
Yeah, you think that's like good. It's like, oh, it's cheese. It's fine. No, it's like even worse. Like whipped cream cheese is just all fat.
Is it?
It's just all fat. You just look at it as saturated, all the trans fats, all of that.
Put a little avocado on there. I'm game.
There you go. Get it. Yeah. Oh, God. I'm sorry.
I know.
I don't eat before 12 o'clock. I already told you this, dude. I'm intermittent fasting. Big into that. Not SOTAweightloss.com. Intermittent fasting. I do the 12 to 8 window. That's what I'm allowed to eat. That's what we do. All right. Beach season's winding down, but you know what? I was at the beach yesterday. It was beautiful. Alameda. It was nice. I was enjoying myself. I'm going to be out in Pinehurst this week.
Oh, I'm so jealous.
North Carolina. No, you're not going to be jealous when I tell you it's 94 degrees all weekend long with humidity.
On vacation, that's fine.
Is it?
Yes.
When I'm out on the golf course, I think we're playing like 36 holes one day.
I have to go to a wedding up in past Roseville, and it's going to be probably 100 plus in a suit.
They don't have the humidity, though. It's all right. You got the dry heat up there, right? It's all right.
In a suit, bro.
In a suit? Is it breathable? Cotton?
In a suit.
All right. Fine. Andre from Texas.
Hey, Andre.
What's up, bud?
How you doing? No, not from Texas. I'm from, Bay Area, California. East Palo Alto, all day. I just live in Houston, Texas.
Okay. So you still you're like Devante. He lives in Vegas, but he claims he's Palo Alto still. All right, I'm not mad at you.
No. I'm deep Bay Area, baby. From the Roy. I'm always loyal to the soil. You feel me?
Let's go.
I'm deep rooted. You feel me? James Logan High School alumni. You feel me?
Oh, you a guru? Let's go.
Yeah, I got blood in. Yeah, I just in my veins all day. But no, like how my man was saying about Brock Purdy. I think Brock Purdy is all right. He's a game manager. He don't turn over the ball. But like I was telling him, Kyle Shanahan's the kind of coach like you have to run into plays how he calls it, how he wants it, who he wants you to throw the ball to. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't do that, he's gonna get you up out of there, right? So now with Brock Purdy, with somebody else calling the plays, it might open up more opportunities for Brock Purdy to kind of go out there and do his thing and see what he see and throw the ball to whoever he wants to instead of who Kyle Shanahan wants you to. Because if you don't run the offense like Shanahan wants you to, like how he's calling it, he'll get you up out of there. That's what happened with Jimmy. He was fucking up trying to do too much.
Oh, wait, you know what? It's once a week. Thanks, Andre. You got to call back another time because
it's getting loose.
You know what? Hey, the F-bombs, the S-bombs, they make us feel comfortable.
We just love to get loose.
That's just what it is. What it is. 888-957-9570.
I love how the board op in you was like,
I have to make the noise because sometimes hosts just let it go and just don't do anything. I was like, you guys are leaving we're doing a bunch of stuff back there. We're locked into the show, obviously, but you know what? I like to say it. Can't do that. Dump. I usually say it on air multiple times too. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And Joe Shasta, we've been talking a lot about Brock Purdy. We've been talking a lot about Trent Williams. We've been talking about Brandon Ayuk ad nauseum. Real quick, because we got a couple minutes here, and we'll get back. Listen, just a couple minutes. Just what I've witnessed over this weekend when it comes to just special talent in sports right now that we have not discussed enough of. Shohei Ohtani might be going 50-50.
Okay.
And Aaron Judge and Bonte Hill's in attendance, just his 50th home run. Like, the Giants had an opportunity. Maybe it was never.
They never had an opportunity. Who are you kidding? Keep going. Just keep going. I'm sorry.
No, they thought they had an opportunity. Let me rephrase to get one of those guys. And to your point earlier on, when they said they had Elliot Ramos, it's just, I love Elliot Ramos. He's an all-star. Those guys are they're Hall of Famers. They're 2 of the greatest players of all time. And the fact that they thought they could land one of them, it just dawned on me when I was watching the movie. I was like, that's incredible.
Well, Tony's going to win the MVP in the NL. That's like
and Judge too in the
yeah,
NL.
it's a lock. When he hit the 40th home run as a game winner, grand slam. And then did the one finger trot around the bases, the most disrespectful, just like I'm the man, cruise around. All I kept thinking was, hey, thank God that the federal government wrapped that up in the record 3 days. We have investigations that go on years for other people. But thank God that they prioritized the Ohtani betting scandal and cleared it up in 3 days to make sure that we all knew Ohtani had nothing to do with it. Thank God. Thank God.
I think it was Greg Amsinger said it for MLB Network, and I've said it. I agree with it. Might be sacrilege because of the guys that played here in the Bay Area, the Willie Mazes, R.I.P., Willie McCovey, R.I.P., Barry Bonds is still with us, but Shohei Ohtani, he is the greatest singular talent I have ever seen in my life. Pitching, hitting. You coach the game, Joe Shasky.
Oh, he's amazing.
Can you even quantify what this guy, he's not pitching this year. He's going to pitch next year.
You know what it is?
But it's unbelievable.
It's the kid in 7th, 8th grade and a little into his high school career who's your number 3 hitter, who's your starting pitcher, who can play shortstop. I mean, he can play anywhere on the diamond and be the best player every single turn.
It's unbelievable.
And what's crazy to me is that his actual his batter's eye could get better.
Yes,
he does strike out a lot.
He does,
right? He could get better at that. He's brilliant. He's one of the greatest talents we've ever seen. Physically, I think we underrate how big and strong and fast he is.
He's big.
He's massive.
Yes.
He's not big. He's freaking massive.
Yeah,
and he hits tanks. So the greatest baseball talents ever in my mind. Say what you want about these guys because a lot of these guys are going to be doped up. So I get it. Roger Clemens.
Yep.
Barry Bonds and A-Rod. Those are my guys. If I was going to say, if I was going to have a short list of the most talented players I've ever seen play baseball on the different, those are the guys.
I think that's fair. I'm trying to think of anyone else I could lump in there. Pujols was different and his peak was really, really amazing, but he fell off that second half.
Pujols didn't play defense like those guys.
He didn't though, yeah.
Bonds the arm wasn't great, but Bonds was a 8-9-time Gold Glover,
yes.
All right? And, Roger Clemens, Roger Clemens is one of the greatest pitchers of all time.
He is the greatest pitcher of all time.
I mean,
I'm just saying, he's not in the Hall of Fame.
That's
what I have that much respect for him.
I know we've forgotten. He's just amazing. He's amazing.
How many MVPs does he have?
What?
Or how many Cy Youngs? 7?
6 or 7, yes. And then I look at A-Rod. A-Rod was the best player defensively in the game during the Omar Vizquel, Derek Jeter, Nomar Garciaparra, Miguel Tejada era at shortstop. And was the best hitter in the game.
Should have stayed a shortstop. I don't know why.
Because the captain was there.
Please.
I know. And then he became a Gold Glove third baseman.
Yeah. It's just unbelievable. I just wanted to take a couple minutes to talk about that. We can get back into the Niners, but just what happened over the weekend in sports, and I know the Giants have been a dumpster fire, but doesn't mean we can't enjoy some baseball and talent right now. It's unbelievable. The young talent too. Jackson Merrill, you kidding me, with the Padres?
He's amazing.
He's going to win the NL Rookie of the Year over Paul Skeens, and I didn't think that was going to happen. I think he's going to win it over him.
Well, it sounds like they're going to shut down Paul Skeens at some point.
Oh, really? Smart. Yeah.
Well, I guess I didn't know there was a rule that if you win the Rookie of the Year, you automatically get a full year's service time. And so Pittsburgh might be trying to delay. These contract manipulation things are just ridiculous.
That's Oakland A's level. That's Farhan Zaidi level stuff right there.
You want the saddest stat in baseball?
Sure.
Ellie De La Cruz has more stolen bases than the entire organization for the Giants at multiple levels.
What did I do wrong?
Thanks, John. That's so bad. I had to let that breathe for a second. I even said this year heading into the season, Matt Chapman's capable of stealing more bases if you need him to. And I think he's stolen a couple, but he's one of the guys that actually kind of has speed.
He leads the Giants in steals, I think. I'm dead serious.
I said it before the season. He can steal some.
I think he leads the Giants. I'm going to look that up. I think he does lead them in steals.
Look at me.
I think he's got 12.
All right. Who's going to lead this 49ers team in touchdowns this year, Joe Shasky? Who's that going to be, huh? We're going receiving.
McCaffrey.
Is it going to be? Okay.
It's pretty slam dunk.
Are we kind of?
All right, here we go. Here we go. Tyler Fitzgerald leads the team right now with 16.
I was going to say, okay.
Chapman has 13.
Good for him. Hey, I
was close.
Hey, you were close. I called him out before the season. I was like, he's capable of stealing more, and now we're seeing it with the big bags and stuff like that. So I just want to talk a little baseball. That's fine. We can get back into the football season. Just a couple minutes there. 888-957-9570. Continue to take your calls and text. Brock Purdy being left out of the top 10 in the latest quarterback tier list via The Athletic. He's number 12 right now. You got names like Justin Herbert. You got names like Jared Goff, Dak Prescott over him. How does that make you feel, 49ers fans? Is Brock Purdy a top 10 quarterback, or is he just outside of it? 888-957-9570. I wanted to touch on Christian McCaffrey here for a second, Joe, because you and Baldy and Bonte were talking about it last week. The touches, right? And going from that amount of workload and going into the next season, you listen to guys like DeMarco Murray, you listen to guys like Sean Alexander, like elite talents that just never got back to that. What are your expectations for CMC this season? Like, he won Offensive Player of the Year last year. I have a very hard time seeing that happen again and being replicated. Not saying he can't be great. What I'm asking is, Joe Shasky, should I draft the number 1 overall in fantasy football?
Well, yeah, I would do it. No, I wouldn't think twice about it. But name those guys that we were bringing up. DeMarco Murray, Sean Alexander. Want to throw Adrian Peterson? I think he had a really big workload. AP's the outlier for me.
Yes. But like, I think Derrick Henry might be a little bit of an outlier too. Like, he's had workload after.
Absolutely.
But this might be the year he might fall off.
Well, this is why I think, look, there's a real drop-off. But there are certain guys who defy logic. If there was going to be one, wouldn't it be a guy like Christian McCaffrey?
Yes, but he's had injury concerns before, which is
pretty damn healthy.
He has, but he has in that his past. Like,
no doubt.
If he didn't have that past, maybe I'd be like, oh, he's fine. Like, I'm not worrying about it. I'll draft him first overall. But I feel like because he's had that history before and a couple seasons of just not being who he has been, that's where I still have a little bit of pause. And because he just was so damn good last year. Like, can he do that back-to-back seasons? Derrick Henry, I think it gets slept on because the Titans haven't been very good, but he's contributed year in and year out, and we're waiting for him to fail, and he just hasn't.
Well, here's an element that nobody ever brings up regarding Christian McCaffrey.
And they're so different, by the way, like Derrick Henry and Christian, like their styles.
He's a power guy.
They're just so different. Yeah.
Let's say the pure speed drops off, and you can't utilize him as a pure running back up between the tackles or on the outsides as well as you've done in years past. Well, you do have Jordan Mason. There's a drop off, but you do have Jordan Mason. I don't think the hands and the route running will ever go away. And when I look at some of the great receiving running backs, they all played really late in their career when they weren't that fast. Mm-hmm. Kevin Falk, Terry Kirby. Like, I'm just giving you the OG dudes that could catch the ball out of the backfield that were just always there for you. Darren Sproles. Yep. You know what I mean? Like, all those little scat back guys were really effective late in their careers, even though they weren't as fast as they were prior. So, hypothetically, he loses, being as dynamic as he is between the tackles. He's still extremely valuable in the passing game. And you could split him out wide. You can have him in the backfield. I don't think those things go away.
No, absolutely not. We're going to pick up this conversation on the other side because I want to know from the fans' expectations, who are you most excited about? Now that the preseason's over, like, are you circling Brock Purdy? Are you circling Christian McCaffrey? Are you circling George Kittle? Are you circling Deebo Samuel? Do you think Brandon Ayuk's coming back? What's the one player you're circling to have a breakout performance this season? 888-957-9570. It's going to be hard to top last year for the likes of Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey, but can they do that? Love to know your thoughts, and that's going to be brought to you by Floor & Decor.
Floor & Decor has more style.
What up? What up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking roast with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Nah, Bonte's out this week. We got Spadoni in. Shasky, Spadoni. Rolling.
Like Limp Bizkit?
Rolling.
Dude.
Hey, you know, I will actually cape up for Limp Bizkit. They had hitters.
Hey.
That first album, it hit.
Carter had the red Yankee hat.
Oh, did you? All right, Fred Durst.
Yeah, chocolate starfish forever.
Oh, can't.
You gotta have faith.
Don't talk about that.
Stop it. They did have hitters.
Of course. Yeah, rolling and then break stuff. Yeah.
Break stuff was good.
That's great.
Just think about it.
The beats. I was a big beat. Well, what was that? Woodstock? I didn't watch the documentary. The Woodstock
99 was incredible.
Yes.
It's incredible. It's a moment in time.
It freaks me out whenever I see stuff. I hate festivals to begin with. I just don't like big crowds of people, like and not controlled seating areas.
You're not a Renaissance Fair guy?
I'm not. No, well, actually, no. I like NorCal Ren Fair. Come on,
Okay.
Casa de Fruta. Let's go. But not like music festivals. I'm out on. I'm out. Just smelly people. Just don't know where to walk. They stink. I'm sorry.
You know what I'm out on?
They stink.
You know what I'm out on? I'm out on this. Whoever was a part of the decision making of how to set up the Bay Bridge when you're on the East Bay side coming into the city.
Every morning I do it. I'm picturing it.
It's both directions, by the way.
Yeah.
This is not an East Bay and North Bay. I don't understand any of it. The metering lights to try to get on.
Okay, so this is what you always do if you're trying to get back into the city. On the weekends, always use the bus lane. Always use the bus.
I know that, but once as everyone's converging, like there's got to be a more efficient way than us slowing down, going through the lane, slowing down for the red, and everything merges. I understand that there's logic behind it. How is it so inept? 24/7, 365.
So this is like a metering light thing for you.
It's everything.
Okay.
It's not one. It's a catch-all. It's a catch-all. I got stuck. I gave my wife a ride to Oakland yesterday. She was going to go see her friends play. And I got stuck at the toll plaza. Literally, we did not move for an hour. Now, I know there was an accident in front of us, and I believe me, I acknowledge that, like, sometimes stuff does happen. Yeah. How is it so packed all the time, every time you want to go home?
It's just life, brother. Sorry.
It's just life.
It's just life, man. But I will say
there's got to be a better way to design the flow.
Moving up to the Bay Area, but specifically having this shift has made me appreciate just how great it is getting up early and not dealing with traffic.
Oh, no doubt.
Joe Shasky,
no doubt.
We get up and get in here I do anyways, at 4:30 in the morning. I am just right off the highway in Oakland.
Yeah.
Zoom in here. It takes me 20 minutes. And then when I get out of here at noon or whatever it is, it takes me 20 minutes to get back.
Yeah.
I am blessed to have that. Not everyone can do, but also there's a part of that is like you're getting up that early. So yes, I partially deserve it in a way for getting up that early. But to the people that commute normal 9 to 5s every single day,
they do it.
I would go insane.
I totally agree.
Literally go insane.
Well, thank you for listening to us. That's number one. Number two,
I hope we keep you from not going insane is why we do that. 888-957-9570.
Okay. It took me about 25 minutes to go from my house to Broadway on Oakland, okay? Or on Broadway in Oakland, excuse me. The Fab Dope Era store was like right down the street from where I dropped Michelle off. And so I got the little guy and, you know, we're on our way back and I got all the bottles and everything in the truck. Well, I'm in the truck. He's in the back seat. I'm not going to feed him while we're driving, but he's going crazy in the back seat.
Can he hold a bottle on his own now and stuff like that?
A little here and there. Okay. When I had the 8 ounce or whatever, the 10 ounce bottles, they're too big.
Okay.
And I was out of the plastic ones, and I had the glass one, which is heavier. And
glass bottle? Wow,
it's got rubber around it.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Like a grip. It's anyway. Point being is that it's just there's got to be a more efficient way. There has to be. Someone has to explain to me the logic. It's insane. I understand there's more cars than ever. I get all that. But we haven't found in all this way, everything is about cutting out time from our lives and saving and being more efficient. And yet the Bay Bridge is one of the least efficient things on the planet.
Sounds like Michelle should have taken Bart. Just saying, Michelle. Just saying. Barton, you're there.
You said it, not me.
There you go. She can get mad at me all she wants. I'll see her in a couple weeks at Langford's wedding. By the way, join us in a couple weeks for the Red and Gold Summit. Actually, that's next week. Wednesday, September 4th. Actually, hold on. Shout out math. Wednesday, September 4th. That'll be next Wednesday. Fremont Bank in Fremont. The address is 39150 Fremont Boulevard. Willard and Dibbs will start things off from 2 to 4. The rest of the hosts will join from 4 to 6 to talk about the biggest storylines surrounding the 49ers at the start of the season. You can come and watch as well. Space is limited. First come, first serve. And some of those big storylines we were just talking about before we hit the break, Joe Shasky. Christian McCaffrey and expectations for him, dealing with the calf strain. I know if they said he had to go, he'd be ready if it was a week 2, week 3, whatever. Expectations for him coming off of the season he just had. Would you like to see less of a workload? I'm sure everyone would, but you still want that production. So less workload means less production. But does that mean you get more totes for Jordan Mason? You mentioned earlier Elijah Mitchell. Could he be a trade candidate potentially? You got Gorendo. We'll see with him, right? Can he be a spot guy if you need to? McCaffrey has to miss a week or two. How are we feeling about Christian McCaffrey and the expectations of him? Because let's be honest, we can talk about Brock Purdy all we want. Best player on the 49ers is CMC.
No question.
Offensively or defensively.
To me, it's not about overall workload, right? Like, I think at the end of the year, he's going to have probably close to 350 touches, right? Like, I just think he will. He's just by nature. He's that good. And you get into the middle of the flow of a game and you're trailing and he's the check down option. And next thing you know, he's got 9 catches. You know what I mean? Like that just happens.
Yeah.
On top of his 15 to 20, runs that he's going to have built in no matter what. To me, it's the situational discernment. We're up 10 points in the fourth quarter. Maybe I'm not going to run that CMC dive. And instead of CMC, I plug in Jordan Mason at the same time as CMC, and I split CMC out wide as a decoy, as a wide receiver, okay? And he's still out there for the snap and the fear, and you're bending the defense or whatever and making them think about him. But then I give the ball to Jordan Mason. Maybe it's I use CMC as a decoy, and I'm giving the toss to Debo in those situations. Like, when you're up double digits, you should not be just running him into a brick wall. And I thought that, I'm not saying it happened every week, but I thought it happened a few too many times for my liking last year.
Now, is that because of trust factor? Is that just the Kyle Shanahan just wanted to lean on his guys and stuff like that?
It's everything.
We have been,
you've got to make it a point. I think as a coach, like, just my belief, once you get into the game, the momentum of the game makes you do things in the moment where you're like, yeah, stick to my studs. You have to have it in your head before the game even starts. I am going to go to this guy in this situation, or I'm going to go to this guy once we get this lead. And then when it happens, you got to stick to your guns.
It's the trust factor, right? Like, the trust is the most important thing in any relationship, let alone between the quarterback and the head coach with every other player. And right now you have trust that Christian McCaffrey is going to be that guy. And that's why Kyle Shanahan wants to feed him. But there has to be a perfect marriage there, a balance, if you will. Always need a balance. And for Christian McCaffrey, I'm just looking at that workload. Fantasy-wise, I would love it. I want him to keep getting all the goal line touches, all this, all that. But you just start to get a little bit in the back of your mind, like, you know what? Let's see what Jordan Mason has here on this drive. Let's give Gorendo a chance here at one of these plays. Like, just stuff like that. Not saying that he's not going to be all pro, all worldly next year, because barring health, he should be. Just this offense is just, again, you talked about it, and you and Bonte were on this forever. There is not a more perfect player for the Shanahan offense. Tight end, left tackle, quarterback. Christian McCaffrey was built for Kyle Shanahan. And what Kyle Shanahan and the Shanahans like to do, though, they like to run their running backs. Terrell Davis, let's run him a bunch. They like to run whoever it was, Elijah Mitchell. Let's run him into the ground. Matt Breida, who's still on the team, maybe he gets cut. Like, that's kind of been the name of the game for the Shanahans, right? They use up these guys and then they move on. Right?
Let's say they don't figure out the Ayuk thing, right?
Yes.
If they don't figure out the Ayuk thing, do you have any doubt in your mind that if they moved him into the slot more, not exclusively, but just more, that McCaffrey couldn't make up another 20 catches, 25, 30 catches?
Oh, he could. He's that good. But I would rather him not get those extra touches, if you know what I mean.
No, I do. But like him being lined up against linebackers in the middle of the field as split out at wide, like, to me, that's another area of the offense that I don't think they exploit enough of, is McCaffrey as he starts off in the backfield, he splits out, and you got him as one of your slots, or he's on trips or whatever off to the side. I would like to get him matched up as much with linebackers as I possibly can.
So potentially you could be looking at less rushes.
That's
for
what
McCaffrey.
I'm saying. Yeah.
But just substitute that with more receptions and stuff like that. I'm not mad at that. That's interesting. Well, because he's just such a Swiss Army knife. Like, you got to be utilizing this guy any single way you can. Hell, like a return game here or there, like probably maybe you don't want that. Maybe you want Debo instead. But again, that's another factor with this kick return thing. Just like, you know what? It's late in the game. We're down. Do I want him just taking? Hey, maybe he could take one to the house real quick. I don't know. Maybe that's looking too much into it. But I'm just looking at all these different storylines heading into this next season. Joe Shasky at 888-957-9570. What's the biggest storyline for you for the 49ers heading in to that week 1 matchup against the New York Jets 2 weeks from today? I just don't think we've been talking about Christian McCaffrey enough. That's just why I just feel like it's been Ayuk, it's been Trent Williams. Like, the best player on the team, the cover of Madden, is CMC, baby.
He's the face of the Niners. Maybe not in the Bay.
Ooh.
I'm saying externally.
Interesting.
Externally. He's the face of the league. I mean, Mahomes is, but I'm saying if we had a short list of faces of the league, when you get onto the cover of Madden, you're one of the faces of the league. And he's one of the faces of the Niners.
Peyton Hillis was on there. He wasn't the face of the league. I love Peyton Hillis.
Well, that was okay. But like Marshall Faulk and Ray Lewis and like go down the list.
Sean Alexander.
Josh Allen last year. Right? Like Brady at one point, Mahomes, all those guys have been on the cover. Derrick Henry, Lamar.
Do other people outside of the bubble view Christian McCaffrey as the face of 49er football? That is interesting. I'd say it's George Kittle.
Really?
I think Kittle is the face. I see Kittle talk way more than I hear Christian McCaffrey ever talk. Kittle is joining you guys. He's firing up with Baldy, WWE. He's on Good Morning Football. I see him sometimes. Kay Adams. Like, Kittle's the guy for me. That's the face of the San Francisco 49ers team. And again, it's interesting we bring up a running back and a wide receiver and we don't bring up the quarterback.
It's not Kyle at all.
Well, Kyle is the face of the entire thing. Kind of like how Belichick was a little bit.
Like McVay. I think McVay's the face of the Rams.
Now that Aaron Donald's gone, probably, right? It's not Cooper Kupp, Puka Nakua's, he's up there. I see Puka a lot.
Did you see his brother return that kick
almost
for the
105
Saints,
yards? That was pretty sick. Samson Nakua, that's a sick name, by the way. It's not Stafford. That's interesting. 888-957-9570. Who do you think the face of this San Francisco 49ers team is this season? Is it Christian McCaffrey?
I think it's CMC.
Is it CMC? Okay.
He's on the cover of Madden. I think that resonates.
Matt, he's so over Madden.
He's a 1, 2. Okay, fantasy.
Madden's just whatever.
How about this? How about fantasy? He's a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 pick in almost every league.
Sure. I'm scared to take him, by the way. If I get the
you're in the
over
bubble, though. You're in the Niner bubble, right?
Yeah.
If you go outside the Niner bubble and he's like, I got CMC, everyone like, great pick, right?
It's true. Yeah, I'm trying to think of other players that you would draft that high and you wouldn't view them as the face of that team. Like Devante for the Raiders, probably. He's the face of that. Oh, maybe Antonio Pierce. Then you go like Justin Jefferson's. Yeah, he's that. Patrick Mahomes.
Amon-Ra St. Brown is like the face of Detroit.
See, that's what I was looking at. Another team where it's not the quarterback.
Yeah, I think it's Amon-Ra. To me, it's Amon-Ra.
Okay.
Currently. At one point, it was Dan Campbell, but now I think it's Amon-Ra.
What are you going Cardinals? Still going Kyler?
Kyler, all day.
Okay, Kyler.
With a Call of Duty headset on.
Who is it for the Seahawks? That's an interesting one.
I don't think they have one. I think it was Pete forever.
Pete. And he's teaching classes at USC now. That's so interesting. Can you imagine like going back? Is he going to face any sanctions or is that just coaching?
No. The NCAA is trying to put sanctions on the Michigan Wolverines because, Jim Harbaugh met with some people during COVID. I mean, geez, you want to talk about an agency that should not exist? The NCAA, get out of here.
Yeah, they're done. They don't even know what they're doing with all the money now, with all the kids, the NIL. Like they don't know what they're doing.
Is DK the Seahawks guy?
I was thinking about it. Might be, but do you want that? Like, I like DK too, but it's like that's again, we have so many storylines to break down in the next couple of weeks of, the AFC or the NFC West outlook, the Seahawks, who's going to rival the 49ers. Like, I'm just focused on this team right now. And it's been a weird offseason in Santa Clara. And I do think a lot of 49ers fans are just tired of just the losing in the big game and just wanting to turn the page and get to week 1. But in order to do that, we kind of just have to talk about everything and the landscape of what has happened and taken place in this offseason. It's still unresolved. We don't know what Brandon Ayuk. We don't know what Trent Williams. The latest report, Jeremy Fowler, let me replay it right now. Jeremy Fowler, ESPN this morning on the Trent Williams situation.
Well, I was told from somebody involved in the situation that he is not going to be available until he gets his contract adjusted. He's got 3 years left on his deal. That could bleed into the regular season with us just being a few weeks away. This is a player who's made about $150 million in his career. He's been taking up golf, kind of staying away from the team, doing his own thing, still training, of course, getting ready for the season potentially, but he's not overly stressed to have to be out there right now, and he's the 4th highest paid left tackle despite being the best the last few years. So the 49ers know they have to do something here, could sweeten the guarantees on his contract. So they're dealing with Brandon Ayuk at the same time. They're trying to get this guy done. So they're hoping he'll be in the lineup here soon.
I think for the past 5 to 10 years, we've got so accustomed to the San Francisco 49ers walking around not only the NFC West, but the NFL in general as these big bullies. You watch Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel come out of the locker room with that bump box, and you watch them get into that scuffle in the pregame, and you watch their dominant defense and their run game. We got so accustomed to that. I flipped on the TV and watched their past 2 preseason games when their starters played, and I just see an emotionally drained team.
And that was Manti Te'o this morning.
Like he was going to cry.
Football. Well, he's been known to do that.
Did he not?
Well,
like, listen to the end of that. It's an emotionally drained team.
He was emotionally drained talking about it. So we have that Trent Williams bleeding into the season potentially. We have Manti Te'o. Say what you will about the guy. The guy played the football at a high level at times. He thinks the 49ers look emotionally drained. I don't want that lingering into the regular season, Joe Shasky.
Can we just... Poor Manti Te'o. I can't take him seriously. It's not even his fault.
Can't.
I'm not trying to be mean.
I'm trying to sell him.
I'm not trying to be mean.
I'm trying to sell Manti.
I'm not trying to be mean, but it's the poor guy is commentating on... Like, I watched that Netflix thing, and I came away thinking he was...
Naive?
Naive doesn't even begin to describe. Like, his own dad was like, we knew it. Like, it was just the whole thing. The poor guy, like, he should just probably go away.
I thought he should have won the Heisman that year. I thought he was so... That Notre Dame.
No, he was amazing.
He was amazing. Who won that year? Who ended up winning it?
I don't know.
888-957-9570.
I just, you know, like word association. Like, for example, right? Like, if I say Mark Hamill, right? You immediately think of Luke Skywalker and nothing else. Yeah. Nothing else he does. You just think of Luke Skywalker, right?
Yeah.
All right. When I say Jeff Bezos, you think of Amazon, right?
Yes.
Okay. When I say Manti Te'o,
catfish.
The only thing you can think of is the catfish story.
Catfish. I think it was Johnny Manziel that year, 2012. That's why. Okay. But yeah, I kind of...
What show is he on? I have to explore it. What show is it? What station?
Well, who? Manti?
Yeah.
No, he's on Good Morning Football.
Good Morning Football.
Yeah, NFL Network.
Boy, they're really hitting the bottom of the barrel.
No, hey, they're
Jeez
Jamie
Louise.
Erdahl and Kyle Brandt. They're doing a great job down there in SoCal. Brian Baldinger is there sometimes.
No, I love Baldy. I mean, we all do, but like, I feel bad for. I honestly feel bad for the guy. I can't like. It's just so like the memes were undefeated. You know, my favorite one was this. Like, hey guys, you guys meet my girlfriend?
Oh no.
And it was just as I put my arm around an invisible person sitting next to me.
Presentation on the catfish at SF State. I forget for what class.
What?
Like a media aesthetics class. We had to talk about a crazy story or something that happened. And I think that was one, or how it was discussed like nationally. You get different news outlets and how they break it down and show biases and stuff like that. I think we did the Manti Te'o one.
My wife watches the MTV show, right, all the time.
God, I stopped watching it after like if the first couple seasons
What's the
are
guy's
fine.
name?
Neve, yeah, he's got a serious accent. I think he's okay though.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Well, him and the
Neve
other
and
guy,
Max.
They're always like, what are you trying to accomplish? Like they're talking to the person who's like on the receiving end of the catfishing thing, and I'm always like, oh, this poor person.
It's just like they're so naive.
They're just so naive.
They just need some loving, and this person's definitely way too out of their league. What are you doing, bro?
And every time we were going to meet, they somehow mysteriously didn't want to meet up.
Yeah, it's called FaceTime or like video chat. That's what
I just honestly feel can we make a pact on this show? No more Manti Te'o. I just can't do it.
Oh, Joe can't bring himself to listen to Manti.
I feel bad for him. I mean, like, what are we gonna do next?
Why do you feel bad for him? He's got like hundreds, like he's got millions of dollars. He's a good-looking guy. I think he's got a beautiful wife now. He's doing great.
I mean, this is like hearing from Alden Smith on what you need to do to stay in the league.
Stop.
I mean, come on.
No.
I mean, jeez Louise.
Oh, Alden, I hope you're doing all right, buddy. Oh man. And then
let's bring on Pete Rose to talk about how to manage the bullpen.
What is going on here?
Okay, Brian Baldinger tomorrow. First of all, I mentioned him, so I wanted to tease that. Baldy tomorrow. Maybe we'll ask him about Manti Te'o. Maybe he has some stories about him. This was also from over the weekend. Deshaun Jackson, Fox Sports, talking about Devante Adams not being happy in Las Vegas. No, there's been some rumblings. Brandon Ayuk, maybe Devante, bring him in. Let's listen.
This one's tough because, me and Devante, we've talked and man, I hate to do it because I don't want to be the guy that's like, oh, D-Jack said this and said that. But at the end of the day,
Hold on. Who was that? We gotta laugh a little, society. Come on.
One more time.
This one's tough because, me and Devante, we've talked and man,
was that Joy Taylor? Was that no? Okay, it was someone else. But that was great. Okay, I'll finish the whole thing now. But you gotta laugh at some so Deshaun, you're talking about him, and remember, Deshaun was on. Who was he talking with last week? It was about. We have the sound here. I don't know.
Deshaun has a whole aura on television. Yeah, he has a whole. I don't know if you've watched. Like he's got a lot going on. He's got a lot of jewelry. He's got the shades indoors. Yeah. His hair's looking braided. Yeah. I mean, he's looking the part. He's ready for TV.
He's locked in with all 49er stuff too. So he's locked in everywhere. Deshaun Jackson.
He's an LA guy. He's got a West Coast
and I always liked Deshaun Jackson. He was a dynamic player. He was a Raider for a hot second.
Wanted the Niners to draft him.
Yep, there you go.
That was Jason McIntyre.
It's Jason McIntyre. Straight fire with Jason McIntyre.
That's a 5.
That's the name of his podcast. He always said, and he doesn't call it straight fire. Straight fire.
He might have the worst takes I've ever heard in my life on Fox Sports Sunday morning, but you know what? Hey, he keeps doing it. I'm not mad at it. I have horrible takes too.
Kristen Leahy left the herd and he slid right in.
Well, no, it was Kristen Leahy. It was Joy Taylor.
That's it.
And now it's Jason McIntyre. Now he's trying to follow the footsteps. There you go.
Good call. You're right.
All right, D-Jax. Let's finally get through this cut because I'm sure the people are listening. Is like, can we just get to this damn cut? Yes, here you go.
This one's tough because, me and Devante, we've talked and man, I hate to do it because I don't want to be the guy that's like, oh, D-Jack said this and said that. But at the end of the day, he is unhappy. I mean, you go from Aaron Rodgers, then you come to the Las Vegas Raiders. And now not only Jimmy G, you had your boy Carr.
That's right, Carr.
It didn't really work out that you thought, from the Fresno State days, you think they would come back and work everything out, and it's just like it just quite didn't work out. So now I just don't think he's really that happy there.
See, now, real quick, 2 things. Number one, this region spent a long time arguing Derek Carr and Jimmy Garoppolo. Found out both of them ended up not being that good. And the
one of them's still starting, so I guess Derek won.
Give me a break.
I'm just saying, he's still starting. Jimmy won, or Derek won the wars.
Yeah, okay.
Derek's still
just
here.
Like Brandon Belt won the Brandon Belt wars. Okay, there was no winner. And then the other part is be careful what you wish for. Right? Like sometimes you want to get paid the most amount of money and something sounds good about going there and stuff just doesn't work out the same. Like you see this in so many walks of life. People leave a company for a couple extra bucks and the opportunity sounds good on paper or a title that you're looking for. Yeah. Like I want to be a manager or whatever it is. Like you see this a lot in life and the grass isn't always greener. And I find this to be interesting because throughout this entire scenario with Brandon Ayuk, I keep saying, like, you really want to go to Pittsburgh? Really? Really? Like, yes, they're more well-run than the Raiders, no doubt.
Yeah.
But their offense is not good. No. Okay, organizationally, they've had success, no doubt. Way more successful than the Raiders. But, again, the Niners have been wildly successful and been very good for you in your career. Well, the Raiders just be careful what you wish for.
The Raiders have something the Steelers don't. That's Antonio Pierce, who coached Brandon Ayuk at Arizona State when he was there with Herm Edwards' staff. So there is a connection there, and they are very tight. AP and him have both talked about it ad nauseum before. The Ayuk love is real there. So there is a connection there. And I can't even think. Has there been a big trade between the Raiders and the Niners ever? I can't even think of one.
I believe Plunkett went from the Raiders to the. I mean, went from the Niners to the Raiders. But I think he was a free agent.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only thing I can think of.
I'm trying to think.
No, right? They don't do business like the Giants and A's don't do business. Like the Raiders and the 49ers don't do business.
The Niners traded Bowman to the Saints, not to the Raiders, right?
Oh, let me check on that one. Was Bowman traded to the Raiders?
I thought he was traded to the Saints, then he went to the Raiders. Maybe I'm wrong.
Let's see here.
I know Alden
he signed a 1-year deal with the Raiders. That was it. So yeah, he did not. Yeah. I was there at that game where they won that crazy Thursday night football game where he made his debut. He had the Raiders' first pick of the season there in the end zone against Alex Smith at the Coliseum. That was my last Raider game. I went to the Coliseum I wanted to keep that memory back in 2017. So, man, yeah, God, we're opening up old wounds here with the Jimmy Garoppolo stuff. But
I love that, like, we don't do business with that team. That's like, I love those kind of stances.
Well, Al Davis would do business with everyone. Like, that's the thing now too. Like, Mark Davis maybe just doesn't feel that way.
Except Paul Tagliabue.
Oh, well, and Pete Rozelle just hated the Raiders. Just had it out for us all the time. Still does the league. It's all right. They hate us because they ain't us. But Joe Shasky, I do feel like, because you brought up Jimmy Garoppolo, the vibe around the quarterback should be at an all-time high right now.
It is.
Like, is this the greatest you've felt about a quarterback since Jeff Garcia? Like
Kaepernick.
Okay, because
at one point in time, we felt great about Kaepernick as a fan base. And there could be detractors. There's always going to be detractors. Not everyone's going to feel the same way, right? But I think a lot of people are like, the guy was a Super Bowl for crying out loud. You know? And so, I would say that. But there also was a point in time a lot of people felt that way about Jimmy. And I think that if I'm using the Jimmy as the vehicle, I feel like there is a segment of people that are worried about the carpet being ripped out from underneath them because they were really high on Jimmy and then the carpet got ripped out from underneath them. And I think that they're a little cautious on Brock Purdy because of Jimmy. And I don't think that's fair. I think he's better than Jimmy.
Vernon Davis joined the show last week. I believe it was Evan filling in for Guru along with Steiny. Vernon Davis, two-time All-Pro, very, very good tight end for the San Francisco 49ers. Probably the second best since, George Kittle, then it's been Vernon Davis for the last 20 years. Those are the
Brett
top
Jones, Russ Francis.
I'm talking this century.
Yes.
This
Delanie
century.
Walker had a good run, but he was better with the Titans than he was with the Niners.
Yes. I love Delanie Walker.
He was a great player.
So good.
He's a kick returner for the Niners.
I know, it's crazy. But Vernon Davis joined the guys last week, and he obviously played with Colin Kaepernick, and he knows when the quarterback is the guy or not. Here he is, first of all, talking about what he likes with Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I love Brock Purdy. I think he's great. I think he has a lot of potential. He has a lot of potential to be a great quarterback over time. Right now, he's shown us that he can go out and win games for sure, but we just don't know how consistent that's going to be because we haven't had enough data to show that Brock Purdy is here to stay.
Fair enough. Consistency. He wants to see more than a season.
How much do you need?
That's the question.
Because I feel like
you have a season and a half, and you have a lot of playoffs. So that weighs more to me, the playoff games, than just the regular season.
Trevor Lawrence has played more than Brock Purdy.
Yes.
Okay. I think Purdy's better right now, better than Trevor Lawrence. If down the line 5 years from now, Trevor puts together a nice little run, like all right, cool. You know what I mean? Like I'm here to see it.
If they switched their teams and stuff like that, would things be different? Maybe.
I don't know.
You don't know. You don't think Trevor would thrive in the 49ers offense?
I think he'd do better, a lot better. Yeah,
I just think there's something about
But Purdy was damn near perfect. Like I think it's unfair because Purdy was so good.
I do think that Peterson and Purdy would actually work very well together. Yes.
I think Purdy works actually in a lot of systems. Yes. I think he could be pretty solid in Green Bay. I think he'd be solid, because I think highly of those coaches. I think he'd be solid for McVay. Yeah. I think he'd be solid in a lot of systems, right? But I come back to this one, I'm watching Brock Purdy and everyone's like, this is not enough data. But you're already ready to do that with Stroud, right? Stroud's had basically 15 games.
Top 5 pick. He was expected to do that though, Joe Shasky. That's the difference. That he was
once
expected
you're drafted,
to do
it doesn't matter.
But it does to people. It does. I mean, how long did it take for Tom Brady to get out of that?
But we don't do that to Debo. He's not a top 5 pick.
No, but he was a first couple round pick. There's a difference between being Mr. Irrelevant and being drafted number 3 overall by the Houston Texans.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that's just what the reality is. Justin Fields and Trey got drafted in the top whatever. I think top 10 for Fields.
Yeah, and they
top
stink.
3. They can't play.
Yeah, they stink.
I
know. I hear you.
Mitchell Trubisky was drafted 2nd overall. He can't play.
No.
Right? So draft status only means what you did on that night. After that, it's kind of all irrelevant. Joe Montana, did he have talent? 3rd round pick. Tom Brady, 6th round pick. Dak Prescott, whatever you think about Dak, 4th round pick. Been freaking great. Been amazing. I just don't think it's this whole draft status thing being who you are. People got it wrong. George Kittle has more talent than any guy at the position at tight end. You could say Kelsey's better, fine. George has as much talent as anyone at the position. 5th round pick.
Mm-hmm.
5th round pick.
But we're just biased because of the quarterback, man. It is what it is. We have this unconscious bias when it comes to no. I had to be right about the quarterback. I can't be proven wrong. I'm going to keep waiting for this guy to fail, and I'm going to keep waiting for guys like Trevor Lawrence and CJ Stroud to prove me right. So I will always give them the benefit of the doubt that I will not give Brock Purdy. That's unfortunately where we are in society because we want to be proven right all the time. We don't like being like, oh, I should have known something like that. No. No, I was right initially. Well, we'll just give it some time. He's just in a very good situation. I mean, he's got Kyle Shanahan. He's got Deebo Samuel. So there are still a lot of people waiting for the wheels to fall off with Brock Purdy. I agree with you. I just feel like the sample size is there enough for me. Maybe not for a guy like Vernon Davis, but for me, the sample size is already there for Brock Purdy that he's the guy.
Just go around the league right now. Like, Pittsburgh would die to have Purdy.
Sure.
The New York Giants would die to have Purdy.
Sure.
The Jets, they have Rodgers, but last year they would have died to have Purdy.
Last year, yes.
They would have died to have Purdy. Okay? What about New England right now? I know they think Drake May, but they would if I told them right now that Drake May not ever be as good as Purdy, they're taking Purdy.
Boy. That's a tough one because I don't know how good Brock would look in that New England. Like,
totally fair.
Awful.
But I think I'd
rather go, honestly, this is a weird one where I'd rather just stick with Drake May because of all his size and his strength and his intangibles. Fine. I'll just stick with him.
He hasn't played a snap.
He hasn't played a snap.
Okay.
I don't like Brock. I don't know if anyone can succeed in that atmosphere.
What about Miami?
See, that's an interesting. Tua, we were going back to the tier list on that system. Tua was like right below. He was like right at that cusp of the tier 2.
I think they're very close. I like Tua.
I'm not a Tua guy. Personally, I don't. I think McDaniel, he hides a lot. He helps him a lot, and that's a credit to McDaniel. He's got Jalen Waddle. He's got Tyreek Hill. He's got an insane offensive weaponry around him. Much like Purdy, I just see more of the intangibles in the cerebrals with Purdy than I do Tua. I think he has a better arm. I think he's more mobile. I think he reacts a step quicker than Tua. And Tua was really good last year. Yeah. I don't know who was bidding against the Dolphins, though, for Tua Tagovailoa. Who?
No,
I don't know who was knocking their door down. Like, I need Tua as my
I'd rather have Purdy, but I can understand if I'm a Miami fan, Tua's giving you the most success that you've had at the position in 30 years. Like, I understand why they like Tua. But so Jacksonville, I honestly think I think Doug Peterson would take Purdy.
Yeah.
I do.
Trevor Lawrence, see, this is the one that's interesting because of the expectations, because he was compared to some of the greatest NFL quarterback prospects of all time. Yeah. Just with his intangibles, being a freshman at Clemson, winning the whole thing. Like, there is still that pre-draft process where I think a guy like Shanahan's like, ooh, what if I did have a Trevor Lawrence? He was my number one graded guy coming out of that. What if I did have him?
Okay.
I do think there's some there, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he loves Purdy, and maybe it's just there's always going to be some wandering eye with all these head coaches.
All these guys, all right. But so. I think the exercise that we're doing is that there's a lot of teams that would die to have. Like, your Raiders would die to have him.
Yeah, he'd be better than Aiden O'Connell or Gardner Minshew. How much better? I just don't think highly of the offensive coordinator too. Luke Getsy, I think, stinks.
I mean, how many games did you win last year?
7. You
don't think Purdy wins you 9 or 10?
Possibly.
With that team.
Yeah, with that team. They have a really good offense. They have Brock Bowers, Michael Mayer, Devante Adams, Zamir White, Jacoby Myers. Yeah, they have a really good offense.
I think we're sleeping on Purdy, dude. I'm not saying he's Josh Allen. I'm just saying, like, on any given day, you're getting top 8 production from the quarterback position. That's better than 75% of the league.
Oh, God, it's just... Can he ever break through that Shanahan system quarterback thing? It's dumb, I know, but it's ingrained in a lot of our DNA when we think about Kyle Shanahan, what we saw Jimmy Garoppolo. Oh, we took Jimmy there. Oh, well, he helped take Matt Ryan there. Oh, well, he won some games with the Matt Schaub. He took to the playoffs, stuff like that. It's like, those aren't really like great names, Matt Ryan withstanding, because I think he's a borderline Hall of Famer with his stats. We just got to see more of it with Purdy, I guess, but he's going to be fine this year. People worried about Brock Purdy this year definitely need to relax. He's going to be fine. We need to relax because it's Fast 5 time too, right? Yeah, let's just do that.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast 5. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
All right, Joe Shasky. It's time for the Xfinity Fast 5 where we give our final thoughts on the show. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Just started. Take Bart. Is that what it's going to be? Your final thought?
No.
No?
I want to pull up something here.
Pull it up, brother.
Chat GPT.
God.
Chat GPT listed the 10 baseball players, the greatest ones, the top 10 of all time. From 10 to 1. I can't believe this list. Bonds, Jackie Robinson, 9. Lou Gehrig, 8. Sam Musial, 7. Mickey Mantle, 6. Ty Cobb, 5. Ted Williams, 4. Hank Aaron, 3. Willie Mays, 2. Babe Ruth, number 1. Bonds, 10?
Jackie Robinson? I get, like, he's a good player, but come on. Like, the color barrier thing withstanding, like, that's what he's known for. That's, like, amazing, and he was a very good player. I don't think he's a top 10 of all time.
Chat GPT putting together a list.
Shohei Ohtani should be on there.
I'm here for this. Shohei should not be on there. What are you, coming from the guy who said that Trout was better than Mickey Mantle and Ken Griffey Jr.
Yes.
when he wasn't even close to them?
Well, he is.
I don't know. Spilly, I love you. I don't want to hear that.
He is better than them. Shohei Ohtani.
He's not
Shohei
better.
Ohtani has had the greatest stretch in the history of professional baseball. We're witnessing it right now. The last couple seasons, throwing the ball.
That's a different question. Josh Hamilton had great years. That doesn't make him better than Ricky Henderson or, like Greg Vaughn had a year.
No, but he's had a stretch. He's had a sustained stretch. Shohei Ohtani's the greatest living baseball player of all time.
Griffey was excellent for 15 years. 15 years. Trout did it for like 8, and it was great. It was amazing.
None of them threw at Cy Young levels. Shohei Ohtani's the best, ever. Ever. No one's going to change my mind. I will go down to my grave. Did you watch Shohei Ohtani play at his height? Yes, I did, son. Yes, I did. And he's the greatest of all time. People can have their feelings. I get it.
For 3.5 years.
It's America's pastime, but a Japanese man took over it, man. That's just, it is what it is. He's the GOAT. He's the GOAT. That's my final thought. Shohei Ohtani is the greatest baseball player I've ever seen. Ever. Is that sacrilege? It's not. I just don't think it is.
When he gets back to the mound, I'll start listening to that conversation.
Last year was an incredible season.
No doubt.
Incredible. Carter, you're incredible too.
Yeah, I'm with Shasky. He's got to get back on the mound before we get there.
Fine.
My final thought is don't judge a book by its cover. Okay. I was at 49ers training camp when Brock Purdy came into the league, and everyone was laughing at him when he was subbed in.
Thank you.
Laughing.
I was there.
Out loud. It was unbelievable.
He looked so small.
Yeah, he looked so small.
They laughed. Did they really laugh at him?
People were like, what? Like, people turned their backs.
Right.
We were all like gossiping.
And after watching that preseason game, a couple of those throws to me, that looked like a $55 million quarterback, if you want my opinion.
Let's go.
The one to Kittle in the middle of the field was an absolutely incredible throw. Over a defender with a defender behind Kittle.
Sick.
To try to fit it in that window to me was just nuts. Thank God it was preseason.
He gets away with some, I swear to God.
But if Mahomes did it, we'd be going crazy.
Mahomes has won 3 Super Bowls. That's why Mahomes gets away with it.
And Purdy's been to 2 straight NFC Championship games and lost in the Super Bowl to Mahomes.
It's just, at least he's trying in preseason. It's a great way to figure out.
I agree.
Is that window there or not?
No, but he does in the regular season too at times. It drives Kyle Shanahan nuts. But he gets away with it, and it's fine.
I watched Joe Montana have 5 turnovers as an offense in the NFC Championship game in 1982 in January.
You did not watch it. You were like 1 year old.
I was in me, Daddy.
Stop. Yes, get out of it. I watched this, please.
I actually have it memorized. The Tony Dorsett hit in the first quarter. I was like, oh! And I knew Dorsett's shoulder was done.
Done.
Right away.
Well, hopefully Ricky Pearsall's shoulder's not done. He's expected to practice today. Joe Shasky will react to that more tomorrow. I'm in with you till Wednesday, then E-Dog will take over for me there. I'm excited. I had a good day today. Let's have a better day tomorrow. How about that, Joe Shasky? Will you do that?
Every day we attack life with unbridled enthusiasm.
Unknown to mankind. And that was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity, at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Spoiler alert, breaking news. Steiny and Guru, both in studio. Next on 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
I had been starting to be sick all the time at work, so I went to the doctor. He asked if people in the office smoked. He identified it as being exposed to secondhand smoke. I decided to sue. It was worth it in the end, California being the first state to be smoke-free in workplaces and restaurants in the country.
Andrea was part of a historic movement to ban smoking in the workplace. Learn how she and other Californians are fighting big tobacco at undo.org.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business. It's a big day for the network keeping it all connected. That is, if it can handle the pressure.
Next in line, please.
So is it possible to get business internet you can really count on? It is. With 99.9% network reliability from Comcast Business. It's like this neat little bow.
Would you like that gift wrap?
Really ties it all together. Reliable internet for your business. It's not just possible. It's happening. Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to switch today. Offer ends 9/22/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. Eagle bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
How much love can someone have for a bathroom? Well, if you're a pro and you've used Floor & Decor, you've seen your clients light up with a job done right. And we want you to see that look again and again. So we have job lot quantities of tile, wood, and stone, the largest selection in stock, and all the brands pros trust, like Schluter, Mapei, and Laticrete. Your clients will love your work, and your work goes farther with Floor & Decor.
Hitting the road this summer? When you download the Fuel Forward app, you save up to 20 cents per gallon on your first fill-up at Phillips 66, Conoco, and 76 stations. Because that's what the app does. A simple, straightforward way to keep you moving forward. Fuel Forward. 20 cents is a combined savings of 5 cents every day off per gallon plus an extra 15 cents off per gallon for first-time users up to 30 gallons. Offer valid once for new Fuel Forward app users through 12/31/2024. Participating locations only.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh,
don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. How about? He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Sports, man.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Aw, I know what you're smiling about. I know what you're smiling about. You're looking at the YouTube chat and seeing everybody say, "Welcome back, Goo. The man's back. Goo. Goo."
What's
That's
up,
nice.
baby?
Nothing.
What I miss?
Nothing. Oh, you missed the Giants have another 500 week.
No, I saw that, so I didn't miss that. I was staying in touch, but I got friends that love Evan. I get a text last night, so it'll be you and Steiny. Who else would it be? Then Tone loves Evan. I said, I'm back. Let's get it, Steiny.
Yeah. Yeah, you watch the Niners on Friday?
Yeah. And
Preseason's over.
I'm going to tell you, forget, who can I come up with? Al Pacino and Scarface. Kyle Shanahan is a gangster. He is a gangster because, to me, to have your starters out there when the Raiders had no starters out there, and this is the second preseason game for Brock Purdy, Steiny, he's sending a message to me. I don't give a damn who's not here. We got a Super Bowl to win, and Brock Purdy needs work, damn it. And if Trent Williams is not here, I don't give a damn. If Brandon Ayuk is not here, I don't give a damn. We got work to do. Work, Rihanna. And I couldn't believe Brock played as much as he did the last two preseason games. And he could have got hurt. He didn't. And I commend Kyle for not going rogue, Steiny. But the gangster part of it's football. We gotta work on our precision. Brock needs work. And the Niners offense looked good on that first drive. First pass to Debo for 25 yards. Then Kittle. So I'm like, man.
Leonard Floyd hurt.
Well, it's day to day.
Gross Matos hurt.
But they're day to day.
Well, one's week to week.
You are correct there. Because you talk about that D-line depth, man. It's everything for this Niner team. You know, when I left you, I was like, Bosa needs to have a big year, Steiny. But in order for him to have that big year, he's going to need help. Nothing wrong with help, partner. Evan gave you help last week. A lot of help.
Yeah, by the way,
I got a bone to pick with Evan. I was going to tell him Friday.
Well, it's funny.
But I held on to it.
And I'll let you get to that in a minute.
Right.
It's funny that you mentioned Scarface. That was one of our beefs last week.
Tony Montana.
He doesn't like it.
Yeah, look at him.
He doesn't like the movie. He doesn't like the actor.
Oh, my God. I just thought, had he seen it? He said he had a short attention span.
I know. It's 2.5 hours, so he'll be.
Anything with Brandon Ayuk?
No.
What is Oh, no. WTF going on? He may get traded. Matt Mayunko put out a tweet. Washington and Adam Peters may be back on the table. Could you imagine?
Yes.
Well, get her done then. Larry the Cable Guy. What's taking so damn long? Get her done.
I do have some news on a couple things. Trent Williams. This is Jeremy Fowler. He works for, he's NFL Network, right? NFL Network, Jeremy Fowler? I mean ESPN? Goo, you're not going to like this one.
Give it to me.
Well, I was told from somebody involved in the situation that he is not going to be available until he gets his contract adjusted. He's got 3 years left on his deal. That could bleed into the regular season with us just being a few weeks away. This is a player who's made about $150 million in his career. He's been taking up golf, kind of staying away from the team, doing his own thing, still training, of course, getting ready for the season potentially. But he's not overly stressed to have to be out there right now, and he's the 4th highest paid left tackle despite being the best the last few years. So the 49ers know they have to do something here, could sweeten the guarantees on his contract. So they're dealing with Brandon Ayuk at the same time. They're trying to get this guy done. So they're hoping he'll be in the lineup here soon.
All right. You got 2 weeks, right?
Did I miss the bleed into the regular season? Was that the part that I missed? I saw
well,
that.
That's what you want. That's the whole goal, Steiny, is to avoid that on both fronts. But again, I'll say this. We can sit here and bubble wrap every player in sports all across the board. The bottom line is, if Ayuk, and I'm being proactive, if he's a Niner, puts on that helmet and is available week 1 against the Jets, along with his counterpart, Trent Williams, I'll look you dead in the face and tell the listeners, Steiny, preseason doesn't mean diddly squat. And it may not already, but those soft tissue injuries, because you're not and you have not been practicing in pads and doing all the things Monday through Friday, that to me means something. But if these two gents come back, because that's what it's going to be, they basically missed all the preseason and OTAs, it'll be the middle finger like nothing to see here.
So you clearly didn't listen to any of the shows last week because Evan and I
was in and out.
We made
animal style.
We made it official last week. We agreed that what's already happened is going to impact the regular season. So you missed that part.
Okay.
But we're operating under the premise that now it's too late.
Let me ask you to expand on why you think. Like, what if they're 4-1?
Evan?
And they're 5 games into it and they look dominant. I'll look at you. You know what I'm saying, Steiny? We don't know. But I guess if they get off to a slow start, Monday morning quarterbacks will come out. Is this how you want to do the offseason? Hell no. But at the end of the day, I'm watching Purdy sling that rock, and I know it was the first drive. I'm like,
see the interception?
I did see it.
Let me tell you something.
It happens. Get it out. Shout out Trey Lance. Threw 5 of them Saturday.
Threw for 333 yards.
I'll tell you what, he's fast.
I thought he wasn't fast.
He looked like he ain't running in cement. Yeah. But the Niners got that
Evan,
QB, man.
Evan and I got a little something working right now.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you're gonna have to claw your way back in here.
All right.
So 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er preseason is in the books. I'm gonna challenge 49er fans. What are your takeaways from the preseason? And I'll tell you what, I'm gonna ask you to dig because there wasn't a lot to me that we learned. I don't think it was a great preseason, but we'll see what happens 2 weeks from today when the 49ers take on the New York Jets.
What if I lay this on you and Evan and the listeners? What if I feel like as much as I've tried to watch the games again and double back and answer that question, that profound question you just brought up, what if I said, Steiny, it's just hard? It was hijacked. It still is hijacked by the absence, more so in the rumors and innuendos when it comes to Brandon Ayuk. Like, that's what this Niner offseason was about, and the worst part about it is it still is. What if I told you I can't get, just me personally, I can't get past that? And I know they got what looks like a dynamic kick returner and Garindo. I mean, he looks phenomenal. I think the NFL did a great job in regard to this kickoff rule, Steiny. It's going to change games. We're going to see a lot of action on these kickoffs, but Moore held his own. I'm seeing different things, but nothing to supersede the absence of a primetime receiver in your left tackle.
I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if those two guys who aren't practicing right now are back in time for the Jets game. If you're a 49er fan, after Friday's game, do you feel better about where this season's going? Seeing Brock Purdy quarterback most of the first half. Looked pretty sharp. Had one interception.
Yeah.
Kind of forced it in there, but I'll tell you what. Let me tell you something about Brock Purdy.
Preseason's for, man.
Yeah, I got a prediction. What Purdy's numbers last year were, I think, 31
and 11.
31 and 11. You ready for a prediction? He's going to have more touchdown passes and more interceptions this year.
I wouldn't be. I kind of feel like I know what street you're on with that, but I'll let you break that down as to why more INTs.
So you know how Jimmy Garoppolo, everybody got scared when he threw into the middle of the field?
Oh, man. The old nose.
Yeah. I feel like Purdy, I'll tell you what, he is not afraid to throw the ball when there's traffic. And he's got a knack for putting it pretty much in the right spot, but
some of the great ones do that. Brett Favre, Stoney. I shouldn't have brought him up, but you know. But yeah, he got his way to the Hall of Fame. He took chances. He threw a bunch of picks.
Yeah, I wonder just over the course of a season if that's what Kyle Shanahan wants out of his quarterback. Like, how aggressive does he want Purdy to be? I think he wants him to be aggressive running the football, but I wonder how aggressive he wants him to be with some throws. And, I mean, the one thing that I took from Friday's game is he is not, I mean, people may call him a game manager, but he is not afraid to try to make some big plays. And that I don't associate with being a game manager. I feel like a game manager just executes the coach's game plan, whatever the coach wants. I feel like a game manager doesn't take a lot of chances. I feel like a game manager is there not to lose the game. I don't think Purdy's a game manager. I think he's a legitimate quarterback, obviously, but I think he's less careful than we think.
And, you know, it's not because I've been gone a week and I'm coming back whispering sweet nothings to you or trying to kiss your ass, because I don't do it. When I try, I don't do it well. But I'll say this, Donnie, about Brock Purdy. You were the first one at the party in regard to his legs, his escapability. He is not Michael Vick. But you know who he's not? Jimmy Garoppolo, who pretty much was a statue. I'm watching that game Friday, and I'm asking you now, Stoney, do you think Brock Purdy gets enough credit for his leg game? I mean, he runs at the most opportune times, obviously when the pocket's breaking down, but he ain't no snail. And I'm looking at Brock like, we focus on what you just talked about, you know, throwing the ball. He's a quarterback. But I don't think he gets enough credit for his leg game, Stoney. He is elusive, and if you look at his thighs and it's just lower half, he's bottom heavy, but it ain't fat. It's just he's a strong dude. And I'm like, you know what, Brock? You are elusive.
He's very elusive, I think.
Yeah.
I think he's what did I call him last year? It's like the mouse in the kitchen. I think you have him and he goes under the fridge. Then he comes out from behind the fridge, but he goes in that little crack next to the dishwasher.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a, you know what he's got? You know what he's got?
Lay it on us.
He's got the athlete's advantage. He's got the quick twitch.
I call it the skedaddle.
I think he's got quick twitch. He can make a very quick move to get away from a guy who's right on top of him.
Yeah, I'll add this, though. If you got him throwing more picks and number 11 is not an option, and whoever you got out there in filling those shoes, if they're not winning at the line of scrimmage or getting off or running precise routes, you know, and he has to go to option 2, 3, or what have you, I mean, we could see that. But last thing, Ricky Pearsall, Stoney, like, that's another component of the preseason that bothers me when you say, Goo, what did you see? And I saw a lot of good stuff, but we didn't even get a look at him, not even a glimpse. So if something does pop off with Washington or some other team, Ricky Pearsall will not been one to take advantage of preseason reps, which, again, could mean nothing, right?
I mean, even if he didn't start, I'd expect him to play some. Maybe on third downs or something. I mean, they drafted a receiver in the first round. I mean, I expect Ayuk to catch more than him. I expect Debo to catch more than him. I expect Kittle and McCaffrey. But, I mean, what I would expect out of Ricky Pearsall this year is you start to assimilate him into the system, and he becomes your third wide receiver.
But maybe your second if Ayuk is not here. You know what I mean? Like, the role expands and becomes bigger, and you kind of just wish he wasn't hurt. And I know Kyle said he expects him back in practice sometime this week. Hopefully that happens, but it was just something I jotted down on my 8.5 by 11. Shout out to Scott Osler Steiny watching the game Friday. Remember, he used to have that piece in the Chronicle, things he jotted down on his 8.5 by 11. You don't remember it. Scott Osler, Scotty!
8.5 by 11 is a sheet of paper. And that's not a note. It's not an index card.
But that was the bit. That was the bit. Things he jotted down on his 8.5 by 11. Scotty!
Goose back. Goose back.
People know what I'm talking about.
888-957-9570. What are you taking from training camp, 49er fans? 2 weeks till the opener at Levi Stadium against the New York Jets. I also want to get into this Mike Sando quarterback tiers list. It's pretty interesting. I may ask you the same question I asked Evan last week. What's a franchise quarterback? And we got into a fight over it, Goo.
What? I can't wait to hear the details.
Yeah.
It's pretty much your definition of a...
We didn't get into a fight. No. I just feel like there are more...
He doesn't have a definition.
Oh, boy.
No, it's
that was the fight.
Yeah, you were on the...
It's like, give me a quarterback, I'll tell you. It's really that simple.
Oh, Trevor Lawrence comes to mind.
Is he? Is he a franchise quarterback, Goo?
You had him one last week.
Yeah, well,
don't tell him what I had or what I didn't.
It's kind of nuanced.
Of course he's a franchise quarterback.
Is he getting paid like one?
Yeah, exactly.
Are they hoping he evolves into something better than he's shown?
Of course, he's young. He's young. 49ers have a franchise quarterback?
Yeah, they do.
Nah, they don't.
He's about to get 50 to 60 M's.
We'll see.
I mean, all right.
Evan and I agreed that he's not.
Oh, my goodness. You're playing.
No. Evan.
Well, what are we missing? What am I missing?
Got to get your second contract from your original team.
Well, then it's about number. I'm talking about on the field right now. Brock Purdy, but Dobbs. Yeah, Dobbs.
We call him Dobbsy.
Yeah, I ain't going there. That's a baseball term when you add the Z.
Everybody adds that.
In baseball more so than football.
I think pretty much in, all nicknames.
We called prime time Deion Sanders, who I'm down on, prime time.
I don't.
Not prime time Z.
I wouldn't call him prime time.
Yeah. Well,
I'm down on him too.
Me too. But anyway, we'll get into that. I think you both got it wrong if you're speaking for Evan.
No, Evan.
Purdy.
He hasn't got his second contract.
But what about the play on the field and the hope?
Why don't you ask Evan?
Yeah, Evan, what has he not done?
You know what?
He is their franchise quarterback.
Look, he's pouting.
Oh, look.
He's not pouting.
That's a new one. I like it. Radio pouting.
Not pouting. I'm pointing.
Evan, what's
talk to him?
What did you say last week? Get Chickering in here then.
Vic Carter.
Oh, man.
But, yeah, that'll be fun. We'll get into that.
888-957-9570. I got to tell you, I missed you, Goo, and I would have bet against you coming in here today praising Kyle for playing the starters. Did you flip a coin?
No, I didn't flip a coin. I like the new cut. He got like a little mullet. It's longer in the back. Kyle, I'm digging it. That. And I'm just sitting there like, he's sending a message like, we got games to win. We're trying to get back to the Super Bowl. So I did turn you guys on last week, and the proof is you guys were talking about the Super Bowl or bust or whatnot. And I'm just like, you know what, Steiny? I'm done with just kind of how I do my bank account, preparing for the future. The window is just this season. And that's what the Niners are trying to take advantage of. And that's why you need the guys that are not in camp back. Because all it's about and all you can control is what happens on the gridiron and off this season. So the Niners, right now, Steiner, you look at any outfit or who's supposed to win, the odds, the Niners are up there, rightfully so, and it's been that way since 19. 4 trips to the NFC Championship game, 2 to the Super Bowl. Like, damn, you don't do that without handing the keys over to a young man that's took you on the first.
He wasn't a part of the
first ride. No, I'm about to tell you, his first rodeo. Yeah. He took you to the NFC Championship game, and then followed that up with a Super Bowl visit, all while wrecking his elbow.
I just don't understand why, on the one hand, you would call Purdy a franchise quarterback, but on the other hand, not feel good about the year after this year in 2027. If he's a franchise quarterback, he should be sitting pretty till 2030.
Well, nobody does anything by themselves. And we just talked about Bosa and hopefully the new depth of the D-line. But he can't do it by himself. So if he were to lose Ayuk, Steiny, it'd be fair to see the impact. Clint Eastwood, sudden impact that would have not just on Brock Purdy, the running game and the Niner offense as a whole.
That's why
I just can't believe he's not back, Brandon Ayuk. I just really can't. And if this report, Mayoko tweeted, I think it was a second and a third, possibly, Stoney. I mean, man, you could have got that way back when, right?
I don't know. I don't know what was there 6 months ago. I don't know what was there 3 months ago. I don't know what there is now. What do you think about this? Manti Te'o, Good Morning Football.
Oh.
Check this out. Hey, Manti, how do the Niners look to you?
I think for the past 5 to 10 years, we've got so accustomed to the San Francisco 49ers walking around not only the NFC West, but the NFL in general as these big bullies. You watch Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel coming out of the locker room with that bump box, and you watch them get into that scuffle in the pregame, and you watch their dominant defense and their run game. We got so accustomed to that. I flipped on the TV and watched their past 2 preseason games when their starters played, and I just see an emotionally drained team.
Wow. Now, you got to go play the games, but man, I'm giving him an 8 on the. Man, he said not on the emotion. They look drained.
Yeah.
So, just from his standpoint, Stoney, what does that mean Monday night in 2 weeks against the Jets?
It means they're going to get pasted, is what it means. It means Aaron Rodgers is going to come into Levi Stadium and do some damage.
Or
that's
Kyle
what I'm hearing.
Te'o to, hey, hold my beer. I've been doing this since 19. I know you said 10 years. Even before I got here, I'll have my troops ready.
I mean, the reality of the situation with the Niners is, and Evan and I,
interesting. Wow.
Evan and I agreed on this too. We had a lot of agreements last week, Evan and I. We really came
people
together.
Say you don't fight when I'm not in.
Well, and I told our audience, he says less outlandish things than you. And so
and you're the leader of outlandish.
We both kind of agree that the reason he was going to play the starters on Friday is because he probably feels like they're behind. He probably didn't feel like they were where they needed to be this close to the season. And my question to 49er fans at 888-957-9570, you know how we've all been talking about training camp and the first 2 preseason games. Did you watch Friday's game against the Raiders, and did you feel better about what you were watching? I think you have to, really. I thought the offense looked pretty good when Purdy was quarterbacking in the first, second quarter.
But how can you let that supersede, again, who's not there and what they're dealing with? Well, and Juan Cruz with the best YouTube chat of the day, early Stoney. Manti saw the truth in the preseason just like his girlfriend. Pretty good early.
Yes.
That's a 4.
No, it's not. It's predictable, it's hackneyed, and it's trite.
But it happened. Those are facts.
15 years ago.
Still.
Who cares? Let the guy live.
Yeah, he is.
Let the guy live. Wait, what were you saying before that? I disagreed with something.
That might go viral. Whatever you saw that you're hitching your wagon to from a 49er preseason, nothing supersedes who's not there to me. That's just me. Well, and I'm not saying it's going to mean diddly squat in 2 weeks, but I've been telling you for a month, I'm expecting them back.
You took nothing from that game.
No, I took that Kyle has a job to do, and he's not going to cry in his beer on who's not here. And that type of, I'll go use Te'o's, that emotion has me thinking, Stoney, he may think his team and offense can be just as better, if not, without Ayuk. So that's why when I'm still seeing the smoke or the rumors about him possibly being moved, I'm like, it could really happen.
It could. So, I think Kyle Shanahan would disagree with you, kind of, where you said you didn't see anything that supersedes Trent Williams not being there and Brandon Ayuk not being there,
and Pearsall being hurt.
But I think that's the point. I think this is Kyle Shanahan's way of saying we're going.
The show goes on.
We got to go right now, and we're going to go with who's here, and we're going to go with who's available in 2 weeks.
Well, they did that. They did.
I mean, I think you could look at it like They're not close to bringing these two guys back. Maybe they're not
Trent,
close.
I know we're up against, I'll tell you. Like, I'm Trent Williams. I'm like, damn, coach running Purdy out there without me? Like, there's a message.
Yeah, you ain't that important.
Man.
And we all buried the lead. 49ers got a real problem if Trent Williams is picking up golf. Because that's a sport that'll hook you.
Oh, stop.
I'm telling you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Goo's back. And the 49ers preseason is over. They go 2-0-1. How do you think they looked? And with 2 weeks to go till the opener, what are your takeaways about this team? How you feeling? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up in the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Though that segment brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident?
Time for the legal.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. The main man Guru's back in town.
Somebody got a haircut licking fly.
Last Thursday.
Yeah, look at that thing.
Yeah, I may. I think this is going to be a productive week for me. I'm going to start lifting, I think.
Yeah. All the traps. I could see. Like, you ain't fat. All you need is some air in the tires, Snotty. I'm looking at you. Because Evan's got the air. He got the gun show going. He got me in there.
Yeah, I think I'm going to start doing something.
You got weights at home? You're going to go to a facility?
I got an 8-pound medicine ball. Yeah.
But we need some dumbbells.
Do you? Yeah, just go like that, you know? Just like that.
All right. Just let us know when you start, baby. Popeye. Yeah.
How was Greensboro?
It was green. It was beautiful. But I do have to say this. I'm my own man, and I think you guys know this.
Sure.
I'm not perfect. I have a lot of imperfections. But the one thing you could say about Goo, if I don't owe you money, is he loves his family, right?
Sure.
So we're out there bonding. It was emotional. And my Dana Relaford, one of my best friends, sends me a text after I slap on Facebook and Twitter. We'll get Instagram. We'll get to that too. The responses, little family pic. Yeah, it was emotional. It wasn't a vacation, Steiny, really. Okay. And she's ready to, get on with her life.
You took your daughter back to Greensboro College to North Carolina A&T, where she's about to start her sophomore year.
Yeah, well, she's still a freshman because she started in January.
That's right.
So. Anyway, my Dana Relaford texted me on the thread, cut the cord already. Geez, you guys did this last January. And I'm not insecure, but that shook my core like, this is my baby forever, Steiny.
Right.
That text hit me like, are we milking this? Should I just slapped her on a plane and said, hey, we've been there and done that? And that's my queen, that's my princess, so F him.
Well,
who would write something? And then Evan at the bar when I came by, I landed and met you guys Friday. Evan don't know he did this. He goes, Milan's been in school already. And it kind of jarred me of like, he's saying what the text was. Did you really have to go out there again with her?
Well, in fairness, I had forgotten.
When you said,
I had forgotten.
Give me a double, sir.
I had forgotten that you did do this before.
I'm out.
I believe in January of last year.
Yes,
and so
we did.
If you really look at it now.
The boss gave me a look too when I asked for the time off. You're going back.
You've done it twice now in 7 months.
But that's my baby. I ain't
January,
apologizing.
February, March, April, May, June, July, 8 months. Yeah, when you were telling me about that, it changes things a little
bit.
Did you do the same for Lil D?
His was different because he was in state. And I won't take any time off when he goes back. See you Sunday. See you later. But Steiny, why do people got to be so evil, I guess? Why would he not have a good time, tell my niece good luck, kick ass, be safe?
Hey, Evan,
cut the cord.
Evan, why don't you do yourself a favor? Find out when Parents' Weekend is at North Carolina A&T.
Wilson, now I'm going to sit one out.
I think homecoming's in 6 weeks.
He's got homecoming. He's got alumni weekend. He's got
you got to go back
weekend.
after winter break.
Oh, boy. You guys, man.
Oh. Well, how empty did the house feel?
Well, Lil D's still there. He don't start for another 2 weeks. So
all right.
He's a big, once he departs, then we'll really know, and I'll double back and tell you.
Gotcha. Hey, the 2024 Red and Gold Summit is set for Wednesday, September 4th. Once again, we're going to be live from the beautiful Fremont Bank at 39150 Fremont Boulevard. Willard and Dibbs live from 2 to 4, and then all the hosts join from 4 to 6, getting you ready for another football season. Come out and join the fun. Open to the public. First come, first serve.
Wow. This is going to be more than a summit, a therapy session. There's so many layers to this Niners season, Steiny, and we'll be out there at the Hilton, rightfully so. That is a humongous game. Aaron Rodgers, the Jets, I got them solid on the hot seat, I believe.
It's not.
I got the Jets going far in the AFC. That's for another show.
Is he on the hot seat or are they going far?
It's both. If
No,
you
it's
don't,
not.
if
If
you
they
don't
go
go
far,
far,
no.
you can. That's New York.
But you're saying he's going far.
They're on his neck already. Him and Rodgers not seeing eye to eye. But anyway, that's a heavyweight bout Monday night. Aikman and Buck in town. We should try to get Aikman on.
He's your guy.
I don't like any of it.
Possibly.
I'm excited for football.
I can tell.
I just hate the week off. So you get us all
Apparently
ready.
you were wrong on this one too again.
No.
You've made it, the way you're acting, and maybe you're right.
This is new since they added the extra game. So it's
Evan?
about the third year of this. I don't like any of it.
Okay,
I
so
like
it's been going on for a while.
Well, a couple years. Yeah.
I bet it's going on longer than you think.
Yeah.
Let's go to Mike in Santa Clara.
Mikey.
He knows the season's shot already. What's up, Mike?
Oh, I don't think it's shot.
Oh,
man.
I'm sorry. I misread.
No. No. I never said it was shot. I'm just a little concerned. And by the way, Goo, good to have you back. It's always nice to have our Stephen A. of the Bay back.
Oh, wow.
So,
all I need is boy, cut that. Yeah, I take that as a compliment, baby.
Oof.
Yeah.
Hey, man. Hey, take it as a compliment. We need you. So, anyway, guys, what I was talking about was Goose, I forget which one of you said it a little bit earlier. You know, we're focusing on the now. Super Bowl is now, but also looking to the future. My concern is obviously with these holdouts and, you know, especially with Trent possibly maybe not even being there week one. And, you know, week one is going to be a much more difficult game than I think people possibly think it's going to be. That defense is pretty stacked on the Jets side. I'm just worried because, you know, obviously looking to the future, Trent Williams, even at his age, he's still part of that future. And with him holding out, I worry about, you know, especially with the Jets game, maybe the next 3 to 4 games may not be as bad, but look, it's the NFL. These are professional athletes on every single team. You don't get to the NFL just by being a scrub. So even if it is like the Cardinals or someone like that, they're still a professional football team and anything can happen. So, you know, again, I'm just trying to figure out what's going to happen. And I'm a little nervous about how it's going to start at the beginning of the season if these holdouts continue to happen. So thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Mike.
And a lesson you gave me to his point before I left, Steiny, just moving forward, if they lost to the Jets, your partner, me, would not come in here and be like the season's over. There's a standard that the Niners and Kyle and Brock have set. Bosa, and again, it's operation, try to get that championship that's been elusive. My point is there's no stiffer test, maybe the Ravens, than the Jets. Like, I think this is for the offense, the Jets got a great defense, and with Rodgers back and the weaponry they have, this is awesome for a week one test. The season's not over, but could you imagine if Trent and Ayuk are not a part of your team?
Of course.
Now,
of course.
We're getting there. That thing is staring you in the face.
And then, you know what, Goo? Your whole notion of it being a humongous game, the 49ers would be telling you it's actually not. Because we didn't think enough of it to get these guys onto the field. So
what if I were to retort with, it's bigger than a week one if you don't get your guys on the field? That to me signals something else major is going on. Like the timing, Steve Young talking about the Niners not taking advantage last year of a chief offense that is going to be a lot more lethal this year. Like everything lined up last year. And these problems would be a lot more easier, I believe, for Niner fans to digest and process, Donnie, if you had that bling. If you had just one ring,
they don't.
And you were looking at it.
And it's pointless.
Exactly.
It's pointless to talk like that.
But that's what makes it worse to me is there's no guarantee you'll get back to that stage to try to get that elusive ring.
Why would you assume they're going to just get back? And in fact, that's what
their roster up into this offseason.
Well, according to Chris Sims,
Chrissy.
49ers would be my 4, definitely. One, hey, listen, I think the quarterback is a hair overrated. They are getting up there in age. The receivers, as far as like Kittle, his age, the offensive line, other than Trent Williams, doesn't really have another guy that you would put in the marquee list of offensive linemen out there. Defense, we know they're talented, but I think what I'm also taking into account is you're not going to have Dre Greenlaw near 100% anytime soon. Hufunga at safety is still working his way back, right? So there's some of that, along with, like you talked about, the aging of the football team that still really, really talented. And Shanahan will, if he finds out, text me the middle finger emoji or something like this. But
good.
Regardless,
Good. I'll make sure he finds out.
They're damn good. There's no doubt. But yeah, I don't think they're quite the Lions or the Packers, not this year.
Wow. If they actually, and I believe it's now, they got matching tattoos, communicate that way. That's awesome. But I'm one of those guys, and you know this from the Warriors. You can hit me all day with the birth certificate, but until my natural eyes see a guy slowing down, that's when I get concerned. But nothing he said is, you could put that. The Packers are getting older. Yeah, they're young, but you know what I'm saying? Until we actually see guys start to slow down, there's nothing to see here. It's just natural.
Well, Trent Williams has started to slow down.
No, but he was an all-pro again last year, which I know you kind of like, good.
What are you saying? Have any of the Warriors slowed down?
Yeah, they're at different rates.
Yeah,
but not to the point to where the Niners are not picked to win. They're picked in a lot of outlets, and my outlet representing the National Football Conference.
Yeah, the question I have for 49er fans is, what's your expectation right now of this team? Because I'll tell you right now, and I know a lot of you out there will roll your eyes because I'm not a fan, but if I were a 49er fan, the goal would be very simple. Make the playoffs. Make the playoffs. That's the goal after the way the preseason went.
So you're changing this based on what's popping off. Like you just said it, preseason.
Not really. But I think the idea of Super Bowl or bust is a joke. I really do. You can't. There's things that are going to happen that you can't control. And in order to win a Super Bowl, every single thing I feel like's got to go right. And the 49ers can have a great year and something happens and then they don't win a Super Bowl. It's nobody's fault, but it just happens. And I look at this team right now, and the Rams are supposed to be better.
Yeah.
The Packers are supposed to be better. The Lions are supposed to be better. And so what's the first goal? Let's make the playoffs. Make the playoffs. Give me 10, 11 wins. And we'll see. We'll try to get the number 1 seed. But if this stuff bleeds into the season and leaks into the season, we might not have that luxury. But I just feel like, I don't, that's the one thing that I don't jump all the way to a championship. You got 17 games first. You got to make the playoffs.
You sound like Kyle. Like I could hear a coach saying that to his players. But let me throw this to you, because it sounds like you
can't say, on the one hand, like you have all off season, and say, Steiny, they were lucky to beat the Packers. They were lucky to come back and beat the Lions.
Believe that.
And then just assume that this upcoming year they're just going to win 3 playoff games or 2 playoff games and then the Super Bowl. You can't assume that. I don't.
Well, what would you give me for this? Because I feel like you're kind of describing it without even knowing it. I don't believe the team that loses the Super Bowl can have a Super Bowl hangover. I feel like that's only for the guys that win the game. Now, I never played in the league, Steiny, shocker, but a Super Bowl hangover to me is for the winner.
Well,
the loser, I think they go use that fuel to and no nonsense. And that's why I'm shocked that the front office and the players, Ayuk and Trent, are doing what they're doing this close to go time.
The stats tell you that it's harder for a team that lost the Super Bowl to get back to the Super Bowl than a team that's won the Super Bowl to get back to the Super Bowl. So, I absolutely think there's something to the fact that the 49ers got all the way to the mountaintop last year.
Man, OT.
They didn't get it done, and now they're back at the starting line with everybody else, with 32 other teams. And so now everything starts over. Everything starts over. They're not the best team in football right now. they're 0-0. There's 32 other teams or 32 teams, and you go out and you beat the Jets, and you look good, and you're 1-0, and everybody says, well, okay, let's get this thing rolling, and maybe you start out 4-1, and there's good feelings around. Somebody else may be 5-0, and you may not get the number 1 seed, but to me, it's about making the playoffs. Make the playoffs, and then you go into the postseason, and you try to win as many games as you can. But there's just no guarantee.
Well, what's funny about all this is, I'll tell you who the Jets. Yeah, you're right, Stoney. I can't even argue that. But the Jets know what they're going to look like and who their quarterback's going to throw and be protecting for them week 1. And if we went to 31 other teams, it's maybe Dallas with the CD Lamb thing, because Jamar Chase, I think he's back practicing. But my point is, Niner fans are on edge of what are we going to look like that game?
You know what?
That, to me, is what are we going to look like? Forget winning the game.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think 49er fans are on edge. I worked last week. We took calls from fans. I don't think they're on edge. I think they still feel great about this team.
So they're assuming Ayuk will be here.
I guess. But 888-957-9570 is the number. We talked about this, last few weeks about how you feel about the Niners, the vibe. And Guru used an interesting phrase there. If you're a Niner fan right now, are you on edge? I kind of feel like there's a lot of fans out there that are still not overly concerned, and I still feel like there are a lot of fans out there who don't think that this Trent Williams Ayuk thing is serious yet.
Okay.
But I could be wrong. 888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, the thing I've struggled with the whole time is everybody says it's a throwaway line, but everybody seems to say, oh, this is their year. The window, they're never going to have a better chance. It's all about this year. Well, the 49ers, to me, and Ayuk and Williams aren't telling you that it's the most important year.
Wow, man.
If it were the most important year, I think, can't we all agree that if this year were truly the most important year, and Shanahan and Lynch truly believed this year was more important than last year, will be more important than next year, if that's really true, those guys would be here.
Well,
they would. They would. But it's not just about this year.
Okay, let's take this. We work for Odyssey. Your last name is Steinmetz. You have daughters. You have dreams. You have aspirations, and your job helps you, get to those. But Steiny, you're not going to put Odyssey before your family. And if not coming to work is going to fetch you some more cash, my point is you're standing on that because your last name and your family mean more to you than Odyssey. And not saying Odyssey doesn't mean a lot to you, but it's behind. And so I say that to say, that's what Trent and Ayuk are doing. They're trying to take care of their family and their future. And they're not throwing the middle finger to the Niners. But when you say it the way you said it like I do feel Trent and Ayuk are all in, but they're using this as leverage to secure their future.
What? I mean, why would you think they're all in? Like, why? I'm not taking a fight.
This is all business.
Okay.
And Bosa did it, but nobody knew, and everybody knew he wasn't going to leave. So there was no fear factor. I forget what network that used to be on.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You can't tell me Trent Williams is all in.
Oh, Pike, thank you.
You can't tell me Trent Williams is all in. I'm sorry. No. I'm not saying he's a head case. I'm not saying he's but don't tell me he's all in.
Well, he's
not here.
What if I feel like you're not giving him the benefit of the doubt as far as when he signs that name and he's yet to miss an actual game, he's going to give you his all.
You used the phrase all in. I do not believe he is all in right now. And I would say, how the hell could you even say that when he has a contract? He's under contract, and he's not there.
But he's standing on being true to himself and getting as much the money grab. And you can almost respect it.
Okay, you can almost respect it. Does that mean you don't respect it? What does
I guess I'm
almost
just saying
mean?
I'm not at the harbor of docking the boat of he's not, because I know what I'm going to get when he signs. And I believe that.
You think you do?
Well, you hope you do.
Yeah.
But he's all.
Of course. But give me a break with Trent Williams is all in. If Trent Williams were all in, he'd be here.
Well, are the Niners all in? Had they met his demand? You know what I mean? Had they got something hashed out?
Well, they didn't. They haven't.
So it's 50-50.
I don't care what it is. He's 50-50 in. Because I'll give him half the blame for this. The bottom line is, don't tell me Trent Williams is all in. The other thing Evan brought up last week, and I wish I knew the players.
Yeah, tell me.
Do you realize that what was his name? The Chiefs just signed their center to the biggest contract a center has ever gotten.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he was in camp. He was in camp practicing.
Right.
And then he signed a deal, and now he's the most lucrative, highly paid center in football.
Yeah. Snidey, look, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not mad at Trent. I think we know where he's at in regard to his career. We all expect this. It's kind of funny. We've never heard Kyle say he's irritated with Trent and how he's going about his business. And maybe because he hadn't made the rounds like Ayuk had. But I guess if I'm a Niner fan or I'm part of the organization, I kind of know I'm going to get Billy Badass when we do get this hashed out.
Kind of know.
Well, like I'm not, what's his... Yeah, come on, Stoney.
What?
He's an A- left tackle.
He's been, yeah.
And I'm assuming when we get this hashed out, once he gets on the field Monday night,
good.
I'm going to get all of him.
Okay, you probably will. I'm just saying he's not there now.
Yeah.
I mean...
But I feel like you're just blowing past what he's trying to accomplish. And I know
what he's trying to accomplish. He needs to be the highest paid left tackle in football. And because he's not right now, he's not in training camp. Because that's something that apparently to Trent Williams is hugely important, to be the highest paid left tackle. I don't see that as being all in.
Okay.
Go get your money.
Yeah.
But you ain't all in.
But when I left you last, you threw this out. Maybe they have an agreement to, he hates training camp. Remember, he hates training camp.
Okay.
So how much of it?
So he's never all in at this point anyway. So I'll give it to you. Yeah, when he gets in, he'll probably be all in, but don't tell me he's all in right now. He's all in to try to get as much money as he can right now. 888-957-9570 is the number. Guru used the phrase all in. And I guess my question to 49er fans is, do you feel like this organization, this front office, the players, do you feel like everybody is all in, on the same page, ready to go back to the Super Bowl and make amends for last year? You tell me, does it feel like the 49ers, top to bottom, are all in? 888-957-9570 is the number. Join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament. It benefits the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company.
Head to Safeway this week for these members.
great Kevin Burkhardt, who has a new partner.
Kevin's the man, by the way.
He is the man. What happened to Olsen? Brady doesn't deserve that gig.
When he was
Damn it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy. Evan.
Who is that guy,
Why don't
Evan?
you put the cherry on top with Guru and tell him the pay cut Olsen has to take?
What are you talking? Oh, there's no way.
It's actually quite a significant pay cut.
Oh, I'm all ears, E.
So with the A-team, he made $10 million last season, and Tom Brady is currently making $10 million this season as the number one color analyst for Fox. And Greg Olsen, who moved just slightly down the ring to number 2, will be making $3 million this year.
Steiny, if I could run through the window for Olsen, I would just go to CBS. Leave. You can't. He didn't deserve to get removed, but now 7 M's, 7 milli. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. That's what you call, hey, we'll pay you what you were paying. We know we did you wrong. But for him to lose that, we got breaking news, huh?
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
All right, here you go, Guru. I'll be looking for your analysis. CeeDee Lamb has been signed by the Cowboys. CeeDee Lamb, 4 years, $136 million. That's an average of 34 per year with a guarantee.
This is big.
Of $100 million.
Wow. And
CeeDee Lamb, 4 years, $136 million, $100 guaranteed. That's $34 million per year.
That's wow. And you wonder, okay, what took so long? So he's right underneath Justin Jefferson, 33, you had mentioned, 34, excuse me. But Steiny, the first thing I thought about is, does this affect one Brandon Ayuk?
Yeah,
100 milli guaranteed.
I would think so.
That's the Kirk Cousins guarantee. That's what Atlanta gave Kirk.
I think it's pretty clear that Ayuk wants to be among the highest paid receivers. And I'm looking at a chart right now.
Okay.
Let me go to total guarantees, because this has got to be it. Justin Jefferson's guaranteed $110 million. CeeDee Lamb just got $100 million guaranteed. DJ Moore, 82. AJ Brown, 84.
Damn.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, 77. Waddle, 76. Cooper Kupp, 75. Those are big guaranteed numbers.
Man.
So
you think that could be the holdup with this Ayuk? Not the years, the guarantee. Guarantee.
Yeah, or it might have something to do with the years. I don't know.
Dallas played this well. He didn't exceed Jefferson. They gave him everything right underneath him.
But they're behind schedule.
Oh, no. And
Dak can't get chemistry with him.
No, that's real. The soft tissue thing is, again, I'm no doctor.
Don't say soft tissue.
But still, a hammy, something happens because you haven't been playing in pads. And by all accounts, CeeDee Lamb's had the best workout running on the beach and pulling tires. That ain't football. And I'm not saying you're not in shape, but that is a fear that Niner fans should have for both their guys that are out, who basically were not a part of the offseason activities for the Niners. But that's some big money. I just wonder, honestly, Steiny, what Ayuk, where is his threshold? Like, CeeDee Lamb, you're right up there to me with Justin Jefferson. But as much as I love Ayuk, Steiny, I don't think he is. And I'm wondering if he think he is.
I mean, I'm looking at Amon-Ra St. Brown, average salary per year, $30 million, 77 guaranteed of his $120 million. So, I mean, I got to believe Ayuk thinks he's that guy.
But
right?
to the Niners?
I don't know.
Yeah. And Evan came in here during the break, Steiny, saying this possibly could be a busy week in the NFL predicated on tomorrow being cut down day.
Yeah.
So you wonder, I mean, man, you just want closure for the Niners, both parties, and you want to know who your quarterback's going to be throwing to. This is not like Trent Williams. He's going nowhere, Steiny. When he does play football, he'll be in the red and gold. But now the Ayuk, I mean, this dude could be on another team here in hours.
Yeah, possible. We'll see. Let's go to Dre. Dre's in Lemoore. What's up, Dre? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Good morning.
Hey.
Hey, yeah, I'm confident in the Niners, but I'm on edge because Trent Williams right there. I think, we can win a few with IU, but we ain't going to win another one without Trent there. Brock's going to be on his back all day long. That offensive line hasn't looked too good. The defensive line hasn't looked all that great. But, hey, your quarterback's got to be on his feet. Trent protects that. It's a shame he's holding them hostage like that. Trent's made a lot of money. You ask me, these guys are getting greedy. Come on, what's the fourth highest paid and the first? But he's got the leverage. He is the man. He's the best tackle in the NFL that I see. It's just unfortunate these guys are being stingy. And I understand that the Yorks make a lot of money, but come on, man. Be in there for the team. Let's go for the Super Bowl. I ain't too confident without Trent there. What do you guys think?
Thanks, Dre. Well, I know Guru isn't.
Yeah, man, you talk about not just the run game, the passing game, and we talked about Brock Purdy's ability to escape, him not getting enough credit. Obviously, Stoney, if there's no Trent Williams, he's going to definitely need that. But, I mean, again, I think Trent Williams is MVP when it comes to O-linemen, the impact he has on this team. And we saw that last year with the 3-game losing streak. I do wonder, it being cut down day tomorrow, does that have any bearing on Trent? But you want to get this fixed.
Ari Mayrav works for, he's a host at NFL Spotlight. All right. He knows the Washington Commanders. Here's what he has as the latest on Brandon Ayuk.
There was a point a few weeks ago when the 49ers were looking to trade Brandon Ayuk, where they did call Washington because Ayuk wanted to go there, be with Jaden Daniels. And those talks didn't go anywhere simply because, A, they were not going to trade McLaurin to San Francisco. The 49ers did not want Dotson. And then number 3, if there was no receivers going back, the 49ers asked for a first-round pick, which their GM, Adam Peters, said is a non-starter. It's not happening. That's why Washington has not been involved in the Ayuk sweepstakes, even though he wants to go there. So these next couple of days, we are going to be watching to see if Washington does add another receiver, whether it's on the waiver wire or on the trade market, because they have been fishing around there. And now if Dotson no longer there, do they try to find somebody else?
Ari Mayrav talking about, see, this is what I mean about the Niners. Give me you're not getting McLaurin.
No,
get out of here.
Yeah.
What are you doing? That's just proof to me. And wanting a first rounder, it's proof that they're not really interested in trading him.
But the fallout
especially
is the
not
fallout.
to Adam Peters, who knows all about the 49er organization. Well, I mean, at what point, if you're a 49er fan, at what point would you trade Brandon Ayuk because you feel like you have to move on at some point? And are we there yet?
But I think we've been there, but he is not willing to sign. Obviously, in New England, I don't know what happened with Pittsburgh, but excuse me, Stotty, if I don't jump up and down thinking something is imminent because of Andrew Filipponi from, 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh, our sister station, saying it was at the goal line, and he wasn't the only one. But if Ayuk is not willing to, put his John Hancock on a new deal, who's going to make that trade?
I don't know.
And now with the CD news, I wonder if the numbers have went up for Ayuk in his camp.
I mean, the bottom line to me is, if you're the San Francisco 49ers and 3 or 4 months ago, you were fielding calls about Ayuk and you were wanting a receiver and a number 1 for the right for that other team to pay Ayuk, like that to me is preposterous. They were never going to get a receiver and a number 1 for Brandon Ayuk, I don't think. So at what point do you call it like it is? Addition by subtraction. Are you there? I mean, would you trade him right now for a second-round pick?
I would not.
Could you even get a second-round pick? Like, that's the other thing I think. You know what? Would you move him for a second-round pick? Nobody's even offering that.
But you've had, since April, Steiny, the draft, to come up with something.
Yeah.
And I really thought this was a cute little story. What did Willer say? The episode of Friends, Steiny, where nobody really wants to part ways. But when you hear reports about Kyle being irritated the way that Ayuk's handling his business, you do wonder, man, the season is about to start in 2 weeks and we're still at this impasse? Man.
Impasse is.
Well, I'm assuming Trent.
Of course you are.
T-Dub.
Remember? Oh, God. Remember? Oh, boy. This must have been 3 weeks ago. We were talking about Trent Williams and, and whatever he's doing, holding out for more money. I believe it was a Friday. And you said Steinmetz, I believe he'll be in by Tuesday. And that would be 2 weeks ago from tomorrow.
Well, I never said bet your house. No. It's just I went with, like I saw something in Wiggins' eyes. I went with the feel, the core. And everybody's got it wrong, bud.
No.
Up until now.
No.
Steiny, I thought he was, you sitting here looking at me telling me on this Monday you didn't think he was going to be a Steeler.
Who?
Ayuk.
I thought we were talking about Trent Williams.
No, I'm talking about Ayuk.
Okay, what again?
When all the Filipponi put his, I thought it was coming, like the baby's here.
I was sitting at the bar with you on Friday, Goo.
I like cafeteria.
And you said, nothing's happened. Nothing's happened since I've been gone. And I said, yeah, nothing's happened.
Well, Dallas did something. They signed their guy.
And Brandon Ayuk, Trent Williams, we're still here 2 weeks from the opener. And yes, if you just joined us, CeeDee Lamb has been signed by the Cowboys. 4 years, $136 million with a $100 million guarantee.
That's a lot of chicken, man, for a receiver.
The question now becomes, does it make it harder or easier for the Niners to get something done with Ayuk?
How would you answer? What's your gut tell you on that? Or the Niners like, okay, and?
I think the Niners are probably okay, and he doesn't have anything to do with you. You're not as good as him. Your numbers aren't as good as him. We don't use you like they use CeeDee Lamb. We have other weapons that we go to even more than you, Brandon. So the fact that he got $100 million guaranteed, 34 annual or average
right
annual
behind JJ.
Yeah. No, those are not. You're right, Brandon. Those are nice numbers. He's not you. He's him. Mm-hmm.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 888-957-9570 is the number. I don't know. Do 49er fans think that CeeDee Lamb getting signed today could be the impetus for the 49ers to get Brandon Ayuk in? Or do you see those numbers, 136, $100 million guaranteed, $34 million average, as almost more of a deterrent to getting something done with Brandon Ayuk? 888-957-9570.
Well, it's kind of funny. Every comp that you use, we've been playing this game of chicken since Justin Jefferson got re-upped. It hasn't helped Brandon Ayuk, Stoney? So now you're like, is this really going to help it? But Chris A. Brought something up about this whole situation to where I'm exhausted. But Jerry Rice, he didn't come, that thing he put on IG to where I really thought a decision.
Yeah,
Shout out LeBron James.
he knew.
I thought a decision was coming, Steiny. Yeah. As a football coach, I put myself in Kyle's shoes, a GM, Lynch, who played the game and won a Super Bowl. This just can't be good for anybody. And that's why I just think of that soundbite you played by Te'o. They just look exhausted. That is like, there's no scoreboard for that, but I could damn sure understand that if that were the case, partner.
Yeah, I feel like they've been stagnant this training camp, the Niners. I really do. I feel like if you're Purdy, if you're Kittle, if you're Debo, if you're McCaffrey, I feel like those guys have been in this league long enough to know that it's really hard to make progress during training camp if you don't have your wide receiver and your left tackle out on the field.
I understand. I
feel like they're just biding time, waiting for them to get back so then they can get moving, if you will. But I don't think the Niners are having the kind of training camp they want, and it's because of those two guys specifically.
Yeah, and it goes against everything that I've heard in sports across the board is the camaraderie and everything that you talked about with OTAs and the preseason. It's not just what happens on the day of the preseason game and half the guys don't play, but it's about leading up to those games. And again, either one of those dudes, Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk, could go into Monday night's game if they sign, being proactive with now putting pads on all season long. And that may not mean diddly squat and they come in and ball out, but partner, if I had to bet, I got to believe that means something when you're not with your guys and you don't put the pads on.
We do have some good news regarding the 49ers. Ricky Pearsall scheduled to return to practice today.
Well,
yay! And Coach Kyle Shanahan said the team will have to make a decision on whether Talanoa Hufanga will open the season on reserve PUP list.
I would now you're going to laugh because the PUP list, I believe, is 4 games.
Yeah.
I would err on the side of caution. That's just me.
Yeah, you need personnel.
Well, Dad, you canceled 2 joint practices. That happened, for whatever that's worth.
According to Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Area, this could be a busy day around the NFL. As as Kyle Shanahan suggested, teams with deep position groups are looking to make deals. What's the 49ers' deepest position group? What would you say, 49er fans? Their deepest
damn sure is not their
group.
D-line. Wow.
Well, he seems to think the offensive line has got a lot more depth than it has in the past. I don't know if it's the deepest.
Well, Trent Williams, and we see that would get tested early. That's like a nightmare. You don't want that.
Well, they have depth.
I'm going to say receiver. I'm assuming Pearsall and Ayuk is back. How about that? You got Jennings, Pearsall, Debo, who caught a lone pass the first play of the game against the Raiders.
Yeah. He didn't get behind anybody.
He still made a good catch on the sideline. A great throw.
Great catch from great
I don't
throw.
know, how would Niner fans answer that, Stoney? The deepest part of your team. I guess that would be my answer right now.
I mean,
because it ain't linebacker with your boy missing Greenlaw.
I think they're deep at quarterback. Dobbsy's been terrific.
I hate the Dobbsy.
Why?
I told you.
Oh, the Nick. Oh,
Yeah,
that just ensures that it's put it in the cap.
Yeah. Hopefully you don't see him this year, Niner fans.
Why not?
Because that means something happened to Purdy.
No, it means that the 49ers then have blown out nobody.
No.
They had no blowouts if Dobbsy doesn't get on that field.
Remember, we are the home of the station that had, is Kyle going to use Trey Lance? Are there going to be 2 packages? Remember that? How'd that work out? That did manifest.
Trey Lance, 5 interceptions yesterday.
But threw for the most yards in the preseason, though. Had the most yards thrown for, but he attempted the most, too.
33 for 49, 333 yards for Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Only 5 picks.
Oh, in one game.
Yeah, but it was an exhibition game.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
He's got to find a team that's on his same trajectory to where it's not about winning. I just get my reps and hopefully get better in 2-3 years. That team he's on now is not that. So we probably won't see him.
What team do you think is on that? Like
a bottom feeder.
San Jose State?
Oh, look at
somebody like that?
Hey, I don't have the answer, Sway.
Idaho State?
Look at you.
Could he play there?
I'm watching the game, and the guy goes, he did that at North Dakota State. He ran for 50. I said win. What game? He played 1.5. One game. Don't just throw that line. That was a throwaway line. He did that at North. Win. I was talking to myself.
What did the Niners do?
Or what are they doing?
No.
Oh, with the 3 number 1.
No, with Trey Lance. What a butcher job.
3 number 1s. Yeah, I'm saying
butcher
3.
job.
Yeah, shout out Shasky. He wouldn't have made that deal.
Who?
Shasky.
Is he a GM that I don't not aware of?
No, I'm just saying it don't take you to. Norm wouldn't have made that deal. There was too much risk.
The trade was made.
He was Wiseman.
The trade was made for the spot, not for the quarterback.
Does that make it any better?
No, it doesn't. It almost makes it worse because to me, Kyle Shanahan, there were 5 quarterbacks in that draft. When they moved up to 3, then they knew they'd have the top pick of the 3 remaining. And yes, I absolutely think Kyle Shanahan at that point was like, okay, who we got? We got Trey Lance. Well, he's very athletic. I think we got Mac Jones. I kind of like him. And then who was the other one? Not Zach Wilson, not Trevor Lawrence. Who's the third one there that I can't remember?
It was
he's not quarterbacking anymore.
Zach?
I have Zach Wilson. Trevor Lawrence, Trey Lance, Mac Jones. There was a 5th. Anyway,
Justin Fields.
Yeah. Correct.
Shout out Juan Cruz. I stole it.
He just wanted to move up to 3. And he thought, I think he thought.
That's kind of reckless.
Not if you thought it was a good quarterback draft and you were looking for a quarterback.
Well, not that anybody cares, but if you look at what those guys are doing.
I know.
It's like you always talk about, well, who could you got outside of Wiseman?
Exactly. So they moved up in a quarterback draft that might not have had a star.
But it doesn't change the impact of those picks that you lost.
Not at all. In fact,
you got the best cologne in the world. Warriors got one after losing a championship with Kevin Durant. And in the NFL, Brock Purdy's emergence from Mr. Irrelevant to what he is now.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to go over some of these quarterback tiers that Mike Sando of The Athletic put out. And he basically rated the 32 quarterbacks. And we can go through them and love to know what you're thinking. I got some good news and bad news regarding Brock Purdy. You might not like where he is on this list, but nobody's moved up higher in ranking, according to Mike Sando, than Brock Purdy from last year.
But without me knowing the list, Donnie, and that's what's going to make the segment, the best part of it is I can tell you right now, dead in the eyes, there's only one guy that's won more than Brock Purdy on that list. How about that? Or taking his team further. There's only one guy.
No.
What do you mean no?
2, at least.
No, there's one
3.
guy. Oh,
Aaron Rodgers?
I was saying since the inception of him being the Niner quarterback.
Oh.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. And Guru's back in town. We're all excited about it. And how do you think Brock Purdy played? 3 series on Friday against the Raiders, 10 points, 1 pick. And the Niners end up, by the way, I said the Niners were 2-0-1. They were 1-1-1.
I didn't catch the 2-0.
Yeah. I
lost to Tennessee.
Yeah, right. So there you go there. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
Get ready for football season.
Deidre.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, welcome back. And we've got some NFL news that likely impacts the San Francisco 49ers and Brandon Ayuk. Cowboys wide receiver CeeDee Lamb has been signed to a 4-year, $136 million deal. He's getting a $100 million guarantee and a $38 million signing bonus, which is more than Justin Jefferson got.
Man.
And my question to 49er fans is, does this matter? Does this matter as it relates to Brandon Ayuk? Did you think CeeDee Lamb was going to sign a contract before Brandon Ayuk? Does this impact Ayuk at all? CeeDee Lamb has been at Cowboys camp just like Ayuk has been at 49er camp. So do you take this as good news that maybe something could be coming around the corner? 888-957-9570. Goo, what do you make of it?
Well, to your question, Donnie, it's I don't know with who. That's the part of the puzzle that we're missing. Will it be because I do think this means more income for Brandon Ayuk. He won't supersede CeeDee Lamb, but whatever he's asking for now, guaranteed wise, I believe that goes up. Looking at this news out of Dallas, but the Niners are sending the message to me that they don't think Brandon Ayuk is this type of receiver, and they don't want to use those resources. So now the question is, if it's Washington, if it's Pittsburgh, Steiny, are they willing to sign off on that and give Brandon what he wants? But as far as me saying, does it mean anything for Brandon? I was looking at it through the prism of he won't supersede it. Will he get close to it? It's not about that. It's about what he's going to ask for, I believe, has actually gone up because of this news. And you just wonder, all the time we've had all off season to get this rectified and get it fixed and meet somewhere, Steiny, nothing has happened. And now I come in after being off for a week and the Redskins are looming. But I do believe this is good news for Brandon Ayuk. Is it going to be with the Niners or another team, Steiny? We'll find out.
So if we're looking at some numbers for CeeDee Lamb, like 34
AAV,
annual AAV. If the 49ers were offering Ayuk 27 and they were not coming off 27, or whatever the guarantee was, and then whatever the signing bonus was. If you're telling me that Brandon Ayuk now comes to the Niners, so they're not moving off something now already.
Go ahead.
I mean, if Brandon Ayuk sits at the table today, or his agent does, and says, well, now it's going to even cost you more, then you're in trouble.
And Steiny,
then you're in trouble as far as him being on the team, I think.
Or if he's on the team, even because the cuts are tomorrow. He's got a spot right now. I'm looking at DJ Moore, Steiny, 27.5 AAV. Mm-hmm. That's where I have Brandon. Cooper Kupp, 26.7 million AAV. Our guy Devante Adams, who I don't think Brandon Ayuk is as good as, he has 28 million. But if they're burning up the phone or saying the price has gone up, I'm like, now, Brandon, you're being unrealistic.
Well, I think some people might think he's being unrealistic all off season. But you know what? Maybe the Niners have been unrealistic about what they were going to have to pay this guy all off season. CeeDee Lamb, in case you're just joining us, has signed with the Cowboys, 4 years, $136 million, $100 guaranteed, $100 million guaranteed, and a $38 million signing bonus, which is more than Justin Jefferson got. And now the question becomes, does that impact negotiations with Brandon Ayuk at all? There seemed to be, I remember we had Dibs during the crossover last week, and he was suggesting that Ayuk has made himself some money this year, or rather this offseason, because his value continues to go up as these guys continue to sign their high money contracts.
Well, and we love Dibs, but the bottom line is, Steiny, you know what state I'm from, Missouri. Show me. What if that's the case, then why is it taking so long? Is this the last domino? You think this is the last domino Brandon Ayuk and his camp we're waiting on? This CD Lamb news?
I mean, I don't understand, to me, how it impacts Brandon Ayuk. I really don't. I'm sure the 49ers were operating under the premise that Ayuk wasn't the player that CD Lamb is.
Yeah. Okay.
So if CD Lamb's the second best receiver in football and the Niners think Brandon Ayuk's is the eighth best, well, then you're not going to pay the eighth best wide receiver like the third best wide receiver.
But if you insert other teams like Pittsburgh and New England who are willing to give him $32 million allegedly, and things like that, and he still didn't want to leave, shame on him if it wasn't, just a money grab. But to Dibbs' point, Steiny, we've yet to see, what Dibbs saying he's made him some money because he's still out there unsigned.
Hey, the 2024 Red and Gold Summit. It's set for Wednesday, September 4th. That's a week from this Wednesday. And once again, we're going to be live from the beautiful Fremont Bank at 39150 Fremont Boulevard. Willard and Dibbs, they're going to be live from 2 to 4. And then all the hosts will be there from 4 to 6, getting you ready for another football season. Come out and join the fun. It's open to the public. First come, first served. That's Wednesday, September 4th, the Red and Gold Summit. It'll have all of us there. We're going to have some fun at Fremont Bank.
And hopefully this thing, the Ayuk situation, will be hashed out. Just think about that. Going into that summit and this thing's still lingering.
I could see it.
Oh, man.
I could see it.
Nobody wins then, to me. The team on the field. And
nobody's winning now. Nobody's winning now. The question is...
Well, some will say, Brandon, this is good news because the price has gone up.
But if nobody's going to pay him, then, let me just throw this to Evan real quick. Oh, he's not... Just to get your perspective. Just to get your perspective.
Give it to us.
Does this impact Brandon Ayuk's situation at all in your mind?
Yes, because if you are a number one receiver, there's now an expectation that you will get a 4-year deal. And remember, Brandon Ayuk, a couple of weeks ago, there was a report that the final details of the last year was kind of the issue. So if you're the Niners, you might be fine with paying him 30 plus AAV, whatever it is, but for 3 years, which is what Debo got. But now if you're Brandon Ayuk and you're seeing, okay, well, CD got 4, Jefferson got 4, I'm not worth as much as those guys total dollars-wise, but maybe this to him cements the fact that he wants 4 years or he's not coming into camp.
It's one way to look at it.
Man.
That's one way to look at it.
And I don't think that's good for anybody. So if you're telling me the team before this CD Lamb news didn't want to give you or thought you were not worth what you were asking for, Steiny, you're telling me now another house is sold and that's going to have them double back and say, we'll meet your demands? I feel like it's actually the other, it goes the other way. Like, dude, that's all fine and dandy. You're not getting that from us.
Yeah, I mean, I
if you look at the scoreboard, it looks like it's going that way to the point of now we've got Washington's re-entered the scenario as a possible trade destination for him.
If you're telling me, I mean, I get what Evan's saying. Like if Brandon Ayuk sees this contract, and if you're just joining us, CeeDee Lamb has just signed with the Cowboys, 4 years, $136 million, $100 million guaranteed, $38 million signing bonus. He got the 4th year. Listen, I understand what Evan's saying. Evan's saying if we're only dealing with a 3-year contract, maybe now I want 4 because everybody in my league has gotten 4. If it comes down to the guarantee or it comes down to the signing bonus. I mean, if Brandon Ayuk goes in today and asks for more than he asked for 2 days ago, then I do think we're in a little trouble with this situation.
Well, I think there's trouble now.
Yeah, but I mean, this would be, maybe this gives the 49ers more of an impetus to trade him because The reality is, if that's the case, now they've gotten farther apart.
No doubt about it. But what I don't want to have happen, and we kind of just mentioned it with the miss on Trey Lance, is you don't want to trade addition by subtraction. You can do that, but you can't tell me that impact will not. The Niners offense will not feel that. That's the worst case scenario for me, for Kyle, 49er fans, is if you do this because it's just, you just need to negate the relationship. The Niners aren't better because they don't have a replacement for Brandon Ayuk on the field.
Well,
we understand what went into the erosion of the relationship, but man, I just would love to know what he's asking for, partner. I really would.
Yeah, I don't know what he's asking for. But I think the Niners, I don't know, man. It feels like they're prepared to go into the season without Brandon Ayuk if they have to. And I think they think between Debo and Juwan Jennings, and if Pearsall can play, Cowing with another touchdown catch.
Look at you.
I'm just saying. They still have Conley.
But CD this is the highest paid guaranteed Stoney ever for a receiver. The highest.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, okay, how would that work?
From the 925, this CeeDee Lamb deal should benefit the Niners, in my opinion. Ayuk and Lamb are two different type of players, and Ayuk isn't to that level. Writing is on the wall. If Ayuk wants to play diva, goodbye. That's from Joe in San Ramon. Are we at that point, 49er fans, with Ayuk? You just want to trade him at this point?
Well, I'm not
Take
there.
a third.
Yeah.
Take a third.
Well, fans are going to say they're there. This is exhausting, but imagine what Kyle and John are saying. Stoney, you got a game in 2 weeks. Damn. Quarterback hadn't thrown you a pass yet.
Well, then sign him.
This whole offseason.
Well, then shut up and sign him, John Lynch.
Yeah.
Shut up and sign him.
But they're standing on business.
Okay. Well, then.
So something wasn't there.
Why would they not stand on business in a week or in 2 weeks?
And that's why I think this is concerning. Like, he could have been in New England by all accounts, right? He didn't want to go there. Like, Brandon, what do you want?
I think
we know what you want, but
I think we're going to find out that maybe not all the reports were accurate about what team might have been offering, that a deal was in place or anything like that. I'm going to wait for all that information to come out kind of after the fact. But
415 text this, Tony. Brandon's agent should be fired. Do you have any? Not that we're agent city. I mean, is he doing his client a disservice by not telling them what's real if he is asking for something ludicrous or something that's unrealistic? And advise him not to take the trade to New England that was allegedly going to pay him 30. I don't know why I keep going to that, but that was a Magic Johnson. That was $32 million. That would have got you, if that were your goal, the chicken that you were yearning to get and the news. Oh, well, Brandon, but you balked at it by all accounts. You didn't want to play in New England. We get it. So it wasn't just about the chicken.
I'm not buying that either. I'm just not. And again, maybe the Patriots were offering 32. But let me guess. The 49ers wanted 2 players and 2 first-round picks. That's the way the Niners do this stuff.
Well, it's a two-way street until it's not. And that's what's so confusing and baffling about this whole thing, Stoney. Okay, Brandon accepts a trade. Then, the other team's got to be on the hook to pay him.
I mean, if you're the 49ers, you can't. They got to cut down to 53 by tomorrow.
Yeah.
Brandon Ayuk on the 53-man roster?
He has to. It would be a disaster if what's the other? Put him on the pup and miss 4 games?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. This would be a nightmare. Like, no matter how this ends, if he's not out there under contract, to me, Stoney, catching passes week 1 against the Jets, this was a failure, this whole negotiation.
Well, what if they beat the Jets and he comes into camp and they start 5-0?
Well, we'll talk then.
Yeah. Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area, said the 49ers announced some cuts today. And, oh, boy, your favorite.
Give it to me.
Remember? This guy was never.
Don't act like I got cut.
Yeah,
but damn.
no, but Matt Breida.
Oh, the cheetah. Damn.
Keyshawn Vaughn, running back. Punter Presley Harvin III. Offensive lineman Lewis Kidd, wide receiver John Trey Kirkland.
Oh, man.
So Breida is the...
Breida the cheetah. Well, JP Mason can run the ball, man. That's just the bottom line. And I'm no ball coach, but I know if I got McCaffrey, who, is a bell cow, but good God, what am I seeing? And I'm not a coach from Mason to where, Steiny, you couldn't get him maybe 10 to 12 touches a game just to preserve McCaffrey. Dude's a beast, man. He's put together well. Mason? Yeah.
10 to 12 touches?
Yeah. Where they possibly?
Where are they coming from?
Well, if McCaffrey goes down because you're running them in the dirt, in the ground, I just like to me that was one of the biggest takeaways and pluses for me this preseason was Mason showing me he can run, man. He's showing them.
Let's go to Mike. Mike's in San Lorenzo. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man?
What's good, Sonny and Guru?
Hey, man.
So I just want to go and touch base a little bit. Regarding the Ayuk, the CeeDee Lamb, so on and so forth, the Jeffersons, the Chases. I got to ask, Guru, as a Cowboys fan, what did CeeDee Lamb do to deserve that type of money? With the Niners, Ayuk, what did Ayuk do to deserve, or trying to get this type of money? Yeah, I get the Super Bowl twice, a couple championship games. Jamar Chase, one Super Bowl championship game, but these guys haven't really done anything I feel to deserve anything like that type of payment status. But then again, I'm not pocket watching. It's just, what have they done? Is there anything you guys can touch base? I'll take it on here, but fill me in.
Well, you are pocket watching, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, nobody would be paid under his pretense other than Patrick Mahomes. CeeDee Lamb caught every damn ball thrown his way almost last year, Steiny. His ability, like Brandon Ayuk, to get off at the line of scrimmage is second to none. And the reason you're pocket watching is the organization chose, just like the Vikings did with Justin Jefferson, to put that chicken in your hand because they believe you were worthy of that. Just like I believe next year, Brock Purdy, that will be done from the Niners. So the bottom line is, Brandon Ayuk is asking for something I believe his team thinks he can't do. And that's the holdup. But, I mean, if we're going to go off of his thought process, Jordan Love, has he shown you, Steiny, that he should be the highest paid quarterback in the NFL? Let me answer for you. No. He's damn good and his future looks bright, but you can't hate Jordan Love for that. The bottom line is, what is Brandon Ayuk asking for, and how good does he think he is compared to how good his team thinks he is? And right now, Steiny, I think there's a gap as big as the Pacific Ocean.
By the way, Jamar Chase is back at camp in Cincinnati.
Well, our boy Ayuk's been at camp, so you got to give him credit for that.
No,
I'm not like his hell.
I don't give him credit for that. No, I don't.
But when he was there and he was bro hugging, you kind of thought something will get done.
I don't give him credit for being at camp under contract. And he's not practicing. I mean, he took the path of least resistance.
And was at the game Saturday in Vegas. Go figure.
Yeah, go figure.
I'll get on the plane with y'all.
Well, he's on the team.
Yeah.
He's on the team. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the Niners. They played their last preseason game on Friday against the Raiders. Do you feel better about the team after Purdy's performance in the first three series? 10 points and a pick. Debo, Kittle, couple good catches. Jordan Mason ran the ball well. By the way, they have a rookie who's going to start on the offensive line, Dominic Pooney.
Yeah, he's doing his thing.
So there you go with that. And now CeeDee Lamb is
the second highest paid, Stoney.
Yeah.
Let me run down some just real quick here to get the Steiny rankings. So you're taking Jefferson over Ayuk because he's the number one. He's the highest paid wide receiver in the game.
Yeah.
All right. CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill.
Yep.
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yep.
I'm with you. Now this is where we can talk. Jalen Waddle.
About the same.
How about Devante Adams?
He's better. Adams is better.
Wow. DJ Moore in Chicago.
I like him.
Yeah, but he's getting 27.5 AAV. That's just me. That's where I have Brandon in the Cooper Cup bracket. Steiny, 26.7 million AAV. Like, that's more realistic. Do you think he's trying to blow way past that?
I don't know what he's trying to do, and I don't know what the Niners are trying to do. I really don't.
Well, they're playing hardball, both of them. Yep. Right now, there's no score.
From the 4-4-3, the Niners should have been in on the Jahan Dotson trade that the Commanders made with the Philadelphia Eagles. But apparently, according to Ari Merov, he said the Niners weren't really interested in Dotson. So Dotson no longer a Commander, so he couldn't come back in the deal. And the idea, like, seriously.
Talk to me.
Seriously, if I'm Adam Peters, and he knows the 49ers organization, and the 49ers, McLaurin, and I'm Adam Peters, I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Really? You really? That's what you're going to do? You're going to call and ask for him? Don't waste my time. Yeah. Seriously.
And who knows? It may have happened, but your closed mouth don't get fed.
Why would they get rid of one of the best receivers in football and pay another receiver more money who might not even be better?
Yeah. We got our fantasy draft Wednesday. McLaurin will be off the board.
What time are we doing
8 p.m.
Oh, we got an issue.
You got an issue.
That's my golf day.
Dude, nobody cares. Get in or get out.
You golfing at 8 p.m.?
Right, well, boy, with your readers.
Well, we usually try to tee off at 3:15, 4:15, 5:15, 6:15, 7:15.
And you're the guy that got locked out last year. Come on, man.
7:45. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it home. Get home in time.
Well, Evan, we got problems.
Jeez.
Last time you got locked out and the draft had to stop. Oh, my goodness.
And one guy had a problem with it.
That's right. D-double.
Push it back to 8:30.
I love him.
Push it back to 8:30. Well, you know what? I'll probably make it.
Auto pick Mets.
Because I will, I mean, look, I'm going to have one of the last picks in the draft because I was so successful last year. So I'll just,
it's not based on that at all, Stein. It's a whole new draw. You could get number one.
No, I want to be in the back of the draft. Yeah. You know, I want more of a challenge this year. So
if you want a challenge,
more time to get home.
Figure this Ayuk situation out, man.
No, I'm not gonna.
I think his dollars went up, but I can't be proven right or anybody tiny. It's not tiny. And still until something happens, man. It's exhausting.
You weren't even here last week.
But I was on Twitter all day, all night, like, all right, we'll have dinner. I'll put the phone down. Let me pick it up. Breaking news. Nothing. Man.
How can you have fatigue? You're just getting back from vacation.
No, but this whole subject matter's been that you want something done. Come on now.
Relax. Everything's fine in 49.
All right, look at you.
888-957-9570 is the number. Do you still feel like things are fine in 49er land, 49er fans? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment also brought to you by Floor and Decor.
Floor and Decor has more style.
Steiny, he overthrew Emmanuel Sanders.
Then Steiny signed the contract. You're a grown-ass man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
He's back.
Return of the Mac. I was arguing with the Young Bucks about this, Steiny. Chickering and Evan, I get what they're saying about Ayuk's number went up, but it's almost like you're saying a better player got you paid. And one thing we've seen is lesser players or lesser receivers than CeeDee Lamb get paid all summer long and it not get the Niners and Brandon Ayuk to come to an agreement. So I'm looking at it like, why would this one now?
CeeDee Lamb is signed with the Cowboys, 4 years, $136 million.
Damn.
That's 34 AAV, $100 million guaranteed, $38 million signing bonus, which was more than Justin Jefferson.
Man.
Does it impact Brandon Ayuk? I don't know. I don't know. We don't know so much about what's going on, and I'm not sure we ever will. Maybe some numbers will come out. Obviously, if the 49ers come to terms with Ayuk, the numbers will be what the numbers are.
You think he's lost any fans, Brandon Ayuk? Or are they going to stick up for him? And I understand it like I kind of did for Trent Williams. This is your last go-around, buddy. You're still balling. I get it. You'll be here before the Jets game. Do you think anybody's out there like, this is ridiculous now?
I mean, if I were a 49er fan, I would be less upset with Ayuk than Trent Williams. But that's me. That's just me.
Like, what is the snag? Is he asking for way too much? I just highly doubt that, man.
Oh, you do? Why?
Because he's a valuable part of what they do on offense, even if you guys keep, every day somebody reminds me, we don't throw the ball as much. We're the 32nd ranked team in regard to passing. Okay, but it's about when you pass. And this dude has shown you, Steiny, when he catches the ball, they're first downs, they're big plays. So, not the Super Bowl, but that's a whole nother story. I'm just wondering how, there is no way, partner, he is a Niner, but not on the field or somehow on the PUP list Monday. That would be the worst. This would then be a super debacle.
Yeah, I don't think he'll. All right. I think he'll be on the roster tomorrow. If for no other reason, then you preserve the ability to trade him still. But the one thing that, let me see if I can find the quote from, by the way, two prominent 49ers were at practice today. Cornerback Isaac Yiadom, am I saying that right? Yiadom. And then Ricky Pearsall.
That's big.
But he's got the blue no contact jersey.
Yeah.
Pearsall does.
All right.
Let me see. Matt Mayo on Twitter said, here's a quote from Kyle Shanahan that Matt Mayoko posted about 5 hours ago. Shanahan was asked about the most difficult aspect of piecing together the initial 53-man roster, and here's what Kyle Shanahan said. It's just connecting all the positions, and you have the unknowns with B.A. and Trent Williams right now.
And those are big unknowns.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. They absolutely are. 888-957-9570 is the number. 2 weeks until the opener against the Jets, and the 49ers still have no agreements with Ayuk or with Trent Williams. CeeDee Lamb just signed a contract today, 4 years, $136 million, $100 million guaranteed. $100 million guaranteed sounds like
highest
way
paid
more
man
than the 49ers would want to give Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, no doubt.
Way more.
Right.
But I'm just speculating like everybody else out there who's monitored this situation. And the one thing we do know is if Brandon Ayuk, if he does come back, he'll be catching passes from Brock Purdy. And Mike Sando of The Athletic has his quarterback rankings, Goo.
Okay. I can't wait for this.
And what's great about these are who participated in this. And I'll tell you exactly who participated in this to make it more legitimate. The panel who created this list consisted of 7 general managers, 8 head coaches, 12 coordinators, 12 executives, 8 assistant coaches, and 3 involved in coaching and analytics. So I think that's 50 guys who are all factors in the NFL. So this is a legitimate list. He's got 3 quarterbacks in tier 1. Mahomes, Burrow, Josh Allen. Those are the tier 1 quarterbacks. Do you have any issue with that? Does anybody else belong there?
I would take Josh Allen out of that.
You would take it out of that?
Yeah, I would take him out of that. I mean, he's going down the Dak Prescott road of, dude, you got a strong arm, you look like Hercules, but for whatever reason, I know you had the lead against the Chiefs in the playoffs and the defense squandered that, Steiny. I mean, when does winning or not winning become a part of, you know what, I'm going to take you out of there and put you almost in the Dak category, Josh Allen, because in the playoffs, you are a different player. That's what I believe. So my only issue with those 3 is I don't think Allen should be up there with Mahomes and Burrow. Nothing regular season, all playoffs, and you maybe say, Goo, you're messing up the assignment, but I would not have Josh Allen with those 2 players.
All right.
Burrow's been to a Super Bowl. He's beaten Mahomes. Didn't win one, but he's been there.
4th, Lamar Jackson, Stafford, Herbert. Those are the top 6. Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Jackson, Stafford, Herbert. And then I'll just keep going. I'll go top 10. Okay, Aaron Rodgers, C.J. Stroud, Prescott, and Jared Goff. Jared Goff. So no Jalen Hurts in the top 10, no Brock Purdy in the top 10, and obviously the biggest snub, no Kirk Cousins in the top 10 either. He's 13th, Jordan Love 14th. And then we drop to tier 3, starting with Tua Tagovailoa. This poll, 50 NFL people, coaches, GMs, front office staff, they've got Brock Purdy as the 12th best quarterback in the NFL. Goo, do you have a problem with that? 12th.
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Should he be lower or higher?
He should be higher. And he should be higher than Justin Herbert, who, if this were take your shirt off contest and let's look at your DNA and your muscles and your height, Justin would win that. But that's not what this is about. We're talking about a guy that's taken his team in 2 years, Stoney, to a Super Bowl. That is Brock Purdy, and an NFC championship game. His ability to read the line of scrimmage and get the ball out quick, and his elusiveness, he's shown me so much that I'd put him higher than Josh Allen. I put him higher than Lamar Jackson, who hasn't sniffed a Super Bowl. Well, he got the AFC championship last year home and lost that one. Stafford would go higher for me, Stoney, because he's won a Super Bowl. But Herbert, Stroud, Dak, and
Goff, Hurts.
Hurts beat him.
But here's the thing.
I'd have him about 6 or 7, Stoney, just because of what he's already done. And half of these bums haven't even gotten to that plateau. And I'm not going to say, Kyle's his coach. If you ask me if everybody was in the same system, then it would be different.
Why don't we do it this way?
Okay. You can't hate on Brock,
Can I get Evan in here? We'll have a little contest.
He's your producer.
Right, but he's eating.
Oh, okay. Well, then.
All right. So here's the question. The question is not whether you would want this guy.
Next question.
The question is whether you think Kyle Shanahan would take this quarterback. So I'm going to run down the quarterback list, and I want everybody to be honest and tell me if you think Kyle would take these guys over Brock Purdy right now to quarterback the Niners.
For this season.
This season. Oh, because it's a big one. Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow.
Yes.
Josh Allen.
Yes.
Goo? You agree with all those?
Yep.
Lamar Jackson.
Nope.
I think you would.
Matthew Stafford.
Yes.
Yep.
Justin Herbert.
Yes.
Yes.
I think he would too, but you wouldn't, Goo.
No,
You changing that one?
No, Kyle with Hurt. Yeah, he would do that in the middle of
But you had Purdy below Herbert on your list.
No, I had him higher.
I mean higher. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So you would take Purdy over Justin Herbert.
For me personally, I would take because he's won more.
That's fine.
All
right. Aaron Rodgers.
No, I'm taking Purdy. Oh no, would Kyle take Aaron Rodgers? Yeah. I believe he would.
I don't think he would. I don't think he would at all.
Because of his personality
he could. How the hell is Kyle Shanahan going to coach Aaron Rodgers?
The same way he was going to coach Brady.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think it's more about Rodgers where he is as a quarterback. No, like Goose saying he wanted Brady at age 44.
Ostensibly.
He did.
He said that was the only guy who would replace Purdy.
That's what he said.
He told them that.
That's what he said. He also passed on him the first time.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I actually don't think Shanahan really, in his heart of hearts, would have wanted to coach Tom Brady. C.J. Stroud or Brock Purdy?
Stroud.
Oh.
Wow,
it's
man.
just, we're having fun.
Yeah, I'm a Stroud.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
You're still asking me what I think Shanahan thinks,
Kyle,
right?
Yeah, this is still Kyle.
I
You think Kyle would take Stroud?
I'm going to give Stroud some love.
How about Dak Prescott?
Nope.
I think he'd rather have Purdy.
That's interesting.
Goff and Jalen Hurts. I think he'd rather have Purdy.
Well,
I do. I think he probably likes Purdy more than them, but
Hurts more than Goff, but I think he'd like Brock.
By the way, in this poll, nobody has moved up more since last year than Brock Purdy.
Oh, all right.
So he was 25th coming into last year, and now he's 12th.
Well, that's also because of the tiers.
True.
Like the criteria is that Brock Purdy had started 5 games in the regular season, so he couldn't go higher than a certain tier.
Is there anybody in tier 3 who you would take over Brock Purdy? You guys now. Tua, Trevor Lawrence, Kyler Murray, Deshaun Watson, Baker Mayfield, Derek Carr, Geno Smith, Russell Wilson, and then we go. I think you'd rather have Purdy than any of those guys.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay. Does anybody have a problem with Brock Purdy being 12?
I think what hurts Brock a lot, too, is they feel like the system makes him more than giving him credit for being able to run the system. And that's my definition of a franchise quarterback. You guys asked me that earlier. Brock Purdy's a franchise quarterback in this system right now because he's able to operate it high octane to the degree of 2 NFC championships and a Super Bowl. So I'm not going to give you demerits because you got a lot of stuff around you. So do a lot of others. And Dak Prescott's had everything, and he can't even sniff an NFC championship game.
By the way, I don't think Shanahan would want Kirk Cousins over Brock Purdy.
Not right now. But when Purdy stumbles this year, if he does.
Well, at least he has 2 feet.
What? Hey,
That's
Evan.
a 3.
Why? Why is it a 3?
Because it was funny and witty.
It's dumb.
Because one quarterback, lost his Achilles last year.
I don't think
It's not like he lost it. He knows where it is.
Yeah, it's torn.
It was torn. It's been reattached.
And he'll be here, baby.
510 says Lamar Jackson should be tier 1. Tier 1.
Wow.
I know, Guru. If you don't win a Super Bowl, you're a bum.
No.
If you called these guys bums, you used the term.
You had everything at your disposal last year, Lamar, and for whatever reason, your offensive coordinator played the offense differently in Kansas City. A wounded Kansas City offense came in there and beat you. That was your year to go to the Super Bowl.
Well, I thought it was the 49ers' year.
Well, I'm talking about the AFC.
Well.
And they lost. Damn.
To the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, who, again, you heard the Steve Young cut. If you were ever going to get the Chiefs, it would have been last year.
Right. So that shows you how great they are.
Or Mahomes.
They weren't.
And Andy Reid.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Kyle's that great. I thought he was that great. I'm waiting on him.
Well, not everybody gets to win a Super Bowl every year. Hopefully the 49ers can get back there.
Well, they lost Tyreek Hill in continued success. If Kyle loses Brandon Ayuk, I got my popcorn to see if this Niner offense still is dominant.
I mean, look, I can't prove this. I'll never be able to prove it. But I think the 49ers could win a Super Bowl without Brandon Ayuk. I do.
You know what? They've been there without him, So I'm not going to say you're crazy for that at all. I'm looking around, Stoney, and I'm looking at that playoff run last year. Maybe I need to just get rid of that since the new season's starting. I don't have any answers as to why, with Brandon Ayuk, they still were kind of stagnant.
This from, what do you think of this? 650. Guys, I'm at the point, trade Brandon Ayuk and give that money to Trent Williams. Interesting.
He's your Debo. Who would you call the Niner number one receiver?
Debo Samuel. You know why? He's playing.
Well, you got me.
Last year you said he was a running back.
Yeah, but he's got to catch more now with Brandon Ayuk not there. He'll try to stick it to me, Evan. I know what you're trying to do there. And
give it till week 6.
And keep in mind that I just do that just to do it.
Oh, my God.
What?
Oh, no, just you, man.
Just like
you were missed.
Just like when the Niners moved Kittle over to left tackle. Better hope that doesn't happen. Trent Williams. Yeah, he's all in.
The guy who hasn't been here has been the quietest. His holdout has been the quietest. The guy that's not here, who expected, you would think he would be getting all kind of just hail from the fans. It's been quiet on the set. Well, because there hasn't been any trade. This is crazy, man. I hope Evan's right, and other people out there on social media are saying maybe the movement is right around the corner on this situation. But somehow both parties need closure.
You know, the one thing I was saying last week, to Evan is, like, I think one of the reasons Purdy is 12th, it has nothing to do, like, I know, and people think that many underestimate Purdy because he's got such a great team around him, and Kyle Shanahan's great with quarterbacks. But I think the answer is just that Brock Purdy's only played a season and a half. He's only played 21 regular season games.
But he's been almost perfect in those.
Okay. But he's only played 20. You don't think he could regress after 2 years?
And that's why I think this is.
So that's why people don't have him up at 5 right now, because they definitely need to see more. I mean, I bet if we went down that list, there's who has less experience than Purdy, but is higher in the rankings.
C.J. Stroud.
Okay, that's one guy. And why is C.J. Stroud the flavor of the month right now?
Well, he took a team that people had him for dead to the playoffs. That was a magical year
now they're supposed to be better.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens to him this year.
And him, no doubt,
if he takes a step back.
But don't you think in those 21 games from a Brock Purdy standpoint, a lot of and we're talking playoffs, high caliber games, have gotten tape on him, and they still, he's still effective. Now, is that the system? Is that the coach? Is that the play calling? Like, I've done with all that. I'm watching intently, but I know a quarterback when he can play or not, Stoney. And this dude's almost won a Super Bowl. He didn't, but he got him there.
All I'm saying is, I think Brock Purdy's pretty good, but I also realize he's quarterbacked 21 regular season games. Right. 21. And it's not, and that's the reason people aren't sold on him yet. Or that's the reason people put him at 12 in a quarterback list. Or that's the reason that maybe he doesn't get the respect of anybody else.
But all those other guys, he had won that game in Las Vegas February.
Well, he didn't.
But had he,
did not.
Would that be worth 31 games of regular season? Well, I'm just asking you, would you still be saying?
No. He's quarterback. He's been their quarterback for 1.5 years. Period.
Yeah, but with a chip, would you be like, oh, he's legit?
It would be a great resume booster, but it doesn't mean that he's going to be a great quarterback for the next 5 years.
I was just asking clarity.
I mean, that's the thing. The idea that Brock Purdy might not take a step back this year, I think it's very possible, especially if he doesn't have IU.
And I agree.
Then what are we looking at? That's why when people, he's going to get paid, well, we'll see. He probably will get paid.
Because early on, it looks like, Stoney, from afar, he's mastered the system. He's mastered his offense. Again, when I say master, he's not perfect, but that I'd be willing to bet anybody as you get further down the road, especially had they won that game against the Chiefs.
But they
Super Bowl.
didn't, Goo.
No,
they're not a Super Bowl champion.
But
Stop thinking they are. Like, that's the other thing that's bothered me about
part
the
of what I'm
49ers.
saying is making you think that I just answered your question and said I agree that Brock Purdy, this is a big year because of the 21 games. But you got to look in its totality, what the amount of games, the importance of the games, the biggest game. He's done pretty good for himself. I'm not telling you he can't regress, but looking at you now, don't you think that's kind of a long shot?
No.
Especially with Kyle as his coach. That's what I'm saying. Like,
what I'm saying is I'll judge Brock Purdy more. We'll have more to know about Brock Purdy if he signs for $50 million. That's the only thing I care about. He's a really, really good quarterback right now.
Yeah.
He's making $1 million. If he's making 50, they might want him to be better than he is right now. They might expect him to be better.
He'd have to live up to the contract.
Exactly.
But the point is, my point is he's earned the contract.
He has not earned the contract yet. I don't think.
No, again, I'm saying that predicated on him having a pretty good season and they go to the playoffs, Donnie. I'm like, at that point, all bets are on for me that he's going to get or be the highest paid QB in the game.
For just getting him to the playoffs?
I mean, Jordan Love got him to the play, won his team, and he's the highest paid. Right. That's the market.
Right.
But I'm like, oh my gosh, what am I missing?
Well, I don't know. The point is if Brandon Ayuk's the 8th best receiver in the game, why aren't they paying him? I'm not making. You can't pay.
I don't have the answer for that.
Maybe because he's asking for.
Or they think he's replaceable, and that's why they drafted Ricky Pearsall in the first round.
Right. And maybe the 49ers, if Brock Purdy comes to the table and is like $57 million, please.
But who's your Pearsall, though, Stoney? I mean, you know what I mean? There's no other Well, hey, I like Dobbs. I like his style, but you know what I'm saying? This is Brock's thing for the next umpteen years until they decide to do.
And that's not, I don't believe that yet. The next umpteen years?
Well, I just hate that you think I'm thinking he's coming in here with a scholarship as far as there can't be regression. They haven't figured him out. But I'm just saying, hey, Brock, if you can duplicate last year, you're probably going to get the money. You're probably going to be the highest paid quarterback in the game.
I don't think he will be. I don't think he will ever be the highest paid.
Even with York saying that a couple years ago, and I know that was just
screwed things up, actually.
How so?
The more I think about it.
I thought he was being honest.
Yeah, he set this up. Jed York has set up this offseason because before Brock Purdy ever did a damn thing, or when he was just in the process of starting, Jed York announced to everybody that this guy who's played a season and a half will reset the quarterback market.
Well, they were ready for him, Steiny.
Reset the quarterback market. 21 regular season games, 5 playoff games. And Jed York goes out and says he will reset the market. How do you think that makes Brandon Ayuk feel, who's been in the league 4 years? Trent Williams, who's been in the league 12 years? Christian McCaffrey, who's been in the league 8 years? You can't tell me that the players on the San Francisco 49ers didn't think, hey, listen, we love Brock Purdy too. He's done a great job for us. We'd be in big trouble without him. But why would you say, after a year and a half, when we know the quarterback position takes years and years and years to become a great quarterback, why would you say he is going to reset the market before he's earned resetting the market?
And I know we're up against it, but when we get back, so do you think Jordan Love's teammates are snickering? Like, how the hell is this dude?
Maybe.
No, Stoney, you worry about your own contract.
Well, that's what you think, but I don't think that's true. I'm not saying that they're going to begrudge Brock Purdy whatever he gets paid. What I'm saying is the owner said he was going to reset the market in his second year after just 2 years of quarterbacking. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And on the other side, what's coming up, we're going to get more into this. And you know what? We can get into what Jed York said about Brock Purdy and why he said it so early in his career and whether or not it did have an effect. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Xfinity here. Steiny, you're wrong, buddy.
I whacked that thing.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. I got a puzzler for you. I got a puzzler for both you guys. So, here's a question for you. Who's better? Well, you know, who's been a better quarterback for the Niners over the last 5 years? Was it Garoppolo or Brock Purdy?
Wow, I think it's a tie right now. And the reason I think you're going to looking at me crazy is Jimmy's kind of ended. We saw the ending, but he's got him to a Super Bowl, an NFC Championship game he lost. So, you know, that's why I just pointed out that Brock has not done anything that Jimmy hadn't done under Kyle.
Well, then why do you think they're going to make him the highest paid quarterback? Just because they made Jimmy the highest paid quarterback back then?
Because one is way younger. The inception, the embryo of watching Brock just play his first NFL football game.
See, I think Brock's better. I think Brock has quarterbacked the Niners better.
And again, I'm not saying you're wrong. I actually agree with that. But Steiny, we got to put respect on what Jimmy has done. Okay. Multiple NFC Championship games and a Super Bowl.
Like, that's what I'm getting at. Who?
But what's around him is
thank you.
Is Purdy.
Right. So all I'm saying is we keep talking about Purdy like he is already a made man. And I would submit he's no more made than Jimmy was. Brock Purdy's quarterback 21 regular season games. What was his record in those? 17-4. Jimmy Garoppolo's first 24 games with the Niners.
The one stat he had that worked for him.
19-5.
Yeah.
Their playoff records. Purdy's 4-2. Garoppolo's 4-2. And now here's the question I really want to ask. Who got to quarterback the better team?
Brock Purdy.
Thank you. So Jimmy Garoppolo, 19-5, 4-2, and didn't have a great team or nearly as great a team around him as Brock Purdy. Purdy's 17-4, 4-2, and has a better team to quarterback.
But I'll say this to that, and I'm not mad at you for that, and I appreciate it. But the bottom line, Steiny, there was a roller coaster with the Jimmy Garoppolo experience that you don't get with Brock Purdy, i.e. the Super Bowl. There were a litany of reasons why the Niners didn't win the Super Bowl, but it was not the obvious glare that we got from Jimmy when you saw on a bad day he was the ultimate weak link. That's what I think the difference is.
Steiny, who do you think was more important in their playoff victories, Brock Purdy or Jimmy Garoppolo?
Probably Purdy.
I would say it's undoubtedly Purdy.
But how? Okay, let me just ask you this. How the hell did Garoppolo get the 49ers to a Super Bowl?
They ran the ball 47 times in an NFC Championship game.
And they suffocated Aaron Rodgers and Kirk Cousins in the playoffs and Matt Stafford. They had a damn good team, defense too.
Okay. I'm just saying, like somebody here on the text line, remember Jimmy Garoppolo did not lose a game with McCaffrey when McCaffrey played with him.
But he got hurt.
I know he did.
And that's who ultimately decided his fate. His body let him down. And remember the 1 year of the 5 that they didn't go, Jimmy got hurt. High ankle sprain. So he was become best ability Steiny is.
Joel in Berkeley.
Motherfucker.
I'm not doing that.
Availability, people.
Hey, Joel, what's going on, man?
Get your guy, Evan.
Hey, man, just out here working, running around. I just on the Purdy and the question that came up just now, I would say the difference is 100%. Purdy's consistent. You can see he's consistent. Also, he's super young and getting better. I think he's already better than Jimmy, and I think there's a lot more room for him to get even better. And, he's consistent. But on the Ayuk thing, I had a question. Yeah. I don't know the answer to this. Do signing bonuses count against the cap?
I think the answer is no, because they'd still take that $38 million out of the guaranteed money that the player is owed. But that's the money that can be. That's the money I think that can be moved around a little bit, if you know what I mean.
Right. So this is what I'm saying. Our problem is we got to pay Purdy next year, and made man, not made man, whatever. We got to pay him something. It's going to be expensive. Why don't we just say, Brandon, look, man, you want $30 million a year. That's fine. We're going to give you a $10 million a year salary, and we're going to give you, let's say, 4 years of $30 million, $80 million up front. Here it is, signing bonus. Take your $80 million. Go talk to Andre Iguodala about how to invest it, and you're down the road. Your grandchildren will be set. And then next year, his cap hits $10 million, and thereafter. And if it's that easy, it would be flabbergasting that's that easy. But why don't we just do that? And hey, wouldn't be $80 million in your hand right now as a signing bonus be better than guaranteed money down the road? I think so. You got the money. Now all the investment opportunities are yours and nobody else's. What's wrong with that?
Well, I love the thinking, but I'm going to leave it to the professionals, Donnie. But I'm not mad at them.
Ryan's in Irvine. What's up, Ryan? How you doing, man?
I'm good. Hey, thanks for taking the call.
Yeah.
Real quick, I guess, on the topic, the stats can tell you can use it to your advantage sometimes, you know?
Sure.
You can kind of make the numbers be whatever you want them to look like. But if you just watch football, Kyle loves Purdy. Purdy is ascending as a quarterback. He hasn't plateaued. He doesn't have to cover up for the quarterback like he had to do with Jimmy. Plus, Kyle's old school. The effort matters, you know, and Jimmy just didn't put forth the effort or the amount of effort that Kyle thought he should have, you know. So they're not good comparisons to each other, you know. But what I wanted to talk about is I think Ayuk has played this contract negotiation perfectly. I hate it as a Niner fan, but he has done exactly what he said he was going to do all along.
Yeah.
And I don't know why we don't talk about this that much, but Ayuk said this from the beginning. His agent said this from the beginning. They were going to wait till everyone signed. They weren't going to rush to sign a contract because they knew all these other contracts were coming up. Let them set the market. And then with the CD news dropping today, it's like Ayuk I mean, in my opinion, he's just like smiling watching this happen, you know, and I blame the Niners. The Niners, how do you not see this coming? If you knew our number can never be 30, 31, whatever it is, then you have to trade them before the draft. I mean, they have botched this, you know?
And real quick before you go, I would say I would not use the word perfect. And the only reason I wouldn't use the word perfect is this, how he's handling and going about it might cost him his tenure with the Niners, because not knowing the closure or the finality of how this is going to end, I can't use perfect. And if Brandon Ayuk ends up in Washington and let's just say he gets paid, I wouldn't say that was perfect, because you stood your ground, but it cost you your tenure with the Niners.
Call.
So perfect, Stoney, I can't use.
But he wants to play. He wants to play with Washington, doesn't he? And his friend who's a quarterback, Jaden Daniels.
See, I get he wants to stay in San Francisco and get paid.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Watch me come in tomorrow and he's on the Commanders.
I don't know I don't know what team he's going to be on.
Perfect.
Let's go to Rich. Rich is in Fremont. Hey, Rich, what's going on, man?
What's up, guys?
Hey,
I'm out here dealing with these pests.
Richie.
And, hey, my guys are always ATCO. Okay.
Yeah.
Turn
the radio down.
Brother.
Hey, thank you, buddy.
So that other guy that wrote it, that texted in and said that, you know, what they ought to do is trade Brandon Ayuk and give that money to Trent Williams.
Yeah.
But see, if I'm the brain trust of San Francisco and I'm John Lynch, I already know we don't have to do that. We do not have to trade Ayuk. He's on contract for this year.
Yep.
And I would just sit down with his agent and just tell him, say, hey, look, you know, you got 1 year on this contract. We're going to pay you $14 million. And guess what? You ball out this year, guess what? We'll pay you after the season. Because at that point, you got everybody back. Trent's there, he's paid. Brandon has to pay out that year. And guess what? With everybody back, you got a better chance to win the Super Bowl. Now, he balls out, they win the Super Bowl. They got no choice but to pay him at that point. But that's the route I would go if I was John Lynch. Thanks, guys. Oh, by the way, I will be at the Red and Gold Summit.
There you go. There you go, Richie.
Thanks, Rich. Appreciate it. The Red and Gold Summit, by the way, September 4th. It's the 2024 Red and Gold Summit, set for Wednesday, September 4th. That's a week from this Wednesday. Once again, we're going to be live from beautiful Fremont Bank, 39150 Fremont Boulevard. Willard and Dibbs, they're going to be live from 2 to 4. And then all the hosts join from 4 to 6 to get you ready for another football season. Come out and join the fun. It's open to the public. First come, first served.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Stoney, I can't wait for that. He got me thinking, but this has to be totally off the table, that Ayuk could be like, you know what, I concede. I'll come back and play on the 5th year. But the previous caller just mentioned that Brandon's been playing this perfectly. That could keep him in uniform, Stoney. And then they decide, there's no way you're doing what you're doing now, standing on business, and then going to say, you know what, we play the Jets in 5 days. I'll come back and play for the 5th, Ken. There's no way that's on the table.
I don't know. I said this on Friday. There's nothing. Zero right now. And I think 49er fans would agree with me. Like, there's nothing right now that could happen with Ayuk that would shock me. If he got traded, it would not shock me right now. If he got signed to a long-term contract, would not shock me. If he's in uniform week 1, it would not shock me. If he's not in uniform week 1, it wouldn't shock me.
See that? Oh, my gosh.
It wouldn't.
Yeah.
Not after what we've watched for the last 6 months or what we've heard.
But the one thing, Stoney, that you're trying to avoid is having closure or having the availability of Brandon Ayuk against the Jets. So that still is all out in front of you.
That's no deadline for them.
No, and that's why I said Joe Shasky, they butchered this if somehow he's still on the team and he's not available or in uniform come week 1 against the Jets.
They may have butchered it already.
And I'll be shocked if he's traded. That's my ultimate shock. Like, I've been ready for it and kind of, but if you're going to tell me, San Francisco 49ers, your brass and front office, that this dude is not a part of your future because of some chicken?
Yeah.
I'll be, and Brock Purdy and him, that it could be Rice in Montana.
What's the difference?
Like, my goodness.
What's the difference between the 49ers not wanting to pay Brandon Ayuk and them not wanting to pay DeForest Buckner? Like, what's the difference? I don't think there is one.
I'm being real. I can make a case, Stoney, that you got to a Super Bowl, but you could have won it had you had DeForest Buckner. And the two guys that you chose, Ward and Armstead, are no longer a point of you. Like, I'm just saying, Stoney, you asked me. I'm thinking they might have learned from that. And okay.
Then now just give in to Brandon Ayuk. They don't look at DeForest Buckner. Let me tell you, they don't think, if we had DeForest Buckner, we would have won a Super Bowl. I don't think they look at it like that.
At all.
No. I don't. Kyle Shanahan, I don't think Kyle Shanahan would say we could have won 2 Super Bowls without Buckner.
Well, yeah, we thought Kinlaw was going to be able to step in and do something, and how'd that work out? And now we're talking about D-line depth.
Do you believe that the decision-making can be sound, but the result doesn't work?
I do believe that's like,
and that's what I think they thought with DeForest Buckner.
But with that, okay.
So just because
let's do that with Ayuk.
If
I still think that was the wrong decision.
If they thought the decision was sound with Buckner, they just drafted Kinlaw, who didn't work out. But they would say, you know what? I think we'd still do that 9 out of 9 times.
And maybe they did it with Pearsall. Maybe he's Kinlaw at the receiver position because they're going to say night to Brandon.
Maybe.
But how's that? If we just leave it there, how's that looking thus far? Dude missed all the preseason.
I mean, he's practicing today. Yeah. Justin in San Jose. What's up, Justin? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, Steiny? Welcome back, Goo.
Hey, thanks.
Hey, I wanted to take it back to the, maybe like 10 minutes ago, the Jimmy G and Brock Purdy segment. Steiny, I just wanted to know your thoughts on Jimmy G having a wide open Sanders and him throwing it basically into the stands. And then that 2019 NFC Championship game where he had 8 attempts. I just wanted to know, because it felt like you didn't have enough respect on Purdy's name.
No, what I'm making a comparison between, I think Purdy's better than Jimmy Garoppolo, but the numbers up until this point are very similar in terms of they both went 4-2 in the postseason. One guy was 17-4, one guy was 19-5. I think most people would tell you that the team that Garoppolo quarterbacked was not quite as good as the team that Purdy quarterbacked. But my bigger point is this, is that I'm not convinced that Kyle Shanahan, like somebody said, Shanahan loves Purdy. And I thought to myself, I think he likes him. I don't know that he loves him. We'll know that he loves him after he gets paid. That's all. But I think Brock Purdy is better than Jimmy Garoppolo. But all I'm doing is I'm cautioning that Jimmy Garoppolo had a lot of success for this team. And I think there were times in his first 2 or 3 years when we all thought that he was going to be the franchise quarterback until injuries and then his play made it otherwise.
Right on. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah.
Love you guys. Love the show.
Thank you, Justin. Appreciate the call.
But you will admit, Stoney, it does feel different, though. Even when the Niners lose under Brock, and again, it's funny, and I'm not saying you're doing this. We talk about team when we talk about Brock winning, and then when we talk about Garoppolo losing, it was just on him. Brock's a better quarterback than Jimmy. It looks and feels different, right? Even when they lose, there's not that. What looks and feels different is their offense is loaded way more than it was with Jimmy Garoppolo. So you feel like I'm selling Jimmy short, or anybody for that matter?
No.
But we're pointing out the real. This is the best Niner offense under Kyle, and Jimmy didn't get to work with it.
Exactly.
And still.
But I don't think he would have done it. Look, I think Purdy is better than Garoppolo. All I'm saying is the numbers in terms of the wins and the playoff record, they're very, very similar. And I think most people will tell you that this offense is way more loaded than the offense that Garoppolo quarterbacked. And so when I put all that together, that's why I just, Purdy needs to have another good year. And the 49ers need to make the playoffs and win some games again. And then, Purdy's going to get paid. But what if he gets hurt?
Then all bets are off.
Exactly.
But and this is just me. There's no better feeling as a football coach to know you got what you deem your franchise quarterback. And the debacle that was Trey Lance, Jimmy G at the end, I mean, that stuff is tiresome. So to me, Stoney, my ultimate goal is to know I got the most important position taken care of, and that's whoever I'm paying, but especially a guy that's gotten us to a Super Bowl, gotten us to the NFC Championship game. And, for the people that say, and I love that analogy, I love him at his cost, at his rate now, but what about when I got to put 50? But if he's showing you time and time and time again, he can lead you to the promised land or get you damn close. To me, that's half the battle of searching.
With a loaded team.
But isn't he part of the load? Isn't he part of the weapon, though?
Able to be loaded when they pay him. Like
that will then present different challenges down the road. But you're going to have to make a decision before you get down there and find that out.
Maybe not. Maybe Brandon Ayuk doesn't play this year. And then Purdy has the year he has. And then we have to put that information into what we're going to decide to pay him.
Well, financially, you're okay. You're better then. But, Stoney, at what cost do you find out something you never wanted to get the answer to?
Well, like I said, this is where you and I differ. I mean, I would like to pay Brock Purdy after I know what kind of team he's going to quarterback.
Wow.
Not a team that I know won't have certain guys to help either protect him or to catch balls from him. That's just me. And, I just think that, so in 2019, the 49ers go to the Super Bowl, then Garoppolo gets hurt.
The COVID year.
Then he comes back, and they go to the playoffs that year?
Lose to the Rams in the NFC Championship game.
Right. And I'm just saying, I think at that point.
Had a 10-point lead.
Yeah, I just think at that point, nobody thought Jimmy's not going to be our quarterback in a couple years. You would say, why would you say that? Well, because we didn't realize he was going to get hurt, and we didn't realize he was going to regress.
Or Kyle was already having a wandering eye.
Maybe Kyle's having a wandering eye right now. Who knows?
I mean, who saw Trey Lance coming? Nobody did, even if there was no Jimmy starting.
Michael in Palo Alto. What's up, Michael? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
Man, so, yeah, just real quick, before I get to my point, the signing bonuses thing, right. I think a caller, yeah. So basically, it's spread out.
Yes.
So it's like a player signs a $50 million signing bonus. It's prorated and spread out each year. So like it'd be an average of like $10 million per year. It's a 5-year contract. That's how it works. So with Purdy, yeah, man, I've made this point before. I kind of agree with that. It's like you give him $60 million a year. That roster of all pros, you're going to lose 3 guys at least, just based off of that big contract. He's going from $1 million, $60 million annually. You better hope he's a top 5 quarterback in the league, because if he's not, you're screwed, and you lose all those All-Pro, Pro Bowl caliber players. You better hope he can carry you, and this might be the year, especially if Ayuk's gone, or if they're going to have a challenging season. I think to start, you're going to see what he's made of. But I agree. I don't think you automatically go into this offseason. Oh, he makes a wild card round, he makes a division round. You give him $60 million. I don't know if he's that good.
Yeah, and thanks, Michael. I appreciate the call. Yeah, I think we'll see. I think we'll see with Brock Purdy, and like that is the way I think about it too. Is okay, you have a good year. Purdy has a good year, and you give him $55 million. Okay, well, Debo's gone next year, let's say, and Trent Williams retires, and McCaffrey begins to show his age. And what if you realize you don't have a top 5 quarterback? You have a guy who's really good, but you don't have a top 5 quarterback. That would be my worry.
And my worry is, when do you start putting Brock into the discussion of we're winning because of him and what he's bringing to the table? Well, and how much is that worth?
Well, I don't know. I'm asking you, is there anybody more important on off? Everything I hear from 49er fans is McCaffrey's the best. Trent Williams.
And then Purdy.
What about Deebo Samuel?
No, man, I love Deebo, but he ain't more important than the quarterback.
I don't know. I mean, Deebo Samuel makes the 49ers an incredibly dynamic team at times.
Well, I'll tell you this. Yep. I can make a case that Deebo was more impactful under Jimmy because they didn't have McCaffrey in the way that they used him.
Yeah. I think you're right. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. That segment also brought to you by Floor & Decor.
Floor & Decor has more styles of laminate, vinyl, tile, wood, and stone for anyone looking for the
Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Hey, John, you like Bubacek in Chicago?
I like him. I'll give you a 3. Shout out Dolly Parton.
This is Macklin Celebrini, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru.
By the way, my boy Greer is putting together a team down in the South Bay. You see the goalie they just got?
Score.
No, not score. Save.
Yeah. We should go to the home opener.
Well, we're there. I'm already
so
going.
You doing it solo? No, I know Rick Tittle.
I'm going with
who? Don't say the boss.
No. I got a buddy I'm going with.
Wow.
You weren't here last week. We had to make plans.
I'll have the jersey, though.
Oh, yeah, I know that.
Remember you asked me before you called me on it? What's his number? Yeah.
I know that.
We got some practice news.
Okay, give it to us.
You ready for it?
I'm sitting here waiting.
Floyd and McCaffrey at practice, but on the side. And I think they avoided disaster with Leonard Floyd, a sprained knee. That's what they called it. I thought that was weeks.
Oh, that would have been boy. He wouldn't have been
this D-line depth is everything. And
Hargrave, Shanahan wouldn't have been a gangster then, would he have?
No, he needs help.
Yeah. No, Shanahan. No. Leonard Floyd gets hurt and misses the first half of the season.
That's on Sorensen. That's on gangster. Nicky. That's on Nicky.
No.
What do you mean? No.
Shanahan decides who's playing.
Oh, stop.
You don't think he does?
It's obvious,
well,
though.
Thank you.
Well, no, you're a D coordinator.
You came in and said Shanahan was a gangster Friday.
Oh, no, he was.
Just playing his guys. Yeah. He's the boss. And all I'm saying is, if Leonard Floyd gets hurt for half the season, he's still a gangster? No, he's an idiot.
No, it was...
we'd call him an idiot.
But that's what went into the gangster.
Be honest.
Yeah, that's what went into me calling Kyle gangster, Steiny. Right. He's fed up. I think he's like, you guys think you stopping something? Ones, get out there, let's go. Most of you.
Yeah. And
I got to give him credit for that. Like, I'll deal with Guru and Steiny second guessing me or the world.
Well, let me tell you something.
If somebody were to get hurt.
Don't let me detect that Leonard Floyd is dragging that thing.
Oh, but that's horrible.
Because if he's dragging that thing, then it wasn't a great idea to play Leonard Floyd.
Yeah. Film don't lie, Steiny, because you won't be able to tell.
We just throw numbers around with Brock Purdy. And I'm looking at quarterback contracts.
This is amazing.
And this is where you and I just
31 and 11 last year were his numbers on the field.
Right.
Damn.
There's 3 quarterbacks right now making 55. Trevor Lawrence, Jordan Love, Joe Burrow. You got 2 at 53, Goff at 53, Herbert at 52, Jackson at 52, Hurts at 51. You got to get all the way down to 45 to get Mahomes. 45 million.
Team player.
And my feeling is I'm not giving Brock Purdy, I'm not letting Brock Purdy reset the market just because the Jacksonville Jaguars did it with Trevor Lawrence or that the Packers did it with Jordan Love.
And can you explain why you wouldn't?
Because if they are higher on their quarterbacks than Kyle is on Purdy, then why would you do that?
All right. So now you specified what. But Steiny, what? Honestly, man, you've been around.
What if he gets hurt this year?
Okay, now that you got me.
Okay,
but
that's why I think
the whole injury away. Don't you think he loves what he's seeing from this dude? And he's made him, so he'll never be F you. I'm doing this or that. He controls him at the line of scrimmage. I know that'll change. But I mean, this is a match made in heaven. Until, like you say, I gotta pay you.
I don't necessarily think it's a match made in heaven.
But what would be the alternative?
He's off to a really good start,
right.
But he's only quarterbacked a year and a half. Like we don't know if he's durable yet. There's a lot of things we still don't know.
But if he gets through this year and they win a playoff game, partner, I think trying to go find somebody that lets you know upstairs, cerebral, that they're he passes all those tests. And again, I get it; it's a big number. But, man, I would sleep better at night if I'm Kyle knowing I done made mystery relevant into a perennial all-pro.
See,
or a Super Bowl winner. Forget the All-Pro.
I mean, all I'm saying is, I'll bet you Kyle Shanahan is the kind of coach that would rather have a quarterback he can pay $15 million that he likes a little bit and be loaded all around him than maybe a quarterback that he doesn't believe is worth $60 million, but he just has to do it to do it.
But don't you think so? You think Cincinnati's doing that with Joe Burrow? Like at some point, Baltimore doing that with Lamar Jackson, who hadn't got him to a Super Bowl. At some point, that has to change, though.
Well, what if the 49ers don't think Purdy's in those guys' league?
I just don't know how you keep getting to, well, you could say Jimmy Garoppolo, how you keep getting to these plateaus that Purdy's taking you, that Jimmy has too.
There's only one guy who's taken the 49ers to 4 NFC title games in 5 years and 2 Super Bowls. And that's Kyle Shanahan. He's the only guy who's done it. Let's go to Grandpa Daddy.
Our man.
What's up, Gramps?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Talk to us, baby.
Hey, waiting. I'll be at the summit if I can, man. God willing. You know,
right.
when you get up in age like this, you never know.
Yeah, I know. I'm starting to know.
I love you. I love you, Steiny. Guru, I love you too, man. But I gotta go with Steiny on this. I gotta go with Steiny, Guru.
What part?
You Purdy. You know, I'm a Purdy fan. I'm a Purdy bandwagon brother. But he needs one. This year will tell us everything about that youngster, if he got it or he doesn't. And I'm going to tell you, ain't nobody worth $60 million a year, man. Not even the president of the United States. Good Lord. It's a lot of money. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with you. This year's big, Grandpa Daddy.
He do it by himself. Yeah. He got to do it by himself, man, for $60 million a year. But this is the year we're going to find out. And Steiny's right on this, Guru. And I know I love your heart, man. I love you. I love your heart, Guru. I wish I had you on my team. Man, you could sell a whole bunch of contracts for me, boy. I tell you.
Well,
look at my guy. Give me a call.
You better not ever have any games on a Thursday.
Wow. And have it smiling.
That's what we got you.
Yeah, he did.
I'm gonna see you guys at the summit.
Thanks, Grandpa.
And Grandpa, it's Steiny, come on now. I'm not saying give it to him now. He's earned it. I'm just saying he's ahead of the field. He would really have to regress. And you know how a regression looks? Is losing number 11. That's why we're so locked in on how this thing is going to play out.
Admit it. You're afraid. You're afraid that if they don't have Ayuk, you're going to realize that Purdy is just a guy.
No, I think that's a domino effect. Mm-hmm. Like, that's how highly I think of Brandon Ayuk. I'm not a Purdy stan. I'm just telling you, if Dak were to lose CeeDee Lamb or Metcalf was to leave Geno Smith, you would feel that impact. So it's not, you talked about this offseason has not been good. Nobody can fight that. You can call us and give us all this slop about, oh, it's okay, it'll be fine. We'll be out there before New York. Everything's good, goo. No, this is not ideal. But if this thing ends with Ayuk not in uniform, then you've really shot yourself in the foot. Maybe the season.
Unless they win.
And
unless they win.
But but without his services, not getting a receiver back, Steiny, we gotta just be respectful to BA. It's going to be more difficult offensively.
You would think. But there's also people who can pick up the slack. I'm sorry. You know what? I don't.
I mean, were we saying McCaffrey's name when he was running with Carolina and they had diddly squat? No. We forgot about him. Just be careful what you wish for. I'm talking to the Niners brass, man. I would love to know how far they...
If I say you can't pay everybody, then you got decisions to make. And maybe the decision they're making is that we got a damn good receiver in Deebo Samuel. We got a great running back in Christian McCaffrey. We still have a great tight end in George Kittle. And even though people get all scared about Pearsall, he's played 3 full seasons in college, and we think he could hit the ground running.
Okay, so hey, I love what you just said. That's been like that since April. What's taking so long?
They're not paying him.
No,
they're not.
You had a chance to trade him if you knew, like you just said, hey, we're not paying you. We can't pay everybody. That's what's maddening about this whole fiasco is make a decision.
No,
stand by it.
They don't have to. They don't have to. And all I'm saying is, hey, maybe at the beginning of this summer, they had a deal that was better than anything they had now. And they don't want to, they don't want to come to the podium and say, we've traded Brandon Ayuk for a third-round pick and a second-rate receiver because everybody knows they had better deals. Maybe they just changed their mind. You're like, you know what? We thought we were going to be able to get him signed, but he's being ridiculous.
Well, there's two sides to that. He could have been traded to Pittsburgh, and maybe he didn't want to go.
Maybe not. And maybe they're just saying the hell with it.
And that's why I guess, Donnie, both sides are losing to me. There is no winner.
Well, you're using the criteria of team. And I'll tell you right now that Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk are not thinking team first. Of course they're not. And if they want more money, then that's what they're thinking. But let's call it what it is.
Well, a couple hours ago, you could have said that about CeeDee Lamb. He's got a deal now.
Yeah.
So now I can apply that to him, no problem. It's about the team.
What do you mean?
He got his chicken. It's about the team now.
Sure.
But he was holding out. Yeah. He was out because he wanted more bread.
Yeah, and are you convinced that there'll be no fallout from CeeDee Lamb not being there?
No, the whole soft tissue thing is real.
All right. So we'll find out what happens when these guys get in here and how they're ready to play and if they don't get hurt or not. That's all. But I mean, I guess the one thing as it relates to Brock Purdy is, I just think the conversation, well, they're going to give him 55. Well, how do we know that? Seriously, all I'm saying is there's no need to put a number on it. There's no reason to put a number on it because the number could vary widely. And so why would I lock in like that? And that's where Jed York blew it. Why would you guarantee a guy's going to reset the market a year from now when he's still got a lot to prove?
Well,
that's what I don't get.
But that's how you feel, and I appreciate and respect it. But the bottom line is that doesn't supersede what Brock was doing on the field. And that's why I'm a little flabbergasted at you, Steiny. When you look at the 2 years, the short sample size, what'd you say, 27 games?
21 regular season.
Okay. In totality, that you still, you got to give him love for not how big you were the reason, 100%, but he was a part of it.
Yeah, part. He's a part.
And assuming that continues.
How many quarterbacks do you pay $55 million to who are the third most important player on offense?
Well, Kirk Cousins comes to mind. He was one. Okay.
Well, no, my point is it was Cousins and Jefferson. They didn't have a McCaffrey.
Well,
that's all I'm saying is before you pay a guy that much money, let's let him play 17 more games and see how good we are.
Yeah, that's naturally going to happen.
Well, then why do we need to put a number on it now?
Because you brought up the point that some of the players got mad or not mad personally at Brock, but the owner saying what was the truth is we're ready to reset the market with Brock Purdy. That's coming from we feel damn good. This dude just took us to the NFC Championship. They're I'm not caping up for York. That was just giddy talk. He was happy as hell. They've got their quarterback. The Trey Lance, nobody's talking about that debacle. So I don't think Trent was like,
well,
can you believe this little dude from Iowa State is about to reset the market? You got to get in where you fit in.
That's the other thing. Why does nobody want to actually look at some things? They get Garoppolo. They pay him. He's not here anymore. Kyle Shanahan thinks he's found something with Trey Lance. Moves up in the draft. The kid can't play.
Yeah.
But now I must be made to believe. I must be made to believe that someone who's quarterbacked 21 regular season games for the San Francisco 49ers that Kyle's in love with him and they're going to pay him $55 or $60 million. I will believe it when I see it. I've seen this guy make a wrong decision about Garoppolo, apparently, because they made him the highest paid quarterback in football. I saw him make a mistake with Trey Lance, thinking he was the quarterback of the future. So, again, I'm just going to wait and see how Purdy plays at the end of this this season, and then they pay him what they pay him.
Now, you did that. That was a great job, seriously. I guess I'm veering away from that, Steiny, and just telling you that I feel strongly that Brock Purdy has the goods.
Right, and so Kyle felt strongly that Trey Lance did. And Kyle felt strongly that Garoppolo did.
Yeah, but Trey never had the results on the field.
Exactly, which makes it even worse. That Kyle thought a kid like that he could mold into a great quarterback. Now, maybe he's learned from those two guys, and he'll say, you know what, I got a bird in the hand with Brock Purdy. I just got to keep this guy.
Well, before they even get to Purdy, we got to figure this Ayuk thing out. Like, if you had to ask him one question, what would you ask his representation?
Who?
Brandon Ayuk. What's your goal?
To get paid.
Well, you had a chance to take 32 in New England.
You don't know what you're talking about.
No, the reports were out there.
Yeah, they're wrong.
All right.
If I'm the agent, they're wrong. The Pittsburgh Steelers were never giving him 32. Okay, now what?
Well, you guys offered me 26. I want 29.5.
Man, you're not getting it.
Well, trade me.
No. Play for 14.
I'm not risking that.
Okay, see you later. See you later.
And that's
we'll
really
win without you.
And that's really where it's at.
We will win without you.
Well, that's really where it's at on Monday, the 26th of August.
2 weeks before the season starts. Let's go to we'll go to the text line 415. Kyle also made wrong choices with Mullins and Beathard.
All the more reason that he wouldn't just break away from Brock if he brings in another season. I get you on that. We still got to see more. I'm totally on that bus. I just feel like we're going to see, being proactive, that Ayuk is a guy that's catching balls from Brandon in this offense from Brock. Like, we're going to see pretty much the same thing we saw last year. That's all.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna. I think it's going to look a little different.
Well, you might be right, especially if the 11's in another uniform.
Like, what if they trade Ayuk, okay, and they go 9-8?
I would come down Kyle and John's road more than I would come down any other.
They get banged up. Purdy only plays 12 games, 11 games. They miss the playoffs. Purdy takes a step back. There's no Ayuk.
I'm blaming Lynch and Shanny, Stoney. I mean that.
But how much you paying Brock then?
That's a great question. I think at that point, Brock can't try to bring the house down, though.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why
when you come minutes away or OT in a Super Bowl, so you can go in there with your chest out. You saw what I almost did, but I got us there after wrecking my elbow. But if a 9-8 is what you're coming off of, recency bias, Stoney, then, things change.
Exactly. And as Steph Curry said, things change quick. You can go from somebody
everything.
you think's going to be a $55 million quarterback.
Look at Jordan Poole. I thought he was going to be, not Steph Curry, I really thought he was going to be a fixture or a part of the Warriors' future. Nobody, you can pick up the phone and call me and say, and they paid him, and look what happened. The dude looked like he can't even play now. I mean, things change.
Exactly. So don't assume Ayuk's going to be on the team. Maybe they're going to trade him because he's become too much of a problem.
Hurry up and do it.
No. They're on their timetable. Not gurus.
I hear
not
that.
Gurus.
But I know you because you're too smart to not know this.
Yeah. What?
This is not how they had it planned. And this is why they're getting ripped. This is not how you wanted it.
Yeah, you're right. And a lot of things in life don't go the way you want it. And you know what you do? You adjust. And that's what the Niners
maybe are doing. But you got to have some closure.
No, you don't.
What do you mean?
You don't need it now. Why do you need it now?
I got a game to prepare for. Who's my...
Again,
oh my gosh.
Again, you're under your own impression that they must be back for game one. You don't know That's how the 49ers feel.
But you can't play with fate and trick off, we'll get him in here week 2. He ain't been in pad. That's when you're asking for stuff.
The point
Karma comes quick, man.
The point is you're not going into the season with him not playing saying, well, we'll just get him back for week 2. No, you're going into the season because you drew a line that said, we are not paying you $30 million, so you're playing on 14 or you're not. And if you're not, we're moving forward without you. We have no choice.
Wow. And Evan said it, and I hope I'm wrong. We have watched an explosion, 4th of July, for wide receivers, not named Justin Jefferson, prior to him getting his bag, get their deal, and we're like, okay, this is the thing to get the Ayuk situation moving. We'll get closure. And this CeeDee Lamb news, setting the record for the most guaranteed money by a non-quarterback, Steiny, is big, but I hope I'm wrong. I don't think this impacts them. Like, I really hope I'm wrong. Like, by tonight, we hear some news, but if they're telling you months ago you're not worth that number, okay, CeeDee got paid, nice for him. We still don't believe you're this to us.
He's not.
Yeah. That would be this Lamb is not good news for him.
I don't think it matters one way or the other.
Well, it does because it's dominoes, but it hasn't worked in his favor all off season.
What I'm saying is we have no idea if CeeDee Lamb signing today, which he did, impacts Ayuk at all. The 49ers, if I'm the 49ers, you're right. I'm like, okay, so.
And I hope I'm wrong. That's how I think they're thinking.
CD got this, so now we're gonna give you more than we were gonna give you 2 days ago?
Yeah, no, I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's.
Why is Ernie Chavez saying, Daryl, most signing bonus money not guaranteed? Okay. I'm just telling you, CeeDee Lamb set a record, non-quarterback with guaranteed money. Ernie, that's my guy.
That's right, Evan.
Why would you? Wow.
No, well, he got the most signing bonus money. It's $38 million.
Yeah.
Jefferson's previous high was 36.9.
So it's for receivers.
Non-quarterback. That's what I just said.
Non-quarterback. What'd Bosa get?
Wide receivers. But Bosa got $50 million in a signing bonus.
Gotcha. It's $125.
Too short segment next.
Yeah. And then we get Dibbs and Willard. How you feeling about them?
How'd it go last week? I did think about it. That's what they're doing their thing.
I don't know.
Right.
I mean, it was fine.
I didn't come up, huh?
Not really.
Wow.
Evan, I mean.
Oh, that bone. I got a bone to pick with.
Evan was great. Evan was just.
He's always great.
Yeah, he was
But
great.
this, what I'm about to bring up, he wasn't great. And I think you're unaware of it.
Well, damn it.
You got a hairy mouth. This hurt me.
You better hope he's in a good mood.
That's my little brother. He can't. Come on now.
Yeah, you better hope he's in a good mood.
Yeah, and I'm glad Goo's back.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see.
Until next segment. But it's not. And Steiny just let it go unnoticed. I was like, I'm all the way in Carolina. I couldn't believe this. I'll tell you on the other side, Steiny.
All right. You can tell us on the other side. Guru's going to tell us on the other side why he's mad at Evan, and apparently he's going to...
No, disappointed, not mad, disappointed.
Air him out. That's what's coming up next. Guru is going to air out Evan on 95.7 The Game.
Can't do it. Now it's time for the...
Yeah, I miss Guru, but you're
Now,
also
back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Play it again for
Somebody
him.
miss me? Evan?
Yeah, I miss Guru, but you're also good.
Wow. Oh, boy.
How about the one caller last week, Evan, that said, I mean, it's obvious Steiny misses Guru.
Yeah, he wasn't lying.
I didn't hear that.
Well, I didn't know how to respond to that. Yeah, I really
so just
do.
Crickets?
No,
Tell
I
him
was
the
like,
truth.
Oh, I really do miss Guru. I'm with this guy, Evan. And,
Hey, real quick, I know it's a too short segment. My first one in the week. A little trivia for you and Evan with some game show music. It'll be quick. With the CeeDee Lamb signing, this has been the blank number of receivers to get new contracts this offseason.
7.
All right, Evan?
5.
11. CeeDee Lamb was the 11th receiver to get a new deal. You want to hear them all?
Give them to me.
CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson, DJ Moore, St. Brown, A.J. Brown, Jalen Waddle, Nico Collins, Devontae Smith, Michael Pittman, Calvin Ridley, and your Jerry Jeudy. And 2 remaining, Jamar Chase and Brandon. Let me guess, he's waiting on Jamar Chase, Brandon Ayuk. Like, good God. 11. That's all.
and he's about, how many good those guys are better than him?
I'd say half.
7?
Yeah.
7 or 8?
A little more.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
All right, so I'm in a hotel room late night at the Marriott, North Carolina, thinking about you guys, but I couldn't get to the Odyssey app. And I follow Evan on IG. I'm really, truly his big brother and one of his biggest fans. So it's at E Giddings on sports. So every time he fills in or he's on the mic weekends, he uploads his videos of something he said.
Sure.
So I'm by myself, the kids are with somewhere else. So my phone is just glaring because I keep it on brightness. So when I look at this video on IG and it hit me in a different way. Like
cardiac muscle?
No, like I'm in a theater or dome, like watching a show. And it's my man Evan, my little brother. So naturally, the first thing I look for is Steiny and Guru on the clip of what he said at the show, because he's in front of a mic. And Steiny, all you got, Evan, was R-Roo up at the top like he'd been kidnapped or something happened with the camera. So there was no sign of you and I. And it ain't about me, but I look like that's Evan. But then I'm like, where is Steiny? And Evan, what you said was phenomenal.
No, you're lovely. Oh, my goodness.
The way I felt like you were ashamed of me and Steiny. Steiny, I almost sent it to you, but it was too late. Evan, I go, Evan is not sloppy. He never. And I said for the first time, he's branching away from us, Steiny. He wanted nothing to do with this because there was you would have never known where he was at, and Evan, it hurt me to where I threw the phone on the mattress, watched the Little Average Joe on Netflix, and then went back to it to be. And Steiny in the corner, he couldn't get out Guru all the way, so all you saw was RU. And I said, Evan, this was the first time. He was ashamed of us, Evan.
So this wasn't his appearance with Dan Patrick?
No, you got to go through his reels.
Is it the one where he's sitting at the 95.7 The Game and it looks like there's skeletons in back of him?
No, he's sitting in my seat talking to you, but you would have never known.
I don't see
But
it.
first of all, so you are on social media, Steiny.
I'm on
Instagram. Yeah, IG.
No, wait. Hold on.
Haven't talked to
I never
you.
thought about that first and foremost. That's hilarious. So I can explain to you technically why I have to cut certain ways. But if we're being honest, the reason why it's cut that way is because I just wanted my face and not Steiny.
All right, there it is. He owned it. What can I say? He owned it, Steiny. But it was the first. I said, and he's a badass youngster. Hey, man, Greg. I said, he's moving on up, Steiny. That ain't cool. I was going to text you, but you would have just left it on unread. You wouldn't have touched it. Oh, man. I was not smoking.
Thanks for watching, Joe.
Yeah, no doubt.
I don't know why I can't see it.
It probably happened days ago.
I made a different IG page. Yeah.
But Steiny, you would have thought he was in Des Moines, Iowa somewhere. Like, it was not being you. Kind of hurt a little bit. That's all.
Okay. You know what? You and I should have a talk about some of the stuff he's doing.
Okay, right.
We'll have a talk.
Can I come?
No.
Evan, sit this one out. Get in the game. Let's go, Steiny. Ayuk.
No, I'm done with
I'm getting to the car, and I'm telling you, I'm standing on business. That's my new one today, Evan. I do not believe this will get the wheels rolling for a resolution for Brandon, like the other 10 contracts from receivers.
I hope so. I also have an admission for you, though, because Steiny got mad at me for saying that Greensboro was lovely last week, when it is. And so I texted you about it, and you said it was great, and then you still wouldn't believe me.
Oh, Steiny, it was.
The question was whether it was humid.
Oh, it was the worst. You took a shower. Sac is dry heat. Give me 105 of Arizona and Sac, Evan. The dry heat is different. When you get out the and as you get older, showers take longer. When you get out the shower and then you get to the car downstairs off the elevator, it's oh boy.
I know you didn't mean to do this, but Goo, you just gave the point to Steiny.
Yeah. Here's another point about to come my way. Since we haven't seen each other in about a week, Giants going to win a playoff series this year?
We could talk about Robbie Ray, who was dealing yesterday. Yeah. Friday's blown. They got 5 runs. I have nothing for. I'm gonna say no.
Goo, all they need to go is 20-10 over their last.
I'm going
30.
Steiny. Why would you think they're going 20-10 when they've been 500 through 100 and something games?
132 games. They're 66-66.
It ain't.
If they go 20-10 and the Braves go 16-16, actually, the Braves will have to go 15-17.
That's like you saying if you got the 6 lotto numbers, your life would change.
Well, that's the way you talk about sports.
And I need to take care of you on the Solaire bet next time we get to the cafeteria.
Oh, my God.
Jesus.
I forgot all about that one.
Jesus Christ. Boy. I don't think Melvin is going to survive if there were really the Johnson family, the bosses to Farhan really gave a damn. So that's where I'm at with this Giant. I'm not mad at the players. I ain't mad at Melvin. I don't agree with his decision, Steiny. But why did he let your boy Rodgers sit in there Friday night and just, what was he do? Oh, let him get 8 hits and 4 runs, then I'll go pull him. Dude, he
explained it. I don't know if you heard the
excuses are like Norman said it. I can't say it on air. You know what I mean?
We all got them. He didn't make an excuse. He offered an explanation.
But it's too late. What's done is done.
Evan, help me here because you're the pitching expert.
Oh, now he's an expert. Earlier you told him
he was an expert all last week too.
Wait, so this is the funny part. I don't know which decision you're trying to defend right now. There's been too many in the last week.
When Tyler
Friday night
Rodgers
5-1
gave up 3 straight hits.
I think it was 6.
It was 6.
Well, it was 6, but it was 3 to start. And at that point,
Krzyzewski, take him out. Yeah, go get him, Bo Mill.
Literally any decision he's made in the last month, I don't care if it was defensible or not, it hasn't worked.
And he leads the league in the cutthroat thing. He's begging and he's using the, review it, and he just does the, look, Snotty, kill. Like, Josh used to have a little luck in that bottle.
Like the guy at the Oscars with that meme. Who's that actor? It's, what's his name? He plays in Moneyball.
That's a great one.
Jonah Hill?
Jonah Hill, when Jonah Hill goes like that.
Snotty peeping, man.
Cut it. All
That's
right.
a great one.
Coming up on the other side, we've got Willard and Dibbs, and it's been a little while since
my guys.
What's coming up next on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of You know what we're doing here? We're celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment also brought to you by Robert Half.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty.
of this show.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Crossover time.
Guess who's back?
Willard and Dibbs, along with Guru and myself.
Woo! Yeah, my guys.
Yeah, the real Slim Shady.
Yeah, I missed you guys.
Missed you too,
bud.
What did I miss in here? Was it just Ayuk every day?
I mean, like, even despite our best efforts at times, yes. Because new little nuggets would bring you back in. Something as simple as, like, we're not doing Ayuk today, and then Kyle Shanahan would speak publicly and be like, you haven't talked to Brandon. I did talk to Trent, and it was good to talk to him. And, like, something that small.
Yeah.
Now it's 48 minutes on what does that mean?
Would you guys disagree while I was in Carolina, the fact that Kyle let Purdy and some of the starters play, and there's a risk involved even when you step on the field? That was a message to both guys. Like, you can do whatever you're doing. We got practice. We got a season to get ready for. He could get hurt, but so be. I just felt like that was confidence. Like, the hell with all of it. We're going to play football. I didn't agree, but I respected it.
I thought you said he was a gangster.
That's what I said. He showed me gangster by.
You think that was like for Brandon and Trent?
Yeah, a message to and to the team.
I don't know.
The brethren, like, we got football to play. Yeah, Steiny, I didn't agree, but I loved it because it was gangster of what could have gone wrong. Well, and he bypassed that. Go out there and play, Brock.
I would tell Brock, no more tackling. Let's.
Why did he try?
We don't need to be tackling people in the preseason.
No doubt.
Don't tackle people in the preseason. That's a rule. Don't tackle people in the preseason. But no, I don't think it was about
light somebody up. Let's go.
I don't think it was about those guys. I think if he's sending a message, it's to the team. I don't think it's to the two guys who aren't there. I think there have been plenty of messages sent to both of them throughout all of this process. And I mean, what do we got? We got 10 minutes. That's what you missed.
Do you think Evan brought up CD Lamb? Oh, this one. I'm like, there's 11 contracts that have happened, 10 up into that one.
I'm out in 10 minutes.
Yes. He said all last week, if he's not signed, sealed, and delivered by 2 p.m. on Monday,
I'm out.
He wants Brandon Ayuk gone.
I'm
he
out.
wants him traded.
I am out.
He
on
wants
Brandon
him done.
Wow. You got 9 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
No, it's not. And I'm out on Brandon Ayuk.
I love it.
Until he comes back, if he were to.
Well, no, I'm not saying that, like, I'm going to root against him if he ends up signing. I'm just telling you, like,
you're exhausted.
If I'm running this thing, the conversation today would be, we have whatever offer is sitting there now. There's that, or there's the field is over there. You can join us when you're ready.
But CD Lamb got $100 million guaranteed.
Great.
So my offer just went up. Well, if I'm Brandon.
Now what would make you think you're going to get closer to that if you hadn't got it prior?
Well, the numbers already come up because reportedly back in March, it was 26 and they were close and he was getting his suit ready and he was ready to sign. And then all those other deals came in and his number changed. And then now CD signs for what he signed for. And I'm not saying he's CD, but if you're Brandon Ayuk, you're thinking, well, I'm something special. So if the market is going up, then my number is too. And the Niners have come up too. And that's where the Niners, I think, have made a big mistake, is they've engaged him in this little cat and mouse game of, oh, you want to be traded? Okay, we have all these deals in place. And then, no, I don't want to go there and I won't sign there and I won't do that. And meanwhile, he's holding in and now CD's getting... What's the average annual? 34?
1 million
34.
Right below 34. JJ. They did it well.
So now Brandon's thinking, okay.
But you're not that, Brandon. As much as I love you.
That's not going to work.
No, but it's already worked to where the Niners have come all the way up to 29.
Allegedly, though, dude.
Sure, I believe it. I believe it.
And they've made a bunch of mistakes in this process. Yep. There's no two ways about it, but I would stop making mistakes.
In 8 minutes.
Have you guys played any of the Bill Belichick stuff from Pat McAfee today?
Oh no!
Beautiful
from last week or from today?
From today.
Fresh Belichick.
Beautiful stuff on how to handle a player when they come in and go, "Hey, Bob over in Cleveland makes 28."
Bob's a good player.
Yeah, Bill Belichick with exactly.
I can't wait to hear it.
What the Niners probably have done and should do And if he brings up CeeDee Lamb in a conversation, Brandon, the field is over there. You can join us when you're ready. Meeting over. We're done here. Chris Conley with a beautiful touchdown catch in practice today. Ricky Pearsall is back, and Jacob Cowing is getting better every day.
Ricky Pearsall is back in air quotes in a blue jersey.
He's practicing.
Non-contact.
He's not back.
Look, they're rookies. I don't know how good they're going to be. That's not my point.
But they drafted him for a reason.
A former NFL player told me over the weekend, do not get it twisted if you're Brandon Ayuk. The 49ers are more important to Ayuk than Ayuk is to the 49ers. And I believe that to my core. To my core.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, you can go ahead and go out there with a blue jerseyed Pearsall and a Jacob Cowing special teamer and Chris Conley, and best of luck. If that's good enough, then you're right. But if I'm Brandon Ayuk, I'm thinking I led your team in targets and catches, and I'm second in the league in yards per target.
You're welcome.
I feel like I feel like he's pretty important to this team. But
he is.
No, man.
We'll find out.
But he won't play. That's on him.
Oh, he'll play.
No, he won't.
I mean, he'll get paid.
He's been given 5 options already, and he said no to all of them.
That's the one thing.
So that's on you, dude.
He was there in Vegas.
That's on you.
That was the worst. Yeah, got on the plane.
Dapping it up with Devante and Debo. It's pretty good.
You got to.
Well, he also was talking a lot to Antonio Pierce.
Yep.
Yeah.
AP, they call him.
And Devante is mad. There are those reports, too.
Oh, you saw that our doc. The receiver doc is all you need to know about him and his relationship with his team.
But the receiver doc followed by an offseason where they didn't address the position. Like, if I'm Devante Adams, right? You're furious.
You're the one that you think would be at the house.
Furious.
Raiders played nobody, and the Niners still couldn't win that game. So there you go.
The Niners starters were up by double digits.
But that first possession is all you need. The one to Debo and then Kittle. Let me see here.
That may be true. That's a big win.
JP Mason can run, though. Give him some touches.
Yep. I like him.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Sure. I think
he'll get 4 carries. He'll get 4 carries a month.
Guru wants him to get 10 to 12 a game.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
I was thinking,
it's not going to happen.
Okay, let's do
I
that.
heard that. Yeah.
So he's going to carry 200 times.
Right.
10 to 12 a game.
Exactly. 12 times 17.
I think Mason's got a role that matters.
There's no doubt he does, Will.
Absolutely. I think he's got a role that matters. 4 a month, 10 to 12 is a little hot. But 4 a month, that's no, he's not getting a carry a game.
He's probably getting maybe 10 a month.
And if McCaffrey, my gosh, lo and behold, missed a game, you feel like you're in good hands.
Who has more carries this year, Debo or JP Mason?
Oh, JP Mason.
Ooh,
I think Mason.
What's a normal, like, how many did Debo have last year? Like,
Debo had
carries.
probably carries. He probably, I'm going to guess.
I want to say 4.
I would say 40 is a good number.
I'd say as I can.
Yeah.
It tailed off last year for me.
Right.
Okay, I feel like
about right.
Yeah.
Okay.
What did he get, Will?
I'd say
Mason,
higher, but it's close.
And Mason gets the mop-up carries.
Man.
If there's actual carries to have in a game, it's going to be CMC.
So wait, what did you guys guess?
40 for
4.
Debo.
Yeah, good guess. 37. 37 carries. Right. So that is essentially a little bit over a couple a game.
Yep.
Although he only played 15. So maybe it's
there you go.
little more than 2
We
a
said
game.
only 15.
And do you have Mason's carries there?
Over or under? I'll take over.
You got Mason's carries over there?
I'll bet Mason's got more last year.
Yeah, but last year he wasn't the backup.
Yeah.
This year he's going to be the backup.
No, but what I'm saying is...
Last year he was kind of the backup.
No, what I'm saying is I bet you Mason had more than that last year.
Well, now you're going to make me do this. Okay.
He had 40. He did have more.
Oh, look at
40?
By 3 more.
40 over 37. There you go.
Yeah, like what we're not thinking about is garbage time.
Right.
Like he probably, I'm talking carries that matter in actual games that are in the first 2.5 quarters and you're trying to win.
Yeah.
Kind of a thing. I think JP Mason's going to have a role this year. A bigger role than he had last year.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah. And God, don't you think the betting money would say that Christian would miss a game,
right,
or 2, almost?
But you want to spell him too because he's so important.
He probably should have missed one last year and he didn't because he's a nut job. But
you got to tail that back a little. That's all.
They said that they wanted.
I mean,
to
the
do
only
that.
thing I'd be worried about is if McCaffrey misses games, Debo will start toting it about 12 times a game.
That's possible too.
No,
that's possible too.
What's going on with Mitchell?
Just can't stay healthy.
Elijah Mitchell.
Yeah.
Doesn't stay healthy.
It's always something.
Yeah.
And he might be a last-minute trade candidate. If Garendo can be healthy enough to actually make the team, then you don't want to have both those guys, I don't think.
But this new kickoff rule, I think the NFL knocked it out the park. I said it earlier. He looks like, okay, he got the... Dude, it's going to be exciting. The special teams are more important now in that kickoff coverage than ever, man. It's almost like a run play, Dibs. If you get that first cutback, he could go. I'm like, man, that's how I feel.
Where's the touchback now? If you kick it into the end zone,
35
to the 35.
Yeah, but if you bring it, if it don't hit the target, you're at the 20. You start at the 20. If you fumble it out of the end zone and then go back in the end zone, it's 20. To the 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know I'm butchering. Shout out Shasky. I'm butchering.
No, because that Belichick thing I listened to, he's predicting that when the season starts, they are going to start kicking it into the end zone more than they have been in the preseason.
Yes.
And giving it to them at the 35. I hate that.
And if you mess it, no doubt about it.
It's a really good field position.
It's one 20-yard pass away from
You're right.
Yep.
Harrison Butker time.
It's your guy.
Harrison Butker.
The Butker.
You did it earlier, too. I
Or
loved
my
it.
guy Moody.
He did it earlier.
Moody
Jake
with a little
Moody.
chippy.
Jake Moody.
Little chippy.
That's the
You
greatest
probably
thing
weren't
ever.
listening on Friday, but I started to do it in honor of you.
Every name.
I said a name.
Every name.
And I repeated it.
It could work.
I repeated it because the whole John
That
Sally.
was the greatest thing
John
ever, man.
Sally. And we talked about it on Friday. And whatever, Friday at like 5 o'clock. What happens on our show is that Mark gets the giggles. And so it makes me feel like I'm funnier than I actually am because anything
That
I
always
say,
helps, yeah.
he will start laughing. And so I started doing the Steiny repeater. The Steiny repeater. And your boy starts laughing.
That's great
anyway.
stuff.
You're listening
Yeah.
to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Wow, it's 2 o'clock. I'm out on Brandon Ayuk.
Well,
You want to refresh
And
Twitter
what is that?
first to make sure?
Tell me again,
No, yeah,
what does that mean?
It doesn't matter. Like, I'm not saying I've got some sort of effect on this. I'm sharing my opinion. I'm out.
now,
I'm
speaking
out.
of which,
I'm out.
Now, listen.
I'm out.
I'm the type of dude when I hear something, Willard and Dibs and Steiny, I might not agree, but I'm one of those dudes big enough to say, damn, that person had a point, or just something for to plant a seed and something to think about. So today, as I get to the caddy when the show is concluded here, I want you guys to react to this sound by one Manti Te'o. Go ahead, Grandy.
I think for the past 5 to 10 years, we've got so accustomed to the San Francisco 49ers walking around not only the NFC West, but the NFL in general as these big bullies. You watch Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel come out of the locker room with that bump box, and you watch them get into that scuffle in the pregame, and you watch their dominant defense and their run game. We got so accustomed to that. I flipped on the TV and watched their past 2 preseason games when their starters played, and I just see an emotionally drained team.
Now, I'm not saying I agree, but that blew me away of Kyle allegedly being tired of the Brandon saga or Trent not there. When you hear that, any merit to that?
Well, it's a faulty.
He said drained.
It's a faulty premise. He said he watched the last 2 games where the starters play. That doesn't even exist. The starters didn't play the last 2 games. Starters haven't played 2 games at all.
Well, they didn't play against the Saints.
No, they like
But his overall takeaway of drained.
This is preseason football.
Super Bowl hangover, Willard.
If you're a veteran player and the 49ers are drunk with established players, you don't go full bore in the preseason. You don't. All you want to do is stay healthy, which is why Brock Purdy, once again, stop tackling people in the preseason. But like, I don't know. Yeah. I am willing to be wrong. I reject all of this until the season starts.
How you hear, Dibs?
The 49ers are 0-0, and I'm so done with this idea that everyone thinks they're 0-2 already.
It's nonsense to me because, the emotional hangover, the emotional energy they're supposed to have for a preseason game, and the starters did play. Not all of them, but a lot of them did play.
Well, last week they did.
But if you're a starter, and if you're Kittle or Debo or Brock or whoever, are you really going to be that motivated to come out in a preseason game that has no real impact?
It's football.
They played, but you play, and you go out there and you play just to get a sweat, and you play to go out there and feel like a football player again. You block, you tackle, you catch, you run, whatever. But it doesn't mean that you have the emotional bandwidth that you're going to have in the regular season. I don't think that any of that's going to ever compare. Even if you are, the Jets or the Giants or any other team that's not very good. Now, if you're a third stringer, you're going to go out there and you're going to play as hard as you possibly can because you're trying to make a team, you're trying to make a roster, and you're trying to keep your career alive. But if you're the Niners, of course you're not going to have that same emotional level.
So he shouldn't have said starters. That's where you just
the starters were up by double digits. So be unemotional and be up 10-0 at the end of the first quarter. I'm fine with that.
I mean, Purdy played preseason game 2.
Yeah, he did.
And I think 4 of the offensive linemen played. So I think that's probably what he was saying by starters, but they didn't have any of their skill position guys in. But I don't know offhand how many defensive guys played in game 2. I don't. I mean, the way I'm looking at this whole thing right now is we'll see if it matters or not. It doesn't seem like it's good.
Man.
And now we're 2 weeks before the opener. Guy just got signed today on another team.
The 11th receiver.
It's still within the realm. Still within the realm of possibility they could be back.
Do you guys? Does this do anything for you? Every single, and we're gonna have a group of people that we're working on to see who wants to hop on the show today.
David Lombardi, 4:00.
There it is.
Right.
David Lombardi wins the prize. So anyway, but everybody was on the scene, and I'm just taking this from social media. All the reports says this is one of the most spirited practices that they have seen in a long time. The longest practice, spirited, both sides, offense, defense. Now that the game is 2 weeks away, yelling, screaming, celebrating all over the field today in practice. Does that do anything for anybody? Why? Like what?
I'm gonna be real, Willard.
Yeah.
I kind of expect that, but I want that to be Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams. Get the paperwork ready, which will speak louder than the spirited practices.
Well, I mean, I still have zero concerns whatsoever about Trent. And I'm out on Brandon Ayuk.
Like he could really get traded still.
Or just nothinged.
Right.
He could get nothinged.
Wow.
Which is what I would, at this point. If you can't decide, then I'm sorry. The field is over here. You know where to find us. What's he going to do? I'm so tired of this whole Brandon's got leverage thing. What are you going to do,
Did I listen in where you said, it's like asking my kids, what restaurant do you want to go? And I said, man, I ain't mad at that analogy.
I don't know, man.
Did you get to enjoy your family while you were there?
Well, I was here. That was my last day.
Yeah.
Look at my guy.
I do think that the Trent part of it is a little bit more now front burner.
I'm not concerned.
Well, the fact that he said that he will sit out week 1, and we already see that he sat out a whole year in Washington, so we know that he will sit. He's sat before, and so if you're Trent and you say, the report is that he may not play week 1 if he doesn't have a new deal, that becomes, for me, like, okay, Brandon, Mark's out. It's 2:06, and he's been out for 6 minutes on Brandon Ayuk.
But number 71.
71 you can't be out on. And we saw it
he got
over
mad.
this preseason game.
Yes, he did.
Brock had
The
14 dropbacks, and he was pressured 9 times.
Oh, man, he got hit a couple
9
times.
of 14 dropbacks, he was pressured.
Man.
He was hit. He had to make a tackle. He threw a pick. This is not the offense you want to see, and it's in large part because your offensive line right now is patchwork.
Let me ask you guys a broader question on all this. Because Dibbs and I were just talking about this in the other room, and the Cowboys goo can be Exhibit A. I'm failing to understand the negotiating process here in the NFL when it comes to guys like that, and who is gaining anything by this kicking the can down the road thing, acting like you're negotiating. Like there was never a question in anyone's mind that the Dallas Cowboys needed to break off CeeDee Lamb something very large. There was never a question that it was going to be second only to Justin Jefferson. So waiting until now did what for who?
Jerry Jones, I think, feeds off of what's going on in Dallas. I know that's diabolical, but I believe that's what took so long. But now when you got me thinking, Jamar Chase, You need to talk to. What are you guys? You're going to pay him.
He's a different one.
He ain't eligible, but
no, he's eligible, but he's not. He's not on his. He's not done with 4 years.
Right.
He did this early and now started practicing without a deal.
But he can do it. I think it's going to work
probably
in 2 weeks.
Probably he's that good, and that's. So maybe that one's a little bit more complex, and he's practicing.
Well, what you're preaching, I don't know,
and I think you're exactly right about Jerry. Jerry wants to be in the news. Yeah, but the problem is, and I wonder if this ticked Jerry off, CeeDee Lamb's a better player than Brandon Ayuk, and
Ayuk got
way more attention. 8 times as much attention. Right?
Can I just take a crack at it?
Go.
I believe people knew how good CD is, and the Brandon thing is, you're not in that category like you think, and your team's telling you that. That was CD. It was just about when we get to it.
Well, and they flirted with trades. Nobody ever brought up the idea of trading CeeDee Lamb.
No.
And they drafted a wide receiver.
And that is
2 of them.
Oh, man. 2 of them.
And CD waited, and he got paid. So, I mean, that's the blueprint.
They drafted a wide receiver.
For CD, you wait, and then you get the max money you could possibly get, and you got $100 million guaranteed. We don't know what the actual guaranteed at signing number is, but he got the second highest contract for a wide receiver ever and the most guaranteed outside of a quarterback ever. So good for you, CD. You played it right.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm asking is, like 2 weeks ago, that was all already true. Justin was already in the books.
Yeah, it is.
And so all you did was lose camp
Preseason,
time. And maybe you want that.
Well, maybe he got more money by waiting longer. You don't know that.
I mean,
but the soft tissue stuff,
I'm not just talking about CD.
Sure.
I'm talking about the Cowboys. Were they sitting there on August 8th going, if we wait, then what?
Yeah.
Like, there's no way, no how this is going to be anything other than Justin Jefferson light. So now soft tissue injury
what did you
likelihood
accomplish by
exactly.
Well, the team accomplished nothing.
Oh, and what did
What
CD
if he pulls a
accomplish?
hammy
CD
week
accomplished. He got the most money he probably could
I
have.
think he was going to get that in. It was obvious what he was going to get. Give or take.
But if you're a team, then the smart thing to do.
But is that good?
Is that good
for him? Hell yeah!
What if he pull a hammy?
Yeah. What if
what if he doesn't like it? What if he doesn't like training camp?
Yeah, but I mean, it's not just about not like it. I'm sure he doesn't like the idea of hamstring injuries either. I'm sure he wants the Cowboys to be good this year. Like, now we're going to do this. Like, we just spent all year going, Nick Bosa messed up. And now it's like cool and in vogue to miss camp?
Man.
I just don't get it. I don't understand
I actually think it is.
Okay.
You do.
I'm
really
dead
do.
serious.
With a young guy like Lamb.
To me, it's like the DNP when the players in the NBA can call their shot when they want to take off.
Wow.
I think that in the NFL, if training camp stinks and you can't stand it, CeeDee Lamb's what, 25? 26?
I agree with this take with Trent.
It's juice.
I totally.
Not the young
but when you're 36 and 330 pounds, I'm in.
No, it's a juice thing. When you're this young and you have the ability to call that shot, and you can do that, and you can flex on people like that.
If that hammy
But when
goes
did
out
that
week
start
1?
to be the norm, though? To miss camp, OTAs, like that?
I think that it becomes an ego play. I think Steiny's right. Like, if you're an NBA player and you're able to say, you know what, we have 4 games in 5 nights. I'm going to go ahead and sit out the game at New Orleans. I'm going to go ahead and, take my DNP coach's decision with an ingrown toenail or whatever. I think for young players, it's a flex.
Wow.
When you have that ability to say, I'm not coming into camp until I have a deal. Yes, Trent at 36, we all expect it. It makes sense.
Nothing to see here.
And Ayuk, he's holding in, which is kind of like the Diet Coke version of a holdout because he knows that he doesn't really have the leverage, so he's going to hold in and not accrue fines. But I think young players, when you have that chance, you're gonna exert all you can.
I'll leave you with this, Steiny, getting ready to go. How's Ayuk's agent handling it? He doing right by him? I guess we'll see when it's over because that's the piece we're missing, right?
I, for a while now, have not known what to believe in terms of where the numbers are. But for this to be the number 1 wide receiver offseason, you had a lot of guys eligible. You also had a lot of guys get paid that we didn't even know were going to get paid. To go from Jalen Waddle to A.J. Brown to Devontae Smith to Amon-Ra St. Brown to Justin Jefferson to CeeDee Lamb. And Brandon Ayuk's the last one? Brandon Ayuk, that's the main show? Like CeeDee Lamb and Justin Jefferson are the opening act? If I'm Ryan Williams, no, that's not how I want to play it. Because if they think that these deals drive their price up, I think they're crazy. They're not on the same stratosphere as Justin Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb.
I can't wait to see the finality, man. How this ends.
Well, one place you'll be able to hear that finality and eventually.
Oh, boy.
But who knows when is right here on 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows. This is the last one? Of all the wide receivers, I mean, I know Jamar hasn't been figured out, but he's only played for 3 years. I don't know. That one's kind of weird and wonky anyway. This is the big finish?
Apparently,
This is the main act. Brandon Ayuk? I hate saying his name like that because he's a fantastic player. And I will define what I mean by I'm out on Brandon Ayuk. Doesn't mean that I hate him. Doesn't mean in many ways that I don't want him on the 49ers. Doesn't mean I'll root against him if he does sign. It means that today, as of right now, if I were the 49ers, I would completely change the tone, and I would walk away and simply say, you know what we're offering and you know where to find us. And I would completely support if the 49ers decide to move in a completely different direction.
And trade him.
This is absurd.
And trade him?
And trade him.
Jeez.
This is absurd. This is now counterproductive. I don't see it matching, if you want to call it the risk reward, if you want to call it the ROI, it doesn't match. This decision-making process, this distraction is not only not worth $30 million a year, it's a lot less. It's a lot less. This headache is not worth the price tag. So that's what I mean by it.
Well, I wonder what the headache is like for them. It feels like the headache is more pronounced for fans and media members maybe than it is for the team. You haven't really heard.
You think?
I don't know.
Look at Kyle's face.
They seem to be moving forward with, Pearsall in a blue jersey, and you got Cowing returning kicks. And
they got no choice.
You got Chris Conley. Exactly. They've got no choice. Actually, they do have a choice, and the choice they should have made a long time ago is the choice they didn't make. And the choice they should have made is, all right, Brandon, if you don't want to come in and sign for what we're offering, then come in and play football on the 5th-year option. But they didn't do that. And so they have enabled this whole process through the trade request. And they went out there and tried to trade him, and they had deals in place, and the deals didn't work out. And yet none of that has actually borne fruit to where he's doing anything other than holding in. So, yeah. The headache has been largely created on their own doing.
Well, there's no question about the 49ers' miscalculations and misplays here, but that's all, in many ways, water under the bridge. So is whatever Brandon wanted in May and June and July and August. We're about to reach September. There's a game 2 weeks from tonight. It matters a lot. I find this situation to be completely separate from any other holdout that we've watched before, because none of those included trade requests and TikTok with quarterbacks from other teams and all of the things that we've been through this offseason with this. And that's just where I've arrived. I don't think this is worth it. And I look at Kyle Shanahan's face, and maybe it always looks like this. Kyle doesn't seem to really enjoy the hell out of talking to the press. Doesn't seem like his favorite 20 minutes of any given day. But there have also been sourced reports and articles written about how frustrated specifically Kyle is, not just with the situation, but specifically Brandon's behavior as a hold-in, all of it. You can't convince me that the Niners aren't livid. And no, they're not perfect and innocent and all of that. But we are where we are, and we can keep up a tally of mistakes if we want.
Sure.
Or we can just be like, it's 2-17 on August 26th. There's a game 2 weeks from tonight. This is where I sit today. I'm out. This isn't worth it. He's phenomenal, but it's not worth this. It's not worth it.
But they're not there, and maybe they will be by tomorrow. Well, tomorrow at 1 o'clock, they've got the roster deadline. So they've got 22 hours and 42 minutes to figure out who your 53-man roster is going to be. So between now and then, that will tell us a lot about where they are. Because if they really are out on Brandon Ayuk, then between now and the roster cut down at 1 o'clock tomorrow, they're going to make a move of some sort. And if they're not totally done with it, if the headache is not so bad that they can't work through it, then they'll have him on the roster and they'll keep working toward resolving it.
I don't know if it's that black and white, right?
It's pretty clear.
No, because you can have him on the roster and then address that a little bit later if whatever you're trying to do right now, and I don't even know what that is, but whatever they're trying to do now doesn't end up coming to be. You're not going to pup him. You're not going to cut him. You're not going to,
you might pup him.
No, I don't.
If he's hurt.
No, but
he's got a back issue.
Well, but then you're paying him. I would, the Niners, to me, you can practice squad a couple of receivers. We know the other guys they're going to keep.
You can't practice squad him, though.
No, you can't practice squad him. But the two rookies are going to make the team, and Juwan's going to make the team, and Debo's going to make the team, and Chris Conley's probably going to make the team. And you keep Brandon as your sixth. And if this whole thing doesn't work out between now and week 1, you pull someone else up or you go with those 5. Again, assuming health, I don't think there's going to be some massive move made tomorrow short of either signing him or trading him, roster-wise. But I don't know that also speaks to what their current emotional ability is to handle this or willingness to deal with this. I think it's a massive headache. And the fact that it has reached this week is incredibly problematic.
Right, and it's problematic, and it's not just Brandon Ayuk's fault, in my opinion, and we can play the blame game all we want about, his demands and how they've changed and what CeeDee Lamb's contract today does for Brandon Ayuk's price, and I would not be surprised if Brandon Ayuk goes back to them again and says, well, price changed again, folks. I mean, that would not shock me. I'm not saying that it's right that he does that, and I'm not saying that it's good negotiating, but based on what we've seen, his price has changed. The negotiation has changed. It's been a 5-month, if not a 6-month journey of on again, off again. And here we are, August 26th, as we always check the date whenever we have this conversation. And now we're 2 weeks away from the opener. And yeah, it's a headache. And I'm sure that he would love to go out there and play football. And I know that they want him to play football for them, but this is the only one out there not done. Jamar Chase, fine. Looks like that's going to be pushed off into the regular season.
Yeah, he's practicing, so they can deal with that whenever the hell they want.
Exactly. But Brandon Ayuk, same thing. I mean, they could deal with it whenever they want, but he's not playing. At least Jamar Chase is back at practice, and Brandon Ayuk's not.
And Brandon was not seen there today either, which is against the norm that he had set last week.
Right.
He was at all the practices. He was down there talking to teammates. He took a flight to Las Vegas, hung out with Antonio Pierce for a while, and then today he's not there. I don't know. Again, it was the reportedly longest, most spirited practice of the entire camp today. Now, you telling me today's not a day? Today's different. I hate to break this to everybody.
It's the regular season.
Today is different. The preseason is over. Tomorrow's roster cut down day. The buildup to the New York freaking Jets is now. So this is a different day. So this is no about face. I'm not being over the top. I'm not trying to get a reaction out of you. I think this is a massive day. And based on the experience they have just had with Brandon Ayuk for the last 5 months, this to me has fallen off of the cliff. Today was the day. I set this day for a reason. It wasn't just because, hey, it's Monday. Today is a massive, massive day. And Brandon is still nowhere to be found and completely without reason, in my opinion, based on all the offers that have reportedly been put on his lap. To say no to all of them is unreasonable, in my opinion. And if you're going to be unreasonable, what's the definition of that word? We can't reason with you.
Yeah.
So you can be right in your opinion that the quote, and when I say you, I don't just mean you.
Sure.
The Niners need Brandon. I get it. But what are you supposed to do? He won't engage.
Yeah, or he won't settle for what you want to, you're offering him.
It's like Maverick flying around after Goose died. He won't engage.
Yeah.
I don't know what you want him to do.
I don't know what he wants and what they're offering. And, it feels to me like the Niners have come up on the number that they're offering close enough to what he really wants to where he should be able to sign. But I can't put myself in the Ayuk camp. I can't put myself in his agent Ryan Williams' shoes or TJ Hushmanzada, who's come on so many times and he's been so good with us with his time. And yeah, B.A. just wants to be paid and he wants to be a Niner. Well, it feels like the Niners want to pay him a lot and it feels like he wants to be a Niner. I mean, he showed up in Vegas.
Right.
He went out there and he did all the things and he was out there pregame, dapping up Debo and Devante and he was signing for the fans and B.A. was not like hiding from the fact that he's a 49er.
Would he have gone if they were on the road in Cleveland?
No, and I said that on Friday.
I know, right? It's
No,
I wonder how much that had to do with it. I don't know. 888-957-9570. Let's talk to you, okay? Austin in the city. Hi, Austin. What you doing?
How you doing?
Hey.
Hey, I just want to say this, man. Why you out on Brandon Ayuk? He ain't did nothing but get better each year. This past last year, he only had 75 reception yards, over 1,300 yards. It's better if he have over 100 yards, over 100 reception. That's probably over 2,000 yards and probably 20 yards a catch and like 12 to 15 touchdowns. Like, come on, why we out? He actually do more. He blocks. He's a complete receiver. Like, what's really going on?
Yeah, so I like Austin, I agree with, if you're going to give me the back of his football card, I'm with you. Phenomenal player. Won't engage, won't sign, won't make a decision. I think I've been incredibly clear as to what my issue is with Brandon Ayuk. This has nothing to do with how phenomenal of a player he is. I have sat here for months on this microphone and talked about how wonderful Ayuk was. He was tremendous last year. Analytically, one of the best receivers in the game. Hell, he was on my fantasy team. I loved watching Brandon Ayuk. The man won't engage. The man has been unreasonable this offseason, in my opinion, and arriving at today is different than all the other days. The regular season is here. This is not reasonable anymore. And so if the 49ers choose to move on, I totally get it. That's all I'm saying, Austin. I got nothing against the player.
Man, I don't know, man. They need to get that man his money because he can be better than half his receivers.
They've offered him his money, Austin. They've offered it to him. Won't sign it. I mean, we got. Thanks, Austin. We got source reports as of last week. Oh, we're down to we got I's to dot on year 4.
That's right.
Year 4. Who the hell in the NFL cares about year 4? Year 4 is always funny money. It's always funny money.
Ask Trent Williams.
There's none of these players who have signed. None of them care about year 4 or 5. It's all funny money.
It's all the guaranteed money they want. And who knows what the guarantee is. And, when you see CD Lamb get $100 million guaranteed, and that's not the guaranteed at signing. David Lombardi coming up at 4 o'clock to break down all of the nuance of that deal and of all the deals. And I think David will have a good amount of insight on exactly where the impasse is with Ayuk and the Niners, because it feels like the big number, the average annual value that they're close on, but is it the guaranteed number? Is that the sticking point? What is the sticking point between these two sides?
I don't know. And I love when people do like the latest Xfinity mobile text line. Thank you so much for listening and engaging in the show. The question is, Mark, how is Ayuk being unreasonable after you see what CD just got? Here's how. Ayuk has been offered reportedly just a little bit less than what CD just got. What's the issue here? CD's better. CD's the best player on his team. Brandon Ayuk, and I don't like doing the option thing, but you've all admitted it. Like, Brandon Ayuk is like 4th in the game plan when Kyle sits down. He's not CeeDee Lamb. He's not CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb's going number 2 in all of your fantasy drafts. We're sponsored by Express Employment Professionals. We'll get to more of your calls. Good afternoon, everyone. It's Willard and Dibs.
game.
We got to play that Belichick here in just a sec. I think it's relevant.
Okay.
You want to know what? And everybody's got their own sort of thing that resonates with them when it comes to situations like this or any debate for that matter. Here's the one that gets me. And I bet that Brandon feels this way too. And I reject this point. And someone just texted this in on our Xfinity mobile text line. You know who you are. Thank you so much for texting us. But he said, hey, if Ayuk got targeted as much as CeeDee Lamb, then his numbers would be even better than CeeDee Lamb. Okay, so, I mean, I fail to see why that's ever relevant when we do that. Why would we, then, first of all, if your sentence starts with an if, you don't know that to be true.
Exactly. It's a hypothetical.
Second of all, if you'd like the 49ers to be a worse team, go right ahead. Like, is that Brandon's point? You're going to come into negotiations and be like, you know what? If you guys would stop diversifying the offense so much and you would just huck the ball around to me as if I was Tyreek Hill, then two things would happen. I could make more money and we could go home earlier each offseason. If you'd like, why don't we do that? Like, why would someone argue that? No, you don't get to play if the Niner offense were different because he's trying to get a contract from the 49ers. That's his company. They do business the way they do business.
Exactly.
They drafted him. They have a lot to do with his success as well. And by the way, the money he supposedly wants, if you want to play that game, who cares if you win the football game? Throw the ball to him every time. Okay, then go be a Patriot. Go.
Had a chance to.
Go.
Yeah.
33 in a year, 33.5 a year. Go. Brandon said no. So that, to me, robs that point. You were offered CD money. You said no.
Close to it, yeah.
You said no.
Yep. You said no to it because you want to be a 49er.
Okay.
You want to have your cake and you want to eat it too.
There you go.
It's the old expression, and it makes sense, and that's what Brandon wants. And so he wants to be a Niner, but he wants to get as much as he can, and they've done a lot to enable that very belief because they haven't signed him and they haven't drawn a line in the sand. And so they've played along with his trade request, and they had trades in place, and then he said no to those trades, and then they've negotiated with him, and their numbers come up. So they've done a lot to make him feel more empowered than they definitely had to. They've given him a lot more of that feeling that he's got more power than he actually would if they just would have drawn a line in the sand, but they haven't. So can they do that now, 2 weeks away from the opener? Like you're basically advocating that it's 2:00, now it's 2:36, and you're done. If it were you in the negotiating suite, you'd be like, okay, this is our deadline. We're done. Come play football. Can they do that?
Yeah, well, I mean,
they can, but I don't think they will.
They can. I mean, there's three possibilities. I don't even know if there's any trades on the table anymore. I don't know if other teams are still offering anything. Everybody's got games in less than 2 weeks. So I don't even know if anything's being offered anymore. But if you want to explore that, explore that. If not, whatever the most recent offer is on the table, or the highest one that you've offered, Brandon, this is like, I'm not going to be a jerk about it. This is here. I'm not pulling any offers. That offer that we made you, that stands. When you're ready to grab it, we're here. And if you don't want to grab it, we're also here. You have a contract. You can play football for a lot of money this year, $14.1 million. You have directions to the field and everything, right? Yeah. Like, you don't even need MapQuest anymore, or Waze. You know exactly how to get here. You know where your locker is. There's a uniform in there, and the field is right outside. And you're welcome anytime. But that's the end of that. That's the end of any back and forth. Honestly, what on earth can still be said or offered? It's all been offered.
They've done it. They've gone through all of it. So it's all been offered, and if he's still saying no, then if I'm the Niners and you want to play hardball, then you pull the offer and you say the offer's been pulled, and so now you're going to play on your fifth-year option. So or not, and that's up to you. And you've got cut down day coming up here in 22 hours. 22 hours and 22 minutes. You have to decide who your 53-man roster is going forward, and you would like to know if he's going to be a contributing member or not of that roster.
Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Hi, Dave. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. Thank you so much for calling.
Well, thanks for having me. Let's play a game, shall we? You guys mind? You got a minute?
Yeah.
Let's do it. So let's help make sense of this Ayuk situation. Let's look at it. Let's look at him as a player through a vacuum lens. Okay, I'll name some names, and you tell me you take that player, Ayuk. I'll be quick.
Okay.
Justin Jefferson.
I'll take Jefferson.
Jamar Chase.
Chase.
Amon St. Brown.
I think St. Brown.
I'm on Ross St. Brown. Yep.
CeeDee Lamb.
CeeDee Lamb.
I'll take the Lamb.
A.J. Brown.
I'll take A.J. Brown.
I'll take A.J. Brown.
And again, this is you have an empty team. You need a receiver. You have no Kyle Shanahan. You have no other players. You just need a receiver. So I'm giving you names. Let's say Devante Adams.
I'll take Devante.
Probably Devante.
Yep.
Puka Nacua.
That one's interesting.
Yeah, I'll probably take Ayuk.
I like Puka, but that's only 1 year in. Yeah, and I mean, like Dave, there's also some circumstances here, right?
Context,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, you're bringing up players who have never played in this system, so to me, there is a nod in Brandon's favor in that he knows this system and has played very well in it.
Have to be this system. I'm just saying, in a vacuum, it can be your team. Will's team. Doesn't have to be with Shanahan. Just in the vacuum. So my whole point is, is that we're making this big old hoopla about a guy who's not even, top 5. Is he a good player? Yes. But this is getting embarrassing. Like, and these demands are wild. Like, bro, do you know how much pressure you're putting on yourself? Like, I don't think he realizes that. Like, all this hoopla, and say you guys get a deal done, now, bro, you got to go perform. And every week, you got to be a top dog. Like, I don't know what a realistic expectation of his is. Like, what is it that you want? I can't pay you what CeeDee Lamb and Tyreek and Justin Jefferson. That's not doable. So I don't even know what the song and dance is about. The song is over. The song been over. It's either one way or the other. There's no more communication to be had at this point by both parties. And you guys just hit it. Like, all right, that's the offer. Either you play, we trade you, or you sit. There should be no more negotiation, okay? And it's as a fan, I don't know, bro. I'm just like, at first I was sad. Now I'm just like, this is funny. This is funny, So, but hey, thanks for playing the game, y'all.
Hey, thank you for calling, Dave.
Thanks for calling.
Yeah.
I'm with him.
I do think that his logic, though, is flawed because you can't just do this in a vacuum. You have to do this within the context of what we're talking about, which is a Kyle Shanahan offense with 2 wide receivers and the fact that he has been here and he knows it and he's done it. So if you want to do in a vacuum, maybe Puka Nacua is a better receiver, but not for this offense because there's blocking and there's scheme knowledge and there's scheme fit. And, like we talked about last week or the week before, and, you played the Greg Cosell sound about just exactly what he means to this offense and what he brings to this offense and his route running and his scheme fit. All those things, I don't think that you can look at it in a vacuum like that. I mean, you can.
Well, right. He's just having fun. I mean,
I love it. That was very fun.
None of those players are available to the Niners either.
Agreed. But the idea of where does he slot in, I think that he slots in higher in this offense than a lot of those other guys would because he knows it, he's done it, and he's proven it.
I think that's fair. I also think this is fair. Take a listen to this. I want you to listen real close now. I found this fascinating. Bill Belichick. Respect him?
He's all right.
Okay. Belichick goes on Pat McAfee today, and I want all of you, this is about a minute and a half long. Listen to what he says about this entire idea of the goalposts of a contract moving when a player at the same position in another town gets a big contract. Because this has now come up, twice this offseason?
Yeah.
Brandon was going to do 26, and then Amon-Ra happened. Oh, and then Jalen Waddle happened. hey, Niners, there's a new price in town. And now there's Justin and CD, and people are doing it again. You can love Belichick. You can hate Belichick. This is what he said with regard to how he handled it when players and agents tried to do that.
Hey, so whenever these deals happen around the league, when a deal happens and your general manager, your guy that's trying to figure out you see these deals happening, you go, why is that what we're paying people now? Because it immediately affects your deals, right? Whenever that type of stuff happens somewhere else, those become the comps, that becomes a conversation. So then that becomes your headache for every single negotiation. So you're looking around whatever website, whether it's Pro Football Talk or ESPN, or getting text messages, you see a deal get announced and you go, whoa, that's what and then you immediately see 10 headaches on your team. I got 10 guys better than that guy. That's going to, is that real? Is that like the reality of the business whenever you're in one of those positions?
I personally don't look at it that way, but I think, the players do. And I think it certainly comes up in the conversation. My conversation to the players would always be, look, we can do what we can do. I can't control what another team paid somebody else or didn't pay somebody else. That's really out of my control. The only thing I can tell you is here's what we can do. And I would try to structure the contracts on the team I was coaching so that they were consistent. So you couldn't come into me and say, well, Bill's getting more than I am and I'm a lot better than he is. Then that creates a problem for me because, you've made the decision on those numbers. So, when somebody else throws out a number, you have to deal with it. But in the end, it's not your number. So, we can't negotiate. Look, every player is going to come in and say, well, this is the highest paid guy. Some of the team's getting it. We want that. Well, you can't make everybody the highest paid guy based on contracts, on 31 other teams in the league. It's impossible. So I try to structure it on what our team is. And if Brady's making less than, a corner, there's something wrong, right? There's something wrong. And then that corner might leave and go somewhere else. But I can't pay a corner more than I'm paying my starting quarterback who's won 3 Super Bowls, in 2010 or whatever.
Hey,
I've had that conversation.
I've had that conversation. Yeah. Has anybody stopped to think about that? Everyone's going, Waddle, Amon-Ra, and Jefferson, and CD, and Tyreek, and A.J. Brown. Everyone's doing all that. Anyone stop and think about Debo? Anyone? Anyone want to know how Debo would feel if Brandon goes flying by in terms of his contract, while Debo is clearly the team leader, has seniority, boombox guy, in the biggest games, right? Debo's the one, when he goes out of the lineup, holy crap, offense falls apart.
But I was told that we don't count each other's pockets. Well, so, Debo shouldn't have anything to say about what BA makes.
And maybe he doesn't. But
BA is going to make 27 times what the quarterback makes?
Oh.
Are we going to only pay him $914,000 because the QB's only making $9.25?
Obviously, Brock's about to get his turn. But Bill has a great point that I thought was best crystallized when Lamar Jackson was trying to negotiate with the Ravens last year. And it was very clear to me why that thing hit a pause. It hit a stop because Lamar was like, oh, did y'all see what Deshaun Watson got in Cleveland?
Exactly.
And the Ravens are absolutely correct to be like, Lamar, if Cleveland wants to be idiotic, we've got to let them be idiotic. That doesn't mean we should be idiotic.
It's not about, that was one contract. This is about the market, and this is 7 contracts.
But I also think that the market is kind of idiotic. Like, Kyle Shanahan has every right to zig when others zag. If he's going to sit here and go, and you've talked about this, I think, really well throughout the last year and a half. We're a run-first team.
Exactly.
We're built on Christian McCaffrey and the Swiss Army knife of Deebo Samuel, and we are not going to react to the Dallas Cowboys, who are over here playing who gets the most attention every year, as opposed to trying to win football games. We're not going to the Dolphins are paying Tyreek and Jalen Waddle and have their quarterback on podcasts talking about how their big goal last year was to get Tyreek 2,000. How about being, good? Yeah. How about trying to win playoff games?
I agree with you in terms of the ideology and the principle of it, but my question back would be, then why have you engaged in this hamster wheel of trade requests and up the offer? And if they really are offering $29 million and he's stuck on 30, then what are we doing?
No, it's a good question.
It's one thing to say, look, you want $27 million. We don't want to pay you. We're going to look to trade you in April before the draft, and we don't get an offer that we like. Okay, you know what? We're not doing this. We're not doing 27. We're not doing 25. We're doing 14.1. We're doing you play football.
Well,
we'll see you in August.
Look, the leverage.
But they didn't do that.
The leverage he has, if you have to go find it, because we've done this all off season, he is very good, and the timing suggests that the Niners don't want to mess with this year. But
they have.
I've long had questions about, all right, do you really want 5 more years of Brandon Ayuk at $30 million when you just drafted 2 receivers, including one of them in the first round? Your behavior does seem to run up against itself sometimes. Like, if you love Debo and you draft 2 receivers, is a long-term extension for Brandon the right thing? Maybe it is. Maybe you're going to cut Debo after the year. I have no idea. But the whole thing, the drafting of 2 receivers and then going up to 30 for Brandon, doesn't that feel sometimes like it's bouncing off of each other?
It makes no sense to me. It makes no sense.
So I don't know. I'm with you. I don't know.
We go back to April and we talked about Brandon or Debo, not Brandon and Debo, although you can do Brandon and Debo until Brock gets paid, and then it becomes a little bit more difficult. But for me, it was always about Brandon or Debo, and then we all watched the receiver doc, and we all realized, man, this is the boombox guy, and they've never said anything negative about Debo, so maybe it was Debo all along, yet you're still pursuing Brandon, even though Brandon was open to a trade, and you had offers out there that you were ready to accept, but Brandon wouldn't accept a deal, so what are we doing? It's a miscalculation sensation is what it is.
Agreed completely. I don't know how many times I know where I'm coming from today. There's no question in my mind how this is going to resonate with y'all, that it's all like I'm just over here with my team-friendly take. I don't know how many different times I need to say this offseason that the Niners have really messed this up.
And you've always been pro-player in all this. You've never been anti-player, and you're still not anti-player now. I think all you're saying is, if you're the Niners, it's time to cut bait. Either fish or cut bait is the old expression.
And this one, to me, is different because we happen to know all of the different options that were presented to Brandon. When people go, well, why aren't you mad at Trent? Because it's totally silent, and I don't even really, I don't know what it's about.
He chirped up over the weekend.
Oh, a little bit.
Yep.
I know he sent a report to Jeremy Fowler that, he might sit out week 1 if you don't get this figured out. I have no worries about it getting figured out. I have none. Does he want $10,000 more dollars? Does he want 3? I don't know what it's about. Plus, I don't even know if the Niners have offered him anything. But through the way that this one has played out, we happen to at least think that we know that the Patriots were offered, the Steelers were offered, the Browns were offered, the Commanders might have been offered, the Niners were offered, then the Niners were offered for more, and then the Niners were offered for more. And he said no to all of it.
All of it.
So what do I... Dude.
Yeah.
I don't know what's left. What's left?
What's left is for him to just come play football for 14.1 or not. And that's why I think that tomorrow is really where the deadline sits. The roster deadline's at 1 o'clock tomorrow. We're 22 hours and 9 minutes away from the roster needing to be finalized, at least in the short term. So could they put him on the PUP list with this mysterious back injury? Could they trade him? Can they find a way to extend him before then? There's a long way to go between now and tomorrow at 1 o'clock, but something's got to give, because if you don't think that he wants to come in and play football for you right away, you need to have receivers on your team who want to come and catch the football.
Right. And again, and I do believe this, and you can feel the opposite if you want. And I try to say this repeatedly without making it sound dismissive to Brandon. There's no question in my mind that in terms of what's available, who is the best receiver opposite Deebo Samuel on the planet right now, it's obviously Brandon Ayuk. But the Niners are bigger than Ayuk. The Niners are more important to Ayuk than Ayuk is to the Niners. It's my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, I think that that's true in a macro sense, but if you don't have Brandon Ayuk and you don't replace him with anybody,
you're worse.
You are worse.
Yeah, of course.
You're worse enough to where you are not a Super Bowl team, in my opinion. If you go with Conley or Pearsall or Cowing or Taylor or Bell or Gray or whoever you want to put in there, Jawan Jennings, you could pick any other receiver that they have on the team. You can go to Te'o or Te'o's kid, who has already been cut.
Right.
Whoever you want to put in there, you're not good enough, in my opinion, to still be a Super Bowl team.
Let's go to Jason in Santa Clara. Hi, Jason. What's good?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. So lifelong Steelers fan, Bay Area transplant, been out here for 15 years. So I listen to you guys. I listen to, the morning, at work, and then driving home. So I appreciate everything you guys do. Love you. Check it out. As a Steelers fan, I do not want Brandon Ayuk on the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I stay in touch with all my people back in Pittsburgh. I still listen to 937 The Fan. And nobody wants – at this point, it is ridiculous. And in Pittsburgh, and you guys know that we don't really deal well with these whole contract disputes. You remember Le'Veon Bell? Oh, I want to get paid. And he went to Jets. What happened? Gone. Done. Antonio Brown. Enough said. Like Mike Wallace went to Miami and I think died in Baltimore, fizzled out nowhere. Santonio Holmes, Super Bowl MVP. I want money. Yeah, how'd that work out for you? Gone. Done. Plexico Burress. Oh, yeah, I want more money. What kind of worked out for him? He went to New York and got a Super Bowl ring and then subsequently shot himself and went to prison. So what I'm saying is I don't want this drama. The Steelers already suck, okay? The Steelers already suck. They're going to be lucky to win 6 games. Russell Wilson is hot garbage. Justin Fields, hot garbage. George Pickens doesn't know how to be a number one. Brandon Ayuk is a great number 3 receiver. He's a really good number 2. He is not getting paid as a number 1, and he is not a number 1, and he will not be a number 1 on any team. That's all I got, man. Love you guys. Peace.
Jason, thanks. Okay. I wonder how much that factors into all of this, we're sitting here, there's always 2 ways at minimum to look at all of this. And the Brandon Ayuk camp is probably look at these numbers. Look at this 1,300 yards with very few targets. And the Niners can come right back the other way and go, we can look at our offense and you're not a true number 1 receiver.
Yeah, we have 4 number 1s.
We don't operate that same way. And couldn't you rally right back and go, the number of targets you get is not only dependent on how much we are or are not throwing the ball, but it's how much are you open? How much do we trust that we can just throw it to you when you're covered? There's always a different perspective on this. And I tend to agree in a large sense with what he just said there. Brandon is not a traditional, physical, overwhelming number 1 receiver. I agree with that.
Yet they've offered him money that would be commensurate with him being a number 1.
He's great on this team.
Where's the disconnect then? If he's really not a number 1, then you wouldn't be offering him $29 million a year.
They want to win the Super Bowl this year, and he's the best fit.
Right.
Yeah.
Then you would have him play on his 5th-year option and say, suck it up, Buttercup. Yeah. You're not going to give the guy $29 million a year for 4 years if you don't think that he's your number 1.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Come on, way it's going. 2 years from now, $29 million will be the 58th highest-paid receiver in the league. A lot of you want to weigh in on this. We'll keep doing it. 888-957-9570. David Lombardi in an hour. Willard and Dibs.
Elite quarterbacks? Not the Mike Sando
No.
quarterback tier.
Yeah, quarterback tiers. I saw that too.
The tiers are out.
Orlovsky listed his quarterbacks in the NFL who get the label elite.
Okay.
There are 9 of them. Did you see this?
Missed it.
Okay. Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, C.J. Stroud, Matthew Stafford, Aaron Rodgers, Justin Herbert, and Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy?
Those are
elite?
your 9 elite quarterbacks in the NFL.
All right, Dan.
Dak Prescott didn't make the cut.
Well,
Jalen Hurts didn't make the cut.
More surprising.
Jordan Love? No, sir.
No?
Tua? Nope.
Not getting in?
One guy's opinion.
Yeah.
Thought it was kind of fun.
Yeah, nice. 9 of the starting 32, 9 of, I guess, a potential 196 quarterbacks, 3 per team. So that's pretty lofty praise, but yeah, elite. The fact that he made it into that elite category, that's good for Brock. That's exciting.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that will be the difference this year. The difference this year will be you can get a bunch of social media engagement by complimenting Brock and putting him in the same sentence with Mahomes, Allen, and Jackson and Burrow, as opposed to doing the other way around, which is what we spent all last year doing, which was listing the elite quarterbacks, followed by the great quarterbacks, followed by the good quarterbacks, and then Brock.
Exactly.
Who's 29th in the league, apparently.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe that'll be different this year.
Could be. And just, I mean, ultimately, the proof is in the pudding and the results of how you do, but how your team does, more importantly. And that's where all these things, and I was looking at the Mike Sando quarterback tiers in the Athletic, rather, and, you know, you could look at any of the different quarterback rankings, and it's all so wildly subjective. It really comes down to, are you any good? Is your team any good? That, to me, is ultimately how all these rankings get proven out, because you could be a good quarterback and your team's not very good, or you can be okay and your team is great, and then, you know, what, are these quarterbacks basically the same?
Well, I actually think, while we're sitting here talking, you know, about wide receivers, and for those of you just tuning in, CeeDee Lamb today has his deal with the Dallas Cowboys. It's worth $34 million a year, with $100 million guaranteed and a $38 million signing bonus. More on that in just a second. Jamar Chase is not signed, or at least for a new deal. He does still have 2 years left on his deal. He's already practicing. That leaves Brandon Ayuk as the last controversial wide receiver situation out there, and he was not to be seen at practice at all today, not even on the sideline. The one thing that I would say, and there's more than one, but what really sticks out to me, the number one negotiating point that Brandon does have is kind of what you're talking about. Like, I don't know if he's number 8 in the league or number 12 in the league, but in the end, who cares? He works here.
Exactly.
It works. And so there are no question marks. There's no, like, does he block downfield? Does he understand the system? Does he have rapport with Brock? To me, that's the biggest point in the favor of Brandon Ayuk. However, in the end, for me, he won't engage. He won't engage. He won't make a choice. And it's game time. It's game time.
It's getting close, right?
And again, if this breaks in an hour, that Ayuk and the Niners agree, then deep breath, on we go. And it's not like I'm going to root against the guy, but if I'm the Niners, I'm changing the discourse right now, and I'm done. I'm done negotiating. I've said everything I'm going to say, and if it's good enough, it's good enough, and it's not, it's not. And I would completely support them putting him on a different roster as well, if that's still available to them.
Yeah, and I would imagine it still is available, although, as I mentioned before, when you get to cut down day, which is tomorrow at 1 o'clock, I'm sure other teams are going to want to know if Brandon Ayuk is going to be possibly a Patriots or a Commanders or a Steelers or a Browns or whatever other team thinks that they're still interested in acquiring Brandon Ayuk. You want to have those decisions be made before tomorrow at 1 o'clock it's a little bit more difficult if it's done afterward when you're trying to set your roster. So I do think that we're up against a certain deadline, not only here in Santa Clara, but also abroad. If you are a potentially acquiring team, and I was looking at a Bill Barnwell piece earlier today on ESPN, and he's a really locked-in NFL expert, and he was running through possible trade scenarios that could still happen, and he has the Patriots and Brandon Ayuk still connected in some way. I don't know if that would be a full reversal of course, and he decides that, that money from them would be what he really wants. I don't know what he wants. This whole thing has gone sideways so many different times from where I thought that it was going to eventually go. I can't call it anymore. I've been wrong 7 different times on this.
Wow.
Eventually I'm going to be right.
It's lasted so long that how can you not have been wrong a bunch of times on it? And that's kind of where I've arrived. It's gone on too long already. And so that's the end of that. Even though it's not over, but that's the end of that. And I firmly believe that while a lesser version of themselves, the 49ers are still good enough without him. Or at a minimum, the 49ers are better without Brandon than Brandon is without the 49ers. That's my belief. I really don't see another spot where Brandon Ayuk, 2 weeks, now 13 days before the start of the season for most teams, I don't see where he's just going to walk into some other locker room and crush it and go for 1,300 yards this year. I think that's a crazy thought. Maurice, Rancho Cordova, on with Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Maurice. What's up?
Hey, man. What's going on? I just wanted to just talk about what you guys were talking about as far as Payne, and Bill Belichick came on, and Dibbs said something about how they built their roster. If you know you're a run-first team, this is before the draft. You've been knowing you're a run-first team for the last 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. This is before the draft. You know you don't really want to pay 2 receivers over $25 million. You know you don't. Why waste everybody's time and not trade him at the draft? That made no sense to me. This is 100% on the Niners. I don't understand it, not even a little bit. You should have traded him on the draft. Not to mention you draft a receiver. You draft a receiver that has a history of shoulder problems when you want that receiver to come across the middle, catch slants, while you have linebackers paying bills and you have safeties coming downhill, coming for him on slants. Not to mention you already knew about Trent Williams and he wanted his money. You should have drafted a tackle, or you could at least traded Brandon Ayuk, still got your problematic receiver that you wanted in Pearsall, and went to go get a tackle to go ahead and shore up the future for Brock Purdy. That made no sense. And I have something else to say. You have Kittle, who's getting older.
Yeah.
You have McCaffrey, who's getting older. You have Trent Williams, who's getting older. You have Debo, who's getting older. All of those guys, their play style is taking hits, and they're getting older. They have about 1.5 to 2 years with the 49ers. Yet the youngest receiver you have, the most durable receiver you have, you just don't want to pay his money when you know those dudes are coming off the books in the next couple of years. When Brock Purdy contract kick in, I don't understand none of it. You guys explain it to me, because I'm a little bit confused on it.
Yeah, Maurice, here's what I would say. You certainly have some very, very, very fair points. But when you say trade him before the draft, don't you need to know what's being offered?
Totally.
I don't think you can make it like I do this every year at the baseball trade deadline when people go, "You stupid idiot for not trading Bumgarner." Were there any offers? Were there any good offers? I have no idea. I don't know what was offered. And so if you're only being offered a second-round pick for a guy who 4 years ago was a first-round pick, has played up to the pick, and has teams willing to pay $30 million a year for him, that's worth a first-round pick. So I'm not giving him up for a second-round pick. Now, did they miscalculate the idea that if they don't trade him, they'll be able to get it done? Clearly, yeah. That's fair. Now, the other points that are being made where you sort of definitively give this list of players who will all be off the roster in 2 years or less, I don't buy that. I don't think Debo and George are that old. And by the way, that's a long time from now. There are ways to replace people, sometimes overnight. Example I always give is Joe Staley. All freaking out. Where's our left tackle? Boop, snap finger, there's your left tackle. And stop worrying about Trent. I will have egg on the face this day 2 weeks from now if he's not done and ready to go in that game.
Yeah, it'll be before that, but yeah.
I am not worried about Trent, and
My worry went up today a little bit.
Did it?
Just based on the report that, just a little bit of a reminder. I have sat out before. In fact, I sat out a whole year, and I will sit out again. I will sit out week 1 is the report from Jordan Elliott, right?
I thought it was Jeremy Fowler, but
Jeremy Fowler. Yeah, apologies.
Yeah.
Sometimes I get confused as to who's reporting what and where. But the report being that he will sit out week 1 if need be, and so I see that and I think, okay. I mean, he's done it before. That to me becomes a little bit more of a pressure point than this ongoing Ayuk saga, because they need Trent a lot more than they need Brandon Ayuk.
I agree with that. Here, let's let everybody hear this from Jeremy Fowler so you can decide if this one kind of gets your anxiety up or not. This is from ESPN.
Well, I was told from somebody involved in the situation that he is not going to be available until he gets his contract adjusted. He's got 3 years left on his deal. That could bleed into the regular season with us just being a few weeks away. This is a player who's made about $150 million in his career. He's been taking up golf, kind of staying away from the team, doing his own thing, still training, of course, getting ready for the season potentially, but he's not overly stressed to have to be out there right now, and he's the 4th highest paid left tackle despite being the best the last few years. So the 49ers know they have to do something here, could sweeten the guarantees on his contract. So they're dealing with Brandon Ayuk at the same time. They're trying to get this guy done. So they're hoping he'll be in the lineup here soon.
That one stresses you out a little bit?
Yep, more so. Just to hear it put to words like that, to hear that report come out that, yes, and I know that's kind of the way that this was headed.
They already knew all that. What's new there? Why did that grab you?
What's new is the fact that it's now out there, and, the report comes from the Williams camp of, just so you know, he won't play unless he gets a new deal. That hasn't been, it's been understood. It's been assumed, but now it's known. Now it's out there.
I think they knew that. I think they knew that 5 months ago.
Right. But now the fact that it's out there now, for me, becomes a little bit more, it's a little bit more of a real thing.
Well, that's fine. I take that as Jeremy Fowler had a suit on today, and there was a camera on, and someone asked him for an update on the Trent thing, and he said exactly where it's been the whole time. Trent's not coming in without a sweetener in his guarantee or a change in his contract. The one thing, if there's anything of note in there for me, it's when he says he's the 4th highest paid one, even though he's the best. That's almost like their little marker of by the way, we want the best contract because we're the best, which I don't think is all that crazy. I don't think it's that much money to make that happen.
It's about $5 million a year.
Okay.
I mean, we're haggling over $1 million with Brandon Ayuk because
are we?
Are we? The team's at 29 and he's at 30.
That's AAV.
That's the report.
That's AAV.
Right, but if you're Trent and Trent wants to be the highest paid, and that's more like $5 or $6 million a year over 2 or 3 years. How many years are you going to give Trent?
But it's Trent. You've said it yourself.
But he's 36.
He's vital.
But how much are you going to give him? How many years are you going to give Trent?
Whatever we need to get him back out on the field at age 36.
That. You're going to give him a 4-year deal? Pay him until he's 40?
No, I don't think that's what he's asking for.
I don't know what he's asking for.
That's what I'm saying. I think you can hear it right there. They're like, so I'm being paid as the 4th. I'm the 1st. Let's handle that. That doesn't mean 4 years pay me until I'm 40. That just means sweeten it. He even mentions it. Sweeten the guarantees. Man's 36 years old. There's going to be fat people leaning on him every day. Let's get some guaranteed money for that.
Fat shame in the NFL.
I don't want to body shame anybody.
You just did.
But these are big dudes that eat a lot of food, and they're going to be leaning on each other, and it hurts. So guarantee me some money. I still, with 2 weeks to go, don't think the Niners, again, because of his position, because he's 36, because he is the man in the NFL, I don't think the Niners want him sweating out August. I think that
so he's already sweating out August. It's August 26th.
That's what I mean. I don't think they want him losing all of his effort in August.
Oh, right.
I just don't
like that. Okay.
Yeah, I am zero stress on Trent. Zero. But
my stress went from 0 to about a 2.5.
Okay.
So I've gone from 0,
that's fine.
It's gone up because we're 2 weeks away. And, you do want to get Trent in for some practices. And I understand that he's a veteran and it's great that he took August off. And you don't really need him to learn the scheme and figure out how to block and where to put your hand on this play and that play. He's going to be good. But you do want to have him out there, the big fella, running around. And also, I think you want to have your offense fully comprised at some point here pretty soon. That way your quarterback, can stop running for his life on every snap. And he was pressured on 9 of 14 dropbacks on Friday against a second and third string Raider defense. Yeah. That was not good. So if you want to talk about takeaways from Friday, one of my takeaways was your offensive line, as it is right now, is not very good. And that's a little scary.
I've always looked at offensive line as kind of they're a package deal. It's 5 people that need to be in total concert with one another. So if there's no Trent, the trickle-down effect is significant. And so add in that it's preseason, and I worry none about their performance right now, provided that Trent plays 2 weeks from today, and I have 100% confidence that Trent Williams will play 2 weeks from today. So I could be wrong, but I doubt it.
Yeah.
You could call the 49ers a lot of things. I don't think they're stupid. And while all of us sit here and go, you have to have Trent, the Niners are like, we know.
Of course they know.
Yeah,
but
we know.
When do you need him in for him to be able to play?
That I don't know.
A 36-year-old, 340-pounder, and you're just going to have him roll off the couch and play?
Well, I don't think he's on the couch.
You want to talk about soft muscle and soft tissue injuries?
I don't think he's on the couch, and I'm actually.
I know where he's not.
Yeah,
in Santa Clara.
No, he's not in Santa Clara.
Right.
But I don't know at that age and at that size and at that ability and all of those things. I don't know what a doctor would say with regard to what would be better for Trent. I can tell you that I have heard there are multiple GMs around the league that think this whole thing is just a big show. I have heard that. GMs around the league think that this is a big show and that this is Trent's going to be there when Trent's going to be there and that this is a plan. I don't know this. I just know there are some on other teams who think this.
Yeah.
This has been the plan all along. You've heard Deshaun Jackson be like, I was just on the phone with Trent. Trent's going to be there in a minute. Kyle's like, I was on the phone with Trent. I think it's all good. I don't know if it's their plan or not exactly. I don't know if it'll work. Anyone can get hurt on any play anyway. But I get the idea that at age 36 and 325 pounds, and literally one of the elder statesmen and great vets of the league, if you tell me the right thing to do is just work on your own in August, okay. Maybe that is the best thing.
Could be.
I don't know.
Maybe it's not. We have training camp, and, training camp is not only to see who's going to make the team. Training camp is for like you said, your offensive line is a unit. It's a group of 5, and right now of your group of 5, your left guard has been hurt. Your right guard's a rookie. Your right tackle has been kind of there. Your left tackle is holding out. So your offensive line unit hasn't even been together 1 second of training camp. So you're expecting them to all get back together and hit the ground running? I don't think that that's the ideal way to go about it. So, yeah, Trent Williams, 36. Go ahead and chill, big fella. Rest up. Come in when you're ready. But you want to have your 5-man unit, which is going to be a different unit than last year.
A little bit, yep.
It's probably going to be different. Looks like Dominic Pooney's going to be your starting right guard if things hold as is. And I don't know, the right guard and the left tackle probably don't interact a ton on many of the plays unless the guard is pulling going to Trent's side. But you do want to have your unit all comprised and in there. And already your wide receiver room is a question mark. And your defense has a couple of guys you're hoping to get back. And it just hasn't felt like a very solid camp of everybody who's going to be there being in camp.
Yeah, I get it. But sometimes I do sit there and think about that a little bit. How much of the concern, how much of the stress, all of the hand-wringing about all of this is simply the way we feel. I really do think that the Niners feel to many of you like they're 0-2, and they're not. And this could very easily, in fact, I would argue it's likely that all of the stress of the summer, just with a 17-3 halftime lead 2 weeks from now, is gone. Gone. It just dissipates right into the concession aisles. And you're like, let's go get another beer. The Niners are up 2 scores. That
what if they're down 17-3 at the half?
Then we got a different argument. And quite frankly, with or without Trent, Brandon, or anyone else, that would be all kinds of concerning.
Exactly.
The New York Jets, while I think they're an interesting squad that's very talented in spots, they've got a very good defense. They have a 40-year-old quarterback coming off of an Achilles tear who didn't look very good the year before he had an Achilles tear. If the Niner defense can't handle that guy, who, by the way, they've kind of handled traditionally, especially in this building through the years, if they can't handle that guy, we got a whole different question. These holdouts aren't on defense. The New York Jets should not come in here and get more than 20 points. They just should not. So the 49ers should win that game no matter what's going on with all of this stuff. Certainly, I don't know about the troll Trent thing. That's obviously, that would be different. The Niners are a better team than the Jets with or without Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, they should be.
Yeah.
And you already said that Trent's going to play 100% guaranteed week 1. So, and that being the case, then there should be no concern. But week 1, crazy things happen, and you have an offense that, you know, so far in the preseason, you've had some offensive line challenges. I just wonder how this offense is going to look when they hit the field 2 weeks from today, and you have a camp that you haven't really had everyone together yet. You haven't had Brandon, you haven't had Trent. So all bets are off when it comes to, 2 weeks from now. If you don't have everybody on the field, I don't think it's as easy as, well, Aaron Rodgers is 40 and he's got a bum Achilles, so of course you'll be able to handle him. Still a very good quarterback. When healthy.
Maybe.
Yeah, we'll see.
When the hell's the last time we watched Aaron Rodgers play quarterback? By the way, it was for 4 plays where he didn't look very good.
4 plays.
But
right.
he didn't. He's not. Aaron Rodgers, like, his mobility was part of his game. And it's gone. And it was gone before he got hurt. Like, yes, great arm, elite arm. But I don't know, man. He's 40.
Yeah. That sounds old.
They're not all Tom Brady. You can't just all play till you're 44. Look at Russell Wilson.
More guys play until, like Drew Brees played until he was about 40.
Do you remember his last year in Green Bay? They won 8 and 9.
Yeah. It's been a long time since Aaron Rodgers was really
in Green
good.
Bay, that team.
Yeah, he did.
And
They're better last year with Jordan Love.
Yeah, because they finally drafted some talent around him. Aaron Rodgers had to play with a bunch of rookies.
My favorite tweet of the day about the wide receivers came from Andrew Brandt. We'll tell everybody. Okay. It involves the Packers and CeeDee Lamb. And therefore indirectly the Niners. We'll read that to you next. There's a different Belichick comment that is specific to the wide receivers and Brandon Ayuk that we need to play for you. Kyle Shanahan had a bunch to say. We're going to get to all of this and your calls. 888-957-9570. That is our number, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts, Willard and Dibbs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Well, I was on hold and waiting for you guys to talk to me. Jaden Daniels is FaceTiming me, so I had to tell him, I got to go on this show. I'll get back to you when I get off the show. So
come on, Coach.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. Jaden Daniels is going to be good now.
Yep.
You know he is.
We'll see.
Yeah, watch out for Jaden Daniels. I actually do think Washington is not ready this year, but coming.
Yeah.
I like what they're doing.
Okay.
I do. I like a lot of what they're doing out there with the
ownership change and the name change.
That helped.
A lot of it. Yeah.
You can't go
culture change.
You can't go down from Daniel Snyder.
Seriously.
You cannot. All right, Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570. Reason number. I want to roll through all the Shanahan sound from today. There's a lot of interesting stuff with regard to what's going on with the Niners after their last preseason game on Friday night. Reason number 86, why I love my girl Christy. She just texted in with something that I find interesting. And she said, in a different way of saying it, I'll put a little dramatic effect on it because it's a radio show. Do you know what happened yesterday, a year ago?
No.
366 days ago.
Shout out leap year.
That's a great question.
Thank you. 366 days ago, we sat here. You and I sat here. It happened during our show. And in fact, I remember sort of predicting it at about 2:30, and then it happened at 4:30. The Niners were about to play the Chargers in a preseason game on a Friday night. It's 366 days ago. Does everybody remember what happened? What happened about 2 hours before the Niners kicked off with the Chargers? Yeah, I know some of you are raising your hands out there. I see you. Trade him! That's right. Trade Lance. 366 days ago, we sat here. Trey Lance got traded. Kyle Shanahan was accused of maybe like only liking white players or whatever the hell was going on. So we got controversy flying everywhere. The idiotic Niners trade away their number 3 overall pick for a guy whose arm is hanging from his body. Oh, and Nick Bosa was an incredibly high-profile holdout. And we were just a couple of weeks away from his mom coming on the show to explain the largest omelet that any of us had ever seen in our lives. It was all very dramatic and uncomfortable. Negatives surrounding camp as games were about to begin. Very uncomfortable. Trading the number 3 overall pick 2 years after it happens. Right before the season starts, putting all your eggs in the basket of a torn UCL and Nick Bosa nowhere to be seen or heard at all. How'd it work out?
Worked out pretty well, Mark, especially after what we saw this weekend from the aforementioned Trey Lance. Pick.
Holy crap.
5 picks, and if you look at all 5 of the picks, now, interceptions are like children. You don't dislike any of them any more than the other.
Well, is that true?
It's not true.
Oh, no, you get a tip ball. I love a tip ball a little bit more than I just threw into double coverage.
He had one in the red zone from about the 8-yard line that was a straight-up telegraphed, as my friend Jean-Marc used to say. He's from France. He didn't really get the translation. It was a telephone pass. It was telegraphed. He would say it was a telephone pass.
Mr. Telephone Pass.
He threw it right to the Charger defender.
Yes.
He had one tipped. He had one that he was going, it was a Chris Berman interception where he was going back. And he threw it off his back foot up for no one. And then he had the Despacito one with 7 seconds left to go. That one, okay, fine.
Okay, whatever. And he had
throw it, and the game's going to end.
He had the run. The run was incredible. He showed some leg talent in this game that we never saw with the 49ers.
He had the runs that were impressive.
Partially because he went around the outside. He didn't go up the middle where Kyle Shanahan was trying to hurt him for 2 years.
No
Remember
doubt.
that? Anyway, point is this. A couple football people I respect were saying over the weekend, they're like, watch this Trey Lance play. This is why you don't give up on him. And it was the run, and there's a couple other things out there. And they're like, look, he still played relatively little amount of football considering where he is and who he is. Didn't have a lot of football in college. Hasn't had a lot of football in the pros. So you got to live with things like this. And I'm getting all these points and I go, okay, granted. And maybe he still will. Maybe he'll figure it out. But I go, it's not like he threw 2 picks.
Or 3.
Or even 4. He threw 5.
Number 5.
That's a lot of picks.
That's a lot, yeah.
And then I go, oh, by the way, those Chargers running around making those picks, not starters.
No.
Not starters.
Not even second stringers by the end of the game. Yeah, some thirds.
I was like, oh, God, that's a lot of interceptions.
Yeah.
They're like, well, he played the whole game. I'm like, right, quarterbacks do that sometimes. Play the whole game? You're expected to throw fewer than 5. Brock threw fewer than 5 on Christmas.
No doubt.
And
only because he got pulled. Right. He didn't play the full game.
That's a fair point.
He only played about 2.5 quarters.
Oh, my God.
He got the hook.
5?
It was rough.
He had 11 the whole year last year.
Yeah, Brock did, not
Purdy.
Trey.
Yeah.
Trey had fewer than 11.
Right.
The fact that it's been a year, it feels like forever ago that Trey Lance was a 49er.
It does.
Right? It feels like more than a year ago.
A year ago yesterday.
Yeah, it's wild.
So I don't say that to downplay whatever's happening now. It's super frustrating, and I'm out on Brandon Ayuk. This whole thing's done as far as I'm concerned. If the Niners want to move on from him, I get it. But I still think the Niners are fine. I still think they're fine. Frustrating camp, grant you. They're still tied for first place. Still have the best.
Plenty of time.
Still have the best roster.
They're in a 4-way tie for first and 4-way tie for last. So a lot of things are going to happen even between now and cut down day, which is tomorrow. And I wonder if there isn't a trade or two that they make between now and then, because they have players that they're going to cut that I think other teams will want. So if you take Elijah Mitchell, for example, if he's going to be your third receiver, your third running back, and you want to keep Isaac Guerendo, so Guerendo becomes your third running back, and maybe Elijah Mitchell's the odd man out. They already cut Matt Breida today.
Yep.
Is there a team that would want the preferential landing spot for Elijah Mitchell?
I don't know.
You give the Niners a 7th or a 6th, and you pick up Mitchell. That way, if you just send him out there into the street, then it becomes a thing where he has his pick of destinations. And Robbie Chosen's another one. Is he going to make this team? And if not, is there another team out there that might want his services?
I got a hard time believing the Niners are going to get much for those players. Like, I think you're selecting the right names.
You don't have to get much.
Well, I mean, Robbie Chosen was sitting there available to everybody as of 13 days ago. Whole world could have him, and nobody did. And Eli Mitchell, I think, is a talented player, but those injuries just keep coming. And when a running back's body starts to break, I don't know that I would give up a draft pick for Eli Mitchell. I would dare the 49ers to keep him if I wanted Eli Mitchell. Because do you see this team moving away from, first of all, JP Mason's going to be your backup.
Yeah.
And Guerendo, they've seen very little of him, but they used a good sized pick on him. And when they see him, they like him. He looks good.
Yeah, he's going to make the team.
Yeah.
And he's not going to, you're not going to cut him and hope he clears waivers on your practice squad, because I don't think that he will. A guy at that weight who runs a 4.3 340, the only other player north of 220 pounds to run a 40 that fast at the combine, DK Metcalf.
Oh, boy.
So you're talking about that level of heft and athleticism in just a speed quotient.
That's interesting.
So that's pretty elite company, because I think Guerendo was 220 pounds at the combine. He ran that 4.33, so you're going to keep him. He's a bowling ball, but he's a fast bowling ball. I don't think you're going to want to let him go.
Shanahan talked about Guerendo on his conference call yesterday.
I thought he did a real good job, especially since it was the first day he had shoulder pads on since the Senior Bowl. He got hurt our first day of practice, and then the 2 practices we had before the Raiders week, were unpadded practices. So for him to go that long without putting pads on, I really liked how he ran. He tried to break tackles, never eased up on contact, tried to run through it, hit the holes well. And had a real good first game.
And also answering the point that you just made, Kyle was asked, is there trade talk going on right now with cut down day looming?
Yeah, there's always talk now. I mean, guys are always everywhere calling, and they do that usually a week before the final preseason game. But you never know really how real anyone is here until usually tomorrow. Not as much today. I think although the last games I think were finished yesterday, but everyone tries to figure it out and want to know who you're keeping, who they can get if they're going to be cut, who they can trade for, and but there's a lot of talk. Nothing comes real until most likely tomorrow. Sometimes the morning of.
By the way, tomorrow is today. These comments were made yesterday.
Gotcha.
So tomorrow is today, and morning of would be referring to tomorrow because tomorrow is the morning of cut down day, and we're getting late in the game. It's almost 3:45 here, and a lot of the teams you'd be talking to, it's 6:45 where they are. So doesn't mean something couldn't break here real soon. We've only seen about 5 or 6 names come through so far as who the 49ers are letting go. You mentioned as far as the running back position, that's Matt Breida at this point. So I'm sure that those, especially with practice now complete, I'm sure those phone lines are burning up right now.
Yes, and I do also think that the quarterback spot is an interesting one because Brandon Allen, Josh Dobbs, who's going to be the backup? I think it's going to be Josh Dobbs. And so if Brandon Allen is a guy who is going to be QB3, would he be somebody who a team might target? And you see that Green Bay has already picked up a backup quarterback, Malik Willis. They sent a 7th-round pick to Tennessee to get Malik Willis in as Jordan Love's backup. So this is kind of where teams that aren't sold on their backup might be sniffing around. And if Brandon Allen's not going to be the Niners' backup, he might be a good trade target for a team like Minnesota here in the late hours.
You're on fire right now. I just want to say that.
Okay.
You're on fire right now because you keep bringing up things that Kyle talked about yesterday on his conference call.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Kyle, have you decided on QB too?
No, we haven't decided. We haven't told them yet, so still working through that.
Okay, so those are 2 different answers in 4 seconds.
I love it.
We haven't decided yet, and we haven't told them yet, which means we have decided. We just haven't told them, so we're not going to tell you.
That's so great. And I think that he's decided, and I'd be stunned if it isn't Josh Dobbs.
I would not be.
Okay.
I would not be stunned.
I mean, Dobbs has made, I think for me, he's made more of an impact, more of an imprint and stuff, and he's made more plays. I think he's more of an exciting option, and not that has to be the determinant.
Does Kyle like exciting out of the quarterback position?
Well, I mean, Trey Lance is exciting, right?
Yeah,
Trey Lance is too exciting. Guy's a thrill a minute.
Super exciting.
I mean,
tons of fun.
Either rushing for touchdowns or throwing picks. Nothing in between. So,
what were the? Because I'll be straight honest with you. When the starters left that game on Friday night, I did too. So the numbers: Josh Dobbs, very efficient. 8 of 10, 72 yards and a touchdown. Brandon Allen, 5 of 7 for 60 yards. And not much in the way of rushing for either one of them. They both went negative yards. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Brandon Allen was second into the game. Is that right? I think Brandon Allen came in before Dobbs.
So Shanahan said for preseason game 1 and preseason game 2, he wanted one to come in first and one to come in second, so you could swap it up every time.
Okay,
but so I don't think who played before the other means anything.
I don't know. Maybe Dibs. Maybe you start calling teams and offer up both of them. And whichever one can, I'd rather have like Brandon Allen as the backup and a 6th rounder as opposed to Josh Dobbs and a nothing. Does that even it out for you a little bit?
Yeah, it does, but I don't, again, I mean, these are late round picks, which, they've done some damage with. As we know, Brock Purdy was a 7th round pick, so I'm not saying that they're nothing, but I would imagine Kyle Shanahan has made a decision and he does like one more than the other, and the one that he doesn't like as much would be shopped. Or maybe it's as simple as you keep both and Tanner Mordecai gets cut.
Maybe.
And you hope that he clears waivers and he gets on your practice squad. That, I'm sure, would be the ideal. You keep Dobbs and Allen, and Mordecai becomes your practice squad QB.
Maybe, yeah. They're going to want to keep at least 3 QBs. I know that. Or at least I'm hearing a lot of people guessing that as they're putting the whole roster together. Look, QB2 matters. It matters as long as like Brock only misses 3 games or less. Outside of that, I actually don't think it matters. If Brock misses over a month, you lose.
Well, not really.
You lose.
if you're 6-1 and he misses 4 games and you go 0-4 in those games and he comes back and you're 6-5.
All right, maybe I'm a little hot. Maybe I'm a little hot saying over a month, but like you get what I'm saying. If he misses half the season,
you're in trouble.
You're cooked.
You're in trouble.
You're cooked.
Well, I don't think you're cooked because your roster is so good that if he misses 8 games, you could go 3-5 at the worst in those games.
Well,
and you could tread water. When you've got 9 Pro Bowlers, you'd better be able to tread water now. If your team is that good, if you lose your quarterback but everyone else is around, you should be able to sustain that at least a decent level. You shouldn't crater the whole thing.
Kyle was asked, what's the hardest part of getting the roster down to 53 guys? Before we even play what he said, I would imagine it's the cutting of people.
Yeah,
that's difficult.
Well, it's every last job and stuff, and it's trying to figure out what the best fit is and stuff, and trying to figure out how many extra D linemen we need and stuff, and the wide receiver room and stuff, and just trying to make sure all the pieces fit and stuff.
Just so our listeners know, that was not actually Kyle. That was Dibs. This is Kyle.
I mean, it's just connecting all the positions. I mean, there's, you have the unknowns with BA and Trent right now, and then we have a lot of good competition in a number of positions, whether to go light in certain places, heavier in some others. Definitely don't want to get into any specifics, though, because that's what all 32 teams are doing right now, watching everyone's rosters, trying to listen to everything and figure out which guys they can get.
BA and Trent, quote, the unknowns.
Yes. And also, making sure that everything else connects. And, if BA is not going to be here, what does that mean for an extra receiver? And is that receiver somebody who can be a special teamer? Because a lot of times when you look at positions, 47 through 53 on a roster, you've got to be a player who can do more than just your primary job. If you're a backup linebacker, you've got to be able to be up on teams, kickoff coverage, punt coverage, and the rest of it. And if you're not, well, then you're going to lose your job to maybe a wide receiver who could be up on special teams more than you are.
Also, I know some were coming out of Friday wondering about this, which is the injuries on the defense that the Niners suffered, particularly the defensive line. Leonard Floyd, Gross Matos, D. Winters are the guys Kyle's talking about here.
Injuries from the game. Yetur has a knee. He'll be week to week. Leonard Floyd also with a knee. He's day to day. And D. Winters from the game also had an ankle.
Kyle, how long do you expect D. Winters to be out, if at all?
I'm not sure. We're waiting for an MRI back. With it being Sunday, we don't have the MRI yet, so probably have a better idea tomorrow.
And Kyle, with Yetur, is that a situation where he could go on IR to open the season?
I would not think so, with it just being week to week. So we'll see how this week goes, and hopefully he'll have a chance to get back in practice next week for week 1. But no, they haven't mentioned anything about IR.
Okay, so there you have it. And there are decisions like, for instance, and David Lombardi is going to join us in 10 minutes. We will deep dive all of this stuff. Talanoa Hufanga, they need to make a decision by Wednesday with regard to whether or not they're going to start him on the PUP list. He's back at practice today. They'll take a look. And so was Ricky Pearsall. And I know this bothers people, but he was wearing blue.
It doesn't bother me.
It terrifies me. Those are Rams colors, Dodgers colors. There are all these colors in the rainbow. Pick a different color. Why does the non-contact for a wide receiver have to be blue? We've got other choices.
Yeah, the QB wears red.
Right.
And then the other guys, they wear blue, as in like blue cross, blue shield. Make sure you don't touch the guy. It's got to be something that stands out.
Green?
I don't know if green pops like blue. Blue definitely pops.
White? Black,
I suppose.
Gray, metallic gray.
It's okay, Mark, that he was wearing blue.
It's not okay. Get the blue off the 49ers. We don't wear blue in this town unless you are Warriors, and even they don't wear a whole lot of blue.
Yeah.
Certainly not when they're in this town. They wear black or white.
They wear the slate.
Or the town.
Yep.
Or the whatever. The blue.
The Quakes will rock blue, and the Sharks are in teal, which is Blue's
different.
cousin.
That's
but
different.
I get what you're saying.
That's different.
It's good that Ricky Pearsall was just out there at all. So if he needs to be wearing blue because he can't be hit, then fine, wear blue. And I know the shoulder injury is lingering, and it may not be as bad as what has been reported. We don't really know. Right now, though, no contact, which is a little bit troubling.
I would love to hear, and I guess we'll do this tomorrow, right? Let's get in with Doc Pandia on the difference between what the world said about Ricky Pearsall's injury and then what Kyle said about it. Because I actually thought that was interesting. And for those of you who didn't see it over the weekend, deal is that starts with Mike Silver kind of writing, oh, yeah, like he's got a recurring shoulder problem. And they knew about it. And everyone's like, idiots, let's get him. and then it's a subluxation sensation
That's a buck.
of the shoulder, which Kyle then sort of came out. And he's like, yeah, it's a subluxation. And it happened in college. And then it kind of happened again. And as it turns out, it happens to almost everybody all the time. I think 80% of our roster has suffered a shoulder subluxation, which if that's true, I would argue it's not a recurring problem. It's just a thing that they all go through.
It's a football thing. Yes, and Doc and I can explain it to the audience a little bit more in depth tomorrow because I've had...
well, if you're such an expert, why don't you just tell us right now?
Because I've had both. And the subluxation is when your shoulder goes out and then it goes back in.
It comes back in, yeah.
When you dislocate it, it gets dislocated and it does not get relocated. So when you have a dislocated shoulder, that's when you get a labral tear, and that's when you can't get it back in. So I had a subluxation many, many, many times, starting when I played soccer in the fraternity house on the hardwood floor in my socks.
Many times, so it is a recurring injury.
For me, it was, until I reached the point of dislocation, at which point it was no longer recurring because it was permanently dislocated. So I had to go to the doctor, and they gave me that good morphine, and then they put it back in the socket, and they wrap you up, and then you get surgery, and they repair your labrum, and 12 weeks later, you can actually scratch your ear again.
Okay.
But a
so
subluxation...
You can fix it.
Yes, but that's when you dislocate, is when the labrum tears. And
I got it.
That's where the differentiation was between what we all thought that it might be. If it's a subluxation, yeah, it goes out, and you put it back in. Big deal.
All right, so it's not a big deal.
Oh, it hurts.
I'm sure it hurts. Well,
now it hurts now.
Football hurts.
Sure.
Football hurts. I've never...
Jalen hurts.
Yeah, have you ever talked to a football player? It's like super comfortable.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
December's really fun. That's when you feel great.
Dude, Thursday after a Sunday, what these guys go through, it's just criminal.
Thursday after a Sunday. How about 3 weeks Sunday after a Sunday?
True.
Pain.
Yeah.
Absurd amounts of pain. Like people all being wheeled in on Monday morning to like get all the treatment and then go right back out there. I mean, that's what they do. God, the Netflix, I know we refer to it so much, but I thought that was one of the most interesting moments of that Netflix receiver doc. This was Kittle and Devante Adams. Both of them just writhing on the field or the sideline or in the tent with all kinds of pain. And then you mic them up and you send them into that training room in the tunnel, and you can't see them, but you can hear them. And you hear them talking through. They're like, I can't move my, and then they're like, okay, we're going to give you a shot right here. And they're like, okay, oh my God.
Where's my helmet?
It feels great now. Let's go. Oh my, that's wild. I thought that was wild.
Totally.
Not that I didn't think that stuff happened, but like how quick you go from I can't move to I have full range of motion.
Right.
Pretty interesting. All right. David Lombardi's going to jump in here next. Deep dive. How did blue-shirted Pearsall look out there today? What's the latest on Brandon and Trent and anything else that comes from what he called the longest and most spirited practice so far this year? We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This is Willard and Dibs.
No, that's not fair.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
David Lombardi's going to be here in a sec. In the meantime, I thought I'd throw this at you. This is completely random, but I stumbled into this last night doing the Fox thingamajig there, and we're talking about all kinds of football. We went through all the divisions, and we're just like question and a comment for every division.
You and Ephraim Salam?
Yeah, and it ended up being really fun because we got to talk about literally almost every single team in the whole NFL. And we got to the AFC North, which is a wild division. They all had a winning record last year. Lamar was the MVP. The other three teams all had quarterback problems. And you could argue that at least two of them still do. One of my questions for the division was, who's the quarterback in Pittsburgh? We don't know. But go over to Cleveland for a second, and we're talking about their situation, and I go, you know what about the Cleveland Browns? Deshaun Watson has become the Andrew Wiggins of the NFL. He is wildly talented, and you want him to be so much better than he is, but sometimes he looks like he's just kind of coasting, and it's frustratingly not what you want it to be, and he is often unavailable, but always for mysterious reasons that you don't know. Deshaun Watson.
Yep.
He's the Andrew Wiggins of the NFL.
Wow. It's a pretty good comp. I mean, for obviously different reasons, different personal challenges, shall we say, to put it as gently as we possibly can. But yeah,
I mean,
the
we don't even
talent
know.
is.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we don't know. We know more than we do about Andrew Wiggins.
Right.
But the talent is off the charts and the results aren't so much.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. We circle back to a bunch of stuff around the league coming up in a little bit. And included in all that, in fact, later on this hour, I wrote a eulogy for the San Francisco Giants.
Man, too soon?
No, not at all. Eulogy.
But what about the math?
Rest in peace.
Okay.
We'll get to that a little bit later. Right now, our buddy David Lombardi is here on the River Islands guest line, The Athletic, covering the 49ers like no one else. David, thank you for coming on. Why did you say that this was like the most spirited practice of camp so far?
I don't think I said that, but it was a spirited practice.
Okay.
It was one of those longer ones they've had. I mean, every once in a while they'll go long, and those ones tend to be the most competitive because the guys get most sick of each other. So today they have 2 weeks until the regular season starts, so they can still go long and then dial it back next week to get some rest. So there were a lot of nice plays made going in both directions today. And Fred Warner, he always is yapping out there on the field. You could always hear him. So that was happening today from the defensive side. But then the offense made some really, really nice plays as well. And the sideline was getting into it after the nice plays from the offense. So I just thought it was competitive. It went back and forth. And, you know, it typically is on the long days of practice that we've seen the most spirited enthusiasm, right? And I think today was one of those days.
How many more of these type of days are they going to have between now and the opener 2 weeks from now?
Well, today was the last one with the full roster, or at least most of it. They cut 5 guys before practice. They went from 90 to 85. They've got to make, 32 more cuts before 1 p.m. tomorrow. There's not practice tomorrow. It's cut down day. And then they'll sign their practice squad as well. So they'll come back out there with a different sized roster on Wednesday and Thursday, and then it's Labor Day weekend. And then, I'm guessing they're already game planning and implementing some stuff for the Jets now, since training camp is in the rearview mirror, but they go into full game week mode next week. So if there's any chance of a long, competitive practice happening one more time or 2 more times, it's going to be Wednesday and Thursday, although I would suspect that this one was probably the longest that we'll see of the week.
David, I'll ask it to you this way. We obviously need to get an answer with regard to these two holdout players, hold in, whatever you want to call them. The preseason is now over. The game is 2 weeks from tonight. We're getting down to brass tacks. What is your level of surprise that both of these situations remain in flux?
Nothing really surprised me with Brandon Ayuk because that's been so unpredictable. I'll be very surprised if we don't have firm movement on the Trent Williams front this week, though. I've always thought, okay, mid-August to a little bit later August, that's the bulk of training camp. Williams obviously is one of the players that doesn't really need camp, and maybe in fact he benefits from having a fresher body at age 36. But at some point, you do need to start developing that football callus. You do need to get a few practices at least under your belt before you play a real game. And we know how important Williams is to Brock Purdy and the 49ers at that left tackle position. I mean, right now, they don't have Aaron Banks in there either. He broke his pinky. They hope to have him back by week 1, but that means the entire left side of the offensive line has been backups, and I think you could tell against the Raiders on Friday. It's been Nick Zakelj started at the left guard position. They're filtering Ben Barch in there as well, and then at left tackle it's been Jalen Moore. But Trent Williams, arguably the best player in the NFL, a huge part of this football team. The 49ers need to figure something out on that front. And as of right now, I'm surprised that it hasn't had any movement yet. But, I would be really shocked if they can't at least show some tangible progress by the end of this week.
Which would give him time to come in next week and be ready for the opener 2 weeks from today. The Brandon Ayuk one, David, I'm kind of with you as far as the ongoing puzzlement of it. Are you getting any sense that negotiations are ongoing, or are we at a stalemate spot where Brandon Ayuk and the team just aren't moving any closer to resolution?
Well, I mean, it definitely had seemed that they're moving closer based on some of the stuff that I had heard about, a week ago or so. It's hard. You kind of lose track. It's all the days blur together. But there had been progress. It obviously hadn't gotten to the finish line. And, now we're sitting here with CeeDee Lamb having signed the contract with the Cowboys. That should give some more parameters. Now, the Brandon Ayuk situation it's always been a funkier one because he is not at the same level of volume as CeeDee Lamb or Justin Jefferson, right? The 49ers had an offense where they were distributing the ball more to other players. So the raw target numbers and the raw catch numbers weren't the same. The usage numbers weren't the same in the pass game, at least, for Brandon Ayuk. That being said, his efficiency numbers were better than both of those receivers. So I think for that reason, it's been a tougher needle to thread for the 49ers and Brandon Ayuk's camp, but it's also been probably for other reasons, and it's just been really, really hard to put a finger on it, but it's been a very unpredictable contract negotiation. So, the winds had been blowing in the right direction toward a deal as, recently as last week. And right now I'm just kind of getting radio silence again. So that remains as unpredictable as ever, but I do know that the 49ers have wanted to get something done.
David Lombardi with us. Real quick on that front, because of the calendar, teams are now, most of them, less than 2 weeks out from an actual game. Is a trade of Brandon Ayuk still on the table? Is it still a possibility?
I haven't heard anything ruled out by the 49ers. Every single bit of messaging, and this has been publicly, even in a press conference from the team, is that everything is still on the table. I just think that when we look at the situation, rationally from, okay, what's best for the 49ers, both in the short term and the long term, but while also emphasizing that the short term has probably outsized importance right now for the team because they're trying to win the Super Bowl this year, just given the context of everything that's happened in the past 5 years. It seems to me that the best possible solution for the 49ers would be to re-sign Brandon Ayuk and get after it. Now, I think that there's an argument to be made that's the best possible solution for Brandon Ayuk as well. But the question is that what's the happy spot financially, and then are there hurt feelings to smooth over, because it obviously hasn't been the smoothest negotiation. So I mean that's all I have for you really in this situation. It's been very unpredictable. It's taken a lot of twists and turns, and everything has been on the table as we've learned over the course of the past 3 or 4 weeks. But Ayuk remains a 49er, and the status quo is the status quo.
How did Pearsall look today?
He was moving really smoothly, but I don't think there was ever a question about how well he'd moved, because the lower body is healthy right now. It's the upper body. It's the shoulder that has been the injury. Partial dislocation of his shoulder. It kept him out for about 3 weeks. He was in a blue non-contact jersey. It's the left shoulder, so he had a supporting sleeve on that left shoulder. And, this happened to Pearsall his junior year of college, and then it happened in OTAs and again at the start of camp. So the 49ers are taking a step back because it happened twice within a relatively short period of time, and they're, obviously they don't want to go to surgery because that would sideline Pearsall for much longer. So they feel that they can get this shoulder right by slow playing his return. Part of the slow play is returning to practice, but in a non-contact jersey. When does he take that jersey off is the next question, because I feel that presents the next test for the shoulder, which Shanahan has said was tender. So they feel that, obviously if it's still tender, then there's a risk of an injury relapse there. So maybe by next week he's out of that blue non-contact jersey, and then they could see if he could be active for week 1 against the Jets.
And will that determine, at least in some small part, what they do wide receiver-wise with the roster cut down? Or do you think they have a good idea of the 5 or maybe the 6 receivers that they're going to keep tomorrow at 1 o'clock?
If they believe that they can manage this Pearsall situation in the short run, right, without surgery or, having to do something that would involve the injured reserve, if they firmly believe that, and it sounds to me like they do, then no, it shouldn't affect how the 53-man roster is constructed. I think that the most efficient grouping for the 49ers is 6 wideouts, and this is assuming that everything is taken care of with Brandon Ayuk, but it's Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, Jawan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall, Jacob Cowing, and Chris Conley. That group of 6 wide receivers would be extremely beneficial for the 49ers, because this is a team that has obviously a really crowded roster, so you want as much efficiency as possible. That group of 6 receivers gives you your punt returner, because I think Jacob Cowing is going to win that job. He's looked really good there. And it also gives you your top gunner in Chris Conley, who was a star in that role in the Super Bowl. So if you can get 2 key special teams roles out of a group of 6 wide receivers, that's real efficiency in building a roster, and I think that's what the 49ers would prefer at cutdown day.
David Lombardi, The Athletic, with us here on Willard and Dibs. David, this is a little crystal ball-ish, but you've also been watching it now for a little while in some form. Let's say there's no Ayuk and no Trent on week 1, which I know the Trent thing is very probable, but how have they looked without those guys?
Well, it's so hard to tell on a team-wide basis, because they're not trying to play complementary team-wide football. Even in the preseason, you're treating these games more as practice. So I can tell you, what the individual positions have looked like, but as a team, it's really tough to tell the net impact. I mentioned a little bit earlier that the left side of the offensive line against the Raiders did not look as good as it needs to look for the 49ers to push this forward all the way to a Super Bowl. And that's also in part because you're on a backup at the left guard position. So the entire left side of the offensive line isn't what the 49ers would ideally want at this time. It's so hard to find an offensive tackle that is an above average player, above replacement player in this league. I think that it's almost mandatory at this point, just given the way that the position has gone, given the way that, how we've seen the proliferation of athleticism at edge rusher, those who the offensive tackles have to block. It almost seems like you need a high draft pick to get that done. And the 49ers haven't had that. So the drop off from Trent Williams to who's next, and that's Jalen Moore, is significant. Now, as far as Ayuk goes, he's excellent as far as beating man coverage. He's a really good separator. So obviously without him on the field, it's tougher to generate separation offensively. But again, it's hard to judge that, what kind of impact it has on the totality of the offense, because guess who else has been out over the course of almost all of training camp? That's Christian McCaffrey. And he's going to be back, but he's a huge space generator for this offense. So it's hard to isolate those two variables because they're both out right now. But I think on an individual level, obviously the 49ers are hurt by both of those absences, and I think that the Trent Williams one is the more glaring absence right now.
And the offensive line in totality has been a little bit patchwork, but Dominic Pooney's been great stepping in at right guard. Do you imagine that he will not be the only rookie who starts the game here and they're all 22?
I think, that's tough. It depends what formation they start with, but I think Jacob Cowing, for example, is going to see a lot of time for the 49ers. From the get-go, right, from week one. He might be the starting punt returner, and, he's built more sturdy. He's not a big guy, but he's more sturdy than Ray McCloud was. So I see perhaps a more complete offensive role for somebody like Jacob Cowing, who's got that great burst. And on the defensive side of the ball, today at practice, George Odom was out. He rolled his ankle during the pregame warm-ups of 49ers Raiders, and then he only played on the opening kickoff before they yanked him, so Malik Mustafa started. Shanahan said that the injury is not serious and they expect Odom back soon, but since he did miss practice, Malik Mustafa was in there alongside Jair Brown as well, and he had a really nice pass breakup against George Kittle, and that was with Brock Purdy throwing the ball. It was just a clean pass breakup, and it was an eyebrow-raising play, and we've seen a lot of those eyebrow-raising plays from Malik Mustafa. So I think that he's the guy that is just going to force his way onto the field sooner rather than later for the 49ers. So it's him and it's Cowing that are the two rookies that I'm looking at right now.
David, are you predicting a Brandon Allen trade to the Tennessee Titans?
No, but I just figure that Brian Callahan really, really likes Brandon Allen, and obviously they just let go of Malik Willis. So they have an open quarterback spot, and if Brandon Allen were available right now, like just available, like on the street right now, I think that he'd get scooped up by Tennessee. So it's a question of, how badly would the Titans want, how badly would Brian Callahan want to bring Brandon Allen aboard? And if it's badly enough, and if the 49ers are comfortable with having Tanner Mordecai as their third quarterback, and I don't know the answer to either of those two questions, then yeah, maybe Tennessee would be willing to offer a draft pick to the 49ers. And if, all those conditions are met, and especially if the 49ers are comfortable with Mordecai, then that might be a deal they'd be willing to make. But I'm definitely not predicting it. I just know that one of the conditions in place for that to happen is there, because Brian Callahan has coached Brandon Allen before as the OC of the Bengals. But for a trade to happen at this point, like 3 conditions have to be met, which is why they're not all that common.
David Lombardi, The Athletic. Hey, before you run, Manti Te'o goes on Good Morning Football and says the 49ers look emotionally drained. How would you describe their emotional state?
It's tough coming off of what they've come off of over the past 5 years, obviously, but I don't know how anybody could really make that judgment until we see a game. Once I think the 2014 49ers season, after they had been through so much heartache over 2011, 2012, and 2013, once the regular season started and you saw them play a few games, I know the opener against the Bears is where they blew that lead. Yeah, I think you could fairly start to say that they looked emotionally drained. But it's the true emotions of football come out on game day, right? And everybody's trying to read so far into every single practice. It's just not really fair. I mean, there were times last year when I remember people saying the same thing about the 49ers during training camp, saying, oh, yeah, it doesn't look like this team has any juice left. I'm getting weird vibes from this team. And they came out 5-0, and they ended up dominating the NFC and dominating their way, back to the Super Bowl. So all those reads were way off the mark. I just think that you can't really judge this stuff until the regular season hits. We're all missing football, right? We're all missing real games. So there's this temptation to just make these sweeping judgments on a team's emotional state or how good a team will be. But the truth is we don't really know until they actually take that field on September 9th and beyond.
David, great stuff. Thank you for coming on, my man.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
There it goes. David Lombardi, The Athletic, right here on Willard and Dibbs. Steiny and Goo brought that to our attention earlier. Manti Te'o on Good Morning Football on NFL Network.
I think for the past 5 to 10 years, we've got so accustomed to the San Francisco 49ers walking around not only the NFC West, but the NFL in general as these big bullies. You watch Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel coming out of the locker room with that bump box, and you watch them get into that scuffle in the pregame, and you watch their dominant defense and their run game. We got so accustomed to that. I flipped on the TV and watched their past 2 preseason games when their starters played, and I just see an emotionally drained team.
Okay, you buy any of that?
No. He's judging it based off of preseason games. So I see off their last 2 preseason games a team that is emotionally drained. Well, 2 games ago, you had Brock Purdy play, but no George Kittle, no Debo. Nick Bosa hasn't played at all. Trent's not been around. Brandon Ayuk is in sweatpants. So if you want to talk about an emotionally drained team, I don't think that it's fair to look at a preseason game tape and judge what they're going to be based off of that. So, yeah, is he playing the percentages? And he basically said, without saying it, Super Bowl hangover. And he didn't use that term, but that's what the Super Bowl hangover to me is all about. It's a team that comes back and they are emotionally drained and they don't have the same effort level. Maybe the roster isn't as good. Most guys are a year older and you have a little bit of a letdown. That to me is what he was saying. But if you want to say that, you got to wait until the actual regular season starts. For me, it's really mostly meaningless to make that judgment off of preseason football.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you actually assess that. Again, same thing, faulty premise. 2 games ago, that was not, quote-unquote, their starters. I know it looks that way because you turn the TV on and Brock Purdy's on the field, had a few of his offensive linemen in front of him, had no receivers. Bottom line is, if you're sort of a casual 49er fan, all of the players you've heard of other than Brock Purdy didn't play. All of them. Like there was no, the guys you mentioned, there was no Fred, there was none of that. There was none of those guys out there in that game. But even if there were, you look at a game on TV and decide that you can assess the collective emotional state of the team and call it a negative. Why? Because the offense didn't look like it was in sync, which I would argue is all of preseason. You've watched some of these games. Nothing looks in sync.
Right.
Almost every game is 17-16. They all look like the NFC North games or the AFC North games. So, yeah, I can't refute it, but I also can't buy that you can see that on TV. Like, what are you suggesting? Deebo Samuel came in from the offseason in the best shape that he's ever been in, and has been going, by all accounts, full bore in all of the practices. Does that sound like emotionally drained? Are they like they're not as motivated this year? Brock Purdy came in with 10 new pounds of extra muscle? I don't know.
I just don't really even know what that means. It's a preseason game. I don't want them to be over the top with their emotions. It's a game that doesn't matter. Go out there, break a sweat, get your callus up, like everyone talks about. David Lombardi talked about Trent Williams, and football players need to get their callus, and I get that. Going out there and hitting and the soreness and getting over the soreness, that's really what preseason football is about. It's not about ramping up your emotions to the level 10 before the real games even start.
Join 95.7 The Game personalities at Harding Park Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament, benefiting the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by ACCO Pest Control, the Bay Area's local, family-owned pest control company. Your call is very welcome, 888-957-9570. We will keep going with Niners, however. Also coming up next, won't take long, I wrote a eulogy to the 2024 San Francisco Giants, and it would help me if I could share it and get it off of my chest.
Please do. I can't wait to hear it.
All right. That's next on Willard and Dibs. That'll never get old.
Buster only at the end. And that's a great question.
And
that's a great question.
And it's a great event. The 2024 Red and Gold Summit is all set. Wednesday, September 4th. Okay, Wednesday, September 4th. All you people need to come see us now because we want to come see you. That's what we do when we leave this building. We want to see you. We want to shake hands. We want to press the flesh. You got to come out to Fremont Wednesday, September 4th. We'll talk about the Niners. Come for the Niner takes. Stay for all the other stuff that comes with it. And then also, just stay again for the view off of the roof deck at Fremont Bank, 39150 Fremont Boulevard. We will be live 2 to 4 because that's how it works. Willard and Dibbs, Willie and Dibby, 2 to 4. But that's, by the way, that's when you come get the good seats.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Come for that show and get the good seats. And then everybody shows up. Bonte and Joe and Steiny and Goo, 4 to 6. And we get you ready for another football season.
Can't wait.
And I hate to remind everybody this. There's still a football season and the Niners are still supposed to be good.
They should be.
Yeah.
Super Bowl or bust is what it is, Mark. And we'll get into that at the summit for sure.
Or try again. And by the way, it's free. Just come on out, join the fun. First come, first serve. So just show up like a crazy person. Just show up at the bank being like, let me in. And then we will. And then we'll have some fun, okay? It's that simple. We want to get back to the phone calls on the Niners and Brandon and Kyle and all of this stuff. But I wanted to share this. It's short. There's nothing special about it.
Is it scripted?
Yeah, I wrote this down. I wrote down some thoughts.
Because you normally work extemporaneous.
It's not like a script as much as it is sort of like when you see somebody win an award at a show and they've got like notes on a little piece of paper.
Okay.
It's kind of like that.
All right.
I just want to make sure I remember the things I want to say. It's very short.
Okay.
It's not like a big deal, but I want to get this off my chest. And I take no joy in this. No joy.
Well, there is no joy in Mudville.
That literally should be their motto.
No joy.
No joy.
What's that comedian's name?
Oh, Joe Coy.
Joe Coy.
Not Joe Coy.
Thank you. Not Joe Coy. No joy. Thank you.
Yeah.
I knew it was close, but I couldn't quite pull it out.
He coming to Chase Center in about a month and a half.
And you're going to be there.
Oh, we're going to be there now.
Yeah.
We're going to be there now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you need a musical accompaniment?
I don't need it.
Funereal?
I don't need it, but apparently it's been offered.
Oh, okay.
And I accepted it. Grandy, do you have something fun?
Yeah, just get going.
Okay, you want me to start?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to drag this
I need to take the podium. I am wearing black today. It's just a T-shirt.
I'll add in the crying noises from the...
No, please do, because... Dibs.
Okay.
This is a solemn occasion.
Man, my bad. I'll lay out.
We are here to lay to rest the 2024 San Francisco Giants. Now, I gave them a pronoun. Don't be offended just because I called them he. I don't know why I think the Giants are a boy. I just do. The 2024 San Francisco Giants.
No.
He tried. He wanted to hit for power. He couldn't. He wanted to have the best rotation in baseball. He didn't. He wanted to have his dollars spent pay off. No cigar. He wanted to be interesting. He wasn't.
So sad.
But he tried. You know, the 2024 Giants, all he wanted was to come in second.
Just second.
He didn't. I mean, he hoped he'd at least come in third.
Couldn't even get third.
He won't. You won't. The 2024 Giants wanted all these things. And he tried. But as Yoda once said, there is no try, do or do not. And he did not.
Yoda's dead too.
Goodbye, 2024 Giants. I can only hope that the legacy you leave is that your offspring do not follow in your footsteps.
The Giants are survived by the 2025 Giants and the 2026 Giants, who are both not with us today, but they will be soon. Rest in peace, 2024 Giants.
Everybody, the exits are right over here. We'll be having some snacks over at Grandy's house later on this afternoon.
Beers.
Yeah. I think he bought some grapes and a charcuterie board. The address is on a little envelope on the way out the door. We would cordially hope to see you all there. Thank you for coming to honor the 2024 San Francisco Giants.
Man. The pronoun was he, but they are not him. They were he.
They were.
Yeah, man. I guess now would not be the right time to mention that the math is still there. Now that we've laid that season to rest.
Now would be the right time to say, San Francisco Giants, nobody like us.
Nobody like us. I just 66 and 66.
Oh, God. Just listen. The other I sent this out on social media and I'm like, it's over, folks. And predictably, 3/4 of the responses are like, dude, it'd been over and you just didn't know. And I know that. Like Captain Optimism over here. And I've got like 2 or 3 other friends out there who sort of look at the world through the same lens and they're huge Giants fans. And all of us, like nobody, separate from one another, nobody knew this. I got the same text 5 times Friday night. Here lies the 2024 San Francisco Giants. Nail, coffin. Come on, people now. Smile on your brother. Everybody get together. That nail got driven in Friday night with a 5-1 lead late in the game and 6 consecutive hits while Bob Melvin watched Rodgers just sit out there and fry against a team that hasn't gotten a hit since Reagan was in office.
Second term. Fangraphs has them at 2.9%. So there is a pulse. I mean, you're pulling the plug on Grandpa, but
here lies Fangraphs.
2.9.
He was a good website. Yeah.
Cubs are at 2.5. The Cardinals are at 3.4.
Oh, the Cardinals passed them?
Yeah. Yeah, you've got the Marlins, Nationals, and Rockies, the only ones at 0.
Cardinals caught the Giants. They're both 5 behind the Braves, but they're 6 behind in the loss column. 30 games to go. You and I did the math.
Yeah, we did.
Giants could go 20-10. Spoiler alert, they won't.
Okay. Yeah.
They could go 20-10.
86 and 76.
And the Braves would still need a losing record over their final 32 because they've got more games left.
Yeah.
In order for the Giants to catch them. And by the way,
they'd have to go 15 and 17
because the Giants need to not just catch them, but pass them because that stupid 3 out of 4 that Jorge Soler came in and won for the Braves a couple of weeks ago means the Braves have the tiebreaker. Oh, by the way, that also leaves out the Mets.
Yeah.
And the Cardinals and Cubs who have drawn even with the here lies the 2024 San Francisco Giants.
Yes.
Dun 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 dun. Monday night is 2 weeks from today.
Can't wait. And as we are laying this season to rest, are we also ushering Farhan Zaidi out the door?
Well, I know everybody, I say everybody. I know everybody in the fan base, just about everybody wants that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I really don't know. I don't know if they know yet. I think that this is one of those situations where There's some intricacies to it. What he did at the deadline, I know, for instance, Grandy thinks it's laughable. But when I look at that, I go, I know we fans didn't like it. I bet the owner did. He saved him a ton of money.
Absolutely.
And so does that lead to a firing? Put it this way. And I sort of hesitate to do this because this isn't my job. I'm not telling you what to do with your money. I already just said what I would do with mine. I told you about 4 weeks ago.
Yeah, even longer.
I only have money in August and September for a pennant race. So I'm not attending any more Giants games this year. I think each of you make that choice, and I think the choice you make
matters.
Sends a message.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that ownership will be watching how engaged the Giants fan base is the rest of the way. You know, there'll be some things that come out of this. Ramos is a player. Fitzgerald, that's a player. You know, you've got Jung-Hoo Lee will be back. There's some things going on out there that you can be like, okay, I dig that for the lineup next year or whatnot. Working on an extension with Matt Chapman. I think he, by and large, got a pretty good Q rating. So there's all of that, but that's not enough. That's not enough. This needed to be better than that.
Yeah.
So and it wasn't.
Nope. And it has not. And attendance is up. It's up a little bit, but is it up so much that you feel like this team has turned the corner?
But how was it in August? Do you have that, or do you just have the overall?
I just have the overall, but
I wonder
can
how it
punch
was
up
in
the
August. Yeah,
and it's a lot of it is dependent on the opponent, and some of the series they had, like the White Sox, is probably not a big time sexy team that's going to draw a lot. But I'll see if I can punch that up for you to see if there was a noticeable dip over the course of August. I'm looking here in the White Sox. 28, 28, and 29. So that was not a good series. Atlanta, down a little bit. Mm-hmm. They didn't draw more than 30,400 in one of the games. Detroit, they drew 40,000 twice on the weekend.
That was a weekend. Yeah,
yep, that was a weekend.
And the weather was beautiful.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was August. So, in August, it was down a little bit. A little bit. And I wonder how it's going to be with Miami and Arizona coming. The next homestand, you got Miami and Arizona. Then you've got Milwaukee and the Padres and St. Louis. These are not sexy opponents down the stretch.
I know everybody out there wants just a pound of Farhan flesh. I totally understand that. I bet every one of you, if you really stopped and went emotionless for a second and thought about this from a real sort of a space, you realize that the problems are bigger than just that.
Yeah.
It goes into morale. It goes into approach. It goes to ownership. It goes to even the manager. Let's be real now. That was a bad year for Bob Melvin.
No doubt.
I'm not off of him. I'm not done with him. I don't think he's, I'm not going to make that kind of a judgment based on just 130 games. But I will say that there's been a bad first impression for Bob Melvin. So this goes to the whole way that the Giants even approach what they're doing, from the draft to free agency to how they handle player personnel, their minor league system, which is cratered again. Sure, Farhan's the president of baseball operations, and I'm talking about baseball operations. But there are issues at the ownership level. There are issues now because of morale of the organization at every level. And now we also have a manager who's 1 year in that people were, I don't know if excited about, but trusting in him.
Sure.
And
I think they were excited about it.
Yeah, there's been some damage there.
Yeah.
There's been some damage there.
And, the team is not unlike last year's team or the team before that when you look at just the record and the overall impact on the community. People were excited about this team in April and May and June and even into July. And Grandy, I think, is reflective of a lot of Giants fans. When you get to the trade deadline and you do nothing to make your team better, you actually, make some sales to save your team some money.
Save money. Yeah.
Right. And then you come out and say, we have the best rotation in baseball. and that's a comment that does not ring as true as it did when Blake Snell threw a no-hitter. And now Robbie Ray is heading to the IL, it looks like.
Maybe.
With, a little bit of an injury. And so things have gone sideways, and then they've gone south. And every time you feel like you're ready to put some faith in this team, they win 4 in a row, and they come out and they lose to the White Sox, and then you can't win a series in Seattle against a team that can't hit. And it feels like you're right back to where you were.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of spinning wheels.
Yep.
It's a lot of spinning wheels. And yes, to everybody who wants to either say that I was kind of late to the party this year or late to the party overall, I've acknowledged that. I'll take my L on that. But it'll be interesting to see how they rework this. And I'll just be straight with everybody. My confidence is low. My confidence is low because my confidence in this ownership is low. I don't trust them. And so whether it's that you want a new president of baseball operations, or does that not excite you either? Because if you do get a new president of baseball operations, the people hiring that person are the same people who oversaw getting to this point.
Yeah.
And have extended the president who has reached a pretty high point of unpopularity. So anyway.
It's tough.
Thanks.
Yeah, well.
For the memories?
It's just, thanks.
Thanks.
I'm a Giants fan.
Thanks for the lack of memories?
Well, it's like you say with the Niners, it's Super Bowl or try again. And with the Giants, it's just try again.
Well, yeah, that's inherent.
Yes, but
right, are you
going to try again the same way that you've been trying it for the past 6 years with Farhan Zaidi?
Well,
because it doesn't feel like, outside of the one fantastic, phenomenal year you had, it's been a lot of this. Players in, players out. You win 3, you lose 2, you lose 3, you win 2. And if I went through the last 3 years, record and run differential, and I did this about a week ago, they're like a minus 40 in run differential over the last 3 years combined, and like 3 games below 500.
Yeah, they're right at 500.
It's just, they are the epitome of mediocre. And boring might be too strong, but they're not that exciting.
I don't think boring is too strong at all.
Yeah.
I don't think boring is too strong at all. I guess I'd ask, okay, so there's the Farhan Zaidi thing, and then if that were to happen, there'll be this celebration amongst Giants fans, and I'd be like, and then what?
Right.
Like you say, do you want something done differently? I almost don't even know how to answer that. What is it that this is, and that's what I mean by this is a big project. There's no overnight fix here.
Right.
There's no overnight fix. You can't just be like, well, I want to do it this way now. What does that mean? What does that mean? You're going to go throw even more money at the problem and have more free agents that what are you going to do? Oh, we're going to get Juan Soto. No, you're not.
Right.
No, you're not.
That's the thing. So if you want to do dramatic things, if you want to be dramatic about it, then we talk about changing the ballpark, the dimensions of the ballpark, because hitters don't want to come hit here because it's very difficult to do what you want to do as a hitter. And maybe this is just the emotions for me talking, but every time I put on Sports Center or whatever highlight show, MLB, and you see number 99 stepping up in Yankee Stadium and 2 homers today, another homer, 2 more homers. Yep. And I know he was never going to come here.
Correct.
And I get that. But it was the flirtation and the teasing of, the Giants are in on blah, blah, blah. But when I watch Aaron Judge hitting homer after homer after homer, it makes me think, why can't we have some of that? Why can't we have one of those?
Yeah.
Somebody like Barry Bonds. That was fun.
Oh,
even though you knew that he was enhanced, it still was really fun.
Oh, I'm raising my hand for enhancements right now.
Totally.
Everybody, if that's what it takes, go enhance yourself so that we can have some fun over at the ballpark. I'm kidding, sort of, but no, I'm with you completely. And I don't want them to become gun shy. I don't want them to be like, Eeyore complex, where it's like, we're never going to get anyone. Go have your conversation with Juan Soto. Go do it, but you're not going to get him. They can get a left-handed power hitter to come to this ballpark and try something crazy. What's Juan going to get? What's he going to get?
Probably $400 million.
Oh God, he's going to get way more than that, don't you think?
How many years? 10 year, $400 million?
Dude, what is Juan? 26, 27? Is he even that?
So let's say he gets $1 billion.
Juan Soto is 25.
25, okay.
He's 25 years old.
12 years and $800 million. He's getting $70 million a year on the average.
Well, what did Shohei get? But Shohei's was $600
million, right?
No, his was $700.
Okay.
It's $70 million a year, but it's like $12 a year this year.
Right.
And then he gets it in 2080 or something like that. Anyway, when those offers start to come together, blow it out of the water. Blow it out of the water. If that's what you really want. The Giants keep playing this game of let's get into a conversation with power hitter and give him an offer that we feel is commensurate with the market. Sorry, not going to work. And if you don't want to blow it out of the water, then don't get involved.
Right.
So if he's going to make $600 million, go offer him $800.
They won't.
Well, then don't.
Right.
Then don't, because he's a freaking Yankee. And I don't think there's any way in hell he's leaving there the same way that Aaron Judge didn't. But if you want to beat the Yankees, beat the Yankees. Beat them. Well, we offered $600 also. That's not the same offer.
Yeah.
From California taxes to right center field being 800 feet, that's a no. From him, dog.
Completely.
Yeah.
That's enough for me, dog.
Speaking of dogs, Gene in Oakland is on the line. Gene, stay right where you are. We'll come to you next. We'll get back to the San Francisco 49ers. Look, a lot of stuff to say with the Niners, but I will briefly reiterate my point that at 2 o'clock today, I'm, quote, out on Brandon Ayuk, because I am. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Shit, good dog, yeah.
nothing gets past you. I see how you got that gig, dude.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
As of this morning, C.D. Lamb, he got that bag, $34 million a year, $38 million signing bonus, $100 million guaranteed.
Major.
And this from Adam Schefter, who wrote earlier today, that is now 11 receivers to sign a lucrative contract extension this offseason. 11 receivers who have made at least $50 million overall in a new contract. In fact, quick aside, let's have some fun. Grandy, if you please, 11 receivers, I'll give you 2 strikes. Can you name the 11 receivers who have signed lucrative contract extensions this offseason? Dan Dibley, you're up.
Well, Justin Jefferson, we know.
Ding.
Amon-Ra St. Brown,
Correct.
we've talked about. We've talked a lot about Calvin Ridley, who got money, and Jalen Waddle.
Correct.
You know, those have been the ones we've used as comps. I think A.J. Brown signed.
That's correct.
What is that, 5? 5 it's okay. All right.
6 more to go.
Yeah.
You mentioned Jefferson, Amon-Ra, Brown, Ridley,
and Waddle.
There's your 5. You got 6 more.
Does CeeDee Lamb count? Or
yes, he does. Yes.
I wasn't sure
That's 6.
if it was in addition to him. Who's that? Oh, Nico Collins.
Nico Collins.
He's
That
a
is
Texans.
correct. Yes, 3 years, 72.75.
How many more do I have to go?
That was 7, right? So you got 4 more to go. 4 more to go.
Jeez.
One of them's hard. One of them, I'm going to admit to you, it's really hard. You should get the other 3.
There's the one guy who I like from Indianapolis, Pittman.
That's right. 3 years, $70 million.
All righty.
3 more to go.
Man. Ooh. Devontae Smith?
Very good. 3 years, $75 million. 2 more to go. 1 you should get. 1 is going to be hard.
Boy.
But you have all your strikes and all your lifelines, even though there are no lifelines. Go ahead.
Well, my lifeline would be to ask Mark. Mark.
But Mark,
I'd like
he's
to phone
looking
a
at it.
friend.
He's looking at it. You have to phone a different friend now.
And it's funny because neither one of these guys is really my friend.
Why don't you call Supper or Mila? See what they have to say about it.
Mila had her second birthday yesterday. So
oh, God, was that yesterday?
Yeah.
Happy birthday, little
Chocolate
Mila.
cake and ice cream.
Chocolate cake?
Chocolate cake. Chocolate cake.
Chocolate cake. Let me rock it. Let me rock it. Chocolate cake. That's all I want. That's all I want to do. Chocolate cake. Let me rock it. Let me rock it. Chocolate cake. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, God. I don't know. I'm running out of names here.
That reference went flying over Grandy and Lucas's heads. They do not even understand what we were just doing. If you're 48, that was hilarious.
That was great.
It was hilarious. But
Chocolate
Grandy,
cake?
look at you. You're just sitting there like you don't even know.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead. 2 more.
I don't know, Mark. I'm out of names.
2 more. 2 more.
Rondell Moore's not still playing.
2.
Oh, DJ Moore.
There you go. All right. Chicago Bears, 4 years, $110 million. Now, the final one is the lowest of the 11.
Boy.
The lowest deal of the 11. And is the one you're not going to get, but give it a try.
Jeez. I mean,
I'll give you 1 clue.
Okay.
His name used to get chanted as a talk show host.
What?
That's it. That's my
it got
clue.
chanted?
His first name.
Jerry Judy? Jerry Springer, right?
Yes.
Another 40-year-old reference.
3 years, $52.5 million. Jerry Judy.
I had him last year on my fantasy team.
Now,
and he
for extra,
I thought you were going to Judge Judy for a second.
for extra fun, can you name the team that Jerry Judy joined? That's a lot of J's.
Yeah. I know it's not the Broncos because he wasn't Broncos.
That's where he was. Yes, that's where he was.
My gut tells me Cleveland. I'll just say Cleveland.
Very good.
Okay.
Kind of on fire.
Yeah.
well played.
You're setting me up for the buzzer, so
there's your list.
Should have quit while I'm ahead.
Jamar Chase and Brandon Ayuk furious that their names have not been mentioned.
And Jamar Chase is 3 years into
Only
a 5-year deal, right? Because he was a first rounder.
Okay. Of course, he was a top 10 pick.
And Ayuk is 4 years into a 5-year deal.
As is CD. CD and Brandon are doing this when you're like traditionally supposed to do it. Jamar's just over here like, so why do I gotta wait? And I guess you don't, but he also showed up to practice and there is still no new deal.
Yeah.
And he's alongside his counterpart, his other receiver got franchised. And so the Bengals are in this, not paying the wide receiver spot with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. And obviously broke off Joe Burrow last year, who is tied for the highest number out there.
Right. So the Niners could be in the same camp, but it feels like they're trying to split the baby, which I wouldn't recommend. Makes quite a mess, but they're trying to make Brandon happy, but also not extend him long term. I don't even know what they're trying to do, because if they wanted to not pay two receivers a lot of money, then you would have just said to Brandon, I'm sorry, we're going to have you play on your 5th-year option, or we're going to trade you. Either way, it seems like they're trying to.
But you could sign him and let Debo go.
You could, but Debo is the boombox guy, as Manti Te'o was saying.
Listen,
I with the bandbox.
I would really hesitate on that. But Debo does get injured more, and he is the older of the two, though not old. Look, to me, that's sort of I'm gonna lean on what Kyle Shanahan would think as far as who's more important to the offense. And so you're right, though. Like what you're pointing out to me is still the question that I'd love answered. There are a bunch of things here that don't add up.
Yeah.
That don't add up. If you think Debo is the centerpiece to the whole thing, you wouldn't sign Brandon to an extension. If you're going to use 2 draft picks on wide receivers, you wouldn't sign Brandon to an extension. And they haven't signed Brandon to an extension, but apparently they're trying to sign Brandon to an extension. Then again, I'm mindful that it hasn't worked. So I don't know what they're actually offering. But anyway, yeah, some of that stuff feels to me like it flies into the face of one another.
It just is a little baffling as to what they're doing, because CeeDee Lamb, okay, no-brainer. He's an unbelievable talent, and he's going to get paid, and he gets $100 million of a practical guarantee, which is second only to Justin Jefferson, which feels about right. He's probably the second best receiver. You could look at that, and certainly his numbers were spectacular, and he got more targets percentage-wise than Brandon Ayuk. And so, yeah, it makes sense that he would get that much money. But if you really want to extend Ayuk, it just doesn't seem to me that it should be this difficult to find where that number would fall and then go ahead and just pay the man.
Yeah, the whole thing feels complex, and maybe that's why we've arrived at where we have. Let's take some calls on this and work our way through it. 888-957-9570. Gene in Oakland. Hi, Gene. What are you doing?
I'm sitting with the pooch who's waiting for me to get off the phone and go to the park.
Yeah. Oh, that's a tough wait, but thank you for doing it.
Yeah. Well, thank the dog. Anyways. All right. So I'm still choked up about that eulogy you gave for the Giants, man. That was very touching.
Well, thank you. It came from the bottom of my heart, Gene. I worked long and hard on it, and that's the end of that.
I can tell. I might even want to hire you for mine when it comes up, and who knows.
That's quite a morbid thought, but thank you for sharing.
Yeah. So yeah, as for the Giants, I mean, I think you could sum it up by saying they've been an exasperation sensation.
Very good. Very good.
Where's the thing going? All right. So I want to say something about Ayuk. There we go. All right. Ayuk. Okay. Listen, I've been consistently saying I really thought it was a matter of time before he signed, and until today. That CeeDee Lamb thing, and after I read this article, I think it was by Dieter Kurtenbach, I believe that not only do I think that's dead at this point, but I think it may be for the best that you just keep him for his 5th year. A year from now, maybe slap the franchise tag on him, and apparently you get 2 first-round draft picks if you can trade him at that point. And you're going to have all that money freed up because you got a lot of contracts starting with Purdy's next year coming up. So maybe that's the best way moving forward. The other thing is, get this done and get Trent taken care of, and let's start focusing on the season. But moving forward, I gotta wonder if Parag is the right guy to handle these negotiations, because year after year there's high drama to the point where it's a major distraction. Whereas all these other teams are able to sign and their players early on and move past. We're still dicking around with this thing this late. So, anyways, I just put that out there. But at this point, once again, I think it might be best if he does play the fifth year. You got to expect that he's going to play his best. This is contract year, and then move on after that.
Gene, thanks. Okay, I've seen this in a couple of spots. I would love to talk it out a little bit. You down on Parag Marate?
No. I mean, am I down on Parag Marate?
Okay.
I was just wondering, what would that mean to be down on Parag Marate? It would be, are you down on the way they go about doing this, their process?
I think some people are getting there, which I find super interesting, but I want to hold what I'm going to say there until I,
I'm not down on Parag Marate, but I do think, and we talk a lot about, process versus results, and their process has been pretty clear that they are hardline negotiators, and they are going to wait until the last possible moment. They want to win the deal and all the rest of it. Well, you had Debo, and you kind of hardlined it. He signed a little bit later, and he had a down year. Nick Bosa signs the week of the first game of the year, and he has a slow start to the year, and his year was a little bit down. And so now you've got Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams, and neither one of them's in camp because you are hardlining it, at least with Brandon Ayuk. Maybe Trent this is going exactly the way you wanted it. That way Trent doesn't have to worry about coming in. But if, again, these players do sign and they do come in late and they both miss camp and they both have down years, well, then now it might be time to look at your process and change your process.
I think that's a fair comment. I do think there's a little bit of this going on. The Niners got beat by Nick Bosa. They don't want to get beat again. And I don't know if that's the greatest way to go about your business, because that's sort of that's carrying someone else's negotiation into this one. And I don't think that that's helpful. You got to take each of these as they come. Everyone is its own individual thing. And the timing of that particular year and what else is going on with your roster all matters. So does Parag take a competitiveness into negotiations? I think that sometimes he does. Is that a good thing? No. However, I think you're hard-pressed to say, like what Gene just said, which is, hey, Parag's not the right guy for this. We're having a hard time every year signing our guys. All these other teams are signing their guys. All right, well, who's got the best roster?
Yeah.
You want to be all these other teams? You want to give your bad quarterback $40 million like the Giants did? Is that what you want to do? Do you want to give your crappy aging running back a massive contract if you're the Dallas Cowboys and have that affect your good players who you should have signed like Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb, only to then bring that same running back back 2 years later, back? I'm not saying the Niners are perfect and everyone else stinks. That's not what I'm saying. I just think it's funny when I hear people start taking shots at the process of putting a roster together, and in the next sentence, they're like, but it's the best roster in the NFL. Well, then their process is good. Now,
it can be good.
Now, does it need to evolve out of what we've seen over the last 12 months? I will agree that that's probably a point that's worth exploration. I do not think you can take the last 4 years of Niner football and go, every year we got to deal with this. Well, the last 4 years are what all that has gone into it are what has drafted this roster, and it's a damn good one.
It is, but are there things that you could do to make the roster even better and to avoid these situations? I think that there are things that you could do, and maybe it is as simple as forecasting the market at wide receiver. And you mentioned 12 wide receivers got new money this offseason. I think that was the number 12. We did the little trivia game at the start of this segment, and all those names and all that money that was laid out by all these teams. Well, you probably saw this coming. Not a lot of these were mysteries. Yes. And so Could you have made this happen back in February or March at a lower number than you're currently negotiating? Probably.
Yeah.
And, maybe at the time that felt like a loss. And so you didn't want to do it because you don't want to lose the deal. And instead, this thing is dragged out now to the end of August and the player is not signed and the player hasn't been at camp actually practicing. And so we're in a little bit of a spot. So is that process or is that results? Heck, I don't know. It feels like everything he's done, restructuring McCaffrey, restructuring Juszczyk, all these other deals that Parag Marate is authoring to free up cap space. The Niners always seem to have cap space. Even though they have a killer roster and a bunch of guys who make a ton of money, he finds a way to create room. So you have to look at Parag Marate in totality. You can't just look at him as a hardline negotiator who makes players wait until September and say, oh, well, that guy's got to go. He does so many things that we don't actually see that make it so it is cap schmap, as you like to say. But this one thing, for me as a fan, is frustrating because you like a player, you want to keep a player and sign a player, then just do it.
I think these are the two things. If you want to take aim at the Niners front office and process, this is just me now. These are the two things that you can argue fairly because Parag has largely, all of them, they have largely done a good job. They've done a lot more hits than misses, whether it be draft, whether it be the way they structure contracts, whether the fact that, like people want to be there, all of that stuff. I think that they've done a very good job. But there are two things that I think are critical this particular offseason. One, is he carrying the Nick Bosa loss with him into this offseason? That's a critical point. And two, could you accuse the 49ers of straddling the fence? You came into the draft with this we want to trade Brandon and keep him. We'll call you, we'll shop him, but you better give us what we want because we're just as comfortable keeping him. And then you pop out of the draft without making a trade, thinking, well, we can sign him, and you couldn't. So it feels to me like you didn't pick, and you drafted 2 receivers. So it feels like an undefined path that you picked. You decided you wanted him, but you didn't want him. You drafted to replace him, then tried to keep him. You tried to trade him, then you tried to keep him. Then you told him he could be traded or kept. His choice, he chose neither. What do you want? If I could sit in the room with both of them, what do you want? Tell us what you want and then go do it. Right. Do you want Brandon with all your might? Then you could get it done. And Brandon, do you want to be a Niner with all your might? Then you could get it done. But everybody's got 2 feet and one's in each bucket.
Exactly.
That's where I think you can criticize the 49ers this offseason.
Right. And Brandon has, tried to have his other foot in a number of different buckets. And I don't know if he's just playing chicken with them or not, but whatever the Niners are doing is not enough to actually get the deal done or to say, like you were talking about today, 2:00 is your deadline. And here we are 3 hours and 20 minutes past the deadline. And you said you're done with Brandon Ayuk. And if you were in their shoes, you'd say, all right, this is the offer and we're done talking about it. You know where to play. Come play football or don't. Your choice. And I don't think that the Niners are even in that space. And, the roster cut down is at 1:00 tomorrow. So we have 20 hours, a little less than 20 hours until they have to decide what they're going to do with their 53-man roster. So a lot of these things I know are uncomfortable. And you've mentioned this before. They're built for this. Parag Marate goes through it seemingly every offseason, and he's already looking at next year and 2 years and 3 and 5 years down the road. I'm sure he's already got on his whiteboard Brock Purdy's approximate number and what that will mean, what the cap is probably going to be at that point, and what that's going to mean for the whole roster. I'm sure he's gone through all the machinations of the future of this roster because that's his job.
Yeah, I look at this also, though. I would not take shots at the Niners saying, look around the league, everybody else is kumbaya, and the Niners are always fighting with their players. That I reject. I just think we're not paying that much attention to what's going on with other teams. Jamar Chase held out. CeeDee Lamb held out. Hassan Reddick won't show up. The Eagles sent him to the Jets because they couldn't figure out what to do with him. You got the Judon situation with the New England Patriots. There's all kinds of stuff going on around the league with, I'm not going to say most teams, but every offseason, there's a handful of these. There's holdouts. Jalen Ramsey did this a few years ago, completely made up an injury, got himself traded to the Rams. This happens all the time to almost every team. The 49ers, I think, lean in the direction of having more of this than others right now because they've got a higher percentage of high-profile good players. That's because they're so high-profile, because they win. You're dealing with a lot of people who are like, I'm at the top of my market, and I need to be at the top of my market. And I'll reiterate that. That's the only reason I hold Brandon now in a different spot than all these other players. If you want more money, you want more guarantees in this league with the way they structure stuff, I got your back. But not if you're offered 5 different teams at 8 different salary structures and you say no to all of them.
And your price keeps going up seemingly, and the team has come up as well, but yet you still haven't been able to find that happy medium. And you mentioned all the contracts that have been signed, and CeeDee Lamb's average is 34 a year, and A.J. Brown's getting 32, and DJ Moore's 27.5. Amon-Ra's getting 30. I mean, there are numbers where you could rightly say from both sides, this is about where your contract should land. And if they are as close as reports have it, where he's saying that I want 30, and they're saying, well, we'll give you 29, up from 26 or whatever the numbers actually are, it seems like this deal should be able to get done. But then there's the other part of it of, does Parag Marathe, the financial expert, does he not want to lose a deal? Or deep down, do they really not want to end up paying this wide receiver this much money?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either.
I believe in the end that the Niners are way more important to Ayuk than Ayuk is to the Niners. And that's with an acknowledgement that Ayuk is very important to the Niners. I think this is recoverable. I really do. I really, really do. And I think that on an emotional level, while nothing comes of it that's tangible, I do think on an emotional level, it's important that Ricky Pearsall went back to practice today.
Yeah.
I think that's very important. If you are still actually in the middle of negotiations, the fact that Jacob Cowing's name keeps coming up. He keeps looking good in preseason. David Lombardi, an hour and a half ago on our air, says Jacob Cowing is going to play an important role this year. He will have an effect on games this year. Pearsall's back at practice. Conley's making plays in practice. It's just practice. I'm not saying that Brandon is replaceable. I'm saying he's recoverable if he ends up being a loss. And I still don't even know how the hell he's going to end up being a loss. There's a little curiosity in the back of my mind to go, what happens? What happens if week 1 gets here and the Niners are just looking at him like, dude, you want to play or not? You want to lose $900,000 2 weeks from tonight? You can.
You're allowed to.
And think of the risk everyone takes every time that happens. You go out on a Monday night against the Jets, you win 27-10, and Chris Conley catches a touchdown and Cowing goes for 4 balls and 68 yards.
Yeah.
How's your leverage now? On the other hand, Debo goes down on a crossing route. Now how's your leverage doing?
Exactly.
So everybody's playing poker and chicken if this thing bleeds on into the season, and it comes at a cost of almost $900K per week for Brandon Ayuk.
Well, and it comes at a cost, too, of possibly your season going up in smoke.
Totally.
If the bad things happen, if, Cowing has a catch and a fumble or Conley sprains a toenail or whatever the things happen that hurt the team and the team goes out and they lose and, Brandon's sitting there in the catbird seat, but who cares? The Niners are 0-1. So all that matters is he plays football and makes as much money as he can, and they go out and they win football games. So how do you get both of those two things aligned? And every report we've heard from BA is that he wants to be a 49er, but as TJ Hushmanzada said to us, he just wants to get paid.
Yeah.
So
Not true, as it turns out now.
Well, he wants to get paid by the Niners.
Yep.
And he wants to get paid as much as he can by the Niners. And that might not be the way this all goes.
If memory serves, it was 1993 that the Dallas Cowboys and Emmitt Smith played this game. Smith held out, best player on the team. Cowboys right in the middle of their Super Bowl window, as we 49er fans damn well know all too well. And the Cowboys took it into the season. They wouldn't pay Emmitt. They went out and played week 1. Loss. Okay, we're still not paying Emmitt. Went out there in week 2. Loss. Now you're 0-2. They paid Emmitt. And I believe went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
After he arrived.
Yeah.
So,
little bit of a different situation.
Of course, he was their best player.
And it was at a time when the running back is kind of what the receiver has become now.
That's a good point.
I mean, the running back at the time was you had to have a running back. You had to have a bell cow. And he's one of the greatest to ever do it. So I don't think that Brandon Ayuk is going to get into that same leverage point. Even if they start out 0-2, Shanahan probably would look at it and think, I can still scheme it up and win without having to bend over for Brandon.
It'd be fun to look back and see what that contract was, though, that Emmitt Smith got. Probably got a 3-year deal for like $4 million or something like that, with the way the money was back then. But yeah, he got paid. Let's go to 49er David in Concord. Hi, David. What's going on?
All right, guys, I'm going to play a game. Hope you play with me. What day of the week will Trent and BA sign? I'm going to go first. I say Trent signs on Thursday and Brandon signs on Friday. It's your turn.
Okay, this week, Thursday and Friday? All right, let's do Trent Williams first. Thank you, 49er David. He says Trent Thursday, Brandon Friday.
I'll take the over on both.
You think it's going longer than that?
Yeah. I think Trent will be probably Saturday or Sunday. I'll go with Saturday. Just, Sunday's an off day.
I think Trent Williams is going to be Wednesday.
So 2 days from now, okay.
I do not think Brandon will be this week.
Yeah.
At all.
Okay.
I will go, I don't even know. I don't know if he's going to sign. This thing, there's been so many twists and turns in this. There's so many things already that don't make sense.
None of it makes sense.
Yeah. So, why would it stop now? You know what I mean? Like, we've reached that point. There can't be any new information. What the hell's going to come out now? Well, the Niners are going to be like, okay, well, now we'll do it.
Yeah. Well, now that the CeeDee Lamb contract has landed, I don't think that Brandon Ayuk's price is going down based on that. I could see Brandon Ayuk looking at that and thinking, he got 34.
Brother,
I want 32.
Let me tell you something
I'm just
right
saying
now.
The way that he might perceive himself.
I don't know if this affects it. It shouldn't. If I were the 49ers and you called today and you said anything about CeeDee's contract and changing numbers in an upward trajectory, I would not continue the phone call. That's a hang up without a goodbye. That would be, at this point, I would find that if I'm the Niners to be so offensive. If after everything that both sides have been through, you're going to show up 2 weeks before there's a game and start talking about a new market setter that isn't really a new market setter. The market didn't change today. All that happened was that the second best receiver got the second best contract. I think we all could have predicted that CeeDee, after Justin got 35, CeeDee was going to be 33 or 34.
Yeah.
That's what it was going to be. And Brandon today remains not CeeDee. So, I don't know how that changes anything. You know what I mean? If Justin's 35, your basis of who you are to Justin is the same now that CeeDee's at 34, if you ask me. I would not take anyone's call to start and say, oh, price just went up again. Nah, dude, you're a Steeler or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
Or you're a couch potato. You can do whatever you want this year.
Yeah. And
not playing that game.
And I think that they've already played that game is the problem. And if, they were close to a deal back in February or March and the number was reported at about 26, and now the reports are that he's at 30 and the team's at 29, well, they've already moved. They've already moved the goalpost, so I'm not saying that they'll move it again, but the Niners have already shown at least a reported willingness to change what they think that he's worth. Not that CeeDee Lamb is a comp, and I'm with you, because he is clearly better than Brandon Ayuk, but as these contracts keep coming in and Brandon remains unsigned, the market continues to change.
Let me ask you a larger question, a little broader view of the wide receiver thing. As Matthew Berry is on a television set over your left shoulder and my right.
Okay.
And he has literally taken over. He's taken over social media. He's taken over my email inbox. This is that week. It takes over our lives, right? I had a family draft last night, 95-7 the game. We'll be doing our draft on Wednesday night. Heading out of town this weekend to do the draft with my high school friends. It takes over our freaking lives. Not saying I don't love it, I do. And Fantasy Football 2024, what do you hear? What's the new in vogue thing to do? You're hearing people, and I wouldn't do this, but you're hearing a lot of people sort of experiment with something called the zero running back strategy. Now, the zero running back strategy either means, because I like a lot of leagues will force you to draft at every position, but it means basically just ignore it until the end. And then we're going to deal with the volatility of it late, take some young guys, see if I can play the waiver wire, because what do I want instead of running backs? I want elite wide receivers. I want to stack my roster with elite wide receivers. Something about that has gotten into people's bloodstream. I do not, you named off perfectly, by the way, perfect score, 11 players who have signed contract extensions at the wide receiver position just this offseason for north of $50 million, some of them north of $100 million. I don't get it. I don't get it. Are they important? Sure. Are they flashy? Yes. Do they look good in a uniform? Cool. Are they who you want on your fantasy team so that you can name your team after them? What can Brown do for you? I drafted A.J. Brown. Whatever. I get all of the attention. I don't see the dollar translation to wins. I don't see it.
Yeah.
Hell, someone just hit us on the Xfinity mobile text line. 707, we see you. Thank you for texting and listening. We appreciate you. Couldn't disagree more. Quote, no way Ayuk is the difference between a winning or a losing season. Unless I'm reading that wrong. Maybe he or she means no way Ayuk is the difference between a winning or a losing season.
That's the way I heard it.
I don't know. Whichever way you're saying it.
No way.
Yeah, I thought maybe reacting to something one of us said. Brandon Ayuk, the 49ers are still a winning team without Brandon Ayuk.
They're still a winning team. I don't
that.
think that they're a Super Bowl championship caliber team.
That's fine. And strangely on that front, if they were still a good team, like who's going to step forward at wide receiver, that's a question for 6 months from now. Anyone who's ever played fantasy football knows that in 3 weeks, there's going to be all kinds of crap going on that we didn't know about. I won the league last year because of something that happened after week 1.
Exactly.
Who?
Right.
Who is that? Why is this guy running all over the TV catching every ball? Well, no one had even heard of him. It took over the league. So I don't know who's going to perform for the Niners at wide receiver by January. Could it be Ricky Pearsall?
Could be.
Could be.
Yeah. I mean, just the whole no running back strategy in fantasy football is an interesting one, but you look at teams, and NFL teams have kind of started that trend where you don't have a lot of teams that are going to rely on just the one running back. You have a lot more committees around the NFL now than ever before, and so that might be where fantasy football is trying to imitate real football. But you mentioned it, all those wide receivers who are making this huge money, and you go down the list, and not a lot of those teams are top of the market, the most competitive teams. Philly's going to be the interesting one, because they've got 2 guys who are making huge money.
Yep.
And they do expect to be good. But beyond that, I mean, Dallas is paying the one guy, and Dallas is always good until early December, and then they fall apart. But Minnesota, they're not going to be great. DJ Moore got a lot of money for Chicago. They're probably still a year away.
Yeah.
I mean, Detroit is a team. Amon-Ra making 30. They fancy themselves as good. But a lot of these guys are on teams that aren't necessarily that great.
We should play with this maybe. I want to do this with you before you leave now. I want to do this before you leave now.
Okay. Wednesday.
You're here Wednesday.
Correct. Yeah.
So either tomorrow or Wednesday, we should sort of roll through every division and do kind of the question or comment. It ends up being this great conduit to all the things that we think about all the teams and all the players. I'm not convinced that Philadelphia is good. And I know that's wild after the experience we've all had. But do you know what's weird about the Philadelphia Eagles this year? Normally, we show up here in the fall and we just assume that what we last saw remains true. It's why everyone thinks the Packers are good. The Packers weren't great last year. They were 9-8, and they needed 3 wins the last 3 weeks of the season against crappy teams to get to 9-8. But what happened then? They blew the Cowboys off the field, and they gave the Niners almost more than they could handle. So we've decided that's it. The Packers are good. Why are we not doing that to the Eagles? What happened that made them good again? We watched them for a month and a half stink out loud. And then their superstar center, around whom everything in that run game was built, retired. And then you went out and signed Saquon Barkley, and you've decided that means you're awesome again? I'm sorry, football is more complicated than that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're awful, but I don't know that they're good. Jalen Hurts was really weird at the end of the year, and I'm not sure that it's fixed. And I would imagine his center leaving would make it harder.
Probably, especially when that the Philly the tush push.
Yeah, the brotherly shove.
Yeah.
Is it going to work this year or not?
I wonder. That's going to be fun to watch because that was definitely a Jason Kelce sort of creation. I mean, he's the one who really made that thing go. Hall of Fame center, getting you into that A gap and just, get on my hip and don't dip, as Lo Neal would always say.
If you told me to put something of value on whether or not the Eagles would make the playoffs this year or not, I would be very uncomfortable doing it. I'm not convinced that that's a good football team. Like they'll be okay, but I see that division outside of the New York Giants not being good. I don't think I know anything about that division. The Cowboys had maybe the worst offseason. I don't trust the Eagles, and I believe in Washington, but I'm not. They might still be a year away.
Eagles over-under for wins is 10.5.
Under.
And it's juiced to the over. So if you want to go over 10.5, it's minus 148. So the under, you'd actually get plus money.
Yeah, everyone thinks they're going 11-6 or 12-5.
Yeah.
I'll take the under.
Under 10.5. You got them at 10-7 or worse.
Yeah. I don't think they're that great. I don't think Jalen Hurts is that great.
Okay. Yeah, this will be an interesting test case because they do have 2 of the highest paid receivers in football. Just one quick note, because you asked about it. The Emmitt Smith, 64-day holdout.
Yes.
They were 0-2. They actually got to 1-2 before he returned, but he signed a 4-year, $13.6 million contract, made him the highest paid runner in football history.
Now Brandon wants that by week 4.
13.6 over 4 years.
Over 4 years. And Brandon wants that by week 4.
Yeah.
God, isn't it crazy?
64-day holdout.
Damn. We're sponsored by Floor and Decor. And not done yet. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Can you sing with that voice? Literally.
I did Daddy Warbucks in middle school, and it was talk singing.
What I'm telling you, Telly Savalas.
NYC.
That's singing.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, what a good man. Steve Young. Something to announce? You decide what it means?
Okay.
The Niners have announced that John Lynch will speak publicly at 2:45 on Wednesday.
Okay. Wednesday at 2:45.
Is that normal for the day after final roster cuts?
It seems a little bit abnormal.
I don't remember.
The day after, like a full day after.
And I know where everyone's head goes. Ooh, he's got an announcement. Well, do you usually announce that you're going to give the announcement 48 hours before you give the announcement?
No.
Seems difficult in the age of social media to be like, I've got a secret and I'm going to tell you in 48 hours and no one will know between now and then.
Impossible.
Right?
Especially when you've got a player in Brandon Ayuk who has been on TikTok and other social media at the drop of a hat, when he has something that he wants to put out there. So if a deal is going to be done, I don't know if you would schedule that 48 hours in advance like you're saying, but what else would it be? Trent Williams? Trent's done?
No,
okay.
That might be something. That was the day I predicted.
Yeah.
Wednesday.
Okay, so that might be...
But that's not for nothing. I mean...
Yeah, but if you're John Lynch, would you want to face the media in front of everybody if the Brandon Ayuk isn't done?
Maybe.
I mean... To just answer questions about why it's not done? That seems...
Or maybe you're announcing that it is done. And when I mean done, I don't mean in a good way.
No, it could be. Like we are no longer negotiating with the player.
We've got to go get ready for the season.
Yeah.
There was an insinuation sensation of that last week when he one of the questions, because they've all answered so many questions about Brandon, but he finished one of them by going, we got to focus on the 90 guys who are here, which is a little bit of a departure from Kyle Shanahan being like, so Brandon's got a back injury.
Yeah.
With the whole hold in thing. We got to focus on the 90 guys who are here. And at a certain point, you do that. At a certain point, that's what you do because you don't have a choice. You know what I mean? I firmly believe we have arrived at the time where this is on Brandon and his agent. You want to play football? It's right here. This is on Brandon and his agent. This has gone on way too long. This has taken so many twists and turns. You've been offered so many different things. You've said no to everything. The preseason's over. Game preparations are underway. Final roster cuts are happening. This is like you're running out of time. This is actually, if I'm the agent, here's where I'm calling Brandon tonight, being like, dude, we're getting into a real uncomfortable spot. These other teams don't want to make a deal anymore because the season's too close. And you're running right down the neck of having to sort of make good on your promise that you won't play on the 5th-year option, and you're about to lose a truck full of money.
So we got to decide what we're going to do here.
Yeah.
We got to decide. It's time to fish or cut bait.
It's bleep or get off the pot. It's all those silly things. It's all of that.
So then that means either he takes their last offer. Maybe the last offer is not there anymore. You're playing your 5th-year option. If no other team is interested in acquiring you, you might be running out of options. And if John Lynch is going to talk Wednesday at 2:45 down there in Santa Clara, then either both of these situations, Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk, are both done and put to bed, and he knows that's going to be the way it goes, or he gives you an update like you're saying, we've broken off negotiations.
Conspiracy theory?
Any questions?
Conspiracy theory?
No conspiracy theory.
No, I've got one. Do you want to hear one?
Sure.
All right. You call Brandon's agent and let him know that press conference has been set for Wednesday at 2:45 so that you can announce that you're breaking off negotiations.
Yeah, or at the very least, you set this up in advance as a way to maybe fire a shot across the bow saying, I will say that come Wednesday. If you haven't signed by then that's our deadline. If he's not signed by the time Thank you everyone for joining us. Various Matts, Mayoko and Barrows and Cam. How are you over there, Cam? I see you.
Let's go to Cam in the back.
Totally. And then you begin with your opening statement. Yeah, David Lombardi, if you wouldn't mind sitting in the back because you're 6'6" and you're blocking the view of some other people. Yes, thank you for coming. And I'd like to announce, bam, either he signed.
We have re-signed Robbie Chosen to a 2-year, $6 million contract. I don't know. Hey, this would be, for me, this is sort of like the last piece of advice on all this. Let's go all the way to the top. Bill Belichick on talking about these contract holdouts and how you finish them up. Listen to what Bill has to say. And this is specific to Brandon now and CD. This is through Pat McAfee's show on ESPN.
The Ayuk situation was interesting too. Here's a guy that, again, I don't know all the specifics of it, so I'm really, I'm looking at it from the outside here, but didn't want to go to New England, didn't want to go to Pittsburgh. In the end, is the little more money, however much the extra money is that worth going to a team that, isn't maybe has the same opportunity to win as maybe what San Francisco does? And so I think that's kind of the, and whether CD Lamb's going through the same thing down there or not, I don't know. Like Dallas is a pretty good situation, got a great quarterback, got a good team, got a lot going for you. Does he want as much money as possible? Yeah, of course. But is it really worth it to go out of town to wherever and not be playing in the environment and the opportunity he has there in Dallas? So, I mean, AJ, you've been there before. That's a player, a decision you have to make as a player. Like, how much is it? You want to try to get as much as you can from the team you want to be with. If you're already on that team, then, how much is it really worth by the time you move, pay your 50% tax or your millionaire's tax in New England? You got that one too. What's really the differential?
I mean, that's a real question. That's a real question. Like, pair that with what we heard him say earlier when he's like, look, I tell my players when we're in this situation, you can come to me and say, hey, Cleveland just played their top guy, $5 million more. He's like, great. I can't control if they want to make a bad decision. Here's what we can do, and here's what we offer you. That gets lost in all this. The 49ers need to make an offer to Brandon, but Brandon also needs to understand what the 49ers offer him.
Right, and I think that they've probably been through that a number of different times, and each side has probably changed what their offer was. And so here we sit, August 26th, and we don't know if they're going to be able to finally come to terms. But it is interesting that John Lynch has scheduled a press availability 2 days in advance where he's going to come out and say something. He's going to talk about Trent and Brandon, Trent or Brandon. If Trent is signed, then maybe Brandon, at that point, he'll just come out and say, like you're talking about, we have decided to move forward with Brandon and break off contract negotiations, and we fully expect him to come in and play on the 5th-year option, and the ball's in his court. Any questions from the assembled media?
I don't want to miss any shows, but I need to commit myself, man. I need to turn myself in. I gotta break this habit.
What happened?
I don't want to go to Twitter anymore. I just don't. It's just the stupidest place on earth. It is. It's the stupidest place. First of all, it's just become videos of people like beating each other up or whatever. Like there's just fight videos everywhere. And most of them I'm pretty sure are AI. Like I don't even think anything on there is real anymore. I just saw this tweet. You ready for it?
Please.
Breaking news, all caps. Per league sources, the San Francisco 49ers and Washington Commanders are close to a trade.
Let's go.
For top wide receiver. No name given.
Oh.
There's a picture of Brandon Ayuk. And then it says, the next 24 hours will be interesting. That's from Duck Amish at SkinForce21.
Yeah, it is. That's a good account.
He scooped Adam Schefter.
According to the Skin.
According to Duck Amish.
According to the commish.
It's just the stupidest place of all time. I don't even know why I'm there.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah, it's tough because, the blue check mark used to mean something too, where you could, at least.
It still does. It means you got $8 a month that the rest of us don't want to pay.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Stupid.
Well, hope Duck Amish might be right. They might be. I heard that Washington's at the 1 yard line, Mark. Commanders are right there.
I'm out on Brandon Ayuk, dog. Oh my gosh, I'm so out. What are you doing, Grandy? What's happening here?
Guru was back today. So
damn right he was.
You're going to hear the crossover with all four of you guys at once.
I love the crossover. Full force, full first string crossover.
Rare.
Look at that. Yeah, damn right. That's brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromise. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's do it again tomorrow. For Dibs, for Grady, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.